Burning clouds stained the sky of Konoha, and the bustling village looked particularly peaceful. However, at this time, in a certain courtyard of the Konoha Hinata clan, a little boy with pure white eyes was sitting on the wooden floor in the entrance and sighing. Pit Daddy. Isn't it that Teki registered a member of the Traverser Club on the internet, and actually directly crossed me to the world of Naruto, and became a member of this cataract family? Looking at the swastika mark on his smooth forehead in the mirror, the child was even more unable to complain. Moreover, he is actually a member of the Hyuga family, which is the rhythm of being a caged bird for the rest of his life. For the mark on the forehead, as a traverser who has seen the original, he knows better than anyone what this means. In order to protect the blood succession limit, the Hyuga family is divided into clans and families, inheriting the white eye of the blood succession limit for generations. In order to maintain the white eye well without loss, the separation family must be cast a spell seal from a young age, and his life is completely controlled by the sect family, and he sacrifices his life to protect the sect family for life. The child is 4 years old this year. The name of this life is Hyuga Moment. His parents are both members of the Hyuga clan. Not long after he was born, he sacrificed his life on the battlefield for the country, and the village sent a scroll of the shadow doppelganger to reward him, and there was no follow-up. Since resigning from the nanny of the clan who specializes in taking care of the orphans of the war in the clan this year, he has suddenly started an independent life with the pension given by the village. Damn, why didn't you cross over to the Uchiha family? As a traverser, he knew that the plot of the entire Hokage world would revolve around the Sharingan, Tsukio, Amaterasu, Bitengen, Susanoo, Izanagi, Reincarnation Eye. Remembering the powerful skills of writing wheel eyes one by one in the middle and late stages of the original work, I felt powerless in an instant. For the Hyuga clan, this blood step family with one of the three major pupil techniques, White Eyes, usually considers itself the strongest family in Konoha. In the impression of the moment, it seems that in the late Hokage period, it is so weak that it can only clean up the mobs and beat soy sauce. In the original work, as a genius ninja of the Hyuga clan, Hinata Ninja was directly killed by the group skill cuttings of the 10 tails, becoming the only Xiaoqiang sacrificed among the 12 small strong of Konoha. Cut, don't think about it, don't practice hard without Goldfinger. In this world where people will die at any time, it's hard to survive the 4th Ninja World War, and it will be directly hung up when the 6th Dao Pain brushes Konoha village alone. In an instant, I collected my mood, got up and walked to the stake in the middle of the yard to stand, took a deep breath, my hands were sealed, and the corners of my eyes and temples immediately bulged, and then stretched out my immature arm and put on a soft fist Bagwazang starting pose. 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms. With the crisp childlike sound, I saw that the immature hands instantly turned into black shadows, and the palms came out in unison, and they hit the stake 32 times in a row extremely quickly, and the force almost penetrated the stake, and the whole process was completed in one go, and the time did not exceed 3 seconds. If there were people from the Hyuga clan watching now, they would be so surprised that their jaws fell to the ground. It was already a rare genius to be able to refine chakra at such a young age, and in an instant, he could learn the soft boxing method and the 32 palms of Bagwa that only the Hyuga clan could learn without guidance. Sure enough, it still can't work. I haven't reached the amount of chakra under patience. It seems that I still can't hit the gossip 64 palms. However, for the current progress, Shana said that he was not very satisfied. From birth, Shana followed the principle that stupid birds fly first, and other children were still learning to walk, and he had begun to learn to refine chakra and explore the Hyuga clan's soft boxing techniques. Although there is no gold finger of the protagonists, Instant also has a little benefit as a traverser. Mental power is more powerful than normal people, so Moment's white eyes that have just opened their eyes now have a farther visual range than normal adults of the ordinary Hyuga family, and can successfully extract physical energy and spiritual energy for fusion, and began chakra cultivation at the age of 4. Because he is too young, although he can extract chakra, due to physical limitations, his chakra amount has never broken through the level of shinobi, and naturally he can't make Hinata Ryu's advanced physical technique Juquan method Bagwa 64 palms. Looking at his small bloodshot and red hands, he thought for a moment, it seems that cultivation still has to be gradual. I just planted the caged bird spell mark some time ago, and the brain damage has not fully recovered, so let's go back to the room first and continue to study how to cultivate the shadow doppelganger. Bite. Hello dear member, congratulations on obtaining the Jade Breaker system provided by the Traverser Club, which is currently being bound. What? Just as I was about to return to my room, I heard a voice from the depths of my soul, and a lot of information kept pouring into my mind. The system is bound successfully. The current world, Naruto, the danger level is S level, and 1000 points can be obtained for dominating the current world. The sudden voice made Moment slightly flustered, but after calming down and sorting out the information that poured into his mind, Moment couldn't help but feel a burst of ecstasy. The golden finger that should come will still come after all, although it is 4 years late, but it finally gave Moment a surprise. Can you redeem various anti-heaven skills in the system? There is no time to complain about this cottage online game setting, and I feel that the priority is to understand the function of the system in front of me first. After all, this is directly related to whether Instant will become a protagonist or a dragon set in this world in the future. Can't. Can you redeem various god-level items? Can't. Then can you post various harem quests and give me various rewards after completion? Can't. Do you have anything to do with Hongyu and Bleach Reaper? Nope. Then why are you called that? How do I know? Probably the author can't think of a name. The more I asked, the more my heart sank to the bottom, and I was just ready to be a hanger quietly. But what about the good Goldfinger? How did you give me an inexplicable pit daddy system? You can't draw prizes, you can't redeem skills, what's the use of that? So what do you do? At the moment of immortality, I felt that it was better to ask the system itself and let it answer by itself. This system is designed to break the boundaries of the present for the host and endlessly evolve to the next meta-evolution. Okay, it sounds tall, but what exactly can you do? The little face twitched slightly, and this official answer was what he wanted. Simply put, under the premise of satisfying the conditions, when the host's ability reaches saturation and encounters a bottleneck, the system can help the host break the current bottleneck and directly evolve to the next realm. Sorry, the conditions are insufficient, the host lacks a complete bloodline of the Otuma clan, cannot break the current boundary, and the evolution fails. Sure enough, no, the reincarnation eye is the eye of creation and destruction that goes hand in hand with the eye of reincarnation, and if you want the white eye to evolve into a reincarnation eye, you must have multiple gathered white eyes or let the white eye fuse with the bloodline of the big tubewood family on the moon to have a chance to be born. However, whether it is the huge number of white eyes or the bloodline of the big tubewood family on the moon, it is currently impossible to obtain at this moment. So system, what ability do I have at the moment to break the boundaries and enter the next stage? The time for cultivation in an instant is still short, and the bottleneck encountered in cultivation at present is nothing more than chakra quantity and soft fist bagwazang, and I want to try whether this jade system can help me improve these two abilities. Ding! The system detects that the host chakra amount has reached the bottleneck, breaks the boundary successfully, and congratulates the host's chakra amount to a higher level. Ding! The system detects that the 32 palms of the host's soft boxing method bagwa have reached the bottleneck and successfully broke the boundary. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the soft fist method bagwa 64 palms. As the sound of the system sounded in Moment's mind, Instantaneous only felt a warm current flowing through his body, and chakra, which had just been consumed by cultivation, sprang up like mushrooms after a rain, and both the quality and quantity were far better than before. I was stunned for a moment, and I broke through like this and endured it. In disbelief, he immediately jumped in front of the stake in the middle of the yard, opened his eyes, and once again took a soft fist bagwazang pose. Soft fist method bagwa 64 palms, 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms. In an instant, the hands turned into blurry phantoms, the flexible arms quickly cut through the air, the palms of the fingers were like a rainstorm pouring on the stake, the unbearable wooden stake was like a lonely boat floating in the wind and rain, and finally burst in the phantom of the last blow of the moment, and 32 palms struck out at the same time, with chips flying. It worked. In an instant, he threw his somewhat sore arms, and Chakra, who had just been promoted to the rank of lower ninja, was consumed again, and his footsteps could not help but sit on the ground at the moment of his vain steps. The pale little face covered with sweat was an expression of excitement that could not be hidden. The physical technique that Hinata Ninja could only perform at the 13-year-old middle ninja exam in the original book was already shocking everyone, and now he has mastered this advanced physical technique at the age of 4. What is this? Shocking? Monster? For the first time, after crossing into this cruel world where there are many geniuses like dogs and are full of power, I have real confidence in my future path for the first time. Even in the future, in the face of various bosses, in the face of all kinds of open geniuses, there is a system in hand. I believe that I can finally control my own destiny and dominate the world. Just when he was immersed in the shock brought by the system, the sound of the system sounded in his mind again. Since the host is an honorable member of the Traverser Club, the system automatically gives the host the opportunity to cross a lottery each time, and the prizes include various two-dimensional skills, props, inheritances, items, etc. in addition to the current world. Lottery? So good? I didn't expect that a free membership that I casually registered in my previous life could bring me so many things. Hearing this, his eyes narrowed for a moment. He was curious about what would be in addition to the current Hokage world. Please ask the host if the lottery is running now? As soon as the system's words fell, a cloud of brilliance rose in the mental world in an instant, and quickly snowflakes scattered and arranged into a wall, and the wall was densely packed with various two-dimensional world skills and items. At a glance, there are the slashing knife of death, the devil fruit of One Piece, the magic of fairy tale, and slash. Crimson Eye's imperial tools and other skills and items from hundreds of worlds, whether powerful or chicken, are included in them. Smoke it now. Without thinking about it carefully, I decided to draw the lottery now. Whether it was a powerful draw or a chicken rib, it was all up to your own luck. His current strength is still very weak, and the sooner the draw is drawn, the more helpful it will be for him. After saying the lottery, the wall in the world of his mind scattered into snowflakes again, restored to the brilliance just now, and finally appeared from the brilliance a pineapple-like strange fruit. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the frozen fruit ability of the One Piece world. Is it possible to receive it now? Frozen fruit? Touched his chin thoughtfully, and the powerful image of the Admiral Pheasant freezing the sea in one piece immediately appeared in his mind. How to say, objectively speaking, as a natural devil fruit, the frozen fruit is definitely not weak, and the ability to reach the level of a Navy Admiral like the green pheasant is definitely a grade stronger than the ordinary shadow level in the Hokage world in front of you. But if compared with the ability of Uchiha to destroy the world in the future, it is obviously not enough to see. But fortunately, there is no limit to the ability development of the devil fruit, and I believe that I have the vision of a traverser, and with the help of the powerful cheater of the broken jade system, the frozen fruit will definitely be stronger than the green pheasant in his hands. System, help me receive the ability of frozen fruits. It's better than nothing. After a moment of thinking about it, I immediately decided to accept this ability. What kind of joke? Why don't you want the natural devil fruit? Yes, the host's ability to receive frozen fruits is successful. As the sound of the ancient well without waves of the system sounded, he immediately felt a strange energy pouring into his body, and his body seemed to be recast from top to bottom. Carefully feel this energy, and instantly find that this energy is different from chakra. Chakra is a mixture of physical energy and spiritual energy, and this energy is more pure than chakra, more like absorbing the power of nature into your body. In an instant, he knew that he was now a natural devil fruit ability. Stretching out his right hand, he tried the ability to use the frozen fruit, and a cold force overflowed where his mind could reach, and in an instant, the entire arm immediately turned into a crystal ice arm. Is this the ability of the devil fruit? It's really amazing. Dominating it is as simple as using your body's instincts, but in an instant I know that I am still just a beginner in the devil fruit ability, and there is still a long way to go. By the way, the system, how can it be the ability to receive, and not directly give me the devil fruit? But I've heard that devil fruit is the hardest thing in the world, and I want to try it. It's such a host. What you just drew is the devil fruit ability, not the devil fruit as a physical item prop, so you can only receive the ability, and you can't directly get the fruit. Well, it turned out to be like this, and in an instant I had to put away the slut mentality of wanting to taste the taste of the devil fruit. Wrong. In an instant, it seemed to suddenly remember something. The system said that he only received the ability of the frozen fruit, that is, he had not actually eaten the devil fruit, and the biggest weakness of the devil fruit, fear of water and sea loose stone, is it also ineffective for himself? Although there is no sea floor stone in this world, ordinary water is not as deadly as sea water, but ninjas in the ninja world can water escape ninjutsu everywhere, in case of encountering a ninja who can channel out of the sea, although you can freeze it with the ability of frozen fruit, but there will eventually be some restrictions on yourself, and you don't want to be affected by some in the future bath. It just so happened that there was a large water tank in the yard that was as high as the moment, which was filled with the living water for bathing and washing in the instant on weekdays, jumped, splashed everywhere, and the whole person jumped into the water tank in an instant. The water just reached the neck of the moment, and then stretched out his arm in an instant, wanting to transform his hand into an ice arm like just now, but just obtained the devil fruit ability, and the control was not very skilled, and the freezing power actually froze the water in the water tank instantly along the arm, only revealing the head and one arm of the moment outside the ice. Well, funny, actually froze himself in it. Fortunately, the power of freezing is still very weak in an instant. The frozen ice is not very strong. A little lifting chakra with a strong shock, it shattered the ice cube in the water tank and got out. That's great. The weakness of the devil fruit really had no effect on him. Momentarily felt that there were too many surprises for today's day, and just one instant silently digested everything brought by today's system. There was a knock on the door in the courtyard. Knock knock. Here it comes. After opening the door, I saw an adult man standing at the door with pure white eyes and long black hair neatly combed behind his head, but his resolute face seemed to be shrouded in a haze at all times. Uncle Hinata, why are you here? The person who came was Hinata Ninji's father, Hinata, and the grandfather of this life was the biological brother of the previous head of the family, so according to the generation, Hinata was the cousin of Hyuga Hinata. Perhaps because they are all separated families, Hinata usually takes good care of this cousin who died both parents at birth, and Hyuga usually pesters Nika to learn Jukwon, and the soft boxing method Bagua 64 palms is also taught to Jukwon by Hinata. Well, just came back from a mission, passing by you and coming in to see how you are recovering. While saying that, Hinata walked into the courtyard of the moment. He saw a messy yard, and the ground was scattered with broken wood, fragments of water tanks, and even broken ice, and his expression was a little stunned. Are you cultivating? How come there are still ice cubes on the ground? Although his cousin is young, he is different from other children of the same age, and his usual clothes give him the impression of being extremely neat, so he is a little surprised to see a messy yard. Seeing his masterpieces everywhere on the ground, he also felt a little embarrassed at the moment, and scratched his head embarrassedly. I'm almost recovered, so I'm practicing jutsu boxing. The weather is too hot, I got some ice to cool down. Hinata did not doubt him, staring at the swastika mark on Instant's forehead. A trace of sadness flashed in his eyes, touched Moment's head, and said in a deep voice, Moment, do you know, the entire Hyuga family is like a big tree, the clan is the trunk, and our family is the branches and leaves. Only if everyone is faithful can the big tree of the Hyuga clan flourish and thrive. The separation of the clan is all a destiny of heaven, and no one can change it, so when you accept this technique, don't have resentment. Well, I see. Having said that, but life and death are all controlled by others, with a time bomb strapped to their heads that can explode at any time, who would willingly accept such a fate? Don't you yourself hate such a fate but are powerless to change it? I have the broken jade system and the devil fruit, and I can see a future that none of you can see, and sooner or later I will change this fate. I thought in my heart for a moment. By the way, after the new year, you should also go to ninja school. Hinata seemed to suddenly remember something, and said to Instant, I heard that there is a wonderful genius on Uchiha's side, and he is already able to use fire ninjutsu when he is your age. It seems to be called Uchiha Ataka. You should meet when you go to ninja school next year. I know you've been very talented since you were a child. Hinata and Uchiha are both famous in Konoha. You have to work hard, you can't lose to Uchiha. Nani? You say Uchiha Itake? Same year as me? Still want to be a competitor? When I heard this, I almost jumped my feet. Uncle, you don't know, but people will be called the Weasel God by readers in the future. Graduated from the ninja school at the age of 7, with the first place opened the chakra eye at the age of 8, became a middle ninja at the age of 10, became the captain of the dark part at the age of 13 and exterminated the clan, and defeated one of the legendary 3 ninjas, or a Kimaru, a person against the sky. You are now standing and talking like this and asking me to compete with others. Is it really good? Have you considered people's feelings? Yes, I will definitely not disgrace the Hyuga clan. However, at the moment when he was frantically complaining in his heart, he still had to nod and agree on the surface. You know, although the key hatred of the Uchiha clan has been pulled away by the Hokage family, the two ancient famous families who are both in Konoha now, Hinata and Uchiha, have always been fighting each other. According to the original plot, there are no characters in the generation of the Hyuga clan who can compete with the Uchiha clan, and in the younger generation of Uchiha, there is the strongest illusion ninja Uchiha Shisui, there is a 13-year-old shadow-level Uchiha Itake, and even the later Uchiha Suzuki. Although the performance in the early stage was mediocre, the later stage was opened and upgraded, and the reincarnated soul of Indra was awakened, and the inheritance of the 6 immortals became one of the most powerful existences in this world. Not to mention the Uchiha spot that looks at the world and the Uchiha belt soil that counterattacks the hanging wire. In short, throughout the history of the Uchiha family, there are too many wonderful characters. On the other hand, the Hyuga family, in addition to the Hyuga Tenrin in the original work, has not even been born a shadow-level powerhouse in the past 100 years. The only genius ninja Hinata Ninji, as the first genius ninja in Konoha's new generation of 12 small powerhouses to become a shinobi, also died in the 4th Ninja World War because he was born without the aura of the protagonist, becoming the only small strong to sacrifice among the 12 small strong of Konoha. But no matter what, now with my Hinata moment's presence, all this will change. With the broken jade system and the devil fruit in hand, plus your own efforts, if you can't become a top powerhouse, it's better to drink Sanla milk powder to death. Looking at the energetic little face in an instant, Hinata felt as if he saw the future of the Hyuga clan, and a smile finally appeared on his tense face. We are geniuses who opened our eyes at the age of 3, and we will definitely not be worse than that little devil of Uchiha. Come, let me see the results of your recent practice. Saying that, Richa took off the green vest on his body and threw it on the ground casually, revealing the black civilian clothes inside, stretched out his palm and waved his hand at the moment. In an instant, I just got the system today and broke through the 2 important levels of chakra quantity and soft fist method Bagua 64 palms, and I just wanted to test the gap between my current strength and Shangnan. The chakra that was just consumed, after the tossing and talking gap just now, has now recovered half, and I have to say that the Hyuga family, as the descendants of the immortals, have a very strong recovery ability. Ah, then I'm welcome, be careful not to get hurt by me, Uncle Hinata. In an instant, he immediately opened his eyes and put on a soft fist posture. Don't worry, stinky boy, how to say uncle, I am also a superior forbearance, how can I be hurt by a little devil like you? Hinata is also a shinobi, although his cousin has shown amazing talent since he was a child, but no matter how he says it, he is only a 4-year-old ghost, and if he wants to hurt Shangnan, even if he releases water, he can't do it. The battle between the two is on the verge of breaking out. Soft fist. In an instant, he drank lightly, and after opening his eyes, his palms released blue chakra, and his right hand turned into a palm and quickly attacked Asahaya. The power is good, but the speed is still poor. Hinata also immediately stretched out his right palm, and with a gentle slap of his hand, he pushed away the soft fist that attacked in an instant. When the soft fist was pushed away by Hinata's hand, he felt a huge force throwing him to the right, and his center of gravity was unstable in an instant, and he was about to be thrown to the ground. But there was not the slightest panic on his face in an instant, and the strength of adult Shinobu was much greater than his own, which was expected. I saw that he turned his body to the right in an instant, and did not stick to the lower set like ordinary Hinata Ryuju fist technique, but kicked his right leg out hard, and his heel quickly hit Hinata's face. The smelly boy is quite flexible. In the face of the roundhouse kick that struck at the moment, Hineda's face did not change, and his left hand came out to protect the right side of his head, blocking the right leg of the moment and grabbed the palm of his hand, directly grabbing the wrist of the moment in his hand. At that moment, I only felt that my kick seemed to be kicked on a steel plate, and before I could react, I found that my ankle was tight, and my right ankle had been grabbed by Hineda, and this force made it impossible to break free at all. Instantly, he reacted, using the caught right foot as the fulcrum, and once again swung his body to the left, and with his right hand, he used a soft fist to hit the blue chakra Asahi Chow's chest. The speed of this reaction made Hineda a little surprised, but after all, he was an upper ninja honed by countless battles, grabbed the left hand of the moment's ankle and threw it upward, and the whole person's center of gravity was instantly brought to the sky, and the whole person rolled upwards, dissolving the attack of the moment's soft fist. The little ghosts are really not to be underestimated now. In the face of the momentary skillful soft fist and flexible attack, Hineda also had to put away the psychology of the previous underestimate, and then hold this attitude of playing with children. Maybe he would really capsize in the gutter. Suddenly, Hineda's eyes were cold, and he directly burst into veins and opened his eyes. Because he saw the moment after tumbling in the air and landing on the ground, his arms were spread out in front of him, and he took a posture that he was all too familiar with. This is not good. Hineda felt an invisible realm enveloping his body, as if his every move was locked. Soft fist method Bagua 64 palms, 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms. With a crisp sound, he shot out like a cheetah in an instant, and the invisible gossip field enveloped the two, and the fierce attacks like a storm continue to hit the cave around the sun. It's hateful, you can't be careless, it's troublesome to be hit by this. The shocked Hineda directly burst out of the strength of the upper ninja level, and his hands bloomed with blue chakra, directly meeting the 64 palms of the gossip in an instant. In an instant, he only felt that every palm he was fighting hard was like hitting a ball of cotton, and he couldn't focus at all, and he understood that this was Hineda seriously using his soft fist to take his gossip 64 palms. Damn, is this the strength of Shangnin? Although he understood that it was impossible for him to fight well now, he was still a little depressed when he saw that Hineda took over his gossip 64 palms so easily, and faced with such a big gap in reality. It's unbelievable that you actually learned this trick. I don't know that now the terrifying waves in his heart have already turned up. How is this possible? He is only 4 years old, and he has learned techniques that many adult ninjas in this race may not be able to learn. Hee, this is what I just learned today. If you are not serious, you will get hurt. Seeing Hineda's expression like eating show, and then thinking of Hineda's attitude of sending children when he handed over this technique to himself, he smiled proudly in an instant. However, it hurts. Looking at his hands in an instant, he found that they were already red and swollen like pig's trotters. With such a small body, using the Bagua 64 palms twice a day, this consumption is really overloaded. And your white eyes. Can you already see the acupuncture path? Richard looked at the eyes of the moment in disbelief, just wanted to make a move, and found that the internal tendons and veins in the body were a little blocked, although just now he burst out the strength of the upper ninja, but he was caught off guard, but he was still hit by the palm of the moment. He observed his body with white eyes and found that one of the important points of his body had been sealed, although it would not be like the 64 important points were all closed, and the chakra of the whole body could not be used, but it still had some impact on physical activities. White eyes do not have a clear grading like Sharinan, but there is still a big difference in ability. In general, there are 3 stages. The first stage is the white eyes of the ordinary Hyuga family who have just awakened, with farsightedness, using chakra to multiply the ability of the eyes. The eyes can see things 1 kilometer away, and at the same time have a 360 perspective. You can see the surrounding 360-degree space. Because of the caged bird spell seal, there is a blind spot directly behind the first thoracic vertebrae of the members of the divided family, which is a blind spot that extends out. The second stage, perspective, uses the white eye to see the meridian points of the target and the flow of the chakra, and can even distinguish whose chakra it is. In the third stage, it can enhance its own ability, and even if ordinary ninjas are forbearing, they only release chakra by relying on the organs of the hands, feet, and mouth. But having white eyes can see through its own chakra acupoints, and can release chakra from all acupuncture points in the body, so it can release the Bagwazang back to the sky, such a strong defensive ninjutsu that releases the whole body chakra, and it can't be done without a white eye. The acupuncture path that can accurately block the day difference in an instant shows that his white eyes have reached the second stage. This is undoubtedly impossible for a 4-year-old, but the facts are in front of you, and it is done in an instant. You have already surpassed the level of ordinary patience. What a talent that has to be amazing, but it's a pity that you were actually born in our separate family. Hineda's eyes became even more complicated when he looked at the moment. Yes, no matter how high the talent is, what is the use? It can only be controlled by the spell seal and left at the mercy of fate. If you were born in the clan family, perhaps, the glory of the Hyuga clan would be revealed in your hands. It is true that he hates the clan family, but it does not mean that he does not love his own family. In fact, every member of the Hyuga clan, whether they are members of the clan or a separate family, everyone has a strong sense of family honor. Don't worry, Uncle Hika, I believe that as long as you work hard, the people who have separated the family can also surpass the sect family. Although he had long been thinking about how to break this damn spell mark in his heart, his mouth was still saying the same bloody idiotic words as Naruto Uzumaki, and the people of Konoha loved to listen to this set, didn't they? Haha, if you think so, I will be relieved. Sure enough, after listening to the words of the moment, Hinata showed a gratifying smile. It's not early, today's practice is here. Ning Si and your Aunt Myling are still waiting for me at home. You go home with me for dinner. Speaking of which, you haven't seen Ning Si since she was born. It's still tomorrow, I'll have to go buy something on the street later. Although he also wanted to see Ning Si, who had just been born, today's day's cultivation and the sparring with the day difference had exhausted him, and besides, he would have to go to the street to buy some ninja tools next night. Well, then you must come tomorrow. Your Aunt Myling has been nagging you for a long time. Don't always lock yourself up at home all day to cultivate, you are still just a 4-year-old child. Speaking of Hinata's wife, Hinata Mylie usually loves the little Shota of Shunna, and often calls Shunna to eat at home, and usually takes care of Shunna and her life. Okay, got it. When I thought of my adult soul carrying in the body of a small Jengtai, and being pinched by Myling, a young woman, all day long, I felt very helpless. After a hurried farewell, Hinata left the courtyard for a moment. After Hinata left, he cleaned up the yard, took a shower, and went out. Although night has fallen, the streets of Konoha are brightly lit and bustling than during the day, and in addition to ordinary residents, many ninjas who have returned from their daytime missions have also put down their baggage and wandered the streets to enjoy this rare tranquility. Walking tiredly on the bustling streets of Konoha, breathing the fresh air here, the autumn evening breeze blowing on my face also helped to relieve a little tiredness in an instant. Looking around at the crowds coming and going on the street, the mood of the moment also precipitated. After all, it is a two-dimensional world, and the scale of this village is not much compared to a metropolis in the previous life. It is now the 47th year of Konoha, in the late stages of the Third Shinobi War, and shortly after the victory in the Battle of Karaita-san, Konoha seems to have ushered in a period of peaceful development again, forcing the Sand Ninja village to sign an alliance under the castle, defeating the invasion of Iwa Shinobi village with outnumbered enemies, and Konoha is once again at the peak of the ninja world. No country has the strength to compete with Konoha for the time being. But the moment he knew the plot, Naruto Suzuki and their group of Konoha's newborn protagonists would be born next year, and the Nine Tails invasion of Konoha would also follow, the untimely death of the fourth generation of Hokage and the huge losses caused by the invasion of the Nine Tails, coupled with the legend that the departure of the three shinobi made Konoha fall into an unprecedented combat power crisis, which will basically make Konoha's strategic advantage accumulated after the victory in the Third Ninja World War basically lost. This also gives certain countries that are waiting for the opportunity to invade Konoha, and soon the war between the Fire Nation and the Cloud Country will resume, and this brief peace will soon be replaced by war. Just some time ago, I faintly heard the people in the village talking about the golden flashwave Fang Shuman led a team to raid on the Shimukan Bridge, cut off the grain and grass of Iwanokan country, repelled the invasion of Iwa Shinobu, and won this war. Uchiha of the Uchiha clan died in battle, and Kakashi, the most famous genius ninja in the village in recent years, received the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Although it was strongly protested by the Uchiha clan, claiming that he must take back the Sharingan, this matter was quickly suppressed by the high level of Hokage's side. From here, it also brought out a legendary career of copying ninjas next. However, all this happening now has nothing to do with the moment. No matter how much war is raging outside, at least inside the village, it is still a peaceful scene. Instantly, he knew that the only thing he needed to do now was to improve his strength as soon as possible so that he could have the capital to survive in the next plot. On the bustling street, a small figure is walking slowly. Many passers-by who came and went focused their eyes on the face of the moment, whether it was the iconic pure white eyes of the Hyuga family or the delicate face of the moment. They captured the gaze of many passers-by, and in an instant, they could even hear the discussion of several girls and Aunt Kui not far away. Momentarily, he lowered his head slightly, silently quickening the pace of walking. His adult soul was still a little unable to adapt to this kind of treatment of Jengtai. 10 minutes later, he walked to the door of a ninja shop. There are dozens of similar ninja shops in Konoha, and in addition to the ninjas who perform tasks, there are also many imps who dream of ninjas all day. It's a child of the Hyuga family. I need something. The moment he saw the door, the boss immediately recognized the identity of the moment from his pure white eyes. Boss, give me 30 kunao and 60 shurikens and a chakra test paper. By the way, according to this drawing, you help me order a copper figure. Saying that, he took out a drawing from his clothes and handed it to the boss. On it was a human-shaped composition depicting the human tendons and acupoints, and the wooden stake that was usually used for practice was broken in an instant today, and in order to cultivate more intensely in the future, Instant specially spent effort to make such a drawing. So much, eh? This graphic is, the children who usually come to the store to buy ninja tools are usually little ghosts who play ninja games, usually buy one or two as toys, but the child of the Hyuga clan who came today actually wants to buy so many ninja tools. After seeing the drawings handed over instantly, the boss was even more surprised. Well, this copper man, you help me make it according to the real human scale of an adult. Do you want to make such a big one? Then this price is not cheap. This is a deposit for you, help me send it to the Hyuga clan land when it is done, I will come out and get it. Saying that, he took out 100 taels from his wallet and handed it to the boss. In an instant, he also knew that it would definitely be expensive to order such a large solid copper man, but in order to be able to practice better in the future, he had to grit his teeth and free up this money. Fortunately, Instant's parents were all middle tolerant, left some savings, and after giving their lives for the country on the battlefield, the village gave a lot of pensions, which was enough for the living expenses of the next few years. And I plan to apply for early graduation after going to ninja school next year, and strive to become a ninja as soon as possible, so that I can also go to perform tasks to get commissions, at least without worrying about money. Although personal force in the late Naruto period is the center of the world, and money has no concept at all, in the daily life of ordinary ninja world in the early stage, after all, living in the system, everyone's food and clothing use money. After coming out of the ninja shop, he touched his stomach in an instant, and he had not eaten dinner for an afternoon of cultivation, and his stomach was already hungry. Seeing the storefront not far in front of the street, the 4 words of Ichiraku ramen attracted the attention of Instant, and Instant had already decided what to eat for the evening. Good evening, what do you want to eat? As soon as he entered the store and did not sit down, a very ordinary-looking uncle greeted him warmly. Well, give me a piece of tonkotsu char siu ramen, thank you. Climbed onto the high stool, looked at the ordinary face in front of him, and instantly thought, is this uncle the legendary Atsuki Ichiraku? This is the shop that even the 6-Dao Pain super god Luo Tianzheng can't destroy? Wow, such a cute brother, are you here for the first time? Before Uncle Ichiraku could speak, a little girl who looked a few years older than Uncle Ichiraku poked out from behind Uncle Ichiraku, and a pair of big eyes looked at Ichiraku curiously. Don't be unreasonable to guests, Calamus. Seeing his naughty daughter, Uncle Ichiraku reprimanded softly, and said to the moment with a smile, please don't be surprised, this is my daughter Calamus, please wait for me and I will do it now. The little girl who was reprimanded, Calamus, stuck out her tongue at the moment and went in to help. Is this Calamus, the daughter of Uncle Ichiraku? It seems that in her previous life watching cartoons, she was the only one who had seen the real face under Kakashi's mask, and she thought playfully while sitting on a stool with her hand on her chin. 5 minutes later, a steaming bowl of ramen is served, and when you come to your senses, you start to wipe out the ramen in the bowl. Char siu is fat but not greasy, the pork bone broth base is rich in flavor, and the handmade ramen is full of strength. The taste is indeed very good, no wonder the protagonist Naruto has always been so fond of this ramen shop. In less than 10 minutes, the ramen was wiped out in an instant, and after checking out and paying the money, he left the ramen shop in an instant. After walking out of Ichiraku ramen, it was not too early, and the moonlight gradually began to become clear. Holding his stomach, he walked lazily down the street towards the outskirts of the village, which was regarded as a walk after dinner. Looking up at the rising moon in the sky, the thoughts of the moment began to spread again. With such a bright and white full moon, who would have thought that this was a container made by the 6 immortals to seal the 10 tails with the Earth explosion star? I don't know if the big Tubewood family really lives on the moon. Thinking of more than 10 or 20 years later, the reincarnation eye of the Datuma clan's descendant Datuma Shiren split the entire moon with one blow, and the supreme ability to destroy the sky and the earth like an immortal couldn't help but yearn for a while. Just like that, while walking around, the people in the surrounding streets began to sparse. Bang, bang, bang. Unconsciously, he was almost on the outskirts of the village, and he was attracted by the sound of violent collisions. Looking in the direction where the sound came from, I instantly found that the sound was coming from a practice field not far away. It's so late, who is still cultivating? With curiosity, I walked to the periphery of the driving range. In front of the big tree in the center of the field, a green figure was sweating profusely and was hitting the tree with all his strength. Looking at the figure wearing green tights in the field, every move can hit a strong wind, and every blow on the trunk will spill a large leaf. And he was still whispering to himself, if you can kick your legs 10,000 times today, you will go to a duel with Kakashi tomorrow. If you win tomorrow, run 20 laps around Konoha. If you lose, do 5,000 push UPS. This is Akai. Although I have long known the diligence of Medi after reading the original book, but now that I really saw the scene with my own eyes, I couldn't help but be shocked at this moment. So late, I was still cultivating hard alone. And he knew that he usually set some strange rules for himself, for example, run 500 laps around the playground today, do 2,000 push UPS if you can't do it, squat 1,000 times if you can't do 2,000 push UPS, and if you do all of them, you are qualified to challenge your opponent, Kakashi. If such masochistic crazy exercise continues for a long time, even an ordinary person with no talent will become very strong. After all, this is a two-dimensional world. Seeing such a scene with his own eyes, it was definitely not unreasonable for him to think that Akai could surpass Kakashi for a while in the later stage. One was a genius ninja who was famous in the village when he was a teenager, and the other was a crane tail who had no ninjutsu talent when he was a teenager. Anyone who has seen Naruto knows that Kakashi was definitely a gifted genius ninja when he was a teenager, graduating from ninja school at the age of 5, a record that no one has been able to break to this day, becoming an upper ninja at the age of 12 and being able to develop S-class ninjutsu Rachel alone, and the limelight is unmatched. But since Obito sacrificed and later killed Rin with his own hands, the shackles of the soul have kept Kakashi's whole person in a state of decadence and decay, until the Shippuden. In the middle of more than 10 years, Kakashi's strength has only grown from upper shinobu to elite upper shinobi, and his steps have been stagnant. In the later stage, he was directly surpassed by several disciples, and the fourth ninja world battle dragged the protagonists back, and he was taken away by Uchiha and did not even have the ability to resist. Although Kishimoto let all the 7th class open at the end, and Obito can come back and lend Kakashi a pair of Sharingan, those can't hide the paleness of Kakashi's strength in the middle and late stages. And Akai, who has no ninja talent since he was a child, has gradually caught up with Kakashi's pace from working hard day after day, year after year. Although his mouth always shouted all day that I wanted to defeat the genius ninja Kakashi, but in the later stage, he silently broke out to open the 8 doors, and the strength once suppressed the 6 states of Uchiha Madara surprised countless audiences, and was honored by countless readers. Kai Huang. Anyone who works hard deserves to be respected, and in an instant he has quietly opened his eyes, and his muscles are swollen and his eyes solemnly and carefully observe Akai's every movement. Unlike Hinata Ryu's Jukuen, Akai practices another school of physical arts, Kanaha Ryu's Ganken. Soft boxing focuses on the upper set of movements. Usually the trick is to hold the lower set. The upper body uses a unique soft fist to beat chakra into the opponent's body, to destroy the opponent's tendons and internal organs. After all, no matter how powerful people in the normal ninja world, they cannot cultivate internal organs, and the internal injuries caused by soft boxing are usually fatal. Unless you reach the 6 realm levels, or have an immortal body between the 1,000 hand pillars, or have been transformed by the cult like Fei Duan. The rigid fist pays more attention to the action of the lower set. The moves are usually wide open and closed. The attack is generally based on the leg method, the use of chakra to make the body obtain stronger explosive and destructive power. The action is sharp and fast, fierce, attacking the enemy to cause direct damage to the enemy's surface. In an instant, he carefully recorded Akai's every movement. There was no way who let him not cross over to the Uchiha family. What he had was not a chakra eye, there was no function of instantly copying the other party's movements, and he could only rely on his own ability to learn slowly. Momentarily knew that he was not a physical grandmaster now, and did not have the ability to fuse 2 different styles of physical arts, but learning Akai Muilaya's gang fist, just hoping to inject more changes into his soft fist, until his future strength reached a certain level, and he created a strongest physical technique of his own. Akai in the center of the practice field was still continuing his sweaty and concentrated cultivation, and did not notice that at this time, more than 10 meters outside the practice field, there were people watching him with wide eyes. At this time, Akai was still just a middle ninja, and he did not show those powerful skills in the physical arts, and in an instant, he only learned a few basic physical movements such as Kanaha Whirlwind and Kanaha Great Whirlwind. The time is not early, greedy and chewy. Let's learn these tricks today. Anyway, Akai usually cultivates in these places, and if you want to learn, you can use your white eyes to peek remotely at any time there is a chance. After peeking for about 10 minutes, he knew that if he went back too late, the Hyuga clan land would have to enter the inspection, and he didn't want to be too troublesome, but he returned to the Hyuga clan's own home early. The moment I returned to the room and lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling, all I thought of in my mind was everything that happened today. If I couldn't clearly feel the chakra and devil fruit abilities in my body, I really thought that what I experienced today was just a dream. Just thinking about it like this, I fell asleep in an instant. One night without a word. The next morning, when a ray of warm sunlight shone on Moment's face, Instant woke up. I didn't sleep well last night. Maybe there were too many strange things that happened yesterday. I thought about it day and dreamed at night, and I had many strange dreams at night. From time to time, he dreams that he defeated Senjukuma and Uchiha and ascended to the peak of the ninja world, and from time to time he dreamed that he was also like Hinata Ninja, who died in the 4th ninja world battle. It seems that too much happened yesterday, and the stimulation was too big, and the brain was overexcited and caused me to sleep and dream. After getting up and washing, I looked at myself in the mirror for a moment, my delicate and handsome face and a pair of big eyes with pure white pupils, coupled with a long black and shiny hair. If some otaku in the previous life saw it, they would definitely sigh, what a black long straight Shota. After freshening up, wearing a kimono with a black background and white rim with the Hyuga family emblem printed on its back, the whole person reveals a finely crafted elegance, and it is no wonder that going out on the street attracts the attention of so many people. The only fly in the ointment is that on Shinashin's smooth forehead, there is a swastika imprint, indicating the identity of the Hyuga family of Shunna. In fact, in my last life, I was particularly puzzled by the aesthetics of the protagonist Naruto Uzumaki. No matter how prominent the two-dimensional world is, no matter how exaggerated the shape is, no one will say that you kill Matt. Why do you have to insist on wearing that orange strange sweatshirt? Of course, what is even more shocking is the green tights of Akai and Xiaoli, which is simply chilling to think about. After sorting out the ninja tools and packages while complaining, he went straight out in an instant. Today's practice task is very heavy. First, find a suitable place to practice the art of shadow avatar and learn to climb trees and tread water. From the original manga, I know that the 3 generations of Hokage are usually accustomed to using telescopes to gain insight into every corner of the village through the medium of crystal balls to maintain security in the village. Although the current reigning Hokage is the 4th generation Hokage Wei Feng Shiman who took office not long ago, there is no guarantee that he will continue to use this technique to observe the village. For a moment, he didn't want to even expose his cultivation to others all the time, not to mention that the frozen fruit ability on his body could not be revealed in front of others for the time being, otherwise it would be difficult to explain to others what was going on with his body that did not need to be sealed. The most urgent thing is to find a suitable cultivation place, not only to worry about the prying eyes of others, but also to be able to cultivate various abilities with free hands and feet. The morning air in Konoha was exceptionally refreshing, crowding the bustling crowd, and instantly went upstream in the direction of Hokage-Jinyan. I remembered that behind Konoha's iconic Hokage Rock was a whole flattened back mountain, and it took more than an hour to walk deeper to reach the Temple of Fire, surrounded by dense forests and canyons, where you would definitely find a good place to practice. That's right, this is it. After walking for about an hour, I finally found a good place to cultivate. It is a low-lying valley with a clear stream flowing in the middle and surrounded by dense woods. After observing it with a blank eye, there were no people in a radius of 1 kilometer, and this was not a village blocked by trees, and there was no need to worry about the prying eyes of others. Before cultivating, let's see what attributes your chakra is. In an instant, he reached out and took out a chakra test paper from the ninja bag, held it in his hand, and concentrated on running the chakra into his hand and losing it on the chakra test paper. Soon, I saw that the test strip in my hand changed, and after entering chakra, the test paper was first soaked and then cut from the middle. Does the nature of water and wind change? After looking at the changes that appeared on the test paper, a flash of inspiration flashed. It seems that my frozen fruit ability can find a slightly more reasonable statement. Immediately put away the test strip, closed his eyes and tried to concentrate chakra on the solace of his feet, and after feeling chakra on the solace of his feet, he slowly walked towards the stream. Boom! Caught off guard, he stepped on the water with his whole foot and was splashed by the splash. It seems that climbing trees and treading water, the foundation that ninjas must cultivate, is not so easy. In an instant, I remembered that in the anime, Naruto and Sasuke also took almost a week to become proficient. Thinking about the moment, I tried patiently dozens of times, and the time gradually approached noon. The sun began to move to the center, the scorching sun shone on the body through the gap in the woods, and in less than an hour, the body began to sweat. It worked! Finally, after trying dozens of times, Chakra's Soleil stepped on the water again, and he had a feeling of stepping on the real thing. In an instant, he carefully placed his weight on the foot on the surface of the water, and the other foot also released the chakra from the bottom of the foot and stepped on the water. In the original book, Sakura with a strong chakra control also took a lot of time to master. I didn't expect me to succeed so quickly. The chakra control ability of the Hyuga clan is really not covered. In the original anime, the Hyuga family, which can be opened from Hinata Ninji, who is proficient in punching chakra into the opponent's body to control the opponent's soft fist, can also release chakra from the whole body acupuncture, which even the upper ninja cannot do, which shows that the chakra control ability of the Hyuga family is still second to none in the ninja world. The moment I successfully stood on the water, I tried to walk on the water a few times, and I almost fell into the water a few times, but as long as I mastered the feeling of using chakra, I began to become more and more skilled on the surface of the water, and gradually began to walk on the ground. After getting familiar with walking on the water, I immediately went ashore and began to practice climbing trees. After mastering treading water, in the face of simpler climbing trees, the moment felt that there was no difficulty. The same principle released chakra from the solace of the feet, adsorbed to the trunk like a suction cup, and the first attempt was successful to the top of the tree. Being able to learn to tread water and climb trees with chakra so quickly proves that the Hyuga clan is indeed superior in chakra's control ability, and on the other hand, it also shows that Hyuga clan is still very talented as a ninja, knowing that even other members of the Hyuga clan cannot learn this ability in less than a day so quickly. Next, learn the art of shadow avatars. Jumping down from a beautiful backflip from a tree trunk, he pulled out a palm-sized scroll from his clothes after landing smoothly. The art of shadow doppelganger is a B-class ninjutsu developed by Konoha's second-generation Hokage Senjutsu Ayama, which was originally a ninjutsu used by Senjutsu Akama for espionage. It can create the same body as the caster, and chakra will be divided equally among each doppelganger, and the doppelganger phantom created by the ordinary doppelganger technique, the shadow avatar art can be said to be flawless. This is a ninjutsu that can create entities, and unlike ordinary avatars, this avatar is physical, can attack, and can be applied to various ninjutsu, and the memories of the experience felt by the shadow avatar who is attacked or actively cancelled will also be transmitted to the body. This is probably the only thing my parents left me in this life. The protagonist in the original work, Naruto Uzumaki, is a flexible use of this technique to cheat enemies in cultivation. Looking at the scroll in his hand, he instantly remembered his own life and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Then I opened the scroll and carefully looked at the content inside, which described in detail the actual operation process and application principle of the shadow doppelganger art, and also drew the required seals for this ninjutsu. After reading the contents of the scroll, he began to seal the print according to the gestures drawn on the scroll, and closed his eyes and ran the chakra in the way he said on the scroll. Boom! After a puff of smoke, a person exactly like himself appeared next to him, but this moment was lying on the ground listlessly. Isn't it really that simple? The cultivation of the shadow doppelganger art was indeed not as easy as the moment he thought, and looking at himself lying on the ground next to him, he felt a little funny for a moment. Come again! After retracting the failed shadow doppelganger, his hands were sealed again. Boom! A figure appeared again in the smoke, this time with a thin yellow muscle and a malnourished appearance. Fail, come again. Boom, boom, boom. The time soon came to noon, and after dozens of failed works, finally a shadow doppelganger who was no different from the appearance of the moment stood in front of the moment. Finally it worked. Looking at the shadow doppelganger who was exactly the same as himself in front of him, he wiped the sweat on his forehead in an instant, and a morning of cultivation made his stomach start to protest. The command shadow doppelganger went to continue cultivating, climbing trees and treading water, but in an instant, he walked to the shade of the tree next to him and took out the bento box he bought in the store in the morning and ate it. Naruto's shadow doppelganger technique that took one night after stealing the Book of Seals. I didn't expect it to be so easy to cultivate. Sitting under the shade of a tree, he sighed while eating a bento. Strictly speaking, the art of stealth is not a particularly difficult ninjutsu to learn, and the general upper ninja basically knows this ninjutsu. In the original book, Naruto the Crane, who was originally a complete idiot for the doppelganger technique, could learn it in one night, and it took an hour to learn this technique, which was already slow progress for the moment. Just after eating, don't do strenuous physical exercise, and then it's time to study the power of frozen fruit. After eating the bento, he packed up the bento box and put it aside, and stood up from under the shade of the tree. After coming to this world, I instantly found that many parts of this world are different from what I saw in the anime in my previous life. In anime, I always like to enlarge the bright points of this world infinitely, bringing readers a picture of blood and sunshine. But in fact, after really living in this world, I really understand that this is not a cartoon. There are still many dark sides in this world, and if you continue to hold the naive attitude that you have when watching anime, then continuing to survive in this cruel ninja world has become a problem. For example, the cruel Hyuga clan separation system that Hyuga clan is facing in person now, and now as a member of the split family, G can only temporarily control the life of others in the hands of others. For example, the Uchiha extermination incident a few years later, although it is only a passing mention in the anime, but the moment when you are now in Konoha, you can fully imagine the scene of blood flowing into rivers. These are all digressions for the time being, although the life is in the hands of the Zone family, but the Zone family will not attack the moment for no reason, but the stronger the members of the divided family, the more say the Hyuga family has in the village, and the Zone family can enjoy higher benefits. In any case, anyway, the desire to become stronger now, the desire to break the cage of fate, is as strong as the desire to breathe. Ice Saber. With a light drink, the power of the frozen fruit in the body was mobilized in an instant, a strong cold aura was released from the hand, the moisture in the air was rapidly frozen, and the crystal clear ice blade under the scorching sun quickly formed in the hand in an instant. I didn't expect it to succeed all of a sudden. Looking at the crystal clear ice blade in his hand, he was a little surprised for a moment. The power of the demon fruit was easier to use than he thought, as if this freezing ability was a part of his body. As long as he wanted, he could use it at any time. The skill of the ice saber is the skill of the Admiral Pheasant in the One Piece world, and the very simple principle is to use the ability of frozen fruits to freeze moisture in the air, condense ice into blades, and shape the weapon shape you want for your own use. And the condensed ice is at least the hardness of 100 years of solid ice, which is stronger than ordinary iron weapons. Swipe casually on the trunk, and the sharp ice blade instantly cuts a deep cut on the thick trunk. Well, it's really much sharper than ordinary iron kuno. He looked at the ice blade in his hand with satisfaction, but he would not be easily satisfied with these skills of the green pheasant, and the frozen fruit would definitely be able to develop to a higher realm and develop more powerful skills in the hands of his own traverser. Immediately, he swung his knife and slashed at his wrist, not because he wanted to self-harm, but because he wanted to try the unique ability of the natural demon fruit, elementalization. When the knife was swung in an instant, the power of the devil fruit in the body was mobilized in an instant, and the wrist suddenly turned into an ice cube, and the knife was slashed, and the ice cube wrist was broken from it and fell to the ground, and soon an ice cube wrist grew again on the broken wrist, and then immediately returned to a normal hand. It's amazing. Is this the elementalization unique to the natural demon fruit? It seems that I will be immune to most ordinary physical attacks in the future. He squeezed his regrown new wrist hard, and didn't even feel pain for a moment. He understood that this was the power of the devil fruit that had transformed his body. He was actually an ice cube man now. Even if he broke his whole person, he could immediately recondense from the broken ice in one place. Of course, I knew in an instant that the frozen fruit still had weaknesses, at least the fire of the high temperature of this world. I couldn't carry it down with elementalization unharmed. As for whether the Hokage world has other means to attack its own elementalization, it is unknown for the time being. It is not scary to have weaknesses, and it will naturally continue to strengthen their strength in an instant, not to mention that they are not a target for others to stand still and do nothing. In any case, the ability of elementalization still adds a good life-saving hold card to the moment, which is still much stronger in practicality than many stand-in techniques. In the next moment, the new ability of the frozen fruit continued to be developed by this stream, and the development of the devil fruit has no limit, which is very similar to the endless evolution of the jade system towards the next realm. So cultivating the demon fruit ability to the level of the Admiral in the One Piece world has never been the goal of the moment. What the moment needs to do now is to constantly surpass these powerful existences that they know and climb to the peak that no one has reached. Naruto's Collapsed Jade System Chapter 009 MTL Books Logo. In the forest of the back mountain where Konoha is located, a boy with black hair like a waterfall and pure white eyes is violently attacking the copper man fixed on the edge of the stream. Soft Fist Method Bagua 128 palms, 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms, 128 palms. The young man's soft fist hit faster and faster, his palms came out in unison, and the mercury-like offensive frantically fell on the copper man. When the 64 palms came out in unison at the last moment, the naked eye could no longer see how many palms the young man had struck, only to see a blurry shadow pouring down on the copper man like a rainstorm. If someone looks closely at this time, they will find that the 64 important points of the human body marked on the copper man have already been blurred and deformed by the juvenile soft fist, and it is difficult to imagine what kind of effect such a force will have if it hits the human body. After beating the Bagua 128 palms, he looked at the bronze man who was about to be deformed by himself, but the young man did not finish, and without waiting for a break, he stretched out his right hand into a tiger claw shape, and faced the big tree more than 10 meters away from him. Drink! Gossip empty palm. With the teenager's light drink, an invisible chakra shockwave struck out from the teenager's right palm, snapped, and the branch as thick as an adult's calf on the tree more than 10 meters away broke in response. Cut, the power is still too small. When will I be able to hit the ultimate body technique like the 80 God airstrike of the Great Tube of Wood Kagaya? If there were people from the Hyuga clan watching at this time, they would definitely be shocked. Whether it was the soft boxing method Bagua 128 palms or the Bagua empty palm, it was a top-level physical technique that could only be mastered by the elite of the clan, and now it was actually used on a little devil who looked 5 or 6 years old. A year has passed, and although the moment is only a little taller than last year, the growth of strength can only be described as 1,000 miles a day. Through his crazy hard training and the help of the Hanja system, in an instant, the amount of chakra is already a solid elite middle ninja level, and he can immediately touch the bottleneck and break the boundary through the collapsed jade system to enter the upper ninja level. The ability development of the frozen fruit has not fallen, and the power of the devil fruit contained in the body is almost reaching the level of a lieutenant general in the One Piece world, and the skill of the move has been developed by more than 10 in an instant. After all, the bottleneck that usually plagues ordinary people for many years is effortless to break through with the help of the collapsed jade system, and those strength bottlenecks that even shackle a person's life are just a joke here in the collapsed jade system. The soft fist method Bagua 64 palms before that moment ago was also evolved by the collapsed jade system to the realm of the soft fist method Bagua 128 palms, which is the same as the tricks of the Bagua 64 palms, but after the first attack is completed, the 64 palms are quickly applied again at the original 64 main acupuncture points to prohibit the opponent's chakra flow. This set of palm techniques is the oral secret of Hyuga Ryu, usually only circulated in the Hyuga sect, although it is a set of overall physical skills, but each improvement, the attack speed and power of ordinary softboxing will be improved, and it is even more beneficial to Hyuga Ryu's physical perception. Now the amount of chakra in the moment has not yet reached the level of upper ninja, but the actual speed and power of the soft fist punch have reached the difference between Hinata Hayashi and Hinata. However, the progress in this year is not only this. I saw that in an instant went straight to the big tree in the forest, a ball with a light blue chakra light appeared in his hand, and he pressed the ball on the trunk of the big tree like a vent, and the tree made a clicking sound and fell in response. That's right, this is the ninjutsu of the 4th generation of Hokage Golden Flash Wave Fang Shuman, which is now sung in the ninja world, Spiral Pill. The cultivation method and principle of the Spiral Pill have been explained very clearly in the original work, and it is naturally not difficult to learn it in an instant. But why do you want to practice this ninjutsu? First of all, because this is a Muji ninjutsu, it is very suitable for ninjas who fight at high speed like instant. I believe that those who have seen Hokage have the impression of the fourth generation of Hokage Wei Fang Shuman as flying thunder god and rubbing balls. In fact, the fourth generation of Hokage is not only flying thunder god and rubbing balls, his chakra has 3 attributes of thunder, wind, and fire, and will have a lot of mainstream ninjutsu, and will also be Myoki Mountain's Toad Fairy art, but his combat style is extremely fast, and the seal is a waste of time for him, so he rarely uses other ninjutsu. Although the moment does not have the time and space ninjutsu that can be called a bug like the fourth generation of Hokage flying thunder god technique, the combat system designated by the moment for itself, whether it is the specialization of physical arts or the ability to launch quickly like the frozen fruit, has already doomed most of the mainstream ninjutsu in the ninja world that need to be sealed will not be suitable for the moment. Secondly, Instant also wants to try to inject his own chakra nature changes on the basis of the spiral pill, which is a Muji ninjutsu, to create his own powerful ninjutsu, but before reaching the upper ninja level of chakra, Instant has no way to inject chakra nature changes into the spiral pill for the time being. The day after tomorrow is the day to sign up for the ninja school, and the time is not early, and I promised Aunt Myling to go to her house for dinner later. Looking at the sky that was not early, remembering that he would have to go to Hineda's house to rub food later, he hurriedly packed up the ninja bag in an instant, and summoned 5 shadow doppelgangers with the art of shadow doppelganger, assigned the corresponding cultivation tasks to the doppelganger, and commanded the doppelganger to continue to stay here to cultivate, while he trotted all the way back in the direction of the village. Soon, he returned to the Hyuga clan land, and as soon as he reached the gate of the courtyard of Hineda's house, he already smelled the aroma of food coming from inside, and he couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and found that he was already hungry. Aunt Myling. Walking into the courtyard, he shouted to the beautiful young woman who was busy serving food to the table. "You're back, come in and eat, I made your favorite tempura fried shrimp today." The moment she heard the sound and saw the door, Hineda Mayare, who was opening up at the dinner table, had a happy smile on her face, and quickly beckoned Hineda to go in and eat. "Okay, then I'm welcome." "Ah, Uncle Hineda." Taking off his ninja sandals, he walked into the house and saw Hineda sitting on the tatama mat next to him teasing 1-year-old Kanenji. "You're here in a moment, sit down and eat." After seeing the moment coming, Hineda also picked up Xiao Ningji and came to the dining table. "Wow, that's cute." After looking at Xiao Ningkai who was hugged by Hineda, Xiao Ninkai's pure white innocent big eyes who were babbling were also staring at the moment curiously, and the cute baby appearance almost turned into a moment. "Hee, you were like this when you were a child, of course, you still look very cute now." Myling, who sat at the dinner table, had a happy smile on her face, looking at her 2 cute children and her lover by her side. This may be the life she pursues. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors, the food had almost been wiped out, and Hineda sipped the sake in the bowl and spoke, "Time flies so fast, in the blink of an eye, Ningji will be 1-year-old, and in an instant you have grown so big. The day after tomorrow will be the day you enter school." Well, the day after tomorrow is to go to the ninja school to enroll and place classes. In an instant, he also put down the chopsticks in his hand. "How about it? I don't have a task the day after tomorrow. Do you need me to accompany you to school to enroll?" Generally, parents accompany their children to ninja schools, and looking at this cousin in front of him, whose parents have died since he was a child, Hineda wonders if he needs to accompany him so as not to make a gap in his heart. "No need, thank you Uncle Hineda, I have prepared the admission materials, I can go alone." From Hineda and Hineda Miley I still felt a rare trace of care and warmth in an instant. But in an instant, the soul that has long been an adult will not be like so many teenagers in this world, because of his tragic life and confused about the cognition of this world, like these little things, it is enough for him to deal with it himself. Then you have to take care of yourself when you go to school alone. "We look so cute in an instant, I don't know how many girls to charm when we go to the ninja school." Hineda Mayare also came over to joke about the moment, and reached out and pinched the moment's face. Knowing Aunt Myling, I will take care of myself. As the soul of a body uncle of Jengtai, being teased by a young woman like this, his fair face was still slightly flushed with shyness in an instant. Get to know more friends at a ninja school, and it's important to work as a ninja team. Hineda began his preaching again. After all, in his eyes, he had always been a stuffy cultivator, and he never played with other children, which seemed so unsociable. Got it. In an instant, I also knew that I was very withdrawn from other children, but playing ninja games with those little fart children who dreamed of ninjas all day, I might as well practice when I had this time. The evening quickly passed in the laughter of the instant in Hineda family. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and soon it was the day when the Konoha Ninja School opened. After washing and dressing, I tied a white bandage on my forehead to cover up the spell mark of the caged bird, and then sorted out the admission materials and admission notice, and went out. The Konoha Ninja School is built not far from the Naruto office building, and it is still not close to the Hyuga clan. After all, the entire Konoha Ninja village is so large, such as the Uchiha clan, the Hineda clan, the Nara clan, these famous clan lands, are built on the outer edge of the village, and it takes a lot of time to walk from the clan land to the ninja school in the center of the village in an instant. The ninja school was founded by the second generation of Hokage in Konoha. At that time, in order to ensure the stability and efficiency of combat ability and education, a ninja school was specially established for all ninjas to practice the most basic part. Through the basic learning of the ninja school, ninjas will be promoted to shinobi, divided into different groups to practice with their teachers, accept different levels of tasks suitable for themselves, and can send a large number of talents to the village every year. According to the understanding of the moment, Konoha Ninja School is mainly divided into 5 stages: enrollment, foundation, exercise, application, graduation. As long as you pass these 5 stages of practice, you can successfully become a shinobi, go out to perform tasks and become a ninja on your own. On the way from home to the ninja school, I saw many children who went to the ninja school to sign up, most of them accompanied by their parents. Soon, about half an hour, I came to several buildings with yellow tiles on a white background, with the words Konoha Ninja School written on them, and a banner opened underneath to welcome everyone to the entrance ceremony. The gate was open, 2 Naka shinobi stood in front of the reception work, and the school's playground was full of parents and children who had come to sign up for school. After simply going to the counter of the admission information department next to him to submit his documents and admission application, he looked around a little curiously. Unfortunately, the ninjas of his age did not have many familiar faces. I wonder if Uchiha Itachi came to sign up today? In the world of Naruto, Uchiha Itachi and Wave Fang Shuman are the perfect characters portrayed throughout the work, and what they have in common is that they have great strength, extraordinary talent, outstanding appearance, and high IQ combat style. It's a pity if I didn't see the character of Uchiha Itachi today. Momentarily thought to himself. Welcome to the entrance ceremony of the ninja school today. Please be quiet, and I invite our 4th generation Naruto-sama to the stage to give a speech. Just when he was thinking about it, a Naka shinobu wearing a green vest came up from the high platform of the playground, said loudly to everyone present, and pressed down with both hands to signal the people present to be quiet. The originally noisy playground suddenly became quiet, and a handsome yellow-haired young man wearing a white imperial god robe with 4 generations printed on his back walked out of the high platform upstairs. The yellow-haired young man stretched out his hand and raised the Hokage cloak on his head, revealing a young and handsome face under the cloak, exuding a majestic vitality. I saw him loudly announcing to everyone in the audience, "Students, congratulations on enrolling. You will all become ninjas in the future, and I hope you all succeed." Is this the legendary Golden Flash, Konoha's 4th generation Hokage Wave Fang Shuman, protagonist Naruto Uzumaki's father? Looking at the young man talking on the high platform, it was hard to imagine what amazing strength he would have under such a handsome young appearance. He is worthy of being the youngest Hokage in history, and one of the most talented characters in the original book. Like that moment, most of the children standing below looked at the figure on the high platform nervously, excitedly, and adoringly. Naruto is the highest-ranking leader in all of Konoha, and it is also the most desired target of each of them as ninjas. I didn't expect to see the legendary Golden Flash. I thought it would be the old man of the 3rd generation of Hokage who came to power. Looking at the figure of the passionate speech on the stage, I thought to myself, if the plot development is correct, Naruto Sasuke and they will all be born this year, and the Nine Tails Rebellion will also happen this year, but I don't know exactly when. The youngest Hokage in history on the high platform knew for a moment that he might never have the chance to see it again after today. After an impassioned speech at the entrance ceremony, it was time for the students to be divided. Here are the students of the 3rd class: Yamanaka Stroke, Oil Girl Shive, Inu Rita, Hinata Suzun, Naruto Mohisa, Hinata Moment, Butchiki, Uchiha Itachi. There was no reaction when he heard that he was assigned to the 3rd class. After all, his strength had already far exceeded this stage, and it really didn't make much difference which class he was assigned to. But after hearing the name of Uchiha Itachi, a slightly surprised look finally appeared on his face in an instant. Unexpectedly, he still came. After a year of hard practice, the white eye of the moment has reached the 3rd stage, and it is not difficult for him to open the white eye without a seal. In an instant, he did not turn his head to look around, but secretly used the ability of the 360-degree view of the white eye to observe the crowd trying to find out the location of Uchiha Itachi. Finally, through the white eyes, not far behind him, he saw a child with black hair and 2 nasolabial lines on his face, and next to him stood his father, the patriarch of this generation of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku, who is also the current captain of the Konoha Guard. Really in the same class as the Itachi God, it seems that the future will not be boring, I thought to myself. Soon, there were 30 students in each class, a total of 8 classes, and soon the classes were divided. Next, each student is taken to their class by the instructor of their respective class. When he arrived at the classroom of the 3rd class, the young teacher wearing a green vest, a black turban wrapped around his head, and 1,000 books as a toothpick hanging from his mouth wrote his name on the blackboard and introduced himself to everyone. "Students, my name is Butchi Genma, and I will be your instructor in the next few days." It turned out to be him. He still had some impressions of the moment of not knowing the Fire Genma, and it was also one of Konoha's special shinobi in the future. His appearance was always a lazy look. At this time he was still a middle ninja, and he didn't expect that the mentor of his class would be him. All the students came on stage to introduce themselves so that everyone could get to know each other. Unbeknownst to him, Genma began to let the students below come up one by one and start introducing themselves. Hello everyone, my name is Yamanaka Kaze, I belong to the Yamanaka clan. My dream is to become a ninja who guards Konoha in the dark in the future. That is cool. Looking at Yamanaka Wind, who was introducing himself on the stage. He had long orange hair and a slightly mature face compared to his peers. Instantly, I remembered that this guy was the two most powerful shinobi under Tuanzang who later partnered with the oil girl, but I didn't expect that this guy was also in the same class as himself. Hello everyone, my name is Uchiha Itaki, please take care of me. It was Uchiha's turn to introduce himself on stage, and although he had a calm expression at a young age, it still caused a commotion among the students below. Hey, that guy is Uchiha. He looks so handsome. This is a girl who said with her hands over her chest. Cut, what's great, little white face one, the boy next to him muttered jealously. SHH. Whisper, I heard that he is the son of the Uchiha patriarch, and the Uchiha clan is not easy to mess with. Then it was soon the turn of the moment, and after the moment walked on the stage, he also briefly introduced himself. Hello everyone, my name is Hinata, please take care of you in the future. Another handsome guy. I think I'm so happy seeing the stunning appearance on the stage. Several girls in the audience were about to faint. What, are Uchiha and Hinata's both such little white faces? Seeing that he is wearing a bandage on his head, it should be a split of the Hyuga clan. Ignoring what the audience was talking about, after introducing himself, he walked off the podium in an instant. Hello everyone, my name is Hinata Suzun, and I am from the Hyuga clan like the Hyuga classmate just now, and my dream is to become a great female ninja like Princess Tsunade in the future. This is a cute girl on the stage, with a shy blush on her fair and beautiful face, and a faint mosquito voice is introducing herself to everyone on the stage. I can't imagine that besides me, there is another Hyuga clan in this class. This girl paper is quite beautiful, how can I not be impressed in the anime? Looking at the young and beautiful girl on the stage, he thought in his heart. Wow, I didn't expect there to be such a kawaii girl in the class. Wow, I really want to date her. This is the same voice that was talking about Shina and Uchiha just now. These children in the second dimension are really precocious. Momentarily, he looked at these screaming imps around him with some playfulness. Soon, all 30 students went up to introduce each other. Everyone got to know each other. Tomorrow is the official start of school, and today's enrollment process is over. After exiting the classroom of the third class, he walked towards the gate of the ninja school. Today I met 4 generations of Hokage, Uchiha Itake, and a few familiar faces from anime, and today is not boring. While walking, I was thinking about whether to go directly to the back mountain to practice or go home first to have a meal by the way, when I was suddenly attracted by the sound of a quarrel from the playground not far away. We Uchiha are the strongest clan in Konoha. What are you Hinata? Uchiha Jin, you are not allowed to say this about the Hyuga clan, even if they are classmates. This is too much. In an instant, I saw 5 children arguing fiercely in the middle of the playground not far away, which quickly attracted a group of people around to watch the excitement. Originally, they were too lazy to be nosy to make this kind of child's liveliness, but the crest of the Hyuga clan and the clan emblem of the Uchiha clan marked on the back of the children's clothes attracted the attention of the moment, and saw that the beautiful birthday Suzun in the class just now was also sandwiched in the middle to persuade them. Don't argue, everyone is a classmate from the same school. It was clear that Hinata Suzun's weak soft voice could not be used to persuade at all, and the quarrel between several children intensified, and soon they started to move. Hinata Takuma, Hinata Takashi, then I'll see how the strength of your Hyuga fallen families is. Uchiha Jin and another Uchiha child immediately raised their feet and kicked the 2 children of the Hyuga clan. Uchiha Jin, Uchiha Yaono, we are not afraid of you if we want to fight. Saying that the 2 teenagers of the Hyuga clan were not to be outdone, they went up and fought with the 2 Uchiha teenagers. Both families are famous families in Konoha. Even if a few children who are not ninjas fight, it is different from ordinary children fighting, although they do not use shuriken and kunao, but every move is plank and eye-catching, and they are specially trained at a glance. Soon the results came out. Students like them who had just entered the ninja school, they could not master ninjutsu and could only rely on physical skills to fight, although the physical skills of the Uchiha clan were also very powerful, but the result was obvious, and it was still 2 teenagers of the Hyuga clan who had the upper hand in front of them. Aren't you 2 very powerful just now? I don't think the Uchiha family is just like that. After knocking the 2 Uchiha teenagers to the ground, Hinata Takuma patted the footprints on his body and said disdainfully to the ground. This sentence cannot be regarded as not being heard. At this moment, a flat voice came into the ears of everyone present. This figure is none other than Uchiha Itaki. It's a weasel, the son of the patriarch. Uchiha Jin, who fell to the ground, said when he saw the boy standing in front of him, I heard that he is a genius in our clan. Another Uchiha Yano who was lying on the ground and was about to get up also recognized the identity of Uchiha Itaki. Wow, is he the genius of the Uchiha clan that I have often heard about recently? I have long heard that the son of Patriarch Uchiha is an incredible genius now, and it is said that he can already use ninjutsu. Now there is a good show to watch. After seeing Uchiha Weasel walk in, there was also a noisy discussion in the crowd of onlookers. I didn't want to meddle in your affairs, but what you just said about Uchiha is just like that. I can't assume that I didn't hear it." Uchiha Itaki, who was standing in the middle of the crowd, seemed to have that unchanging calm expression on his face at a young age, and a pair of eyes looked at Hinata Takashi and Hinata Takuma indifferently. "Uchiha Itaki? What genius is not a genius, but a little devil as big as us?" Seeing Uchiha Itaki, who seemed to want to intervene, Hinata Takashi and Hinata Takuma preemptively rushed towards Uchiha Itaki. Seeing the two people rushing towards him, it seemed that they wanted to solve him like the two Uchiha teenagers just now. Itake's face did not have the slightest panic, facing the leg kick by Hinata Takuma, instantly bent down and sank to dodge, and punched him in the lower abdomen, only to see Hinata Takuma bent down in pain. Then facing Hinata's fist swung, Itake grabbed his wrist as soon as he reached out, and his right leg raised a high leg and kicked Hinata Takashi's neck, and Hinata Takashi was immediately kicked and flew out. Everyone saw that Uchiha Itake came in only 3 punches and 2 kicks, and 2 teenagers from the Hyuga clan had already fallen to the ground. One covered his stomach and vomited there, and the other covered his neck and was almost kicked and fainted. "Wow, it's really powerful, the rumors are true, he's really powerful. It's not a grade with us at all, damn, it's not a rank with him at all." Hinata Takashi, who fell to the ground and covered his neck, looked unwillingly at Uchiha Itake standing in front of him. Is he the genius of the Uchiha clan that everyone in the village has been talking about recently? It was extraordinary. At this time, some of the ninja teachers in the ninja school were also attracted to them, but they did not stop them immediately. Now at the end of the Third Ninja World War, due to the environment of the long-term war, the ninja school does not reject fights between students, which to some extent can promote students' actual combat adaptability, unless the situation is particularly serious and they will stop it. "Today should be a lesson for you, the Uchiha clan is not something you can slander," Uchiha said casually to the 2 Hinata young men on the ground, as if they thought they had done just a trivial thing. After saying that, he wanted to turn around and leave. He was not a person who loved to show off, but his father, who had been the patriarch since he was a child, instilled in him the idea that the glory of the family was more important than life, so at this time, as the son of the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, he had to stand up and save face for the family. Now he just wants to end this farce quickly. It is better to go home early to practice shuriken art, but things do not go as he wishes. "Yes, I also want to see the power of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha-san." As an indifferent voice sounded in his ears, a figure blocked in front of Uchiha Itaki, blocking his way. Wearing a kimono with white edges on a black background, his jet black hair casually scattered on both sides of his shoulders, his delicate and handsome face is inlaid with a pair of pure white eyes, although he has a white bandage on his forehead, but it does not affect his temperament. "Who is this? Not a moment. Hinata, is that? Why, you want to fight me too?" Seeing that he was blocking his way, Uchiha said without the slightest change in his face. Itake was still very impressed by the moment he appeared in front of him. After all, there were so many 30 students in the class, and he still remembered the name for this classmate of the Hyuga clan with a dusty appearance. "No way, if I don't fight you, I'm afraid others will mistakenly think that the 2 of them represent the level of the Hyuga clan." In an instant, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and his words changed. "Besides, I also want to try the level of your Uchiha genius." "Okay, then I'll show you the gap between us." Saying that, Uchiha Itaki was a little impatient, and a flash rushed directly towards the moment. "These people really don't know what to say. If it weren't for my father's request that I must come to the ninja school, I wouldn't have time to play this kind of family game with you," Uchiha thought to himself. The truth is so, don't look at Uchiha Itaki as only 5 years old now, but as the eldest son of the Uchiha patriarch, he has received a strict elite education from the patriarch's father since birth, and he himself has a talent far beyond others, and his basic strength has long exceeded the level of the ninja school, and the family let him come to the ninja school just to consolidate the foundation, learn about interpersonal relationships, and apply for early graduation after 2 years. "Do you think I'm on the same level as the 2 of them?" Looking at the speed at which Uchiha Itaka rushed towards him, he felt a little helpless for a moment. Although this speed has already shown the level of subordination, cleaning up these ninja school imps is not a problem at all, but he is not interested in this kind of strength at all. "Show me your true strength. I think the level of Uchiha's genius should be more than that." After saying these words, his body burst out faster than the weasel in an instant, and rushed towards the weasel. Boom! The 2 figures quickly collided together, and the palm of the moment against the knee that the Uchiha weasel collided with, while the hand of the Uchiha ferret blocked the fist pushed by the moment. It looked like a close picture, but soon, Uchiha's body couldn't hold it and was instantly pushed back. "What? How come?" Feeling the strength of the impact from the opposite side, Itake was shocked in his heart. This is not the level of the ninja school at all, and it is not a strength at all with those 2 people just now. "If you're not serious, the glory of the Uchiha clan will be dimmed from your hands today." Looking at the Uchiha ferret who was flown out by himself, his temple meridian soared in an instant, and he opened his eyes to look at him indifferently. "You've actually awakened your eyes." Seeing the swollen green tendons on his face in an instant, and the eyes that seemed to see through his whole body, Uchiha was surprised. "Looks like I'm going to have to take it seriously." Feeling the strength of the moment, Uchiha Weasel played the spirit of 12, his hand shook, and 8 more shurikens instantly appeared on his 2 hands, and with a wave of his hand, the 8 shurikens immediately flew towards the moment from all angles up and down, left and right. What a subtle shuriken technique! Several Naka shinobi teachers in the surrounding crowd saw the shuriken thrown by Uchiha Itachi, and secretly felt that the throwing of the shuriken was almost the same as his own, and the accuracy was even superior. It is worthy of being the genius of the Uchiha clan, and the shuriken technique alone is believed to make an experienced subordinate feel overwhelming. Just when several Naka shinobi teachers were considering whether to intervene to stop them, they also made a move. I saw that in an instant, both hands stretched out, and there was a shuriken between the fingers of each hand, and the shuriken that was shot by Uchiha Itachi seemed to swing at random. Ding! Bite! Bite! Whoops! All 8 shuriken shot by Uchiha were shot down in an instant and fell to the ground. It can be seen that the shuriken art in this year has also done enough homework. After all, it is a rare genius of the Uchiha family. Seeing that the shuriken he shot was shot down, Uchiha Itachi did not panic. He had already taken out the Kunao flying body when he shot the shuriken and attacked at the moment. It's a bit of a look. After shooting down the shuriken, seeing that Uchiha had stabbed Kuwu in front of his eyes, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth in an instant. But you're still far behind. Konoha whirlwind. In an instant, the upper body sank, and his legs were quickly thrown out like a windmill. One kick directly kicked the Kuwu in Uchiha's hand, and the other kicked his jaw directly from the bottom up. In the past year, in addition to practicing jukwon and developing frozen fruits every day, he often went to the practice ground to steal Akai's physical skills when he had time, and the cultivation of Gankwon did not fall. Boom! In an instant, his eyes froze, and the Uchiha ferret that was kicked into the sky by his Konoha whirlwind turned into a piece of wood. Avatar? It's a weasel god. It turned out to be a substitute technique in the ninja basic 3-body technique, and his white eyes didn't even see when he used a substitute. The trick of the avatar technique has not been learned at present. After all, he is only a member of the Hyuga clan, unlike Uchiha Itachi, who has the identity of the son of the patriarch and can learn various ninjutsu, and one of the purposes of the ninja school in an instant is to learn the basic ninjutsu of the 3-body technique. I'm sorry, but Uchiha's glory cannot be tarnished. The art of fireball. How? In an instant, he felt a strong wind coming from behind, without looking back through the 360-degree perspective of his white eyes, and in an instant he saw directly above him. Uchiha Weasel had already sealed his hands, took a deep breath, and a huge fireball spit out directly from his mouth downward, instantly burning to the moment. Seeing this scene, even the onlookers on the side could already feel the blazing temperature in the fireball from a distance. It's too bad. It's really possible to use this level of fire ninjutsu. It's too late to stop it. Several of the surrounding ninja teachers did not expect that the children in the ninja school would use this sea-level fire ninjutsu to the extent that they were fighting, and it could only be said that the fight between Uchiha Itachi and Hinata had exceeded the level of ordinary shinobi, causing them to intervene too late to stop it. Now I can only be glad that it was not the son of Patriarch Uchiha who had an accident, otherwise we would all have to eat and go around. But it's a pity that this outstanding brat of the Hyuga clan. Several Naka shinobi teachers also sighed in their hearts. This can't be said to be their power. After all, one is the son of the Uchiha patriarch, and the other is the nameless boy of Hinata's family, and the two are really completely incomparable. You're better than I thought, but that's the end of it. Go back to heaven. Just when several Naka shinobi teachers around were feeling sorry for this talented young man who had performed well, a cold voice came. I saw a layer of blue chakra erupting from the naked eye on the body at that moment, and then the whole person rotated violently in place, driving the burst of chakra, forming a spherical chakra protective cover. Whoops! The how fireball technique spit out by Uchiha was instantly impacted by the returning heaven in an instant, and only the residual flame in the air and the round pit on the ground that were turned out by the returning sky in an instant proved what had just happened. Oh my god! What is that? This is the battle of the ninjas. Are the two of them really students of our age? Bagwazang Huishin is a secret skill of the Hyuga clan, and many of the Naka ninja teachers present do not know this skill, let alone other ninja students. But in an instant, the endless clash of physical ninjutsu in this battle with Uchiha Itachi made all the onlookers dazzled and their blood boiled. After seeing that he used the avatar technique, the how fireball technique released from the back of the moment was blocked by the instant back to the sky, and the Uchiha Itachi after landing was also there. It's over. What the? Hearing the end of the cold sentence, seeing the moment standing in front of his eyes spread out back and forth, and his steps were open and took a strange pose, Uchiha inexplicably gave birth to a bad premonition from the bottom of his heart. Not good. You're already in my gossip realm. Uchiha just wanted to dodge, but found that his whole body seemed to be fixed, unable to move. A layer of invisible realm shrouded the two, and although this realm could not be seen with the naked eye, it could be completely felt by Uchiha Itachi. Soft fist method Bagua 64 palms, 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms. With a loud shout in the gossip field, I saw that in an instant the ghost turned into an afterimage and crashed into Uchiha's arms, and the fingers of his hand came out in unison, and he hit the body of the weasel one by one. Aha! Due to the extremely fast speed of the shot, the hands could almost only see a blurry afterimage, and when several Naka shinobi teachers around wanted to come up to stop it, Uchiha Itachi had already snorted and flew out. Don't worry, I didn't hurt his internal organs, but his meridians and acupoints have all been blocked by me, and you can untie him by carrying him back and resting for a day. But you guys listen to me, I don't know who is stronger, Hinata or Uchiha, but here, in this school, I'm better than you, that's the truth. Looking at the Uchiha ferret who flew out and fell to the ground and couldn't move, he also withdrew his hand in an instant, and said to the two Uchiha teenagers who were completely stunned. Uchiha Jin and Uchiha Yaono nodded like two string dolls. The scene just now had scared the two teenagers. You three, come back to the clan land with me. Instantly, he said to the three children of Hinata, who were also stunned. After the battle just now, Instantaneous decided not to go to the back mountain to cultivate, or go home to take a bath first. Ah! That's awesome. Are you really from our clan? Hearing the momentary question, the three Hinata teenagers also jumped up like stones that had been awakened, especially the little girl's birthday bell. Her little face was red, and her adoring expression was already overflowing. Worship the strong, not only in this ninja world, but also in real society. After they all left, the crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed. But from this day on, the name of the genius of the Hyaga clan Hyaga instantly spread like a plague in the village. Hinata, Uchiha Itachi? It seems that there will be a few great characters in Konoha in the future. Early the next morning, it was still dawn, and I was woken up by a knock on the door. Here it is. Sleepy, he walked to the courtyard and opened the door, and saw two divided ninjas of the Hyaga clan standing at the door. Hinata, Lord family, please come over. The two divided ninjas went straight to the point and explained their intentions. Master of the family? Suddenly called me over early in the morning. Momentarily thought to himself. Hinata Hayashi, the patriarch of this generation of the Hyaga clan, is also the twin brother of Hinata, as two brothers whose twin strength and talent are not much different. Just because Hayashi is the elder brother born a few seconds early, the Hinata is the younger brother born a few seconds later. The elder brother becomes the head of the clan who commands the entire Hyaga clan, but the younger brother can only be engraved with the caged bird spell, and can only become a tool driven by the clan for a lifetime. Thinking of Hinata Hayashi, the patriarch Uncle Hall, who had never met, and then thinking of Hinata, who usually took a lot of care of him, I had to lament the strict system and sad fate of the Hyaga clan and the division. Please wait a minute, I'll be right here. The summoning of the Hyaga patriarch can't be neglected, at least he doesn't have the strength and capital yet, so he quickly finished washing up and followed the two Hyaga divided ninjas to the zone's mansion. Regarding this summons of Hinata early in the morning, the meaning of this summons can probably be guessed in an instant. It was nothing more than yesterday's battle with Uchiha Itachi at the ninja school, which attracted the attention of this clan elder. After all, the children of his own clan actually had someone who could defeat the genius of the Saibo clan, the son of the Uchiha patriarch, and I have to say that he also gave him the face of the Hyaga clan patriarch. The Hyaga family and the clan mansion were both in the Hyaga clan, and with the two Hyaga ninjas leading the way, soon the Hyaga family mansion came to the Hyaga clan's clan mansion. After entering, the door on the entrance opened, and in an instant I saw a man sitting on the main seat of the hall inside who was closing his eyes and recuperating his mind, and he looked exactly the same as Hinata, but compared to Hinata, the man in front of him had a more calm temperament, and the status of patriarch for many years made the man in front of him have a mountain-like momentum. Master of the family. As soon as he entered the door, he politely saluted Hinata. Are you just the moment, sit? After hearing the moment come in, Hayashi opened his eyes and looked at this cousin he had never met with a scrutinizing gaze. Thank you, Lord. He thanked him politely and sat down in front of Hayashi. For Hinata, Shana can also call Uncle Hinata affectionately, but in the face of Hinata Hayashi, in front of the strict rules of the Hyaga clan that divides the clan and the family, Shana can only call the head of the family or the clan elder with honorifics. You know, the Hyaga clan is one of the elders who joined when Konoha was founded, and it is usually Konoha's ordinary upper shinobi who sees Hinata Hayashi, and they have to salute and call Hinata-sama. We haven't met since you were born. I didn't expect time to pass so quickly in the blink of an eye. Hayashi spoke, his face always seemed to have an old-fashioned expression. Yes, my lord. The mouth said yes, and the heart of the moment was muttering, usually, I bury my head in cultivation and hardly go out. If it weren't for the battle between me and Uchiha Itachi yesterday reaching your ears, it is estimated that you would not have met with me. I heard that yesterday at the ninja school, you fought with a few imps of the Uchiha clan. Hayashi asked with a slight frown, what happened yesterday. In fact, he already knew, but he still asked it on purpose. It's not a fight, it's just a few classmates of the Uchiha clan, who are a little insulting to our clan, and I just had a discussion with them. In an instant, the answer that came out of the immature mouth was dripping. I heard that you used the Huoshin and Bagua 64 palms yesterday. Who taught you? Hayashi asked, staring into the eyes of the moment. I comprehended it myself, and the 64 palms of gossip were taught to me by Uncle Hinata. Instantaneous replied truthfully. Is there a day difference? Hayashi muttered. Originally, there were also gossip and 64 palms in the sky, which were all secret techniques passed down orally by the Hyaga sect, but one was comprehended by himself in an instant, and the other was taught by Hyaga Hinata. For Hinata, the twin brother, Hayashi has always had an apologetic feeling, so he didn't say anything more, just marveled at the terrifying talent of his cousin. You must know that even if someone guides, not everyone can learn Hoshin and the Bagua 64 palms, and at such a young age, they can skillfully use it, and they have defeated the geniuses of the Uchiha clan, which makes Hayashi feel relieved at the same time when he has nothing to say. Although the relationship between the Hyaga clan and the Split family has always been tense, the harsh family system tends to favor all interests of the clan family, and treats the divided family as if it were a human being. However, the Zone family will not curb the talents that can emerge from the divided family. After all, no matter how strong the people of the divided family are, they cannot escape the control of the curse seal. On the contrary, the stronger the people who split the family, the more they can set off the strength of the Hyaga clan, and in the center of power in the village, they will be able to fight for more interests for the family. It's not early, you still have to go to the ninja school. It's okay, you go first. This meeting and conversation between the two did not last long, and it was basically answered in an instant. When he was about to go out at the end, Hayashi also emphasized to Hyaga and said, Moment, although you are still young, you must shoulder the responsibility of splitting Hinata's family, and don't easily hurt others outside, but you must not let others underestimate our Hyaga family. This sentence seems to mean in the understanding of the moment, your kid did a good job. In the future, you cannot do it with others outside, but don't be polite when you need to do it. Let them all see the power of the Hyaga family. After coming out of the Hyaga mansion, he went to the ninja school. Over the next few months, Shina has been learning ninja theory and basics in the ninja school, and the transfiguration, doppelganger, and avatar technique have all been mastered by Shina proficiently. These three are the most practical basic ninjutsu in ninja combat, and although simple, many times can allow one person to reverse the battle situation on the field. Since that battle with Uchiha Itachi, this kid seems to have enough strength to fight with Moment, and he has to compete with Instant in every aspect in the ninja school. Although the results are always first in the moment and the ferret is in the second, the ferret has not given up, although it cannot catch up with the moment, but the results are far ahead of other students in the school. In Uchiha's impression, from his birth to now, no one at the same age has ever been able to suppress him like this, which strongly arouses his competitive spirit, and at the same time gives birth to an admiration for the moment. In such daily competition, the two people have developed a faint friendship. Today's 10 more outbreaks are completed. I will continue to update after 12 o'clock tonight. Please support and reward. On this day, in the classroom of the third class of the ninja school, he was sitting quietly in his seat and closing his eyes to refine chakra. At this time, suddenly Uchiha Weasel appeared in front of Moment's eyes and said in a calm-toned Moment, I heard that there will be a battle assessment today, so you will be my opponent. When he heard the sound, he opened his eyes, glanced at the confident Weasel in front of him, and said a little helplessly, You are still so unwilling to admit defeat, Weasel. You must know that you have never won me between us until now. The reason why I say this is because in the past few months, whether it is theory or other practical assessments, he has always ranked first in terms of results against Uchiha Itachi, and he did not expect that the original calm Weasel would be aroused by him with such a strong competitive spirit. After hearing the words of the moment, the Weasel was not discouraged, but his eyes revealed a stronger fighting intent. This time is different. My eyes have seen through your physical skills. Today I will definitely win you. Well, I also hope that the opponent will be you later, otherwise it will be too boring. Seeing the fighting intent exuded by the ferret, he was also interested in the moment, and also wanted to see what made the ferret so confident today. He knew that the ferret was definitely not a person without purpose. Itaka-san, you have to challenge Brother Shina, and I don't know who the teacher will arrange to fight against whom in today's actual combat assessment. At this time, Hinata Suzun heard their conversation and also came over, blushing and looking at the moment. The battle that took place in the last school entrance ceremony has made Instant a recognized genius in the generation of the Hyaga clan, and the young Suzun has completely become a fan of Moment. At this time, I didn't know that Huo Genma walked into the classroom and took out a form. Students, today's subject is a practical assessment, everyone come to the playground with me. After that, he took the lead and walked out of the classroom, and the students in the class followed him out of the classroom. At the ninja school playground, the entire class stood quietly waiting for their teacher to speak. I'll assign a list of battles to be played next. Saying that, I don't know it, Huo Genma took out a form and read it down. Yamanaka Wind vs Inu Rita, Oil Girl Shive vs Fire Tree. Hinata fought Uchiha Itachi in an instant. Hearing that I don't know that as soon as the Fire Genma finished reading, Uchiha Itachi looked at the moment with blazing eyes. Great, the moment, it is really a group of two of us. Seeing the blazing gaze cast by Uchiha Itachi, he thought to himself, it seems that this battle list is also distributed according to the level of strength. Next, the battle assessment began, and the first battles began were Yamanaka Feng and Inu Rita. The two figures on the field who were constantly fighting staggered, seeing Yamanaka's skillful physical skills, quickly suppressed Inu Rita. Instantly secretly said in his heart, this mountain stroke is not simple, although I can't use the secret technique of the mountain family, but the application of this body technique and the stand-in technique is very good. It seems that he is the most powerful in the class except me and the weasel. No wonder in the original book he was favored by the old fox and Tuanzang at a young age. This mountain wind wins. Soon the results of the battle came out, and I didn't know that Huo Genma announced loudly. Next battle by Hinata against Uchiha Itachi. After a dull and boring battle between the oil girl Shive of the Oil Woman clan and the ignorant fire tree of the ignorant fire family, the ignorant fire Genma announced loudly again, is it about to start, the duel between Uchiha and Hinata. There was a lot of discussion next to it. Another battle for first and second place. The duel between the two famous geniuses of Uchiha and Hinata is undoubtedly more attractive to everyone's attention than the confrontation of others. Come on, instant brother. This was Hinata Suzun cheering for Shonen next to him. The two walked to the middle of the exercise ground and saluted each other. In an instant, he looked at the warlike Uchiha on the opposite side and said indifferently, come on, Itachi, let me see what makes you so confident today. You'll find out soon. Saying that, Uchiha Weasel's eyes opened, and his two eyes instantly turned scarlet, and a guyu on each side was imprinted on them. Oh! Unexpectedly awakened the Sharingan. Seeing Uchiha's blood-red and enchanting eyes, it was also a difference in the heart. In the original work, the Weasel God was an 8-year-old awakened Sharingan, but he didn't expect that because of his own stimulation, he actually awakened the Sharingan in advance. Although it is still only a single Guyu's chakra eye, it is enough for Uchiha to see more movements, and his insight and agility have been greatly improved. Unlike the white eye, which tends to assist in reconnaissance, as the blood limit of the Uchiha clan of the fighting nation, the Sharingan has stronger combat ability. The Sharingan has a clear classification. The Sharingan eye of single-hook jade has dynamic vision far beyond ordinary eyes, and can see through high-speed physical movements. Shuangoya's chakra eyes, which can copy most ninjutsu and physical arts. Sanguya's chakra eye can predict the opponent's movements in advance and use the eyes to cast illusions on the opponent. In addition to these ordinary Sharingan levels, there are also powerful Kaleidoscope Sharingan and Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan on top of the 3-hook Jade Sharingan, and even finally evolved into the eyes of the 6 immortals, the Eye of Reincarnation. This is also the reason why he didn't cross over to the Uchiha clan when he first crossed over, because compared to the White Eye, the combat ability of the Sharingan is too strong. However, instant now as the Jade Collapse system and the frozen fruit in his body, there is no need to be jealous of people's chakra eyes, and above the white eyes, there are reincarnation eyes that are comparable to the reincarnation eyes, although the path of evolution is also ethereal, but the moment believes that there will definitely be a chance to improve his white eyes in the future. It seems that you have awakened the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, no wonder you are so confident. Facing Uchiha Itachi, who opened the Sharingan eye, he still seemed a little unconcerned for a moment. It turned out to be a chakra eye. I didn't expect that Itachi would awaken the blood succession limit of the Uchiha clan at such a young age. It's a genius. Obviously, unlike the calmness shown in the moment, the teacher did not know that Huo Genma had already been shocked. Let's split up the two of us today. Seeing Moment's expression of indifference, Uchiha Itachi was not enraged, but calmly and quickly threw 2 shurikens towards Moment. Seeing that the weasel was not irritated by himself, in the face of the shuriken flying towards him at high speed, the tricky angle made Moment have to admire. The Ataki God is the Ataki God, and you can stay calm in any kind of battle. Ding! Bite! Just when he wanted to resist, Uchiha Itachi instantly threw out 2 kunao, and then hit the shuriken that flew out before, suddenly changing the flight trajectory of the shuriken, and the 2 shurikens and 2 kunao flew towards the Moment together. Poof! Burst! However, to the surprise of Itachi, before he could react, he was inserted by a shuriken. Ah! Teacher! The weasel guy killed the Moment. Seeing this scene, several students next to him directly cried out in horror. Be quiet. Show me well. The unknown fire Genma on the side whispered. Boom! I saw that the moment I was originally shot by a shuriken in the field, it instantly turned into a piece of wood. Not bad, such a fast substitute technique, and the shuriken technique of Itachi just now, even if I am a middle ninja, I may not be able to do it. Seeing the performance of the 2 people in the field, I don't know that Huo Suinma couldn't help but admire in his heart. Seeing that the target he shot turned into wood, Uchiha Weasel reacted directly and aimed his direction behind him, and sure enough, he had jumped high above his head and smashed down with 1 leg in an instant. Uchiha was shocked in his heart, and he knew very well how strong his physical skills were in an instant. Sure enough, Uchiha crossed his hands and raised a block, and the amazing force came directly pushing him back, and his feet directly dragged 2 long ravines on the ground. Konoha Whirlwind. This is not over. After the right leg of the smash was blocked by the weasel, in an instant, directly using the weasel's hands as the fulcrum, the body turned sharply in the air, and the left leg was thrown out fiercely. Seeing that the left leg of the moment was about to kick the weasel's cheek, the weasel's eyes shone with red brilliance, and the single-hook jade in the eyes turned wildly, and the body quickly sank, avoiding the kick of the moment. As I said, I've seen through your physical skills, Uchiha said in a deep voice, and then took advantage of the moment when his body sank, and he had already made a seal. Fire Escape Phoenix Immortal Fire Art. As a peerless genius in the Hokage world, Uchiha actually hides a sense of pride under his usual bland personality, but he met the moment when he was the same age but stronger than him, and today he will defeat the moment to prove that he is a true genius. With Shanguya's chakra eyes, Itachi clearly saw the move of the Konoha Whirlwind just now, and took the opportunity to seal and release another new sea-level fire ninjutsu Phoenix Immortal Fire technique. Go back to heaven. Seeing Uchiha Itachi spit out 3 fireballs towards him in one breath, and his body retreated sharply. In the face of the striking fire, he directly released Hui Tian without thinking, and the whole body released chakra, rotating at high speed in place, and scattered all 3 fireballs. As a result, something unexpected happened, and after the rotation of Hui Tian stopped, he found that a silk thread that was almost invisible to the naked eye was wrapped around his body. This is when, looking at the thin iron wire wrapped around his body, he was surprised for a moment. If I'm not mistaken, your move should be a defensive ninjutsu that releases the chakra from the body and then rotates at high speed through the body, and all the physical attacks and ninjutsu attacks are ejected. Itachi's hand had already grasped the other end of the thin wire thread somehow, and said to the moment, since the last loss, I have come up with such a method, so that you can no longer use that ninjutsu to continue to defend against my attacks. It's really not to be underestimated. Thinking with a bitter smile, it turned out that Uchiha's Phoenix Immortal Fire technique just now was just a trick, and the real killing move was the thin wire hidden in the fireball. I can't imagine that after seeing me perform the return to heaven once, he can immediately come up with such a way to limit my return to the sky in an instant. He knew from the original book that the ninjutsu that returned to the sky through chakra's high-speed rotation had the biggest weakness, that is, it would be difficult to successfully perform if it was entangled in something, but he really didn't expect that Uchiha Itachi would actually see him cast once and come up with a way to crack it. You throw in the towel. You have locked me out, and I can now attack you with shuriken and ninjutsu at any time. The weasel held the thin wire in his hand and stared at the moment with scarlet chakra eyes. Is it? Then you take a closer look. The moment he saw the thin iron wire entangled, an indifferent smile appeared on his face, and the weasel's heart was shocked. Does he still have any whole cards? Boom! As soon as the words fell, I saw that the moment when it was entangled in thin wire instantly turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared, and the ferret immediately realized that something was wrong, and turned around and just wanted to block it. However, the moment that emerged from the side had already punched a soft fist at the speed of the weasel, and had already practiced the soft fist speed of the bag 128 palms, and even if the weasel's riding wheel eyes turned wildly, it was a little difficult to see the movements of the moment. Ugh, I wanted to barely resist, but my body didn't even have time to react, and the whole person was shot out in an instant. Damn, it turned out to be the shadow doppelganger art. The ferret who fell to the ground just wanted to move, but found that chakra, who could not feel a trace of Ben in his body, understood that he was once again pierced by the soft fist of the moment. You lost again, ferrets. In an instant, he patted the non-existent dust on his body and stood in front of the weasel. Although your Sharingan eye has dynamic vision beyond ordinary people, even if your eyes can barely see my movements, your body may not be able to react. I lost again. It seems that in addition to riding wheel eyes and ninjutsu, there are still many places I need to cultivate. The ferret who fell to the ground thought bitterly in his heart. This one is won by Hinata in an instant. Please tie the seal of reconciliation. Seeing that the victory and defeat had been divided in the field, I didn't know that Huo Genma directly announced the result of the battle loudly. Thanks for the advice. Thanks for the advice. In an instant, he pulled up the Uchiha Itachi who had fallen to the ground, and the two of them each extended the index and middle fingers of their right hands, held them together, and tied the seal of reconciliation when they finished the discussion, which is a traditional ritual that has been passed down in the ninja world. What a showdown! Everyone has to learn from Hinata and Uchiha. The teacher didn't know that Huo Genma couldn't help but applaud the wonderful duel between the two. Wow! The two of them are amazing. The other students on the side were already mesmerized. I knew that brother was the best. Among them, the happiest is still Hinata Suzune, the little girl. After defeating Itachi again in the ninja school, he didn't feel that this brought him too much sense of accomplishment. After all, he had been stupid bird since birth, and he had put in more effort than others, and later he had the ability to improve the Honya system, plus he also had the talent of not inferior to Uchiha Itachi. If this would be lost to him, it would be unreasonable. After coming out of school from ninja school, he and Suzune walked on the street home, looking at the night that had fallen from the sky. The white Hoya seemed to be dyed with a layer of enchanting red veil for some reason, and for some reason a faint uneasy emotion appeared in my heart. What's wrong with you, brother? In a moment? Seeing that he was a little uneasy in the moment, Lingyan asked with concern. Oh, it's nothing, probably too tired today. The moment he came back to his senses, he gave Susan a smile and thought to himself, maybe I'm overthinking. However, at this time, in a cave outside Konoha, an enchantment was opening inside, and the fourth generation of Hokage Wave Feng Shui Gate was anxiously hovering in the enchantment, where his wife Uzumaki Shina was giving birth, and his child, the future protagonist Naruto Uzumaki, was being born. But no one knew that at this time, on the fourth generation of Hokage avatar of Konoha Hyushin Hokage, suddenly there was a spiral distortion in space, and a figure appeared on it. It was a strange man wearing a black robe with a swirling mask on his face, only showing his left eye, which looked very mysterious. 9 tails? Soon I'll get you and destroy Konoha. The masked man looked in the direction where Uzumaki Jushina was and said to himself. A baby's cry sounded in the cave, and a smile finally appeared on Heifeng Shuman's nervous face, and his son Naruto Uzumaki was finally born safely. Handing Naruto to the guards of the 3 generations of Hokage next to him, Watergate crouched down and held Uzumaki Jushine's hand, and said softly, "Hard work you Jushine, our child was finally born safely. It's good that Naruto was born safely, it was the crystallization of our love lying in the middle of the enchantment." Juzine's sweaty face finally showed a happy smile. You must know that when the human pillar force gives birth, chakra will mostly be transferred to the baby, which is when the tailed beast seal is most vulnerable. To maintain the tailed beast seal with the only remaining chakra, and to give birth to a child at the same time, Juzine has already overdrawn all his physical strength. However, this short-lived joy did not have time to last. The space within the enchantment fluctuated, and with the screams of the 2 guards, when Bofeng Shuman came back to his senses, he found that there was already a mysterious masked man in a black robe next to him, and his newborn son was actually holding the masked man's hand. "What are you?" After a brief exchange, relying on the threat of the newborn Naruto, the masked man finally temporarily took Uzumaki Shina away with the plan of moving the tiger away from the mountain, successfully withdrew the 9 tails, and controlled it with the Sharingan. In the middle of a bustling street in the center of Konoha at night, the space twisted in a swirl, and the mysterious masked man suddenly appeared here. After leaving the battlefield, the masked man quickly reached the center of Konoha through time-space ninjutsu. "Destroy Konoha, psychic." With the masked man's angry voice, he pressed his hand to the ground, and the psychic spell mark instantly unfolded on the ground. Roar! Without warning, with an aura of destruction, the 9-tailed demon fox appeared out of thin air in the heart of Konoha. The Uchiha clan at this time. Really, Mom and Dad actually went out at this time. Uchiha Itachi sat at home and held little Suzuki who was crying in his arms. "Don't cry, Suzuki, my brother will always be with you." The land of the Hyaga clan, the home of the moment. Shortly after returning home, I sat in front of the window, and after returning, the uneasy mood became even more serious, as if I felt that some disaster was about to strike at any time. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud noise outside, and in an instant, I saw that the sky above Konoha outside the window was bursting into flames, and I heard a huge roar of a wild beast from the village not far away. It can't be that the 9 tails incident happened today, right? Seeing such a scene, I immediately thought of the 9 tails incident that would occur this year, but I didn't expect it to be today. Boom! 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 Outside the house, there was an alarm that spread throughout the village, and in an instant, the door of the courtyard was pushed open, and a ninja wearing a green vest rushed in. It was Hinata. Instantly. "Stay at home and don't run around." This was an urgent call from 3 generations of adults, and I went to the village to evacuate the crowd to an underground shelter. After saying that, Hinata instantly disappeared in place and left with the instantaneous technique. It's really the 9 tails incident. It seems that today is the day Naruto was born. After Hinata left, there was not much tension for a moment, and the Hinata clan was far away from the center of the village, and no matter how fierce the battle was, it basically could not affect here. But then again, the original crane tail of Uchiha Obito, growing up under the tutelage of Uchiha, is really amazing. Looking at the firelit world outside, he muttered to himself in an instant. At this time, outside Konoha village, the 2 major time and space ninjutsu of Kaleidoscope Sharingan Pupil Art and Flying Thunder God Art were briefly clashing, and Wave Feng Shuman finally relied on the reflex nerves beyond ordinary people and the Flying Thunder God to win a small victory, broke one of the masked man's left hand, and untied the connection between the masked man and the 9 tails, leaving the technique of the Flying Thunder God technique on his body. However, the 9 tails in Juzine's body were withdrawn by the masked man, and he was already dying, and he barely managed to maintain his last life with the strong physique of the Uzumaki clan. "Little Sunday, are you really going to do that?" Juzine looked weakly at the Wave Feng Shui Gate. "I am the 4th generation of Hokage in the village, and I must shoulder this responsibility." Bofeng Shuman looked at the 9 tails, who were wreaking havoc in the village, in the distance, and said firmly. At this time, younger ninjas such as Kakashi, Akai, and Yuri Red were rushing to join the battle, but they were stopped by Yuri Hong's father, Shinobu Uchimahong. "You all give me a good stay here. Your younger ninjas are not allowed to participate in this battle. This is the order of the 3rd generation of Naruto-sama." Sunset Zhenhong said sharply, and there were two ninjas of the Sunset clan standing beside him. But, everyone is fighting, but we do nothing like this? Sunset Hong eagerly retorted. This is a battle inside the village, you don't need the intervention of your younger generation of ninjas, and there will naturally be a war with the outside of the village that you need to participate in the future. Saying that, Sunset Mahone looked at his daughter. As a ninja, life will not be too long, but you will also entrust the will of fire to my grandson after he is born. After the persuasion of Sunset True Red, Kakashi Akai, and these young ninjas finally stayed in the woods honestly. Psychic. Ape, demon. The three generations of Hokage who rushed to the side of the Nine Tails channeled an ape, and the ape immediately turned into a stick that stretched infinitely, directly pushing the Nine Tails outside the village. Roar! Damn humans! The angry nine-tailed mouth opened, and a huge chakra ball continued to condense in its mouth, and finally after a few seconds of condensation, it was launched with the power of destroying the world. Not good. It's tailed beast Jade. That direction is the village. Seeing that the direction of the Nine Tails launching the tailed beast Jade was Konoha village, and all the ninjas present were dumbfounded after seeing this scene. At this critical moment, a figure appeared on Konoha Yinyan's avatar, and the white imperial god robe was the fourth generation of Hokage Wave Fang Shuman. Flying Thunder God Guide Thunder. In the face of the bombardment of the tailed beast Jade, I saw that the Wave Fang Shui Gate held the Flying Thunder God in front of him with both hands, and the space in front of him was full of the Flying Thunder God's techniques, and an invisible spatial enchantment instantly unfolded. The nine-tailed beast Jade, which was powerful enough to destroy an entire mountain, bombarded the Flying Thunder God enchantment without setting off a single wave, and the entire tailed beast Jade was directly engulfed by the spatial enchantment. Boom! After a while, a huge explosion came from the faraway part of the mountain behind Konoha, and it turned out to be the use of the Flying Thunder God technique to expand the enchantment and transfer the tailed beast Jade of the Nine Tails directly outside the village. For a moment, the golden light on the head of the fourth generation of Konoha Yinyan left this last eternal scene in everyone's hearts. The next battle was when the fourth generation of Hokage and the couple of Konoha heroically sacrificed themselves, sealing the nine-tailed demon fox that wreaked havoc on Konoha's son, Naruto Uzumaki. With the sacrifice of the golden flash of the ninja legendary Konoha, it seems that God is also lamenting the talent, and the sky gradually rains heavily. Time passed, and after the Nine Tails incident, another year passed. In the office of Hokage Konoha, an application placed in front of the three generations of Hokage caught the attention of the three generations of Hokage. Apply for early graduation, Hinata Shoso, holding his pipe and spitting out thick smoke. The thoughts of the three generations of Hokage were pulled to the battle at the ninja school that he saw a year ago, although it was only two imps, but the ninja talent that the two people burst out had to make him the supreme leader of the Konoha ninja village. Pay attention. Unexpectedly, in just 1 year, this little ghost applied for graduation. What a daunting talent! The amazing talent in an instant reminded him of his former beloved apprentice Big Snake Pill. No, Big Snake Pill has not reached such a level at his age. Such a talented ninja should go to the dark department to train and hone well. The third Hokage put down his pipe and signed his name on the application. However, if you want to graduate early, you still have to put it to the test. 3 days later, the news of the early graduation caused a sensation in the entire ninja school, and even many people in the village were talking about it. Have you heard of it? The genius of the Hyuga clan applied for early graduation. A Naka Shinobu in the tavern chatted with his companions. I've heard it for a long time. It seems that the third generation of Hokage-sama intends to pull him into the Dark Division, and tomorrow's graduation test will arrange 3 shinobi to fight him. The other Naka Shinobu said. 3 shinobi? Isn't that too unfair? Isn't it okay to graduate from a general ninja school as long as you reach the level of shinobi? The previous Nakachi asked puzzled. This is also the news I heard when I was patrolling the Naruto office building. After all, the ninjas in the dark department are performing dangerous missions, and the requirements for strength must be more demanding. Only listening to this Nikanin's words, he said, but what the third generation of adults means is that he doesn't need to defeat the 3 lower shinobi. As long as he can protect himself in the actual battle with the 3 lower shinobi, he will pass. So that's the case. It seems that the 3 generations of Hokage-sama are also working hard for these children in the village. Konoha Hyushin is still on the edge of the original forest stream. Instantaneous and his 9 shadow doppelgangers were in full swing of cultivation. Gossip Mountain Break. With a light drink, he slapped his palm towards the 2 large trees side by side 20 meters away. Boom! The surging chakra shockwave was like an invisible laser, directly exploding 2 children surrounded by thick trees. This is the Bagua Breaking Mountain Strike that has been improved by the Bagua Empty Palm with the collapsed Jade system in the past year, and its power is farther away, more concentrated in strength, and more powerful than the ordinary Bagua Empty Palm of the Hyuga sect. Another year passed after the 9 Tails incident, and in an instant it grew a little taller than last year, and he looked more like an 8-year-old and 9-year-old boy. In this year, the cultivation of the moment was rain or shine, and not a day fell. After his own efforts and the help of the Hongyu system, the amount of chakra in an instant finally reached the level of upper ninja, and the power of the demon fruit in his body also broke through to the level of a lieutenant general in the One Piece world. Although the soft fist method Bagua 128 palms are also becoming more and more refined, they have not yet cultivated to the stage of touching the bottleneck. After all, it has not been long since the last breakthrough time. Calculate the time. Konoha and Yunin are about to break out in war. I don't know when they can go to the battlefield. Feeling the surging power in his body in an instant, he thought to himself, the abilities developed by the frozen fruit have not been used until now. In an instant, he estimated his current strength. If he used the ability of frozen fruit, there was absolutely no problem in killing Shangnin, and it was not a problem to save his life even under the hands of a shadow-level ninja. This is undoubtedly a monster-like existence for a 6-year-old, thanks to the talent and effort of the moment and the help of the Honyu system. Tomorrow is the graduation exam. I don't know if Teacher Fire said that in addition to the ordinary basic test, the third generation of Hokage will send 3 shinobi to fight against me. A disdainful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth at the moment of sunset. Is this a matter of my graduate school entrance examination? 3 lower patience, it's really not enough to see. This is not that the improvement of strength has swelled his self-confidence in the moment, but with his current vision and strength to face the 3 lower patients, which is completely crushing. I hope tomorrow won't be too boring. Early the next morning, the ninja school's practice ground was crowded. In addition to the ninja students and teachers who watched the test normally, many other ninjas and ordinary villagers in the village came. After all, since the genius ninja Kiki Kakashi, he applied for graduation from the ninja school at the age of 6, and now he is a person, which naturally attracts widespread attention. They all wanted to see what kind of wonderful performance this genius boy of the legendary Hyuga clan would have. In fact, even the 3 generations of Hokage, although they did not directly show up, were also observing every move here with the magic of telescopes through the crystal ball in the office. Today's Ninja Theory Basic Test and 3 Body Art Practical Application 2 tests. Naturally there is no difficulty in the moment, soon past the full score. The next is the actual combat test. Hinata moment, these 3 shinobi are your opponents in the actual combat assessment next, and your task is to successfully hold out in their hands for 10 minutes, or defeat them, even if you pass the test. I don't know that Huo Suinma said loudly to the moment, as the class teacher of the moment, he is naturally the host of this test. Test starts. In the middle of the training field, in addition to the moment, there were also 3 young ninjas, all of whom were elite ninja who had performed hundreds of missions with rich experience. It's really amazing that the current juniors applied for graduation at such a young age. The ordinary-looking Shimoto in the middle spoke. Hey, little ghost. I advise you to go back to school and stay for a few more years. We're all ninjas who have been on the battlefield, unlike you little imps who haven't been out of school. A shinobi on the side who had a scar on his face said to the moment. The little ghost who has not killed anyone waits to pee his pants. Don't cry, let's go home and feed. Another grim-faced shinobi was also next to him with lukewarm mockery. It's really speechless. Why are the most arrogant in the two-dimensional world these dragon sets? Standing in the middle of the field, he rolled his eyes helplessly, although his eyes were originally white. 10 seconds. In an instant, he suddenly spoke to the 3 shinobi. What 10 seconds? This test is to keep you going for 10 minutes. Not 10 seconds. Hearing what he suddenly said, the 3 subordinates were a little confused. What about him? Maybe this little ghost is scared silly. Let's go. Let this imp know what a real ninja is. Scar's face Shinobu directly took out the kunao and shot out sharply towards the moment, and the other 2 ninjas also rushed out. Silently rolled his eyes, seeing the face of Scar, who rushed up first, looking at Kuwu who was about to stab in front of him, and did not move for a moment. This little ghost really has no combat experience. Is he scared stupid? Seeing that his kunao was about to pierce the eyes of the young man in front of him, a cruel smile gradually appeared on Scar's face Shinobu's face, and he who had experienced the cruel battlefield of the Third Ninja World War, he would not have any kind eyes when he saw the flowers in these greenhouses in the village. Just when Kuwu was about to touch the eyelashes of the moment finally moved. In an instant, his right hand became a palm, and Chakra, who was wrapped in soft fists, directly slapped a palm into his arms at a speed that he couldn't see clearly under Scar's face. Poof! I saw that Scar's face fell to the ground, a mouthful of blood spit out, and he knelt in front of him with his stomach covered in pain. It was the moment when the soft fist Chakra hit his body and destroyed his internal organs. Seeing Scar's face under Shinobu in a move and knelt down in front of the moment, the other 2 Xia shinobi were shocked, and suddenly did not dare to be careless. Shimoto, who had a gloomy face, decisively put his hands on his chest and began to make prints. Wind escape wind cutting technique. An invisible wind blade in the air suddenly gathered, slashing through the air towards the moment. Die! This is the sea-level ninjutsu I learned from the battlefield, and it is not something you ninja school imps can stop. Seeing the ninjutsu he had successfully cast, he couldn't help but be proud. Gossip Mountain Break. In the face of the wind ninjutsu that was coming towards him in the air, his face did not change in an instant, and he struck hard against the wind blade in the air. This sea-level wind escape ninjutsu was instantly destroyed by the instant gossip mountain breaking strike, and it did not block the blow of the moment, and directly hit the gloomy-looking shinobi, knocked him out 5 or 6 meters away, and after spitting out a mouthful of blood in the air, he fell to the ground, life or death unknown. The move of Gossip Mountain breaking attack has evolved from the secret art of the upper ninja level Bagua empty palm in an instant, which is not comparable to this sea-level ninjutsu at all, let alone a sea-level ninjutsu. Even if it is a stone the size of a house in front of it, it can be smashed with a palm in an instant. Abominable. Seeing that the two companions were beaten in an instant and lost their combat effectiveness, the remaining ordinary-looking shinobu directly rushed up, pulled out a tie knife from behind, and flew up to slash at the moment from top to bottom. Konoha Great Whirlwind. In the past time, the cultivation of Konoha Ryugan Fist did not fall, and directly cultivated the move of Konoha Whirlwind to the bottleneck and evolved into the Konoha Whirlwind. In an instant, the hands did not move, but the body sank violently and then rotated, and the legs were thrown out one after the other like a whirlwind, and the legs and feet had already brought a strong wind before they arrived. First, his left foot kicked the taideo in the hand of the shinobi in front of him, and then his right foot directly hit him in the jaw, kicking his whole person off the ground. Such a powerful physical skill. It seems that the genius of this Hyuga clan is not only powerful in softboxing. In an instant, this beautiful physical technique directly brightened the eyes of the ninjas watching around. Just when the moment came to the ground, everyone thought it was over. Snap! The kick that flew into the air fell to the ground directly into a puddle of dirt. The soil doppelganger, it seems to be a little more powerful than the two wastes just now. Seeing that the opponent turned into a puddle of dirt, he was not surprised for a moment, but immediately observed the surroundings with wide eyes. Go and die. Gremlin. Just when it seemed that all attention was focused on the surroundings, the ordinary-looking shinobu suddenly jumped out of the soil, and the tie knife swung directly towards the moment. Hee, don't measure yourself. Looking at Shimoto Shinobu, who jumped up from the ground, a disdainful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth in an instant. Go back to heaven. A large number of chakras were released from the acupuncture channels of the whole body, and in an instant, they directly rotated on the spot. Oh! Xiao Shinobu, who was holding a taideo, was directly flown out by the Hoshin bullet, and the momentum of high-speed rotation directly hit his internal organs and tumbled. It's exactly 10 seconds. At the same time that Shimoto was knocked out, he directly threw out a kunao in an instant, pinned his crotch to the ground, and directly announced the victory of this battle. I admit defeat. I threw in the towel. Xiao Shinobu, who fell to the ground, felt a cold crotch in his pants, saw that Kuwu nailed to his crotch almost peed out, and quickly begged for mercy. All this was done very lightly in an instant, and he even felt that the pressure brought to him by these three shinobi was not as good as the threat brought to him by Uchiha Itachi. The crowd watching on the side instantly fried the pan. Oh my god. He actually defeated 3 shinobi in 10 seconds. I only heard an uncle say, that's too exaggerated. Is he really just a little devil who hasn't graduated from ninja school yet? This is a newly promoted Naka shinobi. It's an amazing talent. Wait and go back to report to Master Tuanzang immediately. At this time, in the crowd watching, a ninja with a cat face mask on his face disappeared in an instant. With the praise and applause of the surrounding audience, he instantly returned to the tutor of the 3rd class, Bullet and Huo Genma and other students. Congratulations on your moment, you are already a qualified shinobu from now on. Unknowingly, Hagama took out a ninja for it and handed it to Moment. This is a ninja brace. You are the shortest but also the best student I have ever taught. Thank you, teacher. Instantly, he took the ninja brace, which was engraved with the symbol of Konoha's ninja village, and put it on his forehead, just enough to cover the white bandage that bound the caged bird spell. In an instant, I didn't expect the gap between us to become bigger and bigger. As a rival to the ninja school and his best friend, Uchiha walked up to Instantaneous. However, I will soon catch up with you and surpass you. Seeing that as his competitor who has been catching up, he has graduated from ninja school so easily, Uchiha's desire to become stronger is even stronger. Maybe it's time for me to apply for early graduation too. And I can't waste any more time staying here, Itachi thought to himself. I'm looking forward to that day, Itachi, and I'm sure with your talent, you should be able to graduate from here soon. For the talent of Uchiha Itachi, he never dared to underestimate it. In the original book, he graduated from ninja school next year, and now with the stimulation of his opponent, he may not have to wait until next year to graduate early. Whew, it's so annoying. In an instant, brother, after you graduate, I can't go to school with you, and I will go home from school together. The most unhappy person here is Hinata Suzune, the little girl. Okay, Lingian, isn't it impossible to see it again? Don't we often see it when we live in a clan land? In the face of Lingian, this entangled little girl, Moment is also very helpless, although she is indeed very beautiful and cute, but as a person of 2 lifetimes, Moment only treats her as a little sister from the heart. After touching Suzune's head and comforting this clingy little girl, he also made a simple goodbye to the unknown Fire Genma and the classmates in the class. After that, a ninja with a cat face mask on his face flashed and appeared in front of the Moment. Hinata Moment, Naruto-sama wants to see you, please follow me. Naruto-sama wants to see me. For a moment, he didn't know that the three generations wanted to arrange for him to enter the dark department, so he was a little surprised, but he didn't expect that his performance would attract the attention of the three generations of Hokage. Hearing the words of this cat-faced masked dark ninja, everyone present was even more sure that the achievements of the future were limitless, and they were personally summoned by the three generations of Hokage. The moment he was galloping with the dark ninja in front of him, he did not know that a fierce argument was going on in the Naruto office at this time. Do you know what you're talking about? Danzo. The third generation of old men had already thrown their pipes at this time, and loudly questioned the person in front of him. Hand Hinata and Uchiha Itachi to you. Ape Fei, hand over these two potential geniuses to me, and they are fully capable of teaching these two people within the root. The man in front of the three generations also said loudly. This man is wearing a white kimono with a bandage wrapped around his right eye, a crutch in one hand, and a kimono hidden in the other, looking a little strange, but this person is a high-ranking member of Konoha, a secret opponent of three generations, the founder of the Root organization, Shimura Danzo. Of course I believe in your abilities, but I'm sorry, I already planned to let the two of them join the Dark Division. I believe that their growth in the Dark Department will definitely not be worse than yours. The third generation of Hokage said indifferently. What? Tuan Zhang's eyes gradually became cold. Do you have to fight with me for these two people? There's nothing to fight for, it's just my decision. The three generations shrugged their shoulders to express helplessness, but their tone was extremely affirmative. What do you mean by ape fly? Kakashi is where you are, and the only imp in the village who can use a wooden dun has also been snatched away by you. What the hell are you? Before Tenzo's words were finished, he was interrupted by the third generation, Danzo. After all, I am the Hokage. Then the three generations changed again. In this way, Danzo, there are other outstanding talents in the ninja school now. The little devil of the mountain clan is good. I agree to let him join your roots. Yes, he is the Hokage, the supreme leader of this village. Danzo gritted his teeth, ignored the words that the three generations continued, and walked directly to the door on crutches. His eyes became more and more cold, and he thought hatefully in his heart, Ape Fei, you forced me. One day, I will ascend to the position of Hokage, when the time comes, alas. Looking at the back of Danzo going out, remembering that this former teammate of his was now on a completely different path from himself, the three generations of Hokage sighed heavily. Soon, following the footsteps of the Dark Ninja in an instant, he arrived at the Naruto office building, and after going up, the Dark Ninja knocked on the door of the office. Come in. An old man's voice came from inside. Naruto-sama, Hinata brings it in an instant. After entering, the Dark Ninja knelt down on one knee and saluted. Hard work, you go down first. The three generations sitting behind the desk said to the Dark Ninja in front of him, and then pointed his gaze to the moment. You are the moment, you really are a genius boy. Naruto-sama is too prestigious. I wonder what happened to the three generations of Hokage-sama calling me here today. While the three generations looked at the moment also secretly looked at the three generations of Hokage in front of him. If it were not for the fact that the old eyes of the three generations revealed a wise edge from time to time, they would really think that they were just an ordinary old man in front of them, not the famous ninjutsu professor in the ninja world. I already know about your passing test for early graduation this year, and I'm really pleased to see that the village can breed a ninja as talented as you, said Mio while holding his pipe and looking at the moment. I called you here today to ask your opinion. Do you want to choose a guide shinobu to join the squad on a mission, or do you want to join the Dark Department and directly accept Naruto's orders? Speaking of this, the three generations remembered the secret report from the front line some time ago, and the Cloud Ninja of the Country of Thunder has recently made another move, the departure of the three ninja and the sacrifice of the four generations of the Nine Tails incident, so that Konoha fell into an unprecedented combat power crisis during this time, and the three generations had to expect these younger generations to grow up quickly. Choose to guide Shinobu to join the ninja squad? Or join the Dark Department and be directly ordered by the three generations of Hokage? After listening to the words of the three generations, he fell into deep thought for an instant. If you join the ninja squad, you will be a little freer, you can choose to take on tasks of various difficulties, and I will have extra time to cultivate. However, if I join the Dark Department, I will directly accept the dispatch of Hokage and perform some combat missions, which can improve my actual combat experience. After thinking for a moment, he opened his mouth and said to the three generations, I want to join the Dark Department. Okay, you want to join the Dark Division. Instantaneous answer was also more in line with the thoughts of the three generations, who also wanted to join the dark part that belonged directly to him in an instant, and after deciding, he spoke, then I will arrange you to Kakashi's detachment. There are more young people in that team, which is more suitable for you to communicate. Kakashi. I didn't expect to join his team. After hearing the words of the three generations, he thought to himself. Okay, it's decided, if it's no problem, you will report to the Dark Department in 3 days. The three generations looked at it for a moment, but found that they couldn't see through the hidden color in the eyes of the child in front of them. Yes, if nothing else, Naruto-sama, I'll go out first. Okay, you go down first. After coming out of Hokage's office, it was already evening outside, and the sky above Konoha was full of red light. On the way home, the wind made the trees on both sides of the road shivering and suddenly stopped. Come out, I've seen you guys. The moment he stopped, he suddenly said to the empty street in front of him, "Whoosh! Su!" Two figures suddenly appeared beside the moment, each with a cat face mask on their faces, one in front of the other, sandwiching the moment in the middle, blocking the way of the moment. "Hinata, Danzo-sama, please come with us." The cat-faced masked ninja in front spoke to the moment. "Danzo-sama? Sorry, I don't know, please let me go." Instantly, he said indifferently, but he bypassed the ninja in front and continued to walk towards the front. Is it a group hide? Moment's heart is still a little wave, for the character of Danzo who has read the original book. He knows better than anyone, the leader of the Konoha root organization, ruthless to do things by any means, and deep in thought, an absolute old fox. If there is no special thing, Instant does not want to be involved with this kind of troublesome character. However, the two root ninjas obviously would not let Moment leave so easily, and once again blocked in front of Moment. "Then offend, we had to knock you unconscious and take you away." The ninja in front pulled out a sharp kunai from his sleeve, and the ninja in the back drew a sword directly from behind, encircling the Moment in the middle. At a moment, he could vaguely guess that it was estimated that his recent outstanding performance had attracted the attention of the old fox Tuanzang, and he wanted to absorb himself into the root organization. "I didn't expect your root organization to do things so boldly, and openly attack the ninja of the same village in Konoha." In an instant, he opened his eyes, and through perspective, he could see that the chakra in the bodies of the two ninjas in front of him probably belonged to the level of middle ninja. "No one will know, because soon, we will knock you unconscious and bring you back." Saying that the root organization ninja in front directly stabbed Kuwu towards the position of the heart of the Moment. This is actually just a false trick, the real purpose is to make the Moment show the flaws and then let them seize the opportunity. "Ha, two Naka shinobi? But unfortunately, you two are not qualified enough." Instantly, he said coldly. In an instant, he directly used the speed of the 128 palms of the soft fist Bagua, and a palm slapped away the kunai of the ninja in front of him, and his legs and feet gently kicked, and his body instantly rushed forward, and the whole person plunged into his arms, his hands turned into two virtual shadows, and dozens of palms were slapped in an instant. There was no time to react, and the root organization ninja in front was directly blocked by the soft fist of the Moment and flew out. At the same time, the root organization ninja's Taideo behind had already been killed, and the piercing cold skin on the blade could almost be felt. Momentarily did not look back, the 360-degree perspective of the white eyes allowed Instant to see the angle of his attack directly from behind. In an instant, his right leg quickly swung backwards, and a scorpion swung its tail, kicking away the sword that the ninja stabbed behind him. Taking advantage of the moment of kicking away the sword, he disappeared in place, and when he reappeared in the next second, he was already behind the ninja of the root organization, and there was already a ball of light blooming with blue chakra in his hand. Spiral pill. Oh! The spiral pill bombarded the back of the ninja of this root organization, and the ninja directly let out a scream, and the whole person was pressed to the ground with the spiral pill in an instant, and the entire ground was bombarded out of a big pit by the spiral pill in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the two root organization ninjas had already fallen to the ground and lost their combat effectiveness. Snap! At this time, a round of applause came from the side. Looking at it in an instant, I don't know when there is already a man wearing a white kimono, with a bandage on his right eye, a cross-shaped scar on his chin, and a crutch in one hand. I didn't expect you to use the ninjutsu of the 4th generation of Hokage. After seeing the spiral pill for a moment, the person who came said with some surprise, Tuanzang. After seeing this person, his pupils contracted for a while. What a wonderful battle, although the evaluation of you is high enough, I didn't expect that I still underestimated your ability. Tuanzang, who was standing next to him, praised, with a peaceful smile on his old face. If he didn't know his details, ordinary people would really think that he was a good and benevolent man. But the moment he saw the plot of the original book, he still easily saw a strong desire for possession in his eyes. It's a little troublesome now, I didn't expect Tuanzang to come over in person. Thinking mentally for a moment, you can see from Tuanzang's body with white eyes that this is a shadow-level figure in front of you, although it is not strong in the shadow level, but it is far beyond the level of Shangnan. Although I felt a little troublesome, I didn't panic too much at that moment, and if I showed all my strength, it would be no problem to hold it under the shadow-level hand of Tuanzang. Of course, the premise is that if Tuanzang personally makes a move, he must take away the moment. He made a moment, join my root part, you can definitely get more improvement than you can in the dark part. Danzo looked at the moment and said, my organization still lacks a genius ninja like you who combines combat and reconnaissance skills. Indeed, after years of development, the root organization of Danzo has gradually absorbed various masters in Konoha, such as the ninjas of the secret art clan such as the Yisu girl clan, the Yamanaka clan, and there are all in the root organization, and even Danzo intends to infiltrate the Uchiha clan in an attempt to encroach on the power of the Sharingan. And the ninja of the Hyuga clan, who has always remained neutral in Konoha, has always been the target of Danzo's desire to possess with his excellent detection ability and superb chakra control ability. I'm so sorry Danzo-sama, just now I have promised 3 generations of Hokage-sama to join the Dark Division. Momentaria chose to refuse, and for Danzo, who had everything on his lips all day long for Konoha and carried out the darkness in his heart, Momodaria really didn't have any good feelings. In the original book, when Danzo sealed himself with the idea of dying with Suzuki, it seemed that many people felt that the character had been whitewashed, but they didn't think so for a moment. People like Danzo, even if his starting point is really for Konoha, but so many dirty methods, so many innocent people have become his experiments and victims, and even Nagato Yatako, who originally hoped for peace, was also pushed into the abyss by Danzo because of his own selfish purpose to destroy. As a companion who was part of the same team since he was a teenager, Danzo can send people to assassinate the 3 generations many times for his own ambitions. Such a person, such a deed, a sentence for Konoha, can be whitewashed? Although Instant has never considered himself a good person, he has always hated Tuanzang, a person who will stop at nothing to achieve his goals and still have a high-sounding mouth. Hee, don't rush to refuse first. Tenzo did not show an angry expression after hearing Hyaga words, but instead said to Shina with a smile, regarding the spell seal technique of your Hyaga clan, our root organization actually has a lot of information. Tuanzang's words were not finished, but his heart was shocked in an instant, and he was directly attracted by the content of his words. Does he have a way to unlock the caged bird spell? Momentarily, he carefully observed Tuanzang's face, as if he wanted to see something from it. If you are interested in knowing, then come to Root to find me when you have time. After saying that, Danzo turned and left, but thought in his heart, he made a little ghost, I'm sure you will one day be tempted to come and beg me. After Danzo left, 2 Root organization ninjas immediately appeared on both sides of the road, carrying the 2 people who had been knocked down in an instant, and left in an instant. After everyone left, a person walking home fell into deep thought. Judging from the penetration of the root to Konoha in the original book, even the cells between the 1,000 hand pillars and the chakra eye can be obtained. Maybe there may really be a way to unlock the Hyaga separation spell on the hands of the group, but this old fox will definitely not be handed over to me so easily. For the caged bird spell mark of the divided family, every person who is separated from the Hyaga family cannot escape. As long as they do not get rid of the spell mark for a day, they will have to be subject to others for life, which is a sharp sword that has been hanging over the head of the moment. In the original book, Hinata is because of the identity of the separation of the family. Because of the incident of Yunin stealing the white eye, he became the substitute ghost of his brother Hinata Hayashi for the Hyaga clan, and he didn't want to see such a thing happen to him one day. No matter what, it is impossible for me to put my life in the hands of others. I have to get rid of this fate. I pondered such questions all the time, and I didn't even know how I got home. After returning home, although he was already a little tired, he still separated a shadow doppelganger in an instant, let him go to the back mountain to use the shadow doppelganger to continue cultivating, and he lay on the chuang and pondered against the ceiling. 3 days later, he arrived at the base of Konoha's dark part. He made a moment, this is your full set of equipment, take it. Moment stood in front of the gloomy equipment department window, and the people inside took out a set of dark clothing and a cat face mask and put it in front of Moment. Thank you. After taking away the equipment, he went to the dressing room to change into the clothes of the dark part, and walked towards the venue where the dark part gathered. After arriving at the meeting place, he found that there were already 7 or 8 dark ninjas standing here. Is this kid the little imp from Hinata? Looking at the thin figure who came over in an instant, a dark ninja sitting on a stake said. Indeed, although the 6-year-old instant was already 1 meter and 4 meters tall, compared with the surrounding dark ninjas, the figure of the moment still looked so thin. At this time, a pale-faced dark ninja who looked like he was probably in his teens walked up to the moment and said, Little ghost, I don't know if the level of the ninja school has become lower now, and I actually let a child like you graduate early, but you listen to me, give me good performance, don't hold us back, don't be so fast. We, as seniors, should take care of these juniors. This is a female ninja with long purple hair walked up to the moment, took off the rabbit face mask, and revealed a bright and moving face. You are the new team member. My name is Yuzian, welcome to our team. It turned out to be her. Although there are few scenes in the original work, the gorgeous purple hair, bright face and slim body still make the moment deeply remember the role of this Yui Yuzian, who was only an 11-12-year-old girl at this time. Hello, I'm the new Hinata Moment, please advise. Seeing that Yuzian was so friendly to him, he also politely said to her in an instant. Then this pale-faced leprosy ghost seems to be a moonlight wind. He glanced at the ninja who had a bad attitude towards him just now, and thought to himself. Moonlight Blastwind also had an impression at that moment. The future Konoha's special shinobi, Naruto's chief examiner of the 3rd session of the Chu Shinobi exam, Yuinatsuki's future fiancé, a short-lived ghost who died at the hands of Shinobu Maki in the collapse plan of Konoha. Zian, you don't have to be so polite to him. However, Moonlight Wind still did not adhere to it, and looked at the moment with disdain. A little devil like this who just left school can't be counted as a ninja at all. I'm afraid he will drag you down at that time. Listening to the words of Moonlight Swift Wind, he smiled instantly. When I watched anime before, I really didn't see that he was such a self-righteous person, and said to him indifferently, someone has said such things to me before, and now they are all lying in Konoha Hospital. What do you say? Gremlin! Seeing that this little ghost who had just graduated did not put him as a senior in his eyes like this, the Moonlight Wind looked at him angrily, and a murderous aura was released from his body. Do you need me to repeat it? Litter. Feeling the murderous aura of the moonlight wind, the moment when he was inexplicably repeatedly provoked also moved to kill. It seems that it is necessary to teach you to respect your predecessors. Seeing the arrogant attitude of the moment, the moonlight wind directly shot out with anger, the sword flashed, and the taideo behind it was directly unsheathed, and the whole person turned into a crescent moon and quickly slashed towards the moment. This time the moonlight wind did not spare a hand, directly burst out the strength of the middle ninja. This beautiful sword art is his mixed samurai Jue chop and Kanaha Ryu sword art to perform the move. Because of the beautiful posture of this move, rushing towards the enemy's orbit into a crescent shape, so it is known as the moon-bending dance. Humph. Carving insect trick. Instantly snorted coldly, but there was no carelessness in his heart. This sharp sword technique, this moonlight wind is indeed a talent, but unfortunately too self-righteous. Kanaha Great Whirlwind. In the face of the sword technique that the moonlight wind hit must kill, in an instant, he directly burst out of the upper ninja level of chakra in the body, his body quickly sank down, and his right foot kicked out with a high leg, and with a fierce wind, he directly kicked away the arm of the moonlight wind holding the knife, and his left leg kicked his chest with a roundhouse kick. The sudden superb physical technique in an instant directly disrupted the moonlight wind, although the little ghost who understood that the ninja school graduated early must have some real skills, but he did not expect that the killing knife cut out by his strength and ninja was broken so easily, and he looked straight at the moment and kicked his chest. Boom! The moonlight wind that was kicked out in an instant directly turned into a cloud of smoke and dissipated in the air. It's a shadow doppelganger. In an instant, he directly opened his eyes. Try this, little ghost. 3 days in moon dance. The moonlight wind that suddenly appeared behind the moment had his hands sealed, and 2 identical doppelgangers appeared beside him, forming a 3-person combined attack formation to surround the moment. In the blink of an eye, Moonlight Blastwind and the 2 doppelgangers swung a Moonlight Blade Light towards the middle moment, and the spellcaster Moonlight Blastwind split into 3 and attacked the moment from multiple directions. Moreover, it is launched suddenly. Ordinary people have nothing to guard against, and as long as they are hit by one of them, they will definitely be fatally injured, which is a very powerful ninjutsu. Don't, Whirlwind. Seeing that the Moonlight Wind actually used the Kanaha Flow Sword Art 3 days in Moon Dance, Yuzian directly exclaimed. Since you want my life, then I'm not polite. In the face of the almost certain killing move of the Moonlight Wind, Chakra, who directly burst out in an instant, suddenly rotated at high speed in place. Go back to heaven. The high-speed rotating Chakra Stormball directly bounced off the sword light that struck from all around, and under the high-speed impact, the 2 shadow doppelgangers of the Moonlight Wind directly turned into a cloud of smoke, and his body was also ejected. Really fake. What a powerful little ghost. That Moonlight Wind was actually sent flying. Seeing this scene, the few remaining dark ninjas around were also secretly shocked. Ahem, the moonlight that was flown out by the sky bounce fell heavily to the ground, and this huge impact knocked his internal organs almost out of order. Don't let him go, for a moment. Seeing that he walked in front of the Moonlight Wind, he seemed to want to end him, and Yuzian appeared and stopped in the middle. Although she is not with Moonlight Wind yet, the two have been good friends of childhood sweethearts since childhood, and the relationship between the elders and the family is also very good. No matter what, she can't watch him die in front of her. Stop it all. At this time, a dark ninja with a black mask and silver hair appeared in the middle of the field without warning, and in an instant, after seeing his iconic appearance and the scar and chakra eye on his left eye, he immediately recognized his identity, Kanaha's first technician, Kakashi Kiki. Captain Kakashi. It's Kakashi coming. At this time, the dark ninjas around him also greeted one after another. It seems that Kakashi has just become the captain of this dark part, and he is quite popular, and he secretly said in his heart in an instant. It seems that your strength is not as powerful as your mouth. After seeing Kakashi coming, he said condescendingly to the Moonlight who fell to the ground. Today is for the sake of Tsukaizuki Senpai and Captain Kakashi, and next time I will kill you directly. Abominable. The Moonlight Wind that fell to the ground felt hot on his face, but he did not expect that he who was promoted to middle ninja at a young age was beaten by a little devil so much younger than him. You are the new team member Hinata. I am your captain Kakashi Kiki, your teammate Yuinatsuki you have seen, and there is another one. This is Yamato Tenzo. The members of our team are all here. Kakashi walked up to the moment and said without emotion, as if it were a numb machine. In recent years, Kakashi has just experienced the nightmare of killing Nohara Rin with his own hands, and his teacher Feng Shuiman died in the Nine Tails incident last year, and his emotional state is in the most numb and cold stage, and his personality is not at all as paradise as later, and some people now call him cold-blooded Kakashi. Hello in an instant, my name is Yamato Tenzo, and I am also your teammate. A boy who looked 11 or 12 years old walked out next to Kakashi and greeted him gently. Hello, please advise. Looking at the immature face in front of him, he found that this Kanaha is now the only wooden ninja, with long hair, very cute, and a hint of shyness. Is this really the Uncle Mudun of Kanaha in the future? And he complained madly in his heart in an instant. Momentarily looked at the members of his current team. Kakashi was 15 years old, Yamato Tenzo and Yuinatsuki were both 11 or 12 years old, plus a self who was only 6 years old this year. Sure enough, as the 3 generations of Hokage said, it was a very young team. I didn't expect that a few teammates will be the mainstay of Konoha's future. In an instant, he thought in his heart, including the Moonlight Wind just now, these people's future achievements are the worst in the level of special endurance. It seems that your strength is good, and the Moonlight Wind actually lost in your hands. Kakashi stared at the moment with his trademark chakra eyes, as if trying to see him through. Pass the prize, senior. I heard the name of the genius Kakashi in the ninja school, momentarily said humbly, but a pair of white eyes looked at Kakashi's chakra eyes without showing any weakness. Without further ado, the main task of our squad every day is simple, that is, to monitor the situation in the village, and if there is any abnormality, report it to Naruto-sama immediately. Kakashi briefly explained their main job to Moment. Sometimes there are special tasks to perform, and Naruto-sama will summon us directly. After that, Kakashi left, and then everyone else left separately. In the next few days, in addition to staying in the dark monitoring room to monitor the village, he occasionally acted as a guard for the Hokage office building, which was extremely boring. Although in the process of work, Instant would still divide into 10 shadow doppelgangers to go to Konoha Back Mountain to cultivate, but Instant's body still sideboard. It's boring. The moment he was sitting in the dark monitoring room that day, he was yawning boredly, and Kakashi walked in with Yamato. Everyone gather at the Hokage's office in 5 minutes, Naruto-sama has a task to be released. After hearing Kakashi's words, the spirit finally came, really looking forward to what kind of task it would be, preferably a little more difficult, Instant said secretly. 5 minutes later, the office of the 3 generations of Hokage. After the end of the Third Ninja World War, some people outside the village still want to maintain the situation of war, unwilling to accept the unified domination of the 3 major countries of fire and earth and wind. A few days ago, the forest country of Wanruozhong snatched the peace treaty scroll of Konoha and Iwane, and the current peace was exchanged for the sacrifice of the predecessors. The 3 generations were talking to them about the contents of this mission. So Kakashi, 1. Want you to go to the land of Hayashi this time to bring back the scroll of the peace treaty. Yes. Naruto-sama. After listening to the tasks issued by the 3 generations, in an instant, the 4 Kakashi turned into 4 black shadows and left. The instantaneous jutsu, which gathers chakra on the feet, increases explosive power, and creates ninjutsu that moves at high speed. This was given to Instant by Kakashi in the days after entering the Dark Division, and with Instant's talent, it took a day to learn this technique. Looking at the back of their departure in an instant, the 3 generations spat out a mouthful of smoke and muttered, "This squad is an immature imp. Kakashi, as the captain, I hope you can take up this duty." The next day, the border between the land of fire and the land of earth. Instantly, the 4 of them and Kakashi were speeding through the dense woods on one side. In front of you is the country of forests. In an instant, the white eyes saw that a kilometer ahead, the trees began to gradually decrease, replaced by a yellow earth and a huge canyon. As the moment when the squad has the white eye blood succession limit, he naturally shoulders the identity of the scouting ninja in the squad. Everyone be vigilant, pay attention to the observation in the moment, and when you encounter the enemy, Tianzo and I are good at ninjutsu to go up and use ninjutsu to meet the enemy head-on, Tenzang is good at physical skills, Xian is good at sword art, and the 2 of you will be responsible for the surprise attack. Kakashi, who was jumping quickly in front of the tree, methodically assigned tasks on his side. These few times have analyzed and used everyone's strength characteristics very well, and I have to say that Kakashi is still very good in tactical use. Don't look at Kakashi's strength stagnating later, but almost every enemy who has fought with Kakashi, not to mention no more, even strong enemies such as Kakuto, Deidara, and Pain, have a very high evaluation of Kakashi. Even at the end of the 4th Ninja War, the ninjas of the 7th class sealed the ancestor of Chakra Kagayaheim under the command of Kakashi, which is enough to see that Kakashi's mind is definitely not to be underestimated. Soon with the rapid attack of several people, a few minutes later, they came to a yellow earth, and after entering a steep canyon, they looked around with white eyes in an instant. Suddenly, he keenly noticed that on the cliff wall tens of meters above, there seemed to be a place that was somewhat different from other stone walls, and using the function of white eye perspective to look over, he suddenly saw one of the flowing chakras. Watch out above. It turned out to be a ninjutsu such as stealth, and immediately opened his mouth to remind Kakashi of them. Hearing the momentary reminder, Kakashi and Yuyan Yamato stopped directly, took out their weapons and looked above vigilantly. It was discovered, but it was useless to find it. Seeing their posture in an instant, 2 figures appeared directly on the cliff. Dun Iwajuku. The 2 figures above directly sealed together quickly, and after the imprint, the cliffs above directly collapsed in large numbers, rolling down a large number of boulders. Everyone be careful. Plover. Kakashi shouted, and a blue thunderbolt directly bloomed from his hand, jumping upwards, constantly smashing several boulders with 1,000 birds. New to Great Grove Art. Yamato also made a wooden move, and saw that thick wood continue to grow on his arm, smashing the falling boulder. However, the enemy was obviously prepared, and with the help of the geographical advantage, many huge stones remained and fell towards them in an instant. Damn, you guys be careful. Kakashi took the time to glance at Shina and Yuyan's side, and saw that most of the boulders still fell to their side, but he was incompetent. Don't worry about us here. Gossip Mountain Break. In an instant, he directly pulled Xian over, and fought hard to hit the boulder falling above to break the mountain of gossip, and a surging chakra shockwave directly smashed all the falling stones above into pieces. Seeing that the earth escape he released did not work, the two figures on the cliff jumped down directly, and at the same time 3 figures jumped down from the other side of the cliff, and a total of 5 people surrounded them in the middle of the moment. Konoha's ninja strength is good. I didn't expect that such an ambush would not be difficult for you. The 5 enemies, all dressed in dark ninja costumes and grimace masks, spoke to them at the moment of the ninja at the head. Are you the same as the people of the land of forest? Hurry up and hand over the scrolls of the peace treaty, Kakashi said as he revealed a chakra eye behind his mask and stared at the leader of the general crowd. Silver hair, chakra eyes. You're the recently rumored Sharingan Kakashi, right? The scroll is indeed with me, but it's not so easy for you to get it. Saying that, the leader of the general crowd also took out a scroll from his arms, shook it at them and took it back in an instant. Seeing the actions of this general leader, he was simply unable to complain in an instant. What kind of bloody setting is this? It's like saying, the thing is here, you come and beat me, defeat me, and take it. It seems that only killing you guys. At this time, Kakashi did not have so much good mood to talk nonsense with these people, and directly released Chidori to attack the leader of the general group. The leader of the other party is handed over to me, and the rest is left to you. Seeing that his leader had already fought with the other party, one of the remaining 4 ninjas spoke. You two go to deal with that woman, the youngest let me come. You go and drag the little ghost with a wooden dun, and the 3 of us will help you after solving it. After speaking, they all faced their respective opponents in an instant. Their tactics were very simple. One person dragged the strongest wooden ninja Yamato, 2 people went to solve the female ninja Yuki, 1 person went to solve the smallest moment. After solving the moment and Yuyan, they went to solve Yamato together, and finally Kakashi's turn. Is Konoha really nobody? And it actually sent a little ghost as big as you. The ninja standing in front of him spoke, his eyes showing in the grimacious mask as if he was looking at a lamb. I advise you to be serious. I can solve you in 10 seconds at a level like you. In an instant, it was clear through the white eyes that his chakra was probably at the level of middle ninja, except for the leader of the general Ruozhong who was at the upper ninja level. The rest were all middle ninja level. Ha, are you trying to provoke me? I've killed a lot of imps like you. While saying that, the ninja in front of him suddenly reached out and threw out 7 or 8 shurikens, wanting to take advantage of the lack of actual combat experience to sneak up on the attack. But the speed and strength of the shuriken he threw over can only be said to be average in an instant, and it is not comparable to Uchiha's shuriken technique at all, and in an instant he just dodged a few random dodges. Seeing that his shuriken did not work, the ninja on the opposite side began to imprint his hands. It's not bad, little ghost, but that's the end of it. I have to solve you quickly and help the leader. To done split earth turn palm. After saying that, he slapped his hands the ground, and the ground began to crack directly towards the moment, and before the crack reached the foot of the moment, he felt the shock force coming from the ground in the moment. In an instant, he jumped into the air and took the time to look at the battle situation of his teammates. Kakashi's thunder was suppressing the leader of the generals, Yamato had the upper hand but did not divide the victory so quickly, and Yuya Natsuki was already a little stretched under the combined attack of the 2 generals. There is no way, only a quick victory. The moment he was in the air, he was about to make a quick victory, and the ninja below began to seal again. Little ghost, you're fooled. 2 done rock pillar gun. As soon as the words fell, I saw that the ground under his feet in the moment after he finished the seal quickly protruded 5 huge earthen spears, and quickly strangled towards the moment. A smile appeared on the faces of the ninjas below. Using these 2 earth ninjutsu together, he no longer knew how many opponents he had defeated, and he could already imagine the end of being killed by a soil gun in the moment when he was in the air and had nowhere to focus. Back to heaven. However, a light drink in an instant directly broke his lust, only to see that the Konoha imp in the sky directly erupted a large number of chakras, and began to rotate at high speed in the air, and the rock pillar guns he released were all destroyed by this chakra ball. It's over, you're already standing in my gossip realm. After returning to the sky, after turning around and dashing in the air, he instantly took a soft fist Bagwazang pose in front of this ninja, and an invisible gossip field enveloped the 2. Soft boxing method Bagwa 128 palms. When this ninja didn't even have the consciousness to resist, in an instant, he directly hit a soft fist at the speed of the wind and fury, and all 128 palms hit him in one breath. Aha! The opponent in an instant did not even utter a scream, and directly flew out like a broken kite with a muffled snort, and smashed heavily on the ground. Whew! Solve 1. After defeating his opponent, he instantly set his sights on Yuzian's side. Hee, little girl, just give up resistance. Seeing the Konoha female ninja in front of her stumbling left and right under the attack of the 2 of them, one of them couldn't help but let out a lewd laugh. Don't worry, after solving you and that little ghost, we will go and kill your Captain Kakashi and that wooden ninja. The other also spoke, trying to overwhelm his opponent with a verbal offensive. Don't be delusional, although the age of the moment is the youngest among us, it is definitely much more powerful than you think. Yuzian gritted her teeth and used the Tai Deo to cut away the Kuwu who swung over, and said angrily, Hee, You better take care of yourself first. A ninja took the opportunity to go around the back of Yuzuki Zien from the side, and Kuu cut the clothes on her shoulders, revealing a patch of snow-white skin. Wow, I didn't expect Konoha's female ninja to be so tender. The other General Ruouzhong saw the cut part of Yu Zien's shoulder, and all kinds of obscene words came out of his mouth. Abominable. Yu Zien gritted her teeth lightly and was angry, but she was able to hold out until now under the blows of the two middle ninjas. Spiral pill. Suddenly, a loud shout came out, and the two Ruruo turned back in shock, only to see that the Konoha imp before had quietly approached at some point, and a blue light chakra ball bloomed in his hand. A General Ruouzhong who was attacked by the moment let out a scream, and was bombarded on the back by the spiral pill of the moment, and in an instant he pressed his whole person to the ground, and the power of the spiral pill directly punched a big hole on the ground through his body. Go and die. Konoha Ryu Kenjutsu Moonlight Night. Seeing that his companion was killed by a sneak attack in a blink of an eye, and the attention of the other General Ruo was all attracted by the moment, Yu Zien directly seized the opportunity and quickly slashed out a full moon-like swordlight, directly cutting a half-meter-long wound on the body of this General Ruouzhong who had just teased him. Blood sprayed. Seeing that this general public was not alive, he instantly stepped forward and helped Yu Zien. Are you okay, Senior Yu? I'm fine, it's good that you arrived in time. After getting up, Yu Zien took out a bandage to bandage the wound on his shoulder, and said with a smile to the moment, don't call me Senior Yu, just call me Zien, I'm not much older than you. Then I'll call you Sister Zien. Momentarily, he was not polite, and turned to look at Kakashi and Yamato. There are two enemies left, you stay here first, and I will go and help them solve it together. The Pan Ruouzhong who was being suppressed by Yamato Mu was struggling to support, not noticing that his three companions had fallen, and he was still cursing in his heart, damn, why haven't I solved that woman and the little ghost, I can't hold it soon, Gossip Mountain break. An invisible chakra shockwave erupted from the palm of his hand in an instant, and while Yamato's opponent was not paying attention, he directly bombarded his back from a few meters away, and the whole person flew out without a sound. Your subordinates have all died, so do you. This is when Kakashi saw that the leader of the Wanruo was attracted by the death of his companions, and seized the opportunity to take the thunder light in his hand, and with a high-speed dash with the Sharingan, the Chidori in his right hand directly pierced the opponent's heart. When the three of them walked to Kakashi's side, Kakashi had already taken out the scroll from the clothes of the leader of the general and checked it, and after confirming that it was correct, nodded to everyone, the scroll is obtained, the mission is complete. Great, let's go back and reclaim our lives with Naruto-sama, Yamato said to everyone with a smile. This as Kakashi walked up to Moment, looking at Instant, with his Sharingan eyes. Why did Shina use the ninjutsu of my teacher fourth Hokage? It seems that Kakashi also paid attention to the situation on his side during the fight just now, and explained without thinking, oh, you said Orochimaru. It was accidentally tossed out when I was playing with balloons, and later I learned that the fourth generation of Hokage also had such ninjutsu. Is that the glowing chakra ball you hit when you saved me just now? At this time, Yu Zien also interjected with interest and said to Instant, I didn't expect that, Instant. You developed the same ninjutsu as the fourth generation of Hokage-sama. What a genius. Where, luck, he said modestly, but his eyes turned to Kakashi. After listening to the explanation of the moment and the words of Yuzuki Zien, Kakashi was silent, and did not ask anything else, but directly led everyone to the road back to the village, and the first travel mission of the moment ended successfully. Hokage office. Kakashi, you have done an excellent job this time. The three generations held the scroll they had brought back in their hands, and after reading it, said to Kakashi in front of him, back to the third generation of adults, the strength of the country of Lin has exceeded our expectations, and this time thanks to Hineda's outstanding performance, the mission was successfully completed. Kakashi calmly reported the mission to the three generations. He killed a total of 3 enemy Naka shinobi in this mission. 3 Naka ninja. Hearing Kakashi's report, the three generations were also surprised. I didn't expect that the strength of this Hineda imp has reached this level, which is the level that only shinobi can do. And, saying this, Kakashi paused and seemed to be a little hesitant. I saw that he used the A-level Muji ninjutsu of the 4th generation Hokage. Spiral pills. Hearing Kakashi say this, the three generations also began to think, could it be that he developed this technique himself? After thinking for a while, the three generations were immediately relieved. Well, the ninja talent at this moment is not inferior to Watergate, it is a talent that our village should focus on cultivating. As for loyalty, there is no need to doubt that his parents died on the battlefield for the village, and their spell mark of the Hyuga family split. Kakashi listened to the words of the three generations, and he also fell silent when he thought of the spell mark of the Hyuga clan. Could it be that no matter how outstanding the talent and strength are, they can't escape the shackles of fate? Thinking of his own experience, suddenly, Kakashi felt a little sad for the child. I really don't know what the fate of this child will be in the future. Konoha, Back Mountain. After returning from the mission in the Land of Forests, he did not go home first, but went directly to the place where he usually practiced in Konoha's Back Mountain. Because he felt that his mastery of the spiral pill had reached a bottleneck, he could try to add chakra to the nature change. Ding! The system detected that the host's spiral pill cultivation had reached the bottleneck and successfully broke the boundary. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill Wind Escape Spiral Shuriken. Ding! The system detected that the host's spiral pill cultivation had reached a bottleneck and successfully broke the boundary. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill Water Escape Hard Vortex Water Blade. 2 prompts of the collapsed jade system came in his mind, and after listening carefully to the content in an instant, his heart felt a burst of ecstasy. That's great! Gain 2 more powerful skills. Let's try the Spiral Pill Shuriken first. After obtaining the powerful skill of this protagonist Naruto Uzumaki, he couldn't help but try it in an instant, stretched out his right hand, released a spiral pill in the palm of his hand as usual, and then carefully injected the wind attribute chakra into it. Buzz! A piercing air explosion sound continued to come out from the palm of the moment, and I saw that there was a huge shuriken-shaped energy body on the hand of the moment, and it kept rotating and chirping on the hand of the moment, making a harsh sound. It's done! Looking at the huge shuriken in his hand, he immediately knew that he had completed the strongest S-level wind ninjutsu currently known. Boom! After throwing the wind spiral shuriken in his hand towards the ground in the distance, as soon as he touched the ground, the shuriken directly expanded into a huge whirlwind, and a strong hurricane and dazzling light struck, and in an instant he directly covered his face with his sleeve. After the dust settled, he instantly saw a huge pit with a diameter of 100 meters on the ground in the distance, and there were still fine needles of wind chakra that were constantly attacking thousands of times per second, and the whole person was stunned. What a terrifying power! I didn't expect that the Hongyu system directly helped me evolve the spiral pill into a 100% completed spiral shuriken. Not only can it be thrown remotely, but the power is also much greater than Naruto's half-hanging spiral shuriken. In an instant, he looked at the effect of his ninjutsu in shock, and found that his wrist had not suffered any damage, but the consumption of chakra in his body was amazing. Alas, I really can't use as many ninjutsu as Naruto. Like Naruto, a huge chakra. In an instant, he felt the consumption of chakra in his body, and speculated that his current upper ninja level chakra could probably only use the spiral shuriken 3 times. There is also a water dung hard vortex water blade that adds changes in the nature of water attributes. Try it and see how it works. Momentarily, he remembered that there was another skill that changed the nature of the attribute that he had just acquired, and immediately experimented again. In an instant, a spiral pill was released in the palm of his hand, and he repeated the steps just now and slowly injected the water attribute chakra into it. Boom! I saw that Moment's hand held a high-pressure concentrated water gun, which was constantly rotating in Moment's hand like a waterspout, and a huge water sound was constantly emitted from above, as if Moment's hand grabbed a concentrated waterfall. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Without thinking about it, he threw out the high-pressure water gun in his hand, and saw that the thrown water gun suddenly enlarged into a huge waterspout 20 or 30 meters high, constantly sucking the surrounding trees and land into it, stirring it into pieces and then flying out. How does it feel? Even more frightening than the effect of a spiral shuriken. Seeing the scene of disaster caused by his hard vortex water blade, he was even more surprised than when he was testing the spiral shuriken just now. The movement is too loud. It is estimated that someone will come over in a while. In an instant, he saw that the forest in front of him had almost been destroyed by himself. I may not be able to cultivate here in the future. There are probably less than 40% of chakra left. In an instant, I felt the remaining chakra in my body. Rao is his pure chakra control ability, continuous casting such advanced ninjutsu, or consuming a huge chakra. After packing up his belongings, he directly used the teleportation technique to leave the woods in an instant. A few minutes later, 2 dark ninjas appeared in the woods where they were just now. The 2 dark parts saw the almost destroyed forest in front of them, and they were surprised and speechless, checked the traces of destruction in front of them, and made a judgment. What an amazing destructive power. This should be left after the battle between a powerful wind ninja and a powerful water ninja. Let's go back and report to Naruto-sama. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 dark ninjas also left the forest in an instant. The moment I came out of the woods, I walked aimlessly on the busy streets of Konoha. His mind was immersed in the 2 skills brought by the broken jade system just now. After 2 years of gradually becoming familiar with the Hongyu system, I also had a general understanding of the system. Generally speaking, a goal of the evolution of the avatar system is based on the subconscious thoughts of the moment. For example, the 2 techniques of Bagua Mountain Breaking Strike and Hard Vortex Waterblade are skills in a Naruto game played in the past life, and these 2 skills do not exist in the real Naruto world, but the subconscious mind of the moment feels that after the evolution of the Bagua empty palm and the change in the nature of the water attribute added by the spiral pill, it should be the form of the Bagua Mountain Breaking Strike and the Hard Vortex Waterblade. So after breaking the boundary, the Hongyu system evolved these 2 skills into what the subconscious expected in the moment. Of course, the avatar system also has its limitations and stages, and its limitations are, for example, the art of shadow avatars. this ninjutsu that only needs to seal and evenly distribute chakra to change the shadow avatar. Even if you are proficient in the moment, you have not thought about its evolution in the subconscious, so the skill avatar system has never given an enhanced function. And its stage is that, for example, the subconscious of the moment expects the Bagua empty palm to evolve into the ultimate physical technique like the Kagaya Him 80 God airstrike, and the realistic conditions cannot make the instant jump directly from the A-level technique to the level of blood snare, and the physical conditions in chakra are not allowed, so it will lead to the Jade system step by step, using a slowly advanced way to gradually turn the target into the way that the moment subconsciously wants, so the moment has the skill of Bagua breaking mountain strike. There are also abilities such as frozen fruits. The Jade system will directly judge it as a separate ability. As long as the energy of the devil fruit in the body reaches the critical point of breakthrough in an instant, it will improve the overall ability of the frozen fruit directly into the next stage, but will not improve its individual skills alone, such as the Ice Saber Ice Age skills. If he can't imagine what he will look like after evolving to the next stage, then his steps will always stagnate. It's a little complicated to say, but these are also the information that Moment has slowly learned from the use of these 2 years. In short, the Jade Collapse system is a very complex concept, and the more you understand about it, the more you will find that there are more things that need to be excavated. Time passed, like a white horse passing through the gap, and the days were on duty and performing tasks in the dark part every day, and another year passed. In this year, the relationship between Yuzian and Instant has also become better and better. Since the last incident in Lin's Higuo, the two have become a lot closer, although Xian is a few years older than Moment, but in the heart of this traverser, Xian is still just a little girl. Every time she returned to the clan, the little girl Hyaga Suzun would also come over every day to pester, and when she was free, she would also point out her Hyaga soft fists cultivation. Brother, in an instant, I heard that Uchiha Ataka-san is also going to apply for early graduation in a few days. Hey, when will it be my turn to graduate? There were no classes at ninja school on this day, and Hinata Suzun said with some envy as she sat in her home with her hand on her cheek. Yes, I can't imagine that he still chose to graduate this year, momentarily said nonchalantly, while putting the dark armor on his body. Lingyan, I'll go out to carry out the mission later, you can play by yourself for a while. It's so annoying, brother, in an instant, are you going out again? Hearing this, Lingyan wrote his unhappiness on his face, and muttered dissatisfiedly, it's hateful and can't accompany me anymore. Okay, forgive me this time. In an instant, I learned that Uchiha Itachi played Suzuki's forehead like in the anime, and flicked Suzun's forehead. It hurts. Say it every time. Suzun covered his forehead with anger, but he couldn't help but smile. After coming out of the house, he walked down the street wearing a dark costume. In this year, the amount of chakra in an instant has almost reached the peak of Shangnan, and it only takes a little opportunity to touch the bottleneck of breakthrough, and the energy of the frozen fruit has also reached the level of Lieutenant General who is about to saturate, and I have to say that the devil fruit really does not need to cultivate to grow so fast. In this year, after the 3 major countries of fire and terrier signed peace agreements one after another, only the country of water, which was still in civil strife, and the country of thunder, which insisted on war, refused to sign the agreement, and not long ago, I heard that a small-scale war had broken out with Yunnan on the border of the fire country, and some small countries around them also seemed to want a piece of the pie. Just as he was thinking about walking on the street, a beautiful figure appeared in front of his eyes. Xian. Seeing this beautiful figure in front of him, it was none other than Yuzian. In this year, he has also grown a lot taller. Although he is only 7 years old, his height is already close to 1 meter 6, and he is only half a head away from standing in front of Xian. In an instant, why are you still on the street? Xian was also wearing a dark costume, and said to the Moment, hurry up and gather at the Hokage office, the 3 generations of adults have summoned us. Saying that, he came up and pulled the Moment, and a teleportation technique went straight towards the direction of the Hokage office building. After arriving at Naruto's office, he instantly saw that in addition to Kakashi and Yamato, there were about a dozen other dark ninjas in the office, kneeling on one knee in front of the 3 generations, obeying the orders of the 3 generations. Summoning you here today is mainly one thing. After the 3rd generation saw that instant and Xian also came in, they continued, not long ago, the tip report from the front line, Yin Shinobu began to start a war again, and now the ninjas of my village have already fought with them at the border, but according to the informant, Yin Shinobu did not spare blood this time and sent a large number of elite ninjas, and even, it is possible to use human pillar power. Speaking of this, hearing the 3 words of human pillar force, the faces of all the ninjas present became even more dull. As a symbol of disaster, the human pillar force is usually regarded as a country's military power, and it is believed that no one wants to encounter the tailed beast or the human pillar force on the battlefield. So summoning you here today, I want to select a part of the elite from you to go to the battlefield on the border to support the ninjas on the front line. After speaking, the 3 generations looked at the ninja below, as if they wanted to choose from them. Kasisi, just your team and a class of ninjas will form a support force to go to the battlefield to support, and in an instant you stay. 2 days later, I hope you will take the Naka Ninja exam. The 3 generations assigned the support list and set their sights on the Moment. Naka Shinobi Exam. In an instant, he did not expect that the three generations would name him. In fact, he was more looking forward to going to the battlefield on the front line to make a breakthrough in his ability from actual combat. Well, in addition to the ninjas of the three major countries of fire and earth and wind, there are some ninjas from other ninja villages who will also come to Konoha to take the exam this time. The third generation paused and continued. This time is different from the past, the Nine Tails incident and the sacrifice of the fourth generation. Many forces are already restless, and they will take advantage of the exchange period of this Zongnin exam to test the current strength of our village. I am optimistic about your strength, so I hope that you can perform well in this Zongnin exam, so that the country of wind and the country of earth and other forces can see the true strength of our village. As soon as the three generations finished speaking, everyone present turned their attention to Moment, although Instant was the only shinobi among them. But the strength that Instant really showed made them dare not underestimate this little devil who had just graduated from ninja school for a year. Yes, I won't disappoint everyone. Accepting this task in an instant, he suddenly thought of something, and opened his mouth to ask the third generation Naruto-sama, "Can I go to the frontline battlefield with everyone after the Chunin exam?" The support troops will leave in 3 days, and the 3 sessions of the Zongnin exam will last for 3 days at the earliest, and it is simply too late in time, so you should concentrate on the Zongnin exam. Mayo explained to Instantane. Well, after the 3 tests of the Chunin exam, it would indeed take at least 3 days, and after walking out of the Hokage office building, I thought to myself, this is a figure that stopped in front of Moment and Xian. It was the Moonlight Wind. Hinata Moment. Today, Naruto-sama summoned you not only late, but also always pestering you in. Moonlight Swift glared angrily at Instantaneous, along with 2 companions from his team. What are you doing? In an instant he is a good friend of mine and has saved me, why do you always get him in trouble? Before he could speak, Shiyan beside him was already angry with the Moonlight. Xian, seeing Shiyan angry at him, Moonlight Swift Wind was also stunned. We grew up together, you have been so close to this kid recently, shouldn't you be? We're good friends who grew up together. But that doesn't mean you can interfere in my personal life, I can be with whoever I like. Moonlight Wind has always been very clear about his intentions, but so far Xian has not had thoughts other than friendship for him. You wouldn't have done this to me before. It must be because of this kid. Moonlight Swift Wind said with hatred and turned his gaze to the Moment, and spoke to the companion next to him. Izumo, Zisha, help me teach this kid a lesson together. After speaking, he pulled out the tie knife from behind his back, and the figure flashed. Looking at the Moonlight Wind that pulled out the tie knife and rushed towards him, he said to Shiyan in an instant, Shiyan, don't make a move, let me deal with it. Rabbit Hair Needle. The Moonlight Wind that quickly sprinted to the Moment just wanted to seal the dance of the 3 days in the moon, only to see the Moment slightly flick the long black hair, and found that his body was numb, and he suddenly couldn't move, and the inertia of the dash directly made him fall to the ground. What's going on? Why can't I move? Moonlight Wind, who fell to the ground, found himself in horror that no matter how much he struggled, his body could not move. It seems that the lesson given to you last time is not enough. Looking at the moonlight on the ground, the Wind said indifferently. This move is called Rabbit Hair Needle, which is wrapped in chakra and shot out in the shape of a needle, and pierced the opponent's meridian system with the help of the ability of the White Eye, making the opponent unable to move, and was cultivated in this year according to the tricks of Datumu Kagaya. Shui Dun Shui Aonaun. Ninja Summoning. Seeing the Moonlight Wind fall to the ground, one of the other 2 ninjas spat out a large pool of liquid in an instant, and the other took out the scroll and summoned a huge hammer. Are the 2 dragon sets of Shinayu Izumo and Steel Iron. Looking at the 2 somewhat familiar faces on the opposite side, he said secretly in his heart. Soon, the liquid spit out by Shinayu Izumo covered the ground under his feet, and he found that the liquid under his feet was very viscous, and it was very difficult to move. Another Steel Iron aimed at the opportunity, picked up a sledgehammer and jumped into the air, slamming down on the top of the head in an instant. Be careful. Seeing this scene, Xian next to him exclaimed. Don't think about struggling. I specially called Izumo over because this ninjutsu can limit your defensive ninjutsu that called back to the sky, and you are dead today. The Moonlight who fell to the ground said proudly in an instant. Is this wanting my life? Looking at the giant hammer that fell on him in the air, his eyes were chilled in an instant. Gossip Mountain Break. A powerful chakra gushed out, turning into an invisible laser sword, and in an instant, a palm directly knocked out the steel and iron in the air. Silently transporting the frozen fruit ability in the gas, the liquid stuck to his feet was directly frozen into ice slag, and he easily pulled his feet out from above with a click. Step by step, he walked in front of Shinayu Izumo, who had already been shocked by the momentum that overflowed with the peak chakra of Shangnin. However, after just looking at him, he didn't strike again. Can you beat me with 2 wastes? Momentarily, he looked at the moonlight on the ground with disdain, and said indifferently, do you think that 3 eggs can touch the stone when put together? Naruto-sama just ordered you to go to the battlefield in 3 days. For the sake of the village, I won't kill you first, you can do it yourself. After speaking, he directly stepped over the Moonlight Wind on the ground and left proudly. Xian on the side looked at the moonlight on the ground and sighed, and then chased in the direction of leaving in an instant. Abominable, the moonlight wind that fell to the ground roared angrily. 2 days later, the Konoha Shinobi examination room was packed with ninjas from all over the world. The Chunin exam, as the name suggests, is an exam for the promotion of shinobi to Chunin, which is held twice a year, and is generally an important occasion for observing national strength between countries. As a symbol of the comprehensive strength of a country, the ninja village with strong strength can naturally receive more tasks. On the contrary, the backward ninja village can only continue to reduce its scarce resources. From a certain point of view, the Zongnin exam is another invisible battlefield where countries compete for resources from each other. Hey, you guys, such a little devil has also come to take the Zongnin exam. A ninja with a Rain Ninja Village forehead said to his companion next to him. Really? I just said, Konoha has had too many situations in recent years. You see that this kind of ninja school has not yet graduated from the little ghosts to take the middle ninja exam. The other Yoshinobu said. I hope to be in time for the support troops to go to the battlefield. Ignoring the conversation next to him, he sat down at a table and muttered to himself. Since the Kakashi squad that moment was in, only shinobi was shinobi, and yesterday the three generations also proposed to him to arrange him to another team to participate in this exam, but Instant refused, and he directly asked to take this Naka shinobi exam alone. Out of understanding of the true strength of the moment, the three generations did not refuse to directly agree to his request. It seems that the candidates for this year's Zongnin exam don't have any familiar faces. He looked around the noisy examination room around him and thought to himself, everyone be quiet, I am the chief examiner of this exam, Heike Yamanaka, and then I will take this written exam. At this time, a ninja with long yellow-haired light yellow came up from the podium, and as he spoke, the examination room gradually quieted. It was actually Yamanaka Heike and the Inoka butterfly, and it was strange that the examiner of the Naka Shinobi exam only needed to send a special ninja-level ninja to proctor, and he thought a little strangely for a moment. Soon after everyone sat down, the test paper was sent. Similar to Naruto's exam, all of them were some difficult ninja theory tests, and even some ninjas around them had begun to use their own methods to cheat, but these were difficult to defeat the moment. After all, when in the ninja school, the theory class of the moment has always been the first place. Examiner, I'm done. Soon he wrote the exam paper in 3 or 2 clicks, got up and threw the test paper to the examiner in less than 10 minutes, and walked out of the examination room. This action in an instant caused all the subordinates who were pondering hard in the examination room classroom to raise their heads and look sideways. Hinata then, he is the genius of the Hyuga clan that Naruto-sama said, looking at the back of walking out of the classroom in an instant. Yamanaka Hai held the test paper in his hand thoughtfully. Damn, how did he hand over so quickly? At this time, there was an indignant voice among the ninjas who were answering the question. Wait for the second survival drill to make him look good. A Kusanagi who was struggling to think about the answer said grimly. The moment he walked out of the examination room, he leaned against the railing of the corridor and closed his eyes and cultivated. Just now, the gang of subordinates in the examination room he had all observed with white eyes. Basically they were all Xia Shinobi level chakra, and a few stronger ones already had a middle ninja level chakra, but this degree made the instant interest not qualified. The hour passed quickly, and after the exam time arrived, the ninjas in the examination room began to submit the examination papers one after another, and the examiner reviewed them on the stage on the spot. Konoha Shinobu, Hinata moment, full score. Tuno Kuni Shinobu, Wind Demon Arashi, 90 points. Grass Hidden Village under Forbearance, Grass Sword Flying, failing. In about 20 minutes, the results of all the candidates were reported from the examiner's mouth, and a total of 150 ninjas took this kind of ninja exam, and 91 people passed the first test. At this time, a ninja wearing a ninja vest, with pigtails and studs on his ears walked into the examination room, and said to the remaining ninjas in the examination room, first of all, congratulations to everyone who passed the first test. I am the chief examiner of the second test, Nara Shikasa. Please follow me to the examination room of the second test, Yamanaka Heike just now and Nara Shikasa now. I didn't expect that the examiner of the 3 Chunin exams this time was Inyega. Butterfly, Shikamaru Ino, and their father momentarily thought. 5 minutes later, the remaining 91 shinobi followed in the footsteps of Nara Shikaku and came to a huge dense forest. This is the second exam, the exam room for survival drills, the Forest of Death. After arriving in the Forest of Death, Nara Shikasa explained the rules of the second exam to everyone present. Each group will be given a Heaven or Earth Scroll, and the team that reaches its destination through the Forest of Death within 3 days and holds the Heaven and Earth Scroll passes. There are 91 people in 31 groups, and 15 Heavenly Scrolls and 15 Earth Scrolls will actually be randomly distributed to your group. Hinata is a group of people. I will give you a Heavenly Scroll alone. Saying that, Nara Shikaku glanced at it for a moment, and then said, if it's okay, let's start going in. This little ghost is actually a group of people. After hearing Nara Shikasa say that it was a group of people, several shinobi from the Taki Shinobi village fought the idea. Unexpectedly let him hold the Heavenly Scroll alone. Is Konoha's brain broken? At this time, several Iwa Shinobu of the Earth Country also looked at the moment with malice. Ignoring the malicious eyes around him, after taking the heavenly scroll in an instant, he took the lead in rushing into the death forest. Quick! Follow inside. Our group is the scroll of the earth, and the little ghost happens to have the scroll of heaven in his hand. At this time, several groups of ninjas outside, as if they smelled fishy cats, rushed in the direction they had just entered. This Hinata kid, I hope he's okay. After watching all the candidates enter the forest of death, Examiner Narashikasa stood outside the field and muttered. After entering the forest of death, I only felt that the surrounding light had dimmed, and the dense trees above almost covered the entire sky above. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw the groups of ninjas chasing in behind, and a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Look, that imp is there. The first to follow was a group of 3 shinobi from the Taki shinobi village, who shouted loudly when they found themselves standing under the tree in front of them. Humph, if the little devil knows the face, quickly give the scroll of heaven. The shinobi of the Taki shinobi village hadn't spoken, but he saw that the moment under the tree disappeared in place, and when he appeared in a second, he had already slapped his stomach. This unfortunate Taki shinobu Murashita felt that his stomach was like being smashed by a big hammer, and after spitting out a mouthful of blood, the whole person weakly slipped from his hand to the ground. In the terrified eyes of his 2 companions, he instantly took out a scroll from the clothes of Taki shinobu on the ground and held it in his hand. Seeing that all the ninjas of the village were almost on their side at this time, Chakra, holding 2 scrolls in his hand, said loudly, "All of you listen. I have the heavenly scroll and the earth scroll you want now. If you want, follow me to the finish line and get it." After speaking, he ignored the 3 Taki shinobi in front of him in an instant, and directly flashed towards the direction of the terminal tower. Nanny! That little devil actually got the earth scroll. Hearing the words of the moment, all the shinobi boiled. That Konoha imp actually has 2 scrolls in his hand. Hurry up and keep up. A group of ninjas has rushed out. That's the direction of the end. Could it be that little ghost set a trap? At this time, a sub-shinobu of Iwa shinobi village said hesitantly. Stupid. What to be afraid of? That little devil is alone. His companion gave him a brunt directly, then took the lead and rushed in the direction of the finish line. Seeing the group of ninjas chasing behind him with white eyes, a satisfied smile appeared on his face in an instant. Really fake. I see that everyone votes for the update time to like the early morning update. You don't have to sleep. It was late afternoon, and the trees in the forest were mottled with shadows. In the forest of death, a figure is speeding between the trees. Following this figure, a large group of ninjas were forming groups, frantically chasing the figure in front. Phew. Call. How did this imp run so fast? A rain said breathlessly. You hold on, it'll be the end soon. Wait and see where this kid runs. His companions helped him and continued to gallop forward. Well, this is it. The moment he was jumping easily on the huge branch, he saw a tower not far ahead with his white eyes through the tree, and said to himself. In a few breaths, he rushed out of the dense forest of death and came to an open space in front of the terminal tower. It's finally here, come on, although it's in a hurry, but I hope you don't get too bored. He casually threw the 2 scrolls in his hand on the clearing next to him, and instantly looked at the ninja who rushed out of the forest to reach the clearing. Ha ha, boy, you can really run. It actually made us chase for so long. Iwa shinobu, who ran to the clearing, said. How? Gave up resistance? Let's grab this little ghost scroll first, and then we will compete to see who can pass the finish. Seeing the 2 scrolls that were still on the ground in moment, a Kusanagi seemed to think that Shonen had given up this exam. This kid is quite smart, knowing that he is only one person, so he put down the scroll with understanding, a Konoha shinobu also said. At this time, he just looked at them calmly. Such a long distance rushed all the way, his face did not even have a drop of sweat. Along the way he slowed down and dragged them not far away. I think you misunderstood. Because of something, I'm in a hurry right now. Looking at the dozens of ninjas who were almost all in front of him, there was a light smile on his face in an instant, and if this survival exercise follows the normal process, it will take about 3 days to finish, so I will lead all of you here at the beginning and solve you all at once. After listening to what he said in an instant, the entire clearing fell silent, and then a burst of laughter suddenly broke out. Ha ha ha, what did he say? A ninja burst into tears. I think this kid is scared crazy. The other Konoha ninja said with a serious and affirmative look. This kid is really living in a dream. Or are you Konoha's subordinates so arrogant? As one of the 5 great ninjas, Iwa shinobu scoffed and said to the Konoha ninja next to him. He's a legendary genius of our generation in Konoha, and maybe people praise him too much, so that his self-confidence is too inflated. Alas, excessive praise ruined a genius. A Konoha ninja who had heard the name of a genius in an instant said with regret. Without thinking about what they said, he saw that a shinobi had rushed to the side of the scroll he threw down, and wanted to snatch the scroll, and he shot directly in an instant. Konoha Great Whirlwind. In an instant, a roundhouse kick flashed, and Chakra, who was at the peak of the upper ninja, burst out of the physical technique, and directly this lower ninja who was the first to strike flew out. Seeing that someone had made a move, the battle was about to break out, and although they were a little surprised by the strength of the moment, all the ninjas still rushed towards the scroll on the ground. Good, that's right. Seeing that almost all the ninjas had struck, they rushed towards the scroll under their feet, and they shot with satisfaction in an instant. Water blade, hard vortex, water blade. Everyone in the clearing only heard the sound of a huge waterfall, and saw that there was already an extra rotating high-pressure water gun in their hands at that moment. What kind of water ninjutsu is that? Seeing the huge movement of the water gun in his hand in an instant, a ninja asked in amazement. I don't know, I've never seen such a technique, but it seems that the level is not low. The other ninja swallowed hard. If there was a Kakashi-like shinobi here at this time, he would definitely be frightened by such a high-level change in nature in his hand in an instant. It's a pity that there is not a single Sharingan present here, so he shot directly in an instant. Boom! Afraid of destroying the scrolls on their bodies, his subordinates were still merciful, and the high-pressure water cannon in his hand was only aimed at the open space in the center of the crowd and thrown out, but the huge waterspout that was 20 or 30 meters high still flew out the middle 30 or 40 shinobi. The ninjas who were blown away by the hard vortex water blade smashed heavily on the tree trunks around the clearing, some fell to the ground with serious injuries, and some were hit close to the middle and directly broke the tree trunk and lost their lives. What kind of ninjutsu is this? After seeing the catastrophic scene caused by the hard vortex water blade in an instant, seeing the huge crater in the clearing, and the wailing ninja lying on the ground, the remaining dozens of ninjas were shocked one by one, and some were even directly paralyzed on the ground with fright, and looked at the moment with wide eyes in horror. Ninpo, like rain and dew. At this time, a rain ninja seemed to be frightened crazy, shouted, and threw an umbrella at the moment, and from the umbrella it rained towards the moment like rain shot countless thousand books. Are there so many people left? In the face of the dense senbon shot by Yoshinobu, there was no expression, and the attack without dead ends seemed to make the eyelids of the moment unable to lift it. Shadow doppelganger art. Facing the 1,000 books that were splashed at him in the sky, a shadow avatar seal was quickly formed in an instant, and 8 more shadow doppelgangers appeared around him, and together with the body, an instant rushed into the rest of the crowd. Dance of returning to heaven. I saw the moment in shadow doppelganger who rushed into the crowd, and at the same time released Hushin together, 9 high-speed rotating Hushin like several huge meat grinders, instantly knocked the remaining dozens of ninjas out of the air. The worst thing is that several ninjas caught in the middle of Hushin, their bodies are twisted into twists. Demon. He's a demon. How can there be such a lower patience? This is a maniacal roar from a ninja who was lucky enough not to be swept up in the dance of return. Soon, he also closed his mouth. The moment after retracting the shadow doppelganger, he flashed in front of him and directly knocked him out with a soft fist, and then used physical skills to easily knock down the few remaining ninjas on the field, and under the attack of the superb physical skills of the peak level of ninja in an instant, there was no combination, and the situation in the clearing suddenly cleared. After cleaning up all the ninjas, the rest of the job was to pick up the ninjas on the ground one by one like garbage, find the scrolls on them, throw them in the open space next to them, and then throw them into the pile of people. The sun was setting in the west, and soon the sun was about to set, and the afterglow of the setting sun spread throughout the Forest of Death, and it was already evening. In the Forest of Death, where the second Chunin exam was underway, it seemed unusually quiet at the moment. At this time, 2 Naka shinobi on duty finally walked into the tower at the end of the Forest of Death. "Don't come here so early," one of them, Naka Shinobu, said with a yawn. This time is about the same. Every session of the middle ninja exam will always have some powerful lower patients, and it has reached the end at this time. After the other Naka Shinobu walked into the tower, he said as he pushed open the door of the tower. The 2 Naka Shinobi pushed open the door, only to see the doorway of the tower, where 2 mountains were piled up. One is a hill of scrolls stacked, and the other is a mountain of people piled up by ninjas. I saw a young man with long black hair, pure white eyes, and a handsome face sitting on the pile of people, and after seeing them open the door, he spoke. You, the one who opened the door was already too frightened to speak. What are you? All 31 scrolls are here. I think I've passed this exam, right? Saying casually, he stepped into the gate of the tower, ignoring the 2 Naka shinobi next to him who were already frightened. But I think the 3rd exam is no longer necessary. The moment he walked into the tower, an inexplicable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Konoha, Hokichi's office. Naruto-sama. Not good. A ninja pushed open the door and rushed in. What a thing. Panicked. Seeing that someone broke in directly without knocking on the door, the 3 generations who were reviewing the documents were a little displeased. Naruto-sama, the results of the Chunin exam are out. I only heard this ninja panting and saying, the results are out? Wouldn't that be great? The hands of the 3 generations who were flipping through the documents suddenly stopped. What? Didn't the second session of the Chunin exam just start in the afternoon? The 3rd game didn't start until 3 days later. How did the result come out? Yes, it's Hinata moment. He defeated all the shinobi in this Chu Ninja exam. The ninja who came and felt the momentum emanating from the 3 generations of figures, and said with sweat, he defeated all the ninjas who took the exam this time in the Forest of Death in the afternoon and took all the scrolls in their hands. What? Listening to the report of his subordinates, the 3rd generation stood up directly from behind the desk. Is this kid crazy? Soon the 3 generations sat down again, pondered for a while, and said to him, you go to the Forest of Death and call him to me. Yes, the ninja who entered the door disappeared directly in place in an instant. Hinata moments, Sandei's mouth spat out a heavy mouthful of smoke. What an uncomfortable freak. Following the ninja in front of him, on the way to Naruto's office, he was not worried for a moment. What wood shows in the forest, the wind will destroy it. What pretends to be a pig and eats a tiger, I never believe these in an instant. If a tree does not even dare to be taller than other trees, how can it become a towering tree? If a person does not even have the courage to show himself, how can he become a strong person in the world? Just like the medicine master in this Hokage world, a character who showed no less strength than Kakashi in the early appearance, medical ninjutsu was praised by Tsunade as having a talent for casting spells that surpassed his peak self, with a flexible mind beyond ordinary people and a clever mind that perceives people's hearts, but he has long played the role of a small person, lost himself between role changes, and even if he mastered the immortal mode in Dirt Rebirth in the later stage, he could only hide in a dark corner and dare not show it in front of others. Like Uchiha, does he pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger? Will he show weakness? No, he will only use his strength to tell everyone who is inferior to him that he is the strong. That's why he looked at the world, and the 1,000-hand pillar was called the myth of the ninja world. Moreover, he is no longer a weak person now. The strength of the peak of Shangnin plus the ability of frozen fruits that is about to break through, he really will not be afraid of ordinary shadow-level powerhouses, although he is only 7 years old. After arriving at the door of Naruto's office, there was a knock on the office door. Come in. Naruto-sama, Hinata brings it in an instant. You go down first. The 3 generations behind the desk put down the documents in their hands and shifted their gaze to the moment they entered the door. Moment, sit down. Thank you, Naruto-sama. You were not polite in an instant, and sat directly on the sofa next to it. You kid, let me say what good you are. The 3rd generation looked at the moment on the sofa without being angry, and his expression was very entangled. I let you perform well in this Zongnin exam, and your performance is too much. No way. 3 generations of adults. Instantly, he also showed a helpless smile to the 3 generations. I want to leave for the battlefield with them tomorrow, so I have to finish this exam quickly. Why do you want to go to the battlefield so much? The 3 generations stared at the pure white eyes for a moment, as if they wanted to see something. Momentarily, he made up a reason, and said to the 3 generations with a sad opening, I just want to see what the place where my parents died in battle is like. Sorry, cheap parents in this life. After listening to the words of the moment, the 3 generations were solemnly moved. Looking at the sad face of the moment, the expression on his face couldn't help but soften a lot. Then you will follow Kakashi and them to the frontline battlefield tomorrow. The 3 generations pondered for a moment, and then said, how is Konoha's lower shinobi in the Naka shinobi exam today? Well, I have mercy on them, at most they are only injured. Instantly, to tell the truth, those subordinates against Konoha in the Forest of Death today, he did start a lot lighter. Well, so be it, because you performed well in this Chunin exam, the 3rd generation said halfway, and paused and said, as the Hokage, I hereby promote you to be the superior shinobi, and tomorrow I will leave with the support force to go to the front line to support. Promote me to Shangnin. At this moment, he didn't expect that the 3 generations would give him a medium forbearance or a special upper patience at most, but he didn't expect to directly promote him to upper patience at once. On this night, the news that Hinata, a genius ninja of the Hyuga clan of Konoha Ninja Village, defeated all the ninjas in this exam in the middle of the middle ninja exam and was promoted to upper ninja by the 3rd generation of Hokage, spread throughout Konoha like wings. 7-year-old Kami Shinobu, when this news was brought back to his village by the ninja who took the Chunin exam today, the entire ninja world went completely crazy. Uchiha clan land. It's already a surprise in an instant. The young man Uchiha who was practicing shuriken hard was stunned. The gap between me and him is actually getting bigger and bigger. Hearing this news, Itake cultivated even harder. Tomorrow, it is the day he applies for early graduation. Hyuga clan land. Naruto-sama promoted instant to shinobi. Hinata, who was holding the 2-year-old Hinata, was stunned when he heard the report of the subordinate ninja. What are you kidding? It seems that I have to find a chance to talk to him properly. Root organization base. Shangnin, sitting on the stage and listening to the report of his subordinates, Tuanzang's face showed a greedy expression. Hinata moment, I really didn't see you wrong, what an out-and-out genius, but, as if thinking of something, a gloomy smile appeared on his face again. Sooner or later, you will come here to find me. On the table in front of him, an unknown scroll was being placed. Early the next morning, the venue where the dark department gathered, 2 teams of 7 people, were ready to go. Sorry, I'm late. Yuzian, who was sorting out the ninja tools, heard this voice and turned back in surprise. Moment. What caught her eyes was a handsome young man wearing a dark kimono with long black hair. Are you going to the battlefield with us too? So what I heard yesterday is true. After seeing the moment coming, Uzian directly took his hand and asked. Yes, I'm just like Captain Kakashi now, I'm on Shinobi. With a slight smile, he said to Shiyan, I'll come and set off with you to the battlefield. Great, Shiyan suddenly cheered. Congratulations, instantly. Kakashi also walked over at this time, and pressed the handsome boy in front of him, and his heart couldn't help but wave. Thank you. At this time, with Kakashi's personality, it is really rare to take the initiative to congratulate him. The other members of the Dark Division also came over to congratulate him. Humph. At this time, with a gloomy face, only the short-lived ghost, oh no, that moonlight is windy. Although the identity of Shangnan now appeared in their team, which made his heart even more uncomfortable, after the lesson of the last time and the identity of Shangnan now, he did not dare to show it at all. In a forest on the border of the Land of Fire, two teams of ninjas are speeding between the trees. Kakashi, there's our camp ahead. At this time, the captain of the first class, Sarutobi Shinnishuk, spoke. Sarutobi Shinnishuk, the eldest son of the third generation of Hokage, the older brother of Sarutobi Asuma, that is, the father of the future Konohamaru, at this time he is not yet hung up, he is one of the strongest elite ninjas in the dark part of Konoha, making a superb hand of earth and fire. Well, wait until you are responsible for contacting them, Captain Ape Fei. Sherinan saw a white camp in the far distance, and Kakashi said to Sarutobi Shinnishuk. Soon, after the two teams passed through the night, they arrived in front of the camp with a bonfire, and a dozen ninjas came out to greet the two teams where they were in the moment. It turned out to be Shinnishuk and Kakashi. I sent an application to Naruto-sama the other day, and he received it. At this time, a huge ninja walked out of the camp. Senior Dingza, after Naruto-sama received your tip, he immediately sent us over to support you. Sarutobi Shinnishuk stepped forward. Great, this time Shikaku and Heiki are not there, it's really a bit difficult for me to be on the front line alone. Saying that, Akimichi Dingza invited them all into the camp in an instant. After entering the camp, they saw a dozen wounded people lying on the ground to cultivate. It seems that the war here is not as simple as Akimichi Dingza said, a little difficult. It turns out that the examiner of the third exam yesterday was not Akimichi Dingza yesterday. I thought that if nothing else, the examiner of the third exam of the Chunin exam would be Akimichi Dingza, but I didn't expect that he was now here on the border front line of the Fire Nation. Big brother, Kakashi. At this time, with a few shouts, a few more people walked in outside the open top. It turned out to be Asuma, Akai and Sunset Red and others. At this time, they were all Zongnin, a new generation of forces responsible for cleaning up the battlefield. Asuma saw his brother, and Akai saw his friend Kakashi, and everyone naturally exchanged pleasantries. Is he? At this time, Akimichi Dingza's gaze was attracted by the moment. After all, the appearance of the moment now looks like a newly graduated shinobi at most. He is the Hyaga of the Hyaga clan. Don't look at his young age, he is a great genius. Sarutobi Shinnishuk spoke up to explain Akimichi Dingza's doubts. Besides, he is now a shinobi. What? Akimichi Dingza was shocked. He hadn't been in the village in the past 2 years. Had it changed so much? Shangnan at such a young age. Akai, they have only recently come to this battlefield, and they have naturally heard the name of the genius of the moment in the village, but they don't know that the moment was promoted to the upper ninja yesterday, and they are all surprised. After all, these seniors are still only the elite shinobi. Hello everyone, please advise. Ignoring the shock of everyone, he said hello indifferently in an instant. Well, hello. Returning to his senses, Akimichi Dingza sighed. It seems that I haven't been in the village for 2 years, and the genius ninja in the village don't know about it. Let's not gossip, Senior Dingza. I don't see your appearance in this war. The steady Sarutobi Shinnishuk also saw that the situation in front of him was not optimistic, and directly opened his mouth to understand the situation. Well, Yin Shinobu came prepared this time, and sent 2 upper shinobi and 20 or so middle shinobi in the first formation, not counting the number of upper and lower shinobi. Speaking of the situation in front of him, Ding Zie's face also buried a layer of clouds, and judging by their appearance, the follow-up troops will arrive one after another, and it is even possible to send people to come over, so I quickly sent an emergency support report to Naruto-sama. Renzo Lee. Hearing this, Sarutobi Shinnishuk's face was also full of worry. The human pillar force is often regarded as a country's military strength, and the tailed beast is a disastrous weapon on the battlefield. Generally speaking, there is no powerful shadow-level powerhouse to dispatch, and it is difficult for ordinary ninjas to fight against the human pillar force. Akimichi Dingza seemed to remember something again, and then said to them, and in this unit, the 2 leading Shangnan are nothing. On the contrary, the little ghosts in their team who can use Black Thunder are more difficult, and they have already killed and injured many of us. Black Thunder? I've never heard of such a thunderbolt. Hearing this, Sarutobi Shinnishuk was also very surprised. Black Thunder? Could it be Darui? In an instant, a figure flashed in his mind. Darui, the leader of the younger generation of Yunyan, is good at swordsmanship, the only successor of the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow Black Thunder, and is good at blood succession limit Landun, and became the 5th generation of Thunder Shadow after the 4th Ninja World War. Definitely a figure to be reckoned with, but I didn't expect him to go to the battlefield so early, he thought thoughtfully. It was night. Tomorrow we were going to face the enemy on the battlefield, and everyone spent the night with an uncalm mood. Early the next morning, I was woken up by someone, and when I opened my eyes, a beautiful face came into view. Wake up in an instant. Everyone is ready to go. After sitting up in an instant, Shiyan handed him a towel. Oh, thank you. He took the towel handed over by Shiyan, and he felt a little grateful in his heart for a moment. After a simple wash, they set off with the Konoha ninja troops, and after running for about 10 minutes, they finally passed through the forest and came to the bank of a small river. Everyone be careful. Suddenly, at this moment, dozens of shurikens and kuwacheo with detonation charms flew over. Tudun Tuliu wall. Without waiting for the moment to make a move, Sarutobi Shinnishuk directly stood up and quickly sealed his hands, only to see a tumble on the ground, and a tall earthen wall instantly formed in front of them in an instant. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Sarutobi Shinnishuk's tsuka blocked all incoming shurikens and kunao, and the detonation charm exploded continuously on the earthen wall. What a wonderful earth escape technique! Akimichi Dingza, it seems that you have called a new helper from Konoha. Before signing the contract, many people told me that I shouldn't update so much, but I want to say everything out every day to guarantee 5 more. I'm really embarrassed to break my word. On the other side of the river, I don't know when dozens of ninjas have been gathered. Looking at the forward protection on their heads, it is Union's ninja, and one of the middle-aged Yunin who took the lead said loudly, "Kuriki, the Third Ninja World War is over. Why are you Yunin still stubborn and unwilling to recognize the reality in front of you?" Akimichi Dingza also said loudly to the middle-aged Yun Shinobu on the opposite side, "Reality? Huh, what is reality?" Yun Ninja Kuriki on the opposite side showed a hideous expression on his face. As long as we still have a living ninja in the Land of Thunder, this war will not be over. Yun Shinobu on Shinobu Kuriki, his parents died after the Second Ninja World War, he himself was not married, he had no children and no worries, and he was a battle maniac who regarded the battlefield as his ultimate destination. Are you Yunin all crazy? Seeing Kuriki's expression, Akimichi Dingza could only shake his head. This time you invaded our fire country border for no reason. It seems that we can only speak with blood. That's how it should be. I will cut off your heads and give them to your Hokage, ha ha ha. Kuriki laughed maniacally, a bloodthirsty look on his face. At this point, the battle between the two sides is about to break out. Everyone come with me, the other Kumo Shinobu on the opposite side roared, and rushed towards Konoha's camp on the other side of the river. Rush! Partial multiplication technique. Akimichi Dingza also took the brunt of the attack, using a secret technique, turning a hand into a huge fist and leading Konoha's ninja to rush forward. Thunder and the land go. At this time, 5 Zongnin rushed out from behind Yunin, and after making a seal together, they pressed their hands to the ground, and suddenly a dazzling thunderlight quickly crawled towards them along the river. Damn it! My earth escape was restrained by thunder. Seeing this, Ape-Face Shinnishuk roared lowly. His earth dun was restrained by the thunder of the other party Yunin, and the ninja water dun ninja level on his side was not enough, and releasing the water dun defense would still channel the thunder and lightning to himself. Let me come! New dun wooden ingot wall. Yamato quickly plugged in, his hands sealed, and after the ground shook for a while, rows of wooden pillars emerged from the ground, guarding all the ninjas on Konoha's side, and after being isolated with wooden dun, the thunder released by Yunin did not cause them harm. Well done! What a wise decision for Naruto-sama to send you here. Seeing that Yamato's wooden dun blocked the enemy's thunderbolt, he rushed to the front and shouted goodbye. Damn, that kid on the other side will actually be the first Hokage Smuduin. Seeing that the thunder that the 5 ninjas on his side released in unison did not cause damage to the Konoha ninja, he rushed ahead to fight with the Cloud ninja who was fighting with Akimichi Ding and cursed secretly. At this time, he walked to the front without making any moves, and stretched out his right hand. If I don't return you a little color, will it seem that our ninja in Konoha are too rude? But a piercing air explosion sound continued to come out from the palm of the moment, and I saw a dazzling white light emerge from the palm of the moment, and a huge shuriken appeared in the palm of the moment, constantly rotating and chirping to make a piercing sound, and some ninjas around even reached out to cover their ears. That is, Kakashi on the side widened his eyes, and one Sharingan rotated wildly to stare at the spiral shuriken in the palm of his hand. That's the unfinished technique of Watergate Sensei, this degree of change in nature. Looking at the spiral shuriken in his hand in an instant, the other Konoha ninjas on the side were also dumbfounded. I finally understand why Naruto-sama promoted him to Kami Shinobi. Seeing a young man from Konoha coming out across the river, holding a huge energy shuriken in his hand, Kuriki felt uneasy in his heart, and immediately yelled at the surrounding Yunin, "Flash away, that kind of wind." Boom! Before he finished speaking, he had already thrown the spiral shuriken over, and Kuriki reacted in time and immediately used the ninja technique circulating in Izumo Hidden Village. His body was covered with thunder chakra, he protected his hands in front of him, and his body quickly retreated. Only felt a huge force blow him out. After a boom, the dust dispersed. Kuriki saw that the ground next to him was already 100 meters of giant pit. A dozen Cloud ninja fell there, a whimper. Abominable. It was able to use this level of wind escape ninjutsu. That little imp in Konoha is not a simple character. Kuriki, who escaped, felt a tingling pain in his arm. It was just rubbed a little, and it hurt like this. The ninja on Konoha's side, seeing that he threw out a ninjutsu in an instant, actually caused such a big movement, and directly killed more than a dozen ninjas of the opposite Yunin, although it was only some lower and middle ninja, but it was also a great increase in morale. Good boy. It's amazingly powerful. After Sarutobi Shinichuk saw the damage caused by the spiral shuriken, he was stunned for a while and then directly patted Shunosuk's shoulder and praised. It's so powerful. Shiyan also looked at the familiar back of the young man in front of him in shock. Moment, June really deserves to be a rare genius in our village. The beautiful and enchanting Sunset Red also looked at the figure of the moment, and her beautiful eyes were full of color. Good. Everyone burst and crushed them. Looking at the morale of the Konoha ninja around him, Sarutobi Shinichuk immediately took the lead and stepped onto the river. Darui. Hope. You two deal with Konoha, that upper shinobi. You ninja Kuragi said to the two young Yun shinobi behind him. Go kill that Konoha imp. After speaking, Kuriki stared at the moment on the other side of the river. A bloodthirsty smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, pulled out the tie knife on his back, and a burst of thunder shone on his body, instantly streaked across the river, and killed towards the moment. I saw two young Yunin rushing out behind Kuriki, one with white hair and dark skin, and the other with blonde hair and fair skin. It was the two genius ninjas of the new generation of Union, the left and right arms of the next four generations of Thunder Shadow, Darui, and Nozomi. Seeing the thunderous figure on the opposite side rushing towards his side, he saw that Kuriki's target was himself, and an excited smile appeared on his face in an instant. It's just right. I also want to keep up and fight well. Syllable. With a gentle step on the footsteps, an instantaneous technique disappeared in place, and when it appeared in the next second, he had already met Yuninji Karang on the surface of the river. Shonen was in charge of dealing with Kuriki, Sarutobi Shinichuk was in charge of Darui and Nozomi, Akimichi Dingza was in charge of another Kumo Shinobu Kami Shinobu, and Kakashi was in charge of slaughtering Kumo Shinobus Naka Shinobu and Shimo Shinobu. Boy, you're from the Konoha Hyaga clan. Stepping on the surface of the river, Kuriki stared at the pure white eyes for a moment and said, "Is it necessary for dead people to know so much?" In an instant, he ignored Kuriki's words, but directly slapped his soft fist towards him. Hee, what an arrogant little ghost. Hearing the words of the moment, Kuriki's face twisted for a while, and a brutal color appeared directly from his eyes. I will break your limbs and let you little devils know what a real ninja is. Facing the palm that was pushed over in an instant, Kuriki directly erupted with lightning chakra, flashed sideways and slashed over. What a speed! Seeing Kuriki flash his soft fist, he even slashed towards him with a thunderous momentum, and in an instant there was no panic, his body sank and a roundhouse kick quickly swung out, and a high whip leg was drawn towards Kuriki's head. At such a young age, he has such a powerful physical skill. After the spiral shuriken just now, Kuriki thought that he would be a ninjutsu-type ninja in an instant, but he did not expect that the physical skills of the moment would be able to cope after he used the ninja technique of Izumo's secret transmission on his elite. Go and die. The amazing strength of the moment made Kuriki's heart burst out with a strong murderous intent, and the thunder chakra covered the Teideo, and directly cut off the leg of the moment, and such a genius ninja in Konoha must not stay. However, to Kuriki's surprise, this roundhouse kick was just a false move, and after the kick was kicked out, it was quickly collected and put down, and after Kuriki swung the knife into the air, and then suddenly turned his body and kicked the other leg out with all his strength, and a whip leg was directly pumped in Kuragi's face. Syllable. Kuriki was struck in the cheek and flew directly upwards, marking a long trajectory across the river. Captain Kuriki. After seeing this, several Yunin around exclaimed one after another. Abominable. Kuriki, who was kicked and flew out, immediately stood up. His face was hot, although his body was covered with Lei-Dun chakra. This kick did not cause him any damage in an instant, but in the battlefield was kicked out by a little ghost like this. He felt that his face could not hang at all. After kicking Kuriki, he stood on the river with a smile and made a gesture of waving to Kuriki with his arm outstretched, and this beautiful two-stage kick was learned from the original Ryakai's Konoha Ryagang fist. Abominable little devil, I'm going to slaughter you. After seeing the action of the moment, Kuragi was like a mad beast, and a dazzling thunderlight erupted from his body, turning into a bolt of lightning and rushing towards the moment. Yunliu, 3 days, and Moon Slash. Kuriki, who rushed to the moment in front of him, swung out the sword in his hand quickly, cutting out 3 crescent-shaped sword chi, and quickly schemed towards the moment. Seeing the 3 sword chi that quickly slashed towards him, he didn't dare to be careless in an instant. When he kicked Fei Kangmyu just now, he knew that he didn't cause any damage to this upper ninja, and the ninja technique circulating in Yunyin can be called first class in the ninja world, whether it is attack power or defense power. Gossip breaking the mountain and hitting the. In an instant, 3 palms were struck, and Chakra, who was at the peak of shinobi, erupted with all his strength, and 3 invisible chakra shockwaves instantly scattered the 3 sword chi split by Kuriki, and the body was ghostly close to Kuriki, and the soft fist method Bagwa 128 palms burst out with all his strength. What a speed! It's troublesome to be hit by this. Seeing that his Yunliu Mikazuki slash did not work, the little ghost in front of him instead came up and punched him with a set of extremely fast punches. Kuriki was miserable. He knew that he must not be hit by Hinata's soft fist, otherwise the result was unimaginable. However, in the face of a stormy physical skill, Kuriki found that he could not keep up with his rhythm at all. Because from the beginning of the cultivation of the Bagua 32 palms to the current Bagua 128 palms, the time requirement for this set of boxing techniques to be completed in one go within 3 seconds, that is to say, the current soft fist can hit an average of 42 palms in 1 second. What about a shot speed? Almost broke through the limit of the human body, and after each palm was struck, there would be a scorching breath in the air, although it was not as fast as the speed of a kai opening the 6 doors towards the peacock later, but it was not something that Kuriki, the upper shinobi, could reflect. When it came to this, he had to thank the devil fruit for transforming his body, otherwise the body of an ordinary person at his age would not be able to support him to use such a physical technique. I saw Kuriki block left and right, and in an instant, most of the attacks still fell on him, most of the 64 key points of the body were blocked, and the internal organs were also attacked by the soft fist chakra, and the whole person spewed out a blood mist and flew out. Although Leiden chakra unloaded the palm power of the moment, the chakra of the instant soft fist still hit his body, destroying his internal organs, and the unconscious Kuriki soon sank on the surface of the river. Captain Kuriki. Seeing that Kuriki was knocked out and sank into the river in an instant, Nozomi, who was attacking Sarutobi Shinishuk with Derui, directly forced his opponent away with a knife, and flashed to the surface of the water next to the moment in an instant, and picked up Kuriki who sank into the water. After scooping Kuriki out of the water, Nozomi's palm was wrapped in a layer of green light, which was a healing technique in medical ninjutsu. It's useless, you don't have to try. Seeing Nozomi's actions, he instantly spoke. The internal injuries caused by the Hyuga clan's soft fists, even more advanced medical ninjutsu, are useless. After all, in this world, no matter how clever medical ninjutsu cannot treat the injuries of internal organs. Even Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas, could only watch the internal organs of Broken and his younger brother Rope Tree break and die in the Ninja World War, but they were unable to return to the sky. Abominable. After listening to the words for a moment, Nozomi also found that no matter how he used the healing technique, the blood flowing from Kuriki's mouth still couldn't be stopped. Senior Kuriki, if you hold on a little longer, the adult from Yunlii Gorge will arrive immediately, and then I will take you back to the village for treatment. Yunlii Gorge. After hearing what Nozomi said to Kuriki, he was stunned for a moment. Could it be? At this moment, a sudden change occurred, and a figure rushed towards the battlefield on both sides of the river with lightning speed from extremely far away, and in the blink of an eye, more than a dozen Konoha ninjas flew along the way, marking a long trajectory. So you're here, bastard! A sucker! A strange tone came from the visitor's mouth, and I saw that the visitor was wearing a pair of sunglasses, gray hair and dark skin, a iron character painted on his shoulder, and 7 knives on his back. Than adults. After seeing the people coming, everyone in Yunren shouted one after another. Oops! It's Union's human pillar power. Yao Kirabi. Unlike the excitement of the Cloud Ninja, the faces of the people in Konoha immediately became very ugly when they saw the person coming. I didn't expect Yunyan to really send a human pillar force. Akimichi Dingza, who was fighting with Yunin Shangnan, said solemnly. And it's Yaoi. Sarutobi Shinishuk's face was no better, and he naturally knew what the 8-tailed pillar power meant. Yo! Why are you all so embarrassed? A sucker! Seeing that the surrounding battle situation seemed to be very unfavorable to Yunin, Kirabi saw Kuriki lying on the ground and asked in surprise, what's wrong with Kuragi? Kuriki-senpai, a ninja of the Konoha Hyuga clan, defeated. Nozomi pointed to the moment when he was standing on the river not far away, picked up Kuriki and said to Kirabi, my lord, Captain Kuriki is dying, I have to quickly take him back to the village for treatment, and this will be handed over to you. I didn't expect Kuriki to lose in your hands. After seeing Nozomi leave with Kuriki, Kirabi turned his gaze to the moment. It seems that you are not a simple imp. Dumbass, bastard. Although it was a little funny to hear a burst of crappy rap popping out of Kirabi's mouth, I still couldn't laugh when I remembered Kirabi's strength. The 8-tailed man Pillar Kirabi, nicknamed Killer Bee, is the sworn younger brother of the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow, and is the perfect human pillar force that can completely control the tailed beast, although he is only in his 20s now, and his strength is definitely not as powerful as when he hung the Suzuki Eagle Squad in the later stage, but coupled with the power of the tailed beast, the strength of the shadow level is absolutely appropriate. Instantly, you step back. After Nozomi left, Sarutobi Shinishuk, who began to suppress Derui, anxiously yelled at him, that guy is not an ordinary ninja. At this time, Akimichi Dingza, who was fighting with Yunin in the distance, also noticed the situation here, and his huge palm punched his opponent, and also roared with an instant, Hyuga family brat, you and Kakashi, they better retreat first, here let us bear it. Fall back? Or stay and continue to fight? Seeing the reaction of Sarutobi Shinishuk and Akimichi Dingza, he shook his head silently, although retreating at this time is the best choice, but now there is not much combat power in Konoha village for the time being. If after the battlefield here is lost, Yunin summons more people to drive straight into the country of fire, the consequences will be even more unimaginable. Moreover, feeling the frozen fruit ability in his body, he felt that he was not without the power of a battle. Feeling the fighting intent exuded by the moment he stood in front of him, a light flashed on Kirabi's dark sunglasses. "Boy, you are not bad. Tell me your name." "The killer bee's knife does not kill the nameless ghost. He need a moment." Saying that, the footsteps started lightly, and a moment disappeared on the surface of the river. "Remember the name that is going to defeat you." When he said this sentence in the next second, he had already appeared above Kirabi's head, and a large whirlwind of Konoha slashed from his head in the air. Feeling the strong wind brought up by the moment that instantly appeared overhead, Kirabi's spirit shook. "Good speed, I'll play with you, bastard, baby." The Konoha whirlwind that kicked out with all his strength in an instant, only felt a block on his feet. Kirabi's arm had blocked his kick, and in an instant he felt that his leg was like kicking on a mountain, unable to shake his body at all. The physical condition is not at all on the same level. In an instant, the gap between the two was immediately seen. After all, the opponent was a person who was proficient in Union Ninja technique, and although he had undergone the transformation of the natural devil fruit, his body was far from reaching the stage of maturity after all. Not very powerful. Dumbass, bastard. After easily blocking the kick of the moment, Kirabi swooped over and sprinted up, striking straight into the chest of the moment with a hook. So fast. Seeing the speed of Kirabi's dash, he was shocked in an instant, and his whole body directly emitted chakra, spinning at high speed out of thin air. Seeing that the moment made the return to the sky, Kirabi's eyes flashed, did not slow down in the slightest, but accelerated the speed of the sprint, and a punch directly blasted towards the return to the sky of the moment. Boom! The two figures quickly bounced to both sides, and Kirabi's fist almost broke the instant of return, and after barely bouncing Kirabi, he was also shocked by Kirabi's fist in an instant. "Great move, bastard." After being bounced away, Kirabi did not receive the slightest effect, and continued to chant the tune of rap on his mouth. This guy's strength and speed are far beyond Shangnan, and the high-speed spinning Hushin was almost broken by his punch, and he looked solemnly at the opponent in front of him in an instant, which was the strongest enemy he had encountered so far. "I didn't have time to think about it, and in an instant, I jumped and came to the front of Kirabi, and the chakra of the upper ninja peak all erupted, and the soft fist gossip 128 palms were fully unleashed, and the whole person turned into a virtual shadow, and the fist shadow in the sky splashed towards Kirabi." Very powerful physical skills. While resisting, Kirabi secretly knew what kind of freak this kid was, so that at such an age, he could physically follow him as the pillar force of the eight-tailed man. No, you can't help him by physical skills. Seeing that Kirabi was still at ease under his full soft fist, his eyes froze in an instant, and a palm gossip breaking mountain strike barely blasted Kirabi away, stretched out his hand, and a constantly rotating high-pressure water gun has appeared in his hand. Water blade. Wow! 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 Hearing the continuous sound of waterfall water flowing from the hand of the moment, the light on Kirabi's sunglasses flashed, and he immediately raised his vigilance. From the appearance point of view, this water-done ninjutsu has a very high level of form change and nature change. In an instant, after quickly kicking out two winds on his legs as a feint, he seized the opportunity to aim the hard vortex water blade in his hand at Kirabi and threw it over. It's too late to use a stand-in. Looking at the high-pressure water cannon thrown at him, Kirabi carried all the chakra and hit to the side with all his strength. Rumble! A huge waterspout suddenly formed on the surface of this river. Several ninjas who were close to Shina and Kirabi were even directly swept in, and before they even had time to scream, they were stirred into pieces, and then thrown out again. Than adults. Seeing what happened on Kirabi's side, several Yunrin shouted out worriedly, "What a powerful ninjutsu!" Witnessing the huge waterspout rolling up on the surface of the river, several Konoha ninjas unconsciously stopped the battle in their hands. "Bastard, almost hit. A sucker." After the huge waterspout gradually dissipated, a figure rushed out of the river. It was the eight-tailed Kirabi. In an instant, I clearly saw the red chakra on his body flash. Chakra, who erupted with 8 tails at a critical moment, dodged my hard vortex water blade. I thought to myself, what an amazing water ninjutsu. If I get that head-on hit, maybe I'll be finished. Kirabi stared at the moment, pulling out all 7 knives from behind, each knife clamped into various joints of his body, and the last bite in his mouth made a strange pose. "I'm going to be serious next. Oh yes." With a knife in his mouth, Kirabi said the words indistinctly to the moment. Seeing the posture posed by Kirabi, an inexplicable sense of crisis suddenly came out of his heart. Arashi blade. In an instant, he felt a flash in the corners of his eyes, and he had instantly lost the trace of Kirabi in front of him, and when he noticed it again, Kirabi had appeared on his head and flipped at high speed, and the 7 knives scraped a sharp edge towards him. Too fast. When he could barely react, Kirabi had already manipulated 7 knives to quickly attack him. Mixed with superb physical skills, each knife of Kirabi stabbed at an instant at a speed invisible to the naked eye. There is no way to see his attack line at all. Each knife seemed to have come to life, flexibly jumping in various parts of Kirabi. Unpredictable attack routines and terrifying knife speed made the moment unpreventable, and several deep wounds were broken on the left and right sides of the body. Damn, is this the strength of the shadow level? Although he had not yet been fatally injured, the cut wound still stung the nerves of the moment. Under Kiribi's crushing knife technique, Instant had to burst out all his potential, and Hinata-ryu's soft fist and Konoha-ryu's rigid fist were all used in instant. In the face of Kiribi's stormy fierce offensive, the moment exerted all his strength to support. Under this high degree of pressure, whether it is soft fist or rigid fist, the moment is subconsciously thrown away. The more skilled the more you use. The two completely different physical techniques seem to gradually have a trend of fusion. Yaoi, make a beast sting. Seeing that under his high-speed knife attack, he seemed to gradually adapt to his attack rhythm, Kiribi suddenly broke out chakra and increased his speed again, and he didn't have time to react in an instant and was directly shocked by an elbow blow from him. At the same time as the shock, Kiribi's hands flicked violently, and the 7 knives instantly turned into 7 streamers and flew towards the moment. At that moment, he was struggling to resist Kiribi's fierce attack, and finally felt that his physical skills faintly showed signs of a breakthrough, and began to gradually adapt to his attack rhythm. But he did not expect that the opponent suddenly broke out, and was shocked in the air the moment he watched the 7 knives cut through the air and flew towards him. After flying out of the 7 knives, countless thoughts flashed in Kiribi's heart, and finally he muttered. Instantly, Shiyan, who was fighting with a cloud ninja, exclaimed after seeing that he was shocked and flying out. Did things still turn out like this? Seeing that he was shot out by Kiribi in an instant, Akimichi Ding sighed in his heart. Do everyone have to sacrifice here today? No, the real battle has only just begun. A cold and familiar voice came from the center of the battlefield, and the eyes of everyone on the field were involuntarily attracted again. Kiribi jerked his gaze up to see that he was standing unharmed on the river at the moment he was shocked, and the 7 knives he flew out were blocked by an ice shield that appeared out of thin air in front of him. Kiribi looked at the ice shield in front of him strangely. He knew very well how powerful the 7 knives he flew out, wrapped in his 8-tailed chakra, not to mention an ice shield. Even a 5-centimeter steel plate can be pierced, but it was blocked by such an ice shield. Removing the ice shield in front of him, he looked at the 7 knives that fell into the water in an instant, and exhaled a long breath, finally blocked. This is an ice shield formed by his highly condensed moisture in the air, although it is not up to the level of 1,000-year-old Shen ice, but the degree of hardness also exceeds ordinary steel, otherwise it is impossible to block the flying spur that Kiribi used with all his strength. In fact, he can use the ability of elementalization of frozen fruits to directly resist these 7 knives, but at a moment, he feels that the elementalization skill is not at a critical moment or try to minimize the use, otherwise the various abilities of the ninja world emerge one after another, and someone will always find a way to restrain him. So feeling the surging frozen fruit ability in his body, he instantly showed an eager expression towards Kiribi. Second round, let's start. It has been 3 years since he got the frozen fruit, although he has always cultivated and developed the fruit ability, but he has almost never used it in actual combat, and the fruit abilities he has developed over the years have been silent for too long, and today he will show his edge. Death Frost. I saw that he inhaled into his stomach fiercely, and a white mist quickly spit out from his mouth, and before the white mist could spit out to Kiribi's side, it spread into an ice mist with a diameter of about 20 meters. As soon as Kiribi wanted to rush up, he felt a piercing cold rushing to his face changed and he hurriedly burst out of the tailed beast chakra, and the red light flashed and his body was covered with a layer of red chakra coat, and his speed power suddenly increased, and he shot towards the shore. As soon as Kiribi hit on the shore, he saw the ice fog behind him. The entire river surface froze into ice blocks. The area covered by the ice fog was too large. A cloud ninja who did not have time to dodge on the shore was shrouded in ice fog, and was directly frozen into an ice sculpture, and after a breeze blew on the surface of the river, it blew down to the ground and fell into pieces. The ninjas who were not affected around all gasped after seeing this scene in an instant. What is that? Ice escape ninjutsu. Kiribi, who had escaped the frost of death, looked at this scene and speculated secretly in his heart. Why is there such ninjutsu in an instant? The freezing power unleashed in an instant also caused an uproar among the Konoha ninjas. Death Frost, this move is exactly the frozen fruit move developed by the fire ninjutsu developed by Uchiha Ba fire extinguishing in the Hokage world. After creating a large amount of freezing power in the inner body, it is spit out of the mouth, forming a huge wall of ice mist, thereby freezing all targets, which can be regarded as a skill that combines the characteristics of the current world. There was no time to pay attention to what the people around him thought, because in the next second, I saw that Kiribi on the shore was already wrapped in the tailed beast chakra, stepping on the ice and dragging his long tail towards him. Is the tail animalized? Seeing Kiribi, who had almost rushed to his side, wrapped in a red chakra coat, several chakra tails grew behind him, and the speed was twice as fast as before, and the white eyes of the moment could hardly capture his movements. But Moment's face did not reveal the slightest fear, and I saw a few words coldly spit out from Instant's mouth. Frozen abyss. Kiribi, who was rushing towards the moment at high speed, suddenly felt a piercing cold on the ice under his feet. His legs and feet were numb, and the whole person's movements involuntarily slowed down, as if the whole person fell into a pool of mud. Frozen abyss, the freezing power of the body is channeled into the ice surface under the feet, so that the entire frozen ground becomes its main battlefield. The frozen ground exudes the power of ice to make all the opponents on the ice gradually numb their bodies, and finally fall to the ground and be frozen by ice. After obtaining the frozen fruit in an instant, he did not stick to the ability of the General Kinghan in one piece, but went to refine the essence, referring to many two-dimensional world skills, and also developed more and stronger skills himself. It's a tricky ability. Feeling that his body was gradually numb by the cold air coming from the ice, his movements were sluggish, and Kyrabi roared angrily, and more chakras erupted on his body, dispersing the slowly condensed frost on his legs, and smashed a punch with the power of the tailed beast into the moment. It's useless, in front of the natural devil fruit, I can completely fly you a kite and then hang you. Suddenly, in the face of Kyrabi's fist furiously, he stretched out an arm again, aimed at Kyrabi's 5 fingers and opened it, and spit out softly in his mouth ice coffin. In an instant, centered on the palm of the moment, the cold air around Kyrabi's body was instantly highly condensed, and in the blink of an eye, Kyrabi wrapped in the tailed beast chakra was frozen in a huge ice coffin. After retracting his arm, he instantly looked at the huge ice coffin in front of him, and he could see that Kyrabi, who was frozen inside, was still raising his fist and glaring angrily ahead, feeling the frozen fruit energy consumed a lot in his body, and gently exhaled. This move of the ice coffin is to instantly condense the moisture in the surrounding air. The density is extremely high, the hardness is comparable to diamonds. Unless Kyrabi is completely tailed and bursts out of the body of the 8 tails, it is impossible to break free from it. Than adults. Seeing Kyrabi frozen in the ice coffin in an instant, the remaining 10 or so Yunin on the battlefield were covered with a layer of dead ash. Well done. At this time, Sarutobi Shinashuk also forced Darui away with a fire, and a momentary body flashed to the side of the moment, although there were too many questions in his heart, but it was obviously not the occasion to ask questions at this time. Your human pillars have all been defeated by our ninjas of Konoha. Do you still want to fight? Akimichi Dingza pushed away the opposite Yunin Shinobu with his huge palm, and asked in a deep voice. There's no way. Yun Shinobu Shangnan threw out a few shurikens and retreated into the remaining few Yun Shinobi's formation. After the fight just now, in addition to the few Naka Shinobi and Shimo Shinobi on Konoha's side, Yun Shinobu had already killed and injured most of them, leaving only him and a few Naka Shinobu on the field struggling to support. Unexpectedly, Lord Kyrabi was defeated in the hands of that Konoha kid, and at this time, the remaining Yunin on the battlefield had no will to fight, and just when they had the intention to retreat, an unexpected change occurred on the field. Roar! I was really afraid that anything would come, and a wry smile appeared at the corner of his mouth in an instant. In a blink of an eye, I saw Kyrabi in the ice coffin. Several huge octopus tentacles constantly appeared on his body, and in the field of vision of the white eyes in an instant, it was obvious that a huge chakra constantly roared and tsunami came out of Kyrabi's body. Roar! A bull-headed octopus monster that kept getting bigger broke through the ice coffin, opened its mouth and roared, and a sound wave visible to the naked eye spread out, and some low-level ninjas around him even had blood in their ears. Bastard, apart from my brother and the golden flash of your Konoha, no one can make me so embarrassed. I saw the bull's eyes of the huge octopus monster staring at the moment, and the word spat out of his mouth, now let you see the true face of my killer bee master. Looking at the huge monster in front of him, he saw the seemingly endless chakra in his body, and he was speechless and shocked in an instant. There is such a huge chakra in the world. The tailed beast is the embodiment of chakra in this world, and the 8 tails is the existence second only to the 9 tails among the 9 tailed beasts, and its number of chakras is not comparable to ordinary shadow levels at all. Let's retreat. That's the complete body of Lord Kyrabi. The entire battlefield here will be destroyed, Yun Shinobu said anxiously to the surrounding Yun Shinobu, leading them to slowly retreat towards the forest on the other side of the river. At this time, the ninja of Konoha seemed to just want to pursue. Boom! The huge tentacles of the 8 tails suddenly smashed down, and several ninjas of Konoha were directly swept out. Abominable! Is such a monster really something we can defeat? Seeing the huge Yao on the surface of the river, some Konoha ninjas made trembling sounds. Let's all die here today. As Kyrabi's voice sounded, Yao opened its big mouth, and saw the tailed beast chakra condensing madly in its mouth, and soon a huge black chakra ball formed. Its tailed beast Jade. At this time, Akimichi Dingza and Sarutobi Shinashuk also had desperate looks on their faces. Chakra that level of condensation. Obito, Rin, I'll see you guys soon. Kakashi looked at the Yaoi condensed tailed beast Jade, but a trace of relief flashed in his eyes. Seeing the tailed beast Jade condensed in Yao's mouth, he also smelled the breath of death in an instant, and immediately released all the chakras in his body, and a huge spiral shuriken quickly formed in his hand. I hope that at least it can change its trajectory. The 8-tailed beast Jade suddenly burst out, and the air that streaked through was distorted, facing the direction where the tailed beast Jade bombarded, and in an instant gritted his teeth and threw the spiral shuriken violently. Rumble! After the spiral shuriken and the bottom of the tailed beast Jade collided, there was a loud noise, and a dazzling white light and shock wave spread out, and everyone closed their eyes unconsciously. After the dazzling light, everyone opened their eyes and looked. The tailed beast Jade flew over their heads, and in the next second, a huge explosion occurred in the distant mountain behind them. It worked! The spiral shuriken released in an instant successfully changed the trajectory of the tailed beast Jade, and just when everyone was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a scene that made them worry appeared again. "It's you damn brat again, who actually ruined the trajectory of the tailed beast Jade." Saying that, the furious Yao's mouth began to condense chakra again. Damn, feeling that the chakra in his body has been consumed, he gritted his teeth in an instant, and he could only fight. Closing his eyes and mobilizing all the remaining frozen fruit energy in his body, his hands leaned forward in an instant, and the cold air in the air condensed wildly, and suddenly dozens of huge icicles appeared around the 8 tails, enveloping the 8 tails in the middle. Millennium Ice Prison. With a soft drink. In an instant, both hands shook violently. Dozens of huge icicles instantly converged towards the middle, forming a huge ice prison, which instantly sealed the 8-tailed ice inside, freezing into an ice field with a high mountain on its back. After releasing the 1,000-year ice prison, there was an emptiness in his body in an instant, and after overdrawing all his physical strength, his steps softened and his eyes dizzy, and the whole person couldn't stop planting towards the river. Before falling unconscious, he said with the last strength, "Quickly withdraw, this can only temporarily seal it at most." In a trance, I felt like I was floating on the surface of the water, and I felt like I had sunk into the abyss. I don't know how long time passed, and a warm feeling woke me up from the coma. Confused, he opened his eyes and first saw a stunning face, and then heard Xian's voice. "In an instant, you finally woke up. That's great." Seeing that Shishu woke up from his coma, Xian quickly removed the hot towel on Shishi's forehead. "How long have I been in a coma?" In an instant, he sat up with difficulty, and found that it was not only Yuan alone, but almost all the Konoha ninjas were around him. "You've been in a coma for 2 days. If you don't wake up again, Xian is worried about dying." A nice voice reached Moment's ears, and Moment's head was raised to look over, and it turned out to be Sunset Red. "Of course I'm worried about it because of all of us, besides, he's my teammate." Listening to Shirihong's ridiculous words, Xian blushed and explained, but his voice became smaller and smaller. Turning his head to look around, he found himself in the tent of the camp. "After I fell into a coma, how did the battle go? I learned that I had been in a coma for 2 days, and when I woke up, I immediately wondered what happened to Yaoi. After you fell into a coma, we quickly withdrew to the camp with you." Sarutobi Shinshu came up and said with a smile, "I heard the scouting ninja come back and say that Zhao broke the ice yesterday, and after coming out, he was so angry that he blew up the mountain. Ha, you boy can do it." Saying that, Akimichi Dingza also leaned over and patted Shunji's shoulder. "Why did you kid go away?" At this time, Sarutobi Shinshu looked at the moment curiously. The overwhelming ice power when the battle Yao was fought on the battlefield the day before yesterday, it was impossible for them to remember it or not. Probably because my chakra is an attribute of wind and water, and it produces this effect when combined. Without thinking, he explained with reasons that had already been thought of. Properties of wind and water. At this time, Yamato thought thoughtfully and said, "In theory, it is indeed possible. My wood is produced by the combination of changes in the nature of water and soil. But the theory is only a theory. In fact, Konoha has done so many experiments since the 1,000 hand pillars, and it has succeeded Yamato, such a wooden ninja, and the power of Yamato Mudun is even more different from the wooden done between the 1,000 hand pillars." In an instant, I knew that it was probably because the 1,000 hand pillar was the reincarnation of Azura and the power of Yang in chakra. The concept of yin is based on imagination and spiritual power as the root to create matter from the invisible, while the concept of Yang done is to give material life to the physical energy of life. In an instant, I guessed that the wooden done between the 1,000 hand pillars must have been given life by Yang done, so it would be so different from Yamato's ordinary wood. When his thoughts returned to reality, he only heard Yamato ask again, "But it's strange why I saw that you cast the ice escape without a seal." The answer to this question was already ready, and he rolled his eyes and asked, "Have you seen me seal when I used the water escape hard vortex water blade and the wind escape spiral shuriken?" "That's right. Are this kid's ninjutsu all Muji ninjutsu? That's too much to go against the sky," everyone thought. After saying that, he ignored the thoughts in the tent, and instantly found that he had been in a coma for 2 days, and his mind had already been flooded with information from the Hongyu system. After walking out of the tent, he instantly sank his consciousness into his mind. Ding! The system detects that the host chakra amount has reached the bottleneck, breaks the boundary successfully, and congratulates the host's chakra amount to a higher level. Ding! The system detected that the host's frozen fruit ability had reached a bottleneck and successfully broke the boundary, congratulating the host frozen fruit ability for upgrading to a higher level. Ding! The system detected that the host's soft fist method Bagwa 128 palms had reached the bottleneck and successfully broke the boundary. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the soft fist method Bagwa 256 palms. 3 consecutive messages from the collapsed jade system. After listening to it in an instant, the whole person was stunned. Lying groove, this is also too powerful, right? Feeling the chakra and frozen fruit abilities that were about to overflow in his body, the whole person was in ecstasy in an instant, and he broke through to the shadow level and the general level like this? You must know that in front of these 2 layers of heaven-like barriers, how many people cannot break through in their entire lives, but I didn't expect that the collapsed Jade system directly helped save decades of effort. Shadow Class, generally called S-Class Ninja in this Naruto world, refers to ninjas whose abilities have surpassed the upper ninja, have unique abilities and are famous in the ninja world. They can be ninjas in the ninja village, or ninjas who travel around the world but are still loyal to the original ninja village, such as Jiraiya and Tsunade in the Legend 3 Shinobi. It can also be S-Class ninjas who are highly valued by various countries, such as the 10 people in the Xiao organization, which are originally S-Class ninjas gathered from various ninja villages. Some of their abilities are comparable to the shadows of the 5 major villages, so each ninja village protects them. Since S-Class ninjas usually possess special abilities, such as Blood Succession Limit or Secret Art, Blood Succession Elimination or Human Pillar Force, they are feared and dare not confront them. Of course, above the shadow level ninja that I knew in an instant, there were higher levels, such as Uzumaki Nagato, whose strength reached the super shadow level, the older generation of 5 cages, as well as the peak level of the ninja realm, Senju Juzuma and Uchiha Madara, and even Kagayaheim, 6 Deo Immortals, Itsuki Mamaji, and so on. And the ability of the demon fruit reaches the level of a general, not to mention that the actual combat power is definitely above ordinary shadow level ninjas. Although reaching the shadow level ninja is only a new starting point in this world, I now at least have the ability to temporarily not succumb to anyone. Feeling the strength of his overall improvement in his whole body, he couldn't help but clench his fists in an instant. Sure enough, fighting life and death on the battlefield is the best shortcut to improve strength, and he was digesting the improved strength outside the camp in an instant, when Kakashi's voice came from behind. In an instant, we are all working out tactics to deal with Yun Shinobu tomorrow. Kakashi, who had just come out of the tent, saw the momentum overflowing from his body in an instant, and the whole person stayed in place. Your chakra. The original moment was in Kakashi's eyes. If you throw away those powerful abilities, at least in the amount of chakra, Kakashi can still detect that although there is a gap between himself and the moment, it is not too big. But after discussing it for a while, Kakashi found himself seeing the moment again, but he felt the same momentum from him as the 3 generations of Hokage and Orochimaru. Well, the battle the day before yesterday made me break through. Instantly smiled indifferently, ignored the sluggish Kakashi, and got into the tent. Broke through again? Wouldn't that be? Kakashi seemed to have something in mind. How can there be such a monster in the world? After entering the tent, I saw everyone fiercely discussing tomorrow's tactics around the sand table in the middle. In an instant you came back. Sarutobi Shinishuk was discussing with a few Naka shinobi, and suddenly saw the moment come in, and just wanted to say hello, but seemed to suddenly see something incredible. Your strength. Seeing the momentum on his body in an instant, Sarutobi Shinishuk felt that his IQ was about to run out. The battle with Yao the day before yesterday made me break through again. Instantly, Yun said lightly, turned his gaze to all the ninjas in front of him, and said confidently, tomorrow's tactics are very simple. Yao will be handed over to me. This time I will definitely let him see how powerful I am. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the back of the moment from the outside, and it actually pierced everyone's eyes. What kind of monster is he? How old is he? They have actually reached the same realm as Naruto-sama's son and Sama. Although it was an understatement, everyone present was still shocked. Although there are not many characters who have reached the shadow level at this age in an instant, there were many wars in the Warring States period before the establishment of the 5 great ninja villages. For example, not long ago, the 4th generation of Meshli Kage, who had just taken office in the Mist Ninja village, heard that he was also a little ghost about the same size as the moment, but at least the people were human pillar power, and they had the power of tailed beasts in their bodies. And in an instant it was just an ordinary boy from the Hyuga clan. Why did the strength barrier that every ninja encounter in him seem to not exist at all? In this battle tomorrow, Yunren suffered the loss of the day before yesterday, and it is estimated that more troops will be sent. At this time, the Kama Kimichi Dingza coughed dryly, drawing everyone's attention back to tomorrow's battle. But I also sent a secret letter to Naruto-sama yesterday, believing that new support forces will soon arrive on our side. Is it? That's great. When the rest of the crowd heard that support was about to arrive, their morale was boosted. But Sarutobi Shinishuk looked at Momentary with a straight look at this time. Tomorrow's battle, I have to ask you, Moment. At this time, everyone's attitude towards the moment has changed from treating a genius junior to treating a strong person. After all, through the battle the day before yesterday, everyone knew that if this war did not play in an instant, what awaited Konoha would be the total annihilation. Feeling the change in everyone's vision of themselves at this time, he also solemnly said in an instant, don't worry, just leave it to me. Abused, of course, to abuse back, looking at the sunset outside the tent burning the whole sky, clenched the fist in his hand in an instant. One night without a word. Early the next morning, shortly after the sun had risen, a Konoha ninja suddenly broke into outside the camp. Not good. Dingza Sr. Sarutobi Sr. Yun Shinobu has attacked this side of our camp. The Konoha ninja shouted as soon as he entered the camp. What? Akimichi Dingza and Sarutobi Shinishuk, who were sorting out their ninja tools, stood up at once, and were about to rush to the battlefield, but they didn't expect them to attack so quickly. The moment he heard the voice, he also came out of the tent, and frowned when he heard this. He didn't expect it to come so quickly. Akimichi Dingza said in a deep voice at this time, since they are here, then let's go out and fight. After saying that, he waved his hand and asked the ninjas who came in to go out and gather their armies to prepare for battle. Most of the Konoha ninjas present were ninjas who had participated in the Third Ninja World War, and the ninjas during the war had qualities that were incomparable to peacetime ninjas, and in less than 5 minutes, all the ninja army had been assembled. 10 minutes later, following the leadership of Akimichi Dingza, the army of Konoha ninjas came to a huge forest clearing. 100 meters away in front of him, it was the mighty army of Yunin, led by 3 more upper shinobi, led by Kairobi and Yunin, and the number of other middle and lower shinobi also increased to more than 100. It seems that this war is difficult to fight, but I didn't expect Yunren to come with so much support. Seeing the number of Cloud Ninja on the opposite side, Akimichi Dingza's expression was very solemn. Cowards of Konoha. At this time, the Shangnin who was facing Yunren opened his mouth and shouted, after escaping from the battle last time, I didn't expect you to dare to come out to fight. Ha 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 ha, humph. I don't know who was killed last time and only a few stragglers remained. Today, a few supports came, and they started talking loudly again. This is Sarutobi Shinoshuke snapping back. Kill me. After listening to Sarutobi Shinoshuke's counterattack, Yun Shinobu didn't have much nonsense. Since the beginning of many wars in the past, they had already formed countless blood feuds with Konoha, so they directly ordered all Yun Shinobi to kill the Konoha army together. Everyone slaughtered them. In the face of Yun Shinobu's offensive, Akimichi Dingza was also not polite, and directly commanded the Konoha ninja to rush to the Yunin army together. Give me death. Ha ha. Kill them all. Slaughter them. In a group of Konoha ninja army, the first to rush to the front in an instant, the shadow-level chakra on the body flowed, a simple instantaneous technique. A few flashes have already crossed a distance of 100 meters, appeared in front of the Cloud Ninja army. Last time, you were lucky enough to let you run away. I didn't think you kid would dare to come out. A sucker. Bastard. At this time, Kiribi pushed away the Yunin army and rushed directly in front to block the moment. Both sides know that if they don't stop each other and let the other free up their hands to deal with their other ninjas, the consequences will be unimaginable, which is the decisive role of shadow-level combat power in a war. Haven't you heard of Shibutsu's 3 days of impression? Seeing Kiribi come out from the Yunin army and block himself, this was just in line with the hearts of the moment. Today I will let you fall at my feet. Outrageous imp. Hearing the provocation of the moment, Kiribi did not talk nonsense, and a red chakra directly appeared on his body, and he turned on the tailed beast mode and slammed into the moment with a punch. Soft fist method Bagua 256 palms. Facing Kiribi, who turned on the tailed beast mode, he was unceremonious, and directly burst out of the strength that had just been promoted to the shadow level, and struck a soft fist gossip 256 palms at him with all his strength, and in an instant, the palm shadow filled the sky, and every extremely fast shot even rubbed the air and brought up a hot flame. The more difficult it is to improve the later the Juquan method, but with each improvement, the speed and power of the fist will double. This feeling, what's going on? It's only been 2 days of Kung Fu, how has this kid's strength improved so much? As soon as they clashed, Kiribi sensed that something was wrong, and the speed and power of the shot in an instant were more than double the last time, and the soft fist he unleashed with all his strength was even so fast that he almost didn't react, directly bringing the hot flame in the air to bombard his body. Although he barely blocked a few moves, most of the soft fist still bombarded Kiribi's body without warning, and the huge power and the unique chakra internal strength of the soft fist directly began to destroy his internal organs, and he couldn't help but hang a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Than adults. Several Yunin around the battlefield exclaimed when they saw that Kiribi was actually injured in an instant. What's going on with your strength? Why did it suddenly lift so much? Kiribi stood up with difficulty and looked at the moment in disbelief. My strength is breaking through every day. If you still look at me with the eyes of the past, then you are ready to be buried here today. In an instant, he stretched out a palm and aimed it at Kiribi, and said indifferently, I didn't expect that my soft fist Bagwazang could still stand up, and I thought to myself when I saw that all the acupuncture points he had sealed by me were washed away by the 8-tailed chakra in his body. I didn't expect Konoha to produce a monster in human skin like you. What a terrifying talent. Kiribi said as he got up, and the chakra on his body soared, I have to kill you today, or our village will never show up. Awesome thunder plow hot knife. When the chakra on his body skyrocketed to the peak, Kiribi slammed his fist towards the moment and sprinted, almost several times faster than usual. When the moment reacted, Kiribi had already swept the distance between the two in an instant, and a punch had already hooked into the mouth of the moment. Solved. Kiribi muttered, judging from the feeling coming from his hand, it was definitely a hit. Since he practiced this move with his brother, no one has been able to escape this killing move so far except Konoha's Golden Flash. Instantly, seeing that in an instant he was suddenly blown in two by the punch of Kiribi, who rose up to raid, everyone in Konoha, who was fighting on the side, was shocked. However, what happened next surprised Kiribi and all the ninjas, only to see that the moment he was smashed off by his punch with the peerless thunder plow hot knife, he turned into a pile of ice and fell to the ground. Nanny! Ice stand-in! Kirabi suddenly saw the broken ice on the ground get up again and condense into an instant, standing intact in front of him. No, it's not a stand-in. Soon Kirabi reacted, it should be a ninjutsu similar to the hydration technique of the mist-hidden ghost lantern family. It's really troublesome, it seems that the physical attack is basically ineffective against him. It's so dangerous, I was almost killed by one hit, and the ninjas who have reached the level of the shadow level really can't be underestimated. The moment he recondensed from the ground, there was a palpitation, I just let my guard down, and I was almost killed, but fortunately I had a natural devil fruit elemental body. It seems that you can only use complete body to deal with him. Staring at the moment in front of him, Kirabi exuded chakra all over his body, and gradually the huge octopus tentacles on his body were revealed. Flash away. Seeing Kirabi who was ready to completely tail the beast, the ninjas of Konoha and Kumo Shinobi scattered one after another, and in the face of this level of existence, they could only be reduced to cannon fodder next to them. Everyone, use ninjutsu against it. Sarutobi Shinshook was the first to react and immediately instructed Konoha's ninja to use ninjutsu to attack Yaoi. In an instant, more than a dozen Konoha ninjas formed seals one after another, and performed various ninjutsu towards the huge Yaoi. Roar. As soon as the eight-tailed body appeared, it was attacked by various ninjutsu around him, and the eight-tailed roar directly flicked his tail and flew out a group of Konoha ninjas around him. You all stand down. Let me. At this moment, he shook his head and shouted at the ninja of Konoha, facing a high-level tailed beast like Yaoi. These low-level ninjutsu of theirs did not have any effect at all, but increased casualties in vain. After saying that, he turned around and faced the huge Yaoi, and in an instant he gradually closed his eyes, gathering all the frozen fruit energy in his body madly, and then a cloud of ice blue energy that exuded an astonishing cold aura gathered into his hand. Ice Age. In an instant, he drank heavily, and then he jumped up directly and smashed the ice blue ability on his hand on the ground in front of him with a punch. Burst. Soon, the amazing freezing power spread out like a plague, and in the blink of an eye, except for the instant and the Konoha ninja behind him, the entire forest was frozen into a vast ice world. What kind of power is this? In an instant, the Konoha ninja behind him was already frightened by the scene in front of him and could not speak, and he looked at the entire ground and the entire forest, including Yao and all the Kumo shinobi, all frozen into lifelike ice sculptures. Is this still the power of a ninja? The dull Kakashi muttered looking at the world of ice in front of him. Ice Age, this is the strongest trick of the General King He in the One Piece world, and it can freeze a sea area for up to a week with a single shot. This skill is the best choice in terms of lethality and range, so I will choose to retain this skill in an instant. After the frozen fruit ability was promoted to the level of general, both the quality and quantity were improved by leaps and bounds, and the freezing power released in an instant was infinitely close to the level of the 1000-year Xianbing, and ninjas below the shadow level as long as they were sealed by ice, unless they were immediately soaked in water to thaw and rescue, there was only one way to die. A cracking sound came out, and I saw that cracks soon appeared on the ice on Yao's body, and immediately the cracks began to increase. Roar. Finally, Yao broke through the ice and let out a heaven-shaking roar. This damn ice escape, Yaoi, who had escaped from the ice, said, and suddenly saw Yunin, who was all frozen around him, and said angrily, you actually took them all, you've already lost. Looking at the furious Yaoi, he looked very indifferent for a moment. This ice field will last at least a week, but they obviously can't last 10 minutes. Damn it. Looking at the companions around him who had turned into ice sculptures, Yao let out a low roar in pain. He had no way to save them. Kill you. Seeing that he did not return to his companions, Yao directly gathered chakra in his mouth, ready to release the tailed beast Jade to kill all the ninjas in Konoha in front of him. It's useless, I've already learned this trick. Seeing the eight-tailed beast Jade condensed, he instantly said expressionlessly, in the face of absolute power, everything is illusory. Go and die. Kid of Konoha. After condensing the tailed beast Jade, Yao first bombarded the moment, he must kill this hateful brat to avenge the companions of the village. Instantly. Be careful with that. Kakashi next to him saw the tailed beast Jade coming and said worriedly. I know. Leave it to me. Stretching out his hands in an instant, chakra condensed into the palm of his hand, and suddenly a gust of wind was set off on his hand, and both hands condensed a spiral shuriken. This trick is useless to me. After saying that, he faced the position where the tailed beast Jade attacked, and threw the two spiral shurikens directly with a wave of his hand. Boom! The two spirals and shurikens collided together, and suddenly exploded a dazzling white light and shock wave, and a huge pit directly blasted out on the snow-white ice ground. In an instant, it actually blocked it. After the explosion, Konoha's ninja couldn't believe it was real. The tailed beast Jade was actually blocked. Yao looked at everything in front of him in disbelief, and the heaven-destroying tailed beast Jade he released was actually blocked by someone. Is it unbelievable? For the blocked tailed beast Jade, it was very calm in an instant. After being promoted to the shadow level, as long as chakra is enough, he can continuously release spiral shuriken or hard vortex water blade at any time, and it is really nothing unusual to block the tailed beast Jade. You are no longer my opponent. After blocking the tailed beast Jade, he struck again in an instant. childish mouth. Instantly's right hand punched the ability to wrap the frozen fruit, and a huge ice bird blasted out towards the 8 tails, which was also one of the few skills that Instant learned from the green pheasant that remained. Boom! The giant ice bird, which was almost half the size of Yaoi, directly hit Yao's body, leaving a layer of snow-white ice armor on Yao's body after it exploded. After being hit by the violent mouth, Yao let out a cry of pain, and the huge impact and the freezing force covering his body made him miserable, and he smashed a punch in anger. Millennium Ice Prison. Looking at the fist that smashed over like a small mountain, his face did not change in an instant, and he stretched out 2 arms at Yao, and dozens of huge icicles suddenly appeared in the void, enveloping Yaoi in it. You leave me here today. A roar, and in an instant both hands shook violently. Dozens of icicles in the air instantly gathered in the middle, freezing the 8 tails in the middle and solidifying into a huge ice field. Win! Seeing the Yao frozen again, Konoha's ninjas cheered. That's awesome! Unexpectedly caught the 8-tailed man pillar force. The people of Konoha behind them couldn't imagine what a huge victory this was. Standing in the boundless world of ice, the shining ice surface imprinted on the perfect face of the moment, and the long hair that was as black as a waterfall scattered with the wind, like a god who had fallen into the world, and everyone in Konoha was fooled for a while. It's beautiful. Shiyan looked at the figure of the moment and muttered, "This kid is simply not strong like a human." Seeing Shiyan's expression, the corner of Shirai Hong's mouth next to him couldn't help but float a smile. After the battle, looking at the Konoha ninja cleaning the battlefield on the ice, feeling the energy that was almost squandered in his body, he vaguely felt that something was wrong in his heart, but he couldn't say it. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something, and suddenly opened his eyes to look at the 8 tails frozen by the 1,000-year-old ice, and sure enough, he saw that the 8 tails in the huge ice field had long disappeared, and an octopus tentacle was impressively frozen in it. Damn it! Obviously, after reading the original book, he knew that Zhao would use this trick to break the tentacles as a stand-in, but he actually carelessly let him run away. At this time, Akimichi Dingza also noticed that something was wrong, and also saw that the frozen Yao in the ice field turned into a tentacle, and immediately wanted to organize everyone to pursue. No need to chase. For a moment, he thought that if they caught up, it would only be to send people's heads, and whether he killed Kiribi or not made little sense to him. He stopped them at the moment. It is estimated that he fled back to Yunnan village, and it is difficult for you to catch up with him at his speed. After saying that, he turned and left. Although the scale of this war is not large, it is only a local outbreak of war, but the harvest in an instant is not small. Chakra and frozen fruit abilities have both broken through to a higher realm, and then he needs to master it well to tap more of its power. Soon, the report of their battle here immediately reached the offices of the leaders of the 5 major powers. Konoha, Hokich's office. Well done. Unexpectedly completely annihilated Yunren, who invaded this time. Listening to the report of his subordinates, a smile appeared on the face of the 3rd generation. Did you say that the 8-tailed human pillar force sent by Yunnan was repelled by Hinata in an instant? Yes, Naruto-sama. In this battle on the front line, Hinata used a peculiar ice ninjutsu in an instant, and almost killed Kumo Shinobu's 8-tailed human pillar force. A ninja in the dark part of his desk was kneeling on one knee and truthfully reporting the battle situation on the front line. Ice escape? Is the nature of the combination of wind and water changing? The 3 generations couldn't help but think of a momentary figure. It was a young man who he couldn't see through. This is equivalent to having a second blood succession limit on his body. I can't imagine that he has reached this level. I hope there won't be any mistakes on the Hyuga sect side. With the smoke ring that was spit out, looking at the sky of Konoha outside the window, the thoughts of the 3 generations drifted farther and farther. Union Ninja Village. At this time, the 4th generation of Mei Lei Ying was furiously in the office. What? Listening to the report of his subordinates, the angry voice of the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow, who had dark skin and a strong body, filled the entire Thunder Shadow office building. You said that the ninja sent out this time was completely annihilated by Konoha. What about Bai? What did he do? After Lord Bai fled back, most of his muscles were severely frostbitten, and he is now being treated at a ninja hospital. Seeing the furious 4th generation Thunder Shadow, the Yunren who reported below did not dare to come out. How many ninjas did Konoha send this time? Unexpectedly completely annihilated our ninja troops. Biju was so badly injured. The 4th generation of Lei Ying, who finally calmed down, asked. Konoha is still the original more than 100 ninjas. This time it is mainly a teenager from the Konoha Hyuga clan called Hinata Instant, who killed all of our ninjas with a strange ice escape. Yunren in front of the 4th generation of Thunder Shadows answered truthfully. The Hyuga clan of Konoha? Hinata moment? The 4th generation of Thunder Shadow took a deep breath and looked at him coldly. I remember this name. I can't imagine that after the Golden Flash sacrifice of the 9 Tails incident, so many things happened. Konoha is still the cradle of genius. Blood-stained yellow sand, desperately fighting. More than a year passed, and soon the 51st year of Konoha was ushered in. During the year, several wars broke out between Konoha and Kumo Shinobu on the border of the Fire Nation, and both sides committed more troops. As more and more enemies were killed on the battlefield in an instant, the name of Konoha's white-eyed demon began to spread in the ninja world with this war. Among the entire Konoha ninjas, as long as they appear on any battlefield in an instant, the Cloud Ninja where they will be terrified, and the Konoha Ninja will greatly increase their morale. Suddenly, the name of the white-eyed demon began to be compiled into a story by people and spread throughout the ninja world. In this war, Instant repeatedly clashed with the 8-tailed human pillar force and the 2-tailed human pillar force that came later, and the physical ninjutsu and frozen fruit abilities became more and more proficient, and the existing ninjas in Konoha were all tested and battle-hardened elites, so the battle with the Land of Thunder became a war of attrition. The Land of Thunder came from afar, both in terms of supplies and logistics. It was very difficult, and finally in the autumn equinox of this year, the agreement of armistice was handed to Konoha, which brought the war to an end in a hurry. Konoha, I'm back. The autumn breeze brought up the fallen leaves on both sides of the avenue, and the gate of Konoha Ninja Village welcomed a special guest today. Looking at the two huge wooden doors at the door of Konoha in front of him, still so majestic, he couldn't help but feel a familiar feeling in his heart for a moment. Please show your pass. Although he could tell from his white eyes and forehead that he was a ninja of the Hyuga clan of his village, according to the usual rules, the two Naka shinobi who guarded the door still stopped him. Oh, this is my pass. In an instant, he took out a pass from his body and handed it to Naka Shinobu who was guarding the door. It turned out to be Hinata Shinobu in an instant. I'm sorry to offend, please come in. After reading the pass for a moment, the gatekeeper suddenly looked stunned and said excitedly, oh, thanks. Without paying any more attention to the two Naka ninja, he stepped into the door of Konoha in an instant, and as soon as he entered the door, he already saw the sensational flow of people and bustling shops inside, and the laughter and shouting were endless. The moment he had entered the village, he did not notice that the two Zongnin who were guarding the gate behind him had begun to have a fierce discussion. Is that him? A Nakanin said excitedly. Of course it's him. Have you ever seen a younger shinobu than this? This is another Naka Shinobu voice. The youngest Kami Shinobu in Konoha's history. The genius of the Hyuga clan. Wasn't he on the battlefield at the front? How did he come back alone? The previous Nakato asked suspiciously. Haven't you heard of it yet? Yunren has already submitted the agreement for the armistice, and he is the biggest contributor to this war. The other one said enviously. Isn't it? I heard that he is only 8 years old, right? The same are ninjas, the gap is actually so big? The previous Nakanin said stunnedly. Without paying attention to the discussion between them, the moment he stood on the street of Konoha, looking at the familiar and unfamiliar street in front of him, he was full of emotion. Konoha, I'm back. After the baptism of war, the 8-year-old looked much more mature than last year, looking like a 10-year-old boy, wearing a white ninja suit, black hair hanging straight down at the waist, and a perfect face that attracted the eyes of pedestrians on the street. In this year, he has not received too many new evolutions of the Jade system, but the various abilities and experiences on his body have been comprehensively improved in the continuous battle on the battlefield. Whether it is various physical ninjutsu or frozen fruit abilities, he now only needs to move his mind, he can use it with his hands, and his actual combat ability is almost like two people in the past. It seems that the strength is still a long way from reaching the next saturation. Walking on the moment of receiving it, he thought, the next goal, find a way to learn the immortal mode, and then find a way to lift the spell seal. Immortal mode, an ability that was instantly considered to be very anti-heaven in the original work. After turning on the immortal mode and using the immortal chakra, the power of all ninjutsu physical arts and illusions will be several times or even dozens of times that of the ordinary state. And I knew in an instant that in the later stages of the plot, people who could use Deo-seeking Jade like Rokido Madara and Kagaya Him would come out at every turn, reaching the level of their kind of blood succession snare. Except for physical arts and immortal arts or blood succession snare of the same level, any ninjutsu was ineffective against them. Therefore, the immortal mode is one of the several abilities that must be learned after coming to this world in an instant. Forget it, let's go to the third generation of old men first to report it. Thinking in his heart, in an instant, he suddenly disappeared on the street. Konoha Hokage Office Building, the office of the third generation Hokage. The three generations, who were smoking a cigarette and flipping through documents on their desks, were slightly distracted by a document. Hinata for a moment ninja landing number 102,111 date of birth 12/24, 8 years old, Capricorn. Height 1.60 centimeters, weight 49.2 kilograms, blood type A ninja, school graduation age 6, ninja upgrade age 7 years old, upgrade middle ninja in the same year, upgrade upper ninja, mission experience D 0 times C 12 times B 9 times A 4 times S 1 time. No matter how you look at it, he is an amazing genius. Looking at the ninja information on the Chinese and the childish face that was clearly revealed in the photo, the three generations sighed. At this time, a gust of wind blew outside the window, and a figure suddenly appeared silently and sat on the windowsill. What are the three generations of Hokage-sama looking at, so out of their minds? A crisp voice with a slight frivolity appeared in the Hokage's office. Break. Moment. Seeing the three generations after coming, I couldn't help but be stunned. Just chanting him appeared, and this kind of silent way. Why are you back? Didn't the ninja troops on the front line come back 10 days later? For the frivolous act that suddenly appeared in Hokage's office, the three generations did not seem angry. After his strength was raised to his current realm, his mentality in an instant also changed. There were not as many constraints as before, and his every move became casual from the heart. After all, there are only a handful of people who can threaten him now. Well, Yunren's gang has already returned to the Land of Thunder. There is nothing for me anymore. It is too boring to stay on the front line, so I will come back alone first. Instantly, he pouted and said nonchalantly. Although this is not quite in line with the rules, the victory on the battlefield made the three generations look very good, and it was rare to make a joke. But who made you our biggest hero in Konoha in this war? Haha. The three generations of old men are still quite kind, looking at the three generations and thinking in their hearts. But, said the three generations, you should go to the Hayagasek's house first when you have time. I don't know what will happen over their Hayaga clan family. After listening to the words of the three generations, his eyes flashed in an instant, and he did not say anything more. Looking at the flash of light in his eyes in an instant, the three generations found that he could not see through this teenager who was less than 10 years old. Perhaps, I'm really old. As the three generations pondered whether they should consider retirement and entrust the responsibility to the next generation of young people, they suddenly made it clear. Three generations of adults. In fact, I came to you today. In addition to resurrecting my life to you, I also have another request. I hope you can agree. Saying that, his eyes burned into the eyes of the three generations. Oh? What request? The three generations looked at the moment with some doubt. As long as I can do it, I will try to satisfy you. For the rare genius ninja in this village in front of him and the biggest hero of this war, as long as the request made in an instant is not excessive, he will generally agree. I want to quit the dark department first. I want to go and learn medical ninjutsu from Tsunade-sama. Moment said seriously. Wouldn't you be a little cooler today? Tell me out loud in the comments section. I saw a young man in a white ninja suit walking in from outside the door, with long black hair scattered around his waist, but his handsome face showed an amazing momentum. What man? Hayashi, who took back his handprint, heard that someone was actually talking to him in the Hayagasek's mansion, and looked around and saw a casual walkover. Instant. After seeing the person coming, Hayashi frowned in surprise and said, "Aren't you fighting against Yunin on the front line with the ninja troops? Is he the strongest genius in our clan that Dad often mentions?" Seeing the young man entering the door, young Ninji and Hinata thought at the same time. Yunin has already been repelled, and in a few days they will come to Konoha to conclude an alliance treaty. After entering the door in an instant, he looked at the Hinata on the ground and saluted Hayashi. Hayashi-sama, please spare Uncle Hinata. Today is for the sake of the moment. I don't care about your stupid behavior, but not the next example. After all, it was his own twin brother, and Hayashi didn't really intend to do anything to Hinata, and the opening of his mouth to intercede just gave him a step down. Moreover, the amazing strength that Instant has shown in recent years, as well as the news from the front, all indicate that Instant is the biggest hero of Konoha in this war, and there are still many values in him that are worth using the Zone family for various considerations. Nikki will give Instant some face, which is the advantage brought by strength. And Instant also knew this well, so he also seemed unscrupulous, and directly thanked Hayashi. Thank you Hayashi-sama for your tolerance. Instant's demeanor of advancing and retreating in a measured manner also made Hayashi very appreciative, and he couldn't help but carefully glance up and down at Shishi, and praised, I heard that you did a very good job on the battlefield this time, and even Naruto-sama is full of praise for you. That's all cultivation in the clan, and it will be today. Momentarily pampered, he said modestly. Well, with such an outstanding genius as you, our Hayaga clan also has more face in the village. Hinata looked at the moment and nodded with satisfaction, and beckoned to Hinata behind him. Hinata, this is your brother of the moment, go and say hello. Brother Instant. Hinata, who was hiding behind Hinata, timidly greeted Instant. Hee, Miss Hinata is really cute. Looking at the 3-year-old Hinata, the cute look made a smile on his face. Hinata is also one of the favorite female characters in the Naruto world, shy like a girl next door, although there is no ninja talent, but the world is so big, there are always some people who are suitable for this profession, and there are always some people who are not suitable for this profession, which does not affect her charm in the slightest. Then in an instant, he picked up the pale Hinata on the ground and said to Hayashi-sama, if it's okay, I'll take Uncle Hinata and Ninji back first. Well, you guys go back first. Hinata nodded in agreement and added, 10 days from now is Hinata's 3rd birthday, which is the inheritance ceremony of the clan, and every member of the Hayaga clan will participate in it. 10 days later? Didn't that happen to be the day when Kumo Shinobu came to Konoha to conclude the alliance treaty? I don't know if with his own intervention, Hinata will die for Hinata that day. After looking at the pale Hinata beside him, he was silent for a moment, and nodded and replied, be sure to participate on time. After speaking, he instantly helped Hinata and walked out of the Hayagasek's mansion with Ninji. On the way, seeing that Hinata's pale face was covered in cold sweat, he couldn't help but ask worriedly, are you okay, Uncle Hinata? You saw it all just now, in an instant. This is our sad fate as a separated family. Hinata's face was full of sadness. Even your own life and death cannot be controlled by yourself, and Ninji will have to bear such a fate in the future. Destiny? In an instant, he knew the fate of the Hyuga family from the beginning, so he began to cultivate desperately from shortly after birth. For what? In order to break such a fate and not be swayed by anyone. Fortunately, with the help of the system and his own efforts, he finally has the strength he has now. As long as he finds a way to crack the spell seal, he can truly control his own destiny. I don't believe in destiny, I believe that as long as the strength reaches a higher level, everyone can control their own destiny. Momentarily said softly. Has the strength reached a higher level? I hope this is the case. In an instant, you and Ninji are still young, both have talents that ordinary people do not have. Maybe the fate of the Hyuga clan will really change in you, Hinata said, with unwillingness in his tone and some expectation. Ning-ji, who was following Shina and Hinata, didn't quite understand what they said at this time, but just stared at Shina curiously with his big pure white eyes. Brother Shina, Dad, they all say that you are the most talented ninja in our village, is it true? The most genius ninja, hearing Ning-si's innocent words, smiled slightly, stretched out a hand and rubbed Ning-si's cute little head vigorously. To some extent, it should be considered so. What? Ning-si pushed away the hand that was ravaged on his head in an instant, straightened his messed hair, and shouted with some disbelief, I will definitely surpass you in the future, become the most talented ninja in the village. Hearing Ninkai's childish noise, Hinata's haggard face couldn't help but smile. Then Ninkai, you have to come on, your brother is now a ninja even more powerful than his father. More powerful than Dad. Ninji was stunned for a moment. In his little head, Dad was a powerful ninja second only to Naruto in his mind. I don't care, in short, I will definitely surpass him and become a more powerful ninja than him. Ha ha ha. This kid. As the sun set, the figures of the three people along the way gradually drifted apart. Early in the morning, I cleaned the yard at home in an instant, and I didn't come back for more than a year, and my home was already full of dust. Put on a white ninja suit, simply tidied up and went out. Today the ninja school happened to rest. Take time to see the little girl of Hinata Suzun and Uchiha Itachi. I heard that this kid has been promoted to middle ninja some time ago, 2 years earlier than in the original book. After all, he is a real genius born and raised in this world, and it seems that this traverser has also given him a lot of stimulation and motivation, and he is sighing all the way. Suddenly, a breeze blew on the side of the road along the way, and he frowned in his good-looking brows, but he didn't even open his eyes. Come out, don't hide your head and show your tail. Stopped and said indifferently for a moment. Instantaneous June deserves to be the most valued talent of Lord Danzo. This keen insight, a black-clothed ninja in a cat-faced mask appeared behind him. Is it Tenzo again? Hey, the nose of your root organization is really sensitive, and you already know it when I just returned to the village yesterday. Turning to look at the ninja in front of him, he noticed the silver-gray hair behind his mask. Does this feeling seem a little familiar? Looking at the ninja in front of him, he thought for a moment. Our roots know everything about Konoha. The masked ninja said, making an inviting gesture to Shona. Danzo-sama knew that Shona-kun had returned, and specially sent me over to invite you to our base. To your base. Instantly, he raised his eyebrows, and said in a flat tone, what if I say I don't want to go? Shun-kun said and smiled, you are the most valued talent of the Danzo-sama. Before sending me out, the Danzo-sama specially instructed me not to make you rude. The masked ninja's tone was very sincere, and his words changed, but Danzo-sama said that there is something in our base. I believe that Shina-kun will be interested. Well? Tuan Zhang, this old fellow, is it determined that I want to crack the caged bird spell seal? When I heard this, I narrowed my eyes slightly. I want to see if you have what I want in your hand. Since you are so polite, then I am embarrassed to refuse. Don't you? Lead the way ahead. After making up his mind in an instant, he said to the masked ninja, please come with me. After hearing Moment's agreement, the masked ninja walked in front of Instant, leading Shina towards the direction of the base of the root organization. Along the way, looking at the back of the ninja in front of him, looking at his figure in his early teens, and the tone of his previous speech, he felt more and more like a person in his memory. What's your name? In silence, he spoke. We are roots. Roots have no name, no feelings, no past and no future. The ninja in front did not look back, and the light voice stopped the momentary doubt. No past and no future? Chewing the meaning of this sentence carefully, looking at the figure in front of him and saying a little playfully, do you know a man named Yakushi no Wu? Duh. The ninja in front of him paused and stiffened instantly, but after hesitating, he quickly reacted and said, I haven't heard this name. Hee, is it really you? Pharmacist Pocket. The fleeting reaction of the ninja in front of him just now made his identity confirmed in an instant. Medicine Master Pocket, the assistant of the big snake pill in the near future, a talent who was proficient in many aspects such as medical treatment, espionage, ninjutsu, etc., a character who is very optimistic in the original work, with a smart mind and meticulous thinking. As a war orphan of the Third Shinobi World War, he was adopted by the director of the Konoha orphanage, Yakushi Nuyu, and later brought by Danzo to the root organization to threaten Yakushi Nanoya to perform espionage missions for him, and in the end, because they knew too many secrets, Danzo used to plan to make them kill each other, and also sent Orikimura to solve both of them at the same time, but was invited to join Oto Ninja Village because Orikimura saw his talents. It seems that he has not yet become a person of the great snake pill at this time. Looking at the back of the pocket for a moment, thinking of the life of the pocket, he instantly raised more vigilance against Tenzo, a figure known as the Dark of the Ninja World, this kind of insidious character who does not compromise the means. It is really too many tragedies with one hand. Here, please come with me. Soon, he followed him to a wooded area, and a hexagonal passage on the ground was slowly opening the door. After the door opened, revealing the dark staircase inside, after going first, he followed in without much thought. The scene after entering was much larger than imagined at the moment. Walking through a long corridor under the guidance of the pocket, dim lights hung on the walls on both sides, layer by layer stairs constantly leading to the underground. Looking down from the side of the stairs, it was not clear for a moment how many floors there were below, and the base of the root organization was like a huge underground world. What a welcome moment Kun. After coming to a hall, in an instant, there was a sound of Tuanzang from a huge stone chair in front of him. After bringing the moment to Tuanzang, Pocket retreated, but before going down, Pocket took a deep look at Moment. Hinata Moment. Why do you know that name, and what role do you play in it? This underground base really fits your dark temperament. Ignoring Tuanzang on the seat, he said with a slight mockery. Be bold. You actually insulted Lord Tenzo. Seeing that the kid in front of him dared to speak ill of their Danzo master, Tenzo had not spoken. The two masked ninjas around him were already impatiently ready to teach a lesson, and after a long period of brainwashing, Danzo was the only god in the hearts of these ninjas in this organization. Stop. Momentaria Jun is my important guest. Tuanzang softly stopped the subordinates beside him, and then put on a smiling face in an instant. I didn't expect that in just over a year, Junshi Jun has already become the brightest rising star on the battlefield. I really didn't see you wrong. Ignoring Tuanzang's hypocritical smile and praise, he said directly in an instant, say, call me to come to what the hell? Huh? Tuanzang let out a gloomy laugh. Moment Kun, with your intelligence, you should know the purpose of my invitation to come, right? Roughly understood. Momentarily, the jaw was slightly jawed. Then I won't talk more nonsense. Saying that, Danzo took out a scroll from his sleeve and lit it in front of his eyes. The method of unsealing the caged bird of the Hyaga clan is here. Seeing the scroll that Tuanzang took out, his pupils shrank in an instant, and he couldn't help but put his eyes on it. Noticing Moment's gaze, Danzo showed a satisfied smile. I believe that a ninja as talented as you should soar above the 9 heavens and not want to be a caged bird forever, right? So what do I do to not be a caged bird? Instantly withdrew his gaze from looking at the scroll and looked at Tuanzang. It's simple. Danzo stared at the Moment's face, not hiding his desire. Join the route to serve me. This scroll that unlocks the spell of the Hyaga clan is yours. Escape from the cage of the fate of the Hyaga clan, and then enter the cage of your group? After listening to Tuanzang's words, there was silence for a moment. If I can't unlock the spell of caged bird, even if I join the route, it will be of no use to him. After all, the Hyaga clan can manipulate my life at any time. His mind turned sharply, and he quickly came to a conclusion. So, his scroll must be real. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. I have already accepted the task of sending me out of the village for 3 generations of Hokage. It will take about a year, and during this time, I will consider coming back to you again. Danzo's face froze. He didn't expect that the boy in front of him was so calm, and the key to unlocking the fate of the Hyaga clan was close to him. Okay, then when you get back, you will give me your answer. Immediately Tuanzang was relieved. Secretly planning for so many years, he definitely had a city government and patience far beyond ordinary people. Well, then nothing else, I'm leaving. After dropping a sentence, he turned away in an instant. Staring at the departing back, Danzo's face revealed crazy desire, and muttered, Hinata Moment, soon your power will only serve me. I have to say that since the moment of fame on the battlefield, the power that was rumored to repel the pillar force of the Union 8-tailed people, Tuanzang has long coveted it impatiently, not to mention that the moment is still so young, and there is still a lot of room for improvement. After coming out of the base of the route, the clear sunshine and fresh air outside made the moment almost like a world away. What a gloomy fellow, even the stronghold is chosen in this shady underground. Walking in the woods for a moment, he thought to himself, although I really want to unlock the spell seal now, but an old fox like Tuanzang will definitely plant the spell mark of their root organization for me before giving me the scroll. What's the point of jumping from one cage to another like this? Moreover, the old fox of Tuanzang has many hidden means that are not so easy to deal with, and if he rushes to grab it in an instant, if he is unsuccessful, he will only fight the grass and scare the snake, and the consequences are unimaginable. Forget it. Anyway, with my current strength and prestige, it has great use value for the Hyaga clan, and the clan can't be unfavorable to me for no reason. When the strength is improved, find an opportunity to directly snatch the scroll from Tuanzang's hands, or sneak into the Zong family to find clues instantly. A slightly different voice sounded. As soon as he walked out of the woods, he was still meditating, when he suddenly heard someone calling him in front of him, and looked back. Weasel. In an instant, I saw 3 people walking side by side in front of me, and one of them was Uchiha Itake, who had not been seen for 2 years. when did you come back? Uchiha Weasel walked in front of the moment, and after not seeing him for 2 years, he has grown a lot taller, becoming more tall and handsome, and the whole person's temperament is more calm. I just returned to the village yesterday, and I was just going to find you, said Shina with a smile. He and Uchiha Itachi were competitors at the ninja school before, but they were also good friends. I heard all the news about you on the battlefield, and you really deserve to be a genius of the Hyuga clan, said Uchiha as he looked at the moment with burning eyes. He had also graduated early and promoted to Naka Shinobu in 2 years, which also set off a heated discussion in the village, and everyone regarded him as the strongest genius after the moment. You've passed the prize. Just as he wanted to be humble with Uchiha Itachi, he was interrupted by a crisp voice beside Itachi. Are you that Hinata moment? It looks like a ghost. Only then did he shift his gaze to Uchiha's side, and the person who said this was a beautiful girl with braided hair, black hair with purple hair. It's her. Looking at the pretty girl wearing a ninja uniform and mesh underwear next to Uchiha Itachi, she was looking at the moment with a sly expression on her face with one hand on her waist. I didn't expect Uchiha Itachi to become teammates with Mitarashi Red Bean. At this moment, he also noticed another young Naka shinobi wearing sunglasses, and Aoba Yamashiro. Little Ghost, looking at Ajakido's sly expression, he smiled slightly, and suddenly wanted to tease this naughty girl, Mitere Ajaki Naka Shinobu. If I'm not mistaken, Konoha's rule stipulates that if you meet a ninja of a higher level than yourself, you should greet you politely and use honorifics, right? Damn, how does he know my name? Mitere Red Bean's sly expression instantly stiffened, and then he gritted his teeth and greeted Hyuga solemnly, hello Hinata Shinobi. Hearing that he greeted himself word by word from the Red Bean's mouth, he smiled proudly in an instant. There is no need to be polite, Red Bean tolerate. Seeing the smug expression on his face at that moment, Red Bean couldn't help but almost want to go up and rub his handsome facial features together, and Red Bean, who had been practicing beside Orochimaru after graduating from ninja school, was more or less contaminated with a trace of evil in Orochimaru's character, making her personality so unique in the crowd. Hinata Shinobu, hello, my name is Aoba Yamashiro. This is the mountain city Aoba next to him who also politely came up and took the initiative to say hello to Moment, and he was secretly surprised at Moment's youth. Hello. Instantly recognized this mountain town Aoba as one of the later Konoha Dragon set special upper ninja, a little impression. In an instant, I heard that you already have the title of White-Eyed Demon on the battlefield, and I didn't think that after graduation, you still improved so fast, I couldn't catch up with you. At this time, Uchiha Weasel showed a warlike look at the Moment. Since the ninja school, Uchiha Itachi, who has been succumbing to the Moment, has made rapid progress in the past 2 years. But every time he hears the glorious achievements of the battlefield in the front line from the village, he still can't bear the blood in his heart. It is rare to encounter a Moment that has not been seen for a long time today. Of course, I want to fight him to test my current strength and see if the gap between the two has been narrowed. Seeing the surging fighting intent coming from the weasel's eyes, he shook his head with a bitter smile in his heart for a moment, but he didn't expect that after being abused by himself a few times, the indifferent weasel god in the original book became so belligerent. Next to the third exercise ground, let's go to practice. In desperation, he had to take the initiative to go to the next exercise ground. Inside the third exercise ground. In an instant, he stood in the center of the field, opposite a solemn-looking Uchiha Itachi, surrounded by red beans in Mountain City Aoba. Uchiha Itachi directly opened the Sharingan, and the strength that has been passed out in the past 2 years has made Uchiha Itachi have to take it seriously. In an instant, he noticed the double-hooked jade in Uchiha's eyes, and said with a smile, it seems that you have not been idle in the past 2 years, and the Sharingan has evolved again. With an opponent like you walking ahead of me all the time, of course I won't stop me. Uchiha Weasel slowly took out 6 kunao and clamped them in his hands. You be careful, I'm starting. Sue. Jumping into the air in a blink of an eye, Uchiha Weasel flicked his hands, and 6 kuwu quickly shot towards the Moment. In this blink of an eye, Uchiha Weasel threw out 2 more kuwu, and the clanging sound changed the trajectory of the 2 kuwu in front, and in an instant the 8 kuwu shot quickly towards the Moment from all angles, without any dead end. Such a subtle shuriken technique, worthy of being the best shuriken player in the Hokage world, sighed instantly. You must know that the shuriken thing, only in the hands of Uchiha Itachi, can exert the power of the realm of Sealing Pain's 6 reincarnation eyes sharing perspective. In the hands of others, except for saying hello with a wave of shurikens that rained down before each battle, I really never saw any character whose name could be called Dai on a shuriken, not even a single one. Go back to heaven. But no matter how exquisite the shuriken art is, there is a significant drawback. As long as the defense is thick enough, you can easily block it, especially the absolute defense of the all-round without dead ends. Fire escape. How fireball technique. At the moment when he stopped and returned to the sky, a fireball the size of a room had already rushed towards him, covering the Moment in it at once. What a fast printing speed. Itachi immediately released the mighty fireball technique after throwing his shuriken, and even the red beans in Aoba next to him couldn't see when he had made the seal. That kid won't be burned to death, muttered the red bean on the side as he looked at the Moment when he was engulfed in the fireball. Phew. I only saw that white water vapor continued to rise from the place that was engulfed by the fireball in an instant, and after the fireball, it had disappeared in an instant, leaving a puddle of clear water on the original ground. It's a water body. The weasel was suddenly startled, and immediately reacted and took out a kunao and turned around and stabbed it. Too slow. The moment that had appeared behind the weasel, he lightly grabbed the ferret's hand, and the other hand instantly turned into several virtual shadows and hit the weasel's body. In an instant, the weasel that was hit dozens of times by the soft fist of the moment flew out with a muffled snort, boom, falling to the ground, turned into a piece of wood. Substitute technique, very fast casting speed, instantly saw that the hit weasel turned into a piece of wood. There was no panic on his face, 2 years of life and death on the battlefield, so that this level of battle became a child's play in his eyes. Are you hiding? The moment he opened his eyes, he easily saw the hiding weasel on a big tree behind him, turned around and struck out with a palm in the air, and the powerful chakra shockwave of the gossip-breaking mountain blasted the tree in front of the weasel into two. Fire Phoenix Flower Claw Red. The weasel who came out from behind the big tree quickly spit out a mouthful of flame from his mouth, and then instantly threw out 10 shurikens, and the shuriken flew into the flames and divided the flames into 10 small fireballs, and in a blink of an eye, 10 small fireballs wrapped in 10 shurikens struck violently. It seems that you have really improved a lot. In an instant, looking at the overwhelming fireball mixed with the spinning shuriken, I couldn't help but sigh at the rapid progress of Itaki, which was infinitely close to the level of Shangnan. Wow! 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 I saw that there was already an extra high-speed rotating high-pressure water gun in his hand at the moment, and the huge rushing sound of the water almost made the people on the side think that he held a deafening waterfall in his hand, and when he saw the high-pressure water gun in his hand, the pupils in the eyes of the weasel writing will contracted violently. That degree of change in the nature of chakra. Water blade. An indifferent voice came out, and in an instant, he casually threw the hard vortex water blade to the side of the weasel. Rumble. A huge waterspout rose up from the ground, annihilating the fireball and shuriken on the spot, and directly swept out the weasels and red beans in the training field with a powerful rotation. After the dust settled, the three people of Itake, Red Bean, and Yamashiro Aoba fell to the ground in embarrassment, staring blankly at the unrecognizable training ground in front of them. The muddy water stains on the ground and the huge pothole in the middle constantly reminded them of what had just happened. This kind of power, the three people sat on the ground in shock, staring blankly at the spotless moment on the edge of the exercise field. I'm sorry to involve the two of you, but I already stopped just now. I aimed this ninjutsu at the middle of the field. You were just affected, Annunciation explained to them while pointing to the giant pit in the middle. Bastard, what if you accidentally hit us just now? Red Bean immediately jumped up from the ground, and the huge pit in the middle of the field made her heart jump. If this power hit her directly. I'm sorry. I know too few ninjutsu, so I can't use only these few. Seeing the thunderous red beans, he said in an instant. This is the truth. In addition to the art of the Hyaga clan, the attack ninjutsu that will be held in an instant seems to be only the two powerful attack ninjutsu of Spiral Shuriken and Hard Vortex Waterblade. It seems that it is necessary to learn more other ninjutsu, Moment thought. Damn, I really don't know how there can be a freak like you. In an instant, these words became an act of pretending to fork and hung his ears, and he couldn't help but grit his teeth and said, I didn't expect that the gap with you was actually getting bigger and bigger. Itaki also stood up from the ground and looked at the moment and said with a wry smile, I can't imagine that I have been practicing with big brother Shui Shui recently, but I still haven't been able to catch up with you. Weasel thought helplessly in his heart. When your Sharinan reaches a higher realm, I believe that your strength will definitely increase by leaps and bounds. In an instant, this is not a comfort weasel. The higher realm he refers to the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye, and every Uchiha tribe who opens the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye has a reborn improvement, and will instantly reach the shadow level combat power, and the ability has entered a stage of rapid improvement. A higher realm Sharinan. Itaka subconsciously thought that what he said was referring to the three-hook jade Sharinan. After all, at this time, he had not yet discovered the secret of the kaleidoscope Sharinan. You don't seem to have used the ice stun ability that you are rumored to use on the battlefield, do you? At this time, Hunga came over and interjected. She had heard from the village that the white-eyed demon would use a strange ice escape when fighting Yunin. On the other side, Yamashiro Aoba also looked at the moment with admiration, originally thinking that Itaki was strong enough, but he didn't expect that there was really a genius stronger than him in this world. Oh, are you talking about this? Hearing Hunga's words, Instant suddenly smiled slyly, stretched out his hand and shook it in front of her, and blinked. Honda saw that moment's hand had an extra crystal clear ice rose. Wow, so pretty. Looking at the ice rose handed to her, Red Bean exclaimed from the bottom of her heart, and a girl's love appeared in her eyes. But after receiving the ice rose, the Red Bean changed in a blink of an eye, and one hand hooked his neck for a moment, and said with an evil smile, You kid is interesting to me when you learn to send roses at such a young age. Seeing that the expression of the Red Bean girl lasted less than a second, a huge drop of sweat appeared on the heads of the three people in an instant, and it was indeed worthy of being a disciple of the three shinobi Great Snake Pill. Is Bing's ability really the opponent I have chased after all my life? Seeing the fleeting ability, Itaka's heart secretly said. After saying goodbye to Itaki and Red Bean, he walked leisurely on the bustling streets of Konoha. Walking through the endless flow of people, watching a few children occasionally running by the street, admiring the crowded shops around, the moment I just returned from the battlefield on the front line, I finally felt that I had found a kind of leisurely comfort. Perhaps it was the news from the front that repelled Yunin, which shrouded the entire Konoha in a peaceful atmosphere. It's a little boring, Yuyin and Kakashi haven't come back from the front yet, and I really don't have many acquaintances in Konoha, is that you? Brother, in an instant. A silver bell-like exclamation came from behind Moment, and instantaneous looked back. Bell tone. When I looked back, I found that it was Hinata Suzune who had not been seen for more than a year, and she had not seen her more gracefully for more than a year, and there were two beautiful girls by her side. It's really you, brother instant. I look at the back especially like you. Damn didn't tell me when he came back. Excited to the bell in front of him, his big eyes flashed with surprise, but his mouth complained. Didn't you just come back yesterday? I just wanted to go to the ninja school to see you coming, said apologetically, looking at the bell sound that had only reached his chin in front of him, and found that this little loli had basically not grown much tall. These two are, wow. Ringtone, he's the moment you bring it up all day, right? It's really handsome. Seeing the moment of sight noticing himself, the two girls immediately came to the moment, and stars appeared exaggerated in their eyes. Are you the rumored genius ninja Hinata Moment? I didn't expect myself to be so handsome. I feel so happy, another beautiful girl in a fur jacket also said with a crimson face, while covering her cheeks with her hands. You two are suitable for me. Seeing the two female companions next to him who were about to faint, Suzune's mouth pouted, and he turned around and introduced him angrily. This is Inyazuka Hana and Yamanaka Yuki, they are best friends in school. Are girls from the Inyazuka clan and the Yamanaka clan? Isn't this Inyazuka Hana's sister? Looking at the two beautiful girls in front of him in an instant, he thought in his heart. Hello, I'm Hinata. Suzune bothered you to take care of it at school, greeted them politely. Don't be so polite with them, brother Shina, it's our graduation exam in a few days. Suzune rushed up and unceremoniously grabbed Shina's arm, turning his head to show a proud expression to Inyazuka Hana and Yamanaka Yuki. I tell you, brother Shina is now a shinobi. It's really incredible, obviously the same age as us, but already shinobi, muttered Inyazuka Hana, her eyes bursting with adoration. Sandwiched between three precocious girls, he could only smile awkwardly for a moment. I invite you to go shopping and eat, just returned from the battlefield. In fact, he really didn't get used to enjoying this feeling. Really? That's great. Hearing this, the three girls immediately cheered. In the following shopping, Shina and Suzune spent a leisurely afternoon, and under the guidance of their three girls, Shonen also tasted many delicacies in Konoha that he had not eaten before. Fortunately, the commission for performing tasks before the moment and the income from the upper ninja are enough to squander for a long time, and it can be regarded as adding a beautiful life to this boring ninja life. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye, and on the same afternoon as usual, the streets of Konoha were exceptionally quiet. Because today is a major celebration in Konoha, the country of clouds that has been at war with Konoha for many years has finally sent an emissary to sign a peace agreement with Konoha. Here it is, the messenger of Union and Konoha's frontline troops. With several sounds of surprise, a huge cheer erupted in the streets of Konoha, rejoicing to welcome the arrival of peace and the heroes returning from the battlefield. Hearing the voices of the surrounding crowd, he leaned against the side of the street and gently opened his eyes to look at the gate of Konoha, his eyes wandering. The gate slowly opened, and a large group of people and horses walked in outside the door, and in front of them were several ninjas on horseback, who were the messengers who Union had come to sign the peace agreement. A large pile of ninjas followed, led by the trio of Iniga Butterfly, Sarutobi Shinashuk, and Kakashi Yukiyuyan. They were Konoha ninjas. Instant. After entering the door, Shiyan saw the moment when the crowd was leaning on the side of the street, and waved her arm at him happily. Hearing the light call of the yellow yin of Zien Izuku, he instantly looked at Zien, who was waving at him with joy, and waved his hand at her with a happy smile, ignoring the moonlight wind with a livid face behind the troops. Is that the person? His gaze turned to the leader of the Union messenger team. It was a middle-aged ninja with stubble on his face, and a black blindfold under his loose Kumo Shinobu forehead, and Kakashi glanced at one eye on the outside. It was this guy who kidnapped Hinata and was killed by Hinata Hayashi, making Hinata a substitute ghost. With a different kind of thought, he looked at this ninja carefully for a moment. As the group gradually deepened, the crowd around the streets of Konoha also let out an even greater cheer, which was a cheer of peace. What an accident! The moment he was looking at the Cloud Ninja messenger, not caring that the other ninja behind him had already rode in front of the moment. Isn't this the white-eyed demon on the battlefield? When did you actually hide back in the village in advance? A Union Shangren in his 30s rode to the front of Shishi, with the fierce temper of returning from the battlefield, looking at Shishien condescendingly and sighing with some mockery. Gradually, the cheering crowd quieted down. All the surrounding crowd's attention was focused on Instant and this Yun Shinobu. I don't seem to have seen you on the battlefield before. In the face of Yunren's provocation, he glanced at him with a slightly playful look. If you have time to say such boring provocative things to me here, I think it's better to go back to the village early to pay tribute to your hundreds of compatriots who died at my hands, right? Yun Shinobu let out a low roar, and the words of the moment stung the deepest scar in his heart. He would always remember the scene when his predecessor Kariki was carried back to the village, spitting blood from his mouth, and finally the rescue was ineffective. Stop! Don't forget what we're here for. The Yunin messenger in front interrupted him and glanced at him dissatisfied. Yunren, who was reminded, seemed to suddenly remember the task he came to today, and ruefully pulled back the horse and walked to the team. Looking at Yunren, who retreated with disdain, if he was met on the battlefield, he didn't dare to guarantee what kind of ice sculpture he would freeze him into. Shrugged casually, turned around and squeezed out the crowd in an instant. There was no time to attend Konoha's celebration today. He also had to go to the inheritance ceremony of the Hyuga clan. In the evening, the Hyuga family ancestral hall. When moment arrived, the open space at the entrance of the ancestral hall was already full of Hyuga clansmen, and after seeing instant coming, Ling Yin's girl secretly beckoned to Moment in the corner of the edge. The three members of the Hichi family standing in the front row also nodded and said hello after seeing the Moment coming, and after standing next to Hinata, they found that Ningji's head had an extra white bandage. It seemed that the spell mark of separating the family had been engraved. It's nice to see everyone gathered here today. Today is an important day for our Hyuga clan. In addition to the birthday of the little daughter Hinata, it is also her inheritance ceremony as the heir of our clan. On the steps of the entrance to the ancestral hall, Hinata said to all the Hyuga clan members present. In addition to Hinata and the row of ninja guards behind him, there was also a small old man. It was the elder of the clan family, that is, the father of Hayashi and Hinata, and the power was still above the patriarch of Hayashi. Hinata wore a colorful kimono today, standing timidly beside Hayashi, looking at the many clansmen below. She was shy like a docile rabbit, and she did not dare to look up at the people below. The Hyuga patriarch's lengthy speeches and the long and complicated inheritance ceremony continued until dark, after which the crowd in front of the ancestral hall gradually dispersed. A white full moon hung above the sky, spreading a layer of silver glow on the earth, and countless insects chirped in the forest, making the entire sleeping village of Konoha exceptionally quiet. Suddenly, there was a noise in the clan mansion of the Hyuga clan, and dozens of members of the Hyuga family were searching for something around with roaring torches. Immediately afterwards, the commotion spread to the entire Hyuga family, and countless ninjas of the Hyuga family woke up from their sleep, and under the orders of the clan family, rushed to various places in the ninja village, searching for traces of the enemy. The moment he had already fallen asleep on the bed, under his sensitive perception, the noise from outside immediately woke him up. Did that still happen? Hastily put on his clothes and rushed out of the room in an instant. The night has put a natural barrier over all the sins under the night. When he arrived at the Hyuga family mansion, it was already brightly lit, dozens of divided ninjas holding torches, and in the middle of Hinata Hayashi's feet lay a corpse dressed in black. In an instant, the corpse on the ground was the leader of the Union Peace Talk team at today's Konoha celebration, the Union wearing an eye patch. Master of the family. At this time, the other Hyuga clansmen who heard the movement also rushed over, and some of them didn't even have time to dress neatly, carrying all kinds of ninja tools in their hands. Go and inform Naruto-sama immediately. The leader of Yunin tried to kidnap the heir of the Hyuga clan and spy on the secret of the Hyuga clan's white-eyed blood succession limit, and he has been killed by me, and the matter is very important. You will go immediately. Seeing the clansmen around him, Hayashi, who realized the seriousness of this matter, yelled at the people around him. It was related to his daughter, as well as to the family and Konoha as a whole. Yes. Did it still happen? In the early hours of the morning, he was already standing in the meeting room of the Hyuga clan, surrounded by himself and dozens of members of the branching family, as well as the elders of the Hayashi and the clan, the 3 generations of Hokage and a few other ninjas of Konoha who had arrived. Before I came over, I already talked to the representative of the Cloud Country. Sitting in the meeting room of the Hyuga family, the 3 generations kept swallowing smoke from their mouths. It is clear that their actions this time are to explore the secrets of the White Eye, but just now they were convinced that this time it was the Kumo ninja who was killed in Konoha for no reason. At the meeting table, the 3 generations put down the pipe in their hands and stared at the Hinata people present. Naruto-sama already talked to me before I came. At this time, Elder Hinata spoke, and a pair of white eyes on the vicissitudes of life looked at Hayashi. The condition put forward by the Cloud Countryside is that Konoha will hand over the murderer who killed the messenger of the Cloud Country this time, and the Hyuga clan who has the blood succession limit of the White Eye, that is, you, Hayashi. What? They're too much. This must not be promised. As soon as Elder Hinata's words fell, the surrounding Hyuga ninjas issued angry protests, and the protagonist of this matter, Hinata, was silent after hearing this. It seems that this is the only way. After a moment of silence, Hayashi began, his tone revealing a decisive meaning. If you sacrifice me alone, you can save the entire village. Don't worry, Hinata. In the middle of Hinata's words, he was interrupted by Elder Hinata. Don't act rashly. Hinata's blood succession limit is an important trump card in this village, and the mission of the clan is to protect this bloodline forever. I know it's important, but is it necessary to plunge the village back into war? Hinata, who has been instilled with the family mission and the will of fire by the village and family since he was a child, said excitedly. I understand, of course, we can't let the village get involved in the war again, said Elder Hinata, turning his gaze to Hinata behind him. That's why we have a separate family. Let Hinata die for you to deal with those people. What? Hearing Elder Hinata's words, Hayashi looked at the silent Hinata behind him in shock. Hinata agreed, said Elder Hinata slowly, as if the person who came out of his mouth to be sacrificed was not his son at all, but just an insignificant name. But aren't they asking for the secret of the white eye? If Hinata dies, the white eyes will also be sealed. I'm afraid the Cloud Country won't agree so easily, right? Hayashi said hesitantly. They probably made this calculation before they offered us to hand over Hinata's body. Elder Hinata snorted coldly and said in a deep voice, so as long as we pretend to agree and hand over the Hinata who looks the same as you, presumably they won't have anything to say. But Hayashi still seemed to hesitate. After all, Hinata was his biological brother, and it was he who killed the Uningia messenger, not Hinata. Don't hesitate any longer, Hinata. Elder Hinata stared at the hesitant Hinata and said again, this is how the ancestors have preserved Hinata's bloodline. Even if they are brothers, they must be ruthlessly abandoned when necessary. This is the fate of the Hyuga clan. Damn it, Hayashi clenched his fists and cursed hatefully. The scene fell silent for a while, and finally Hinata, who was standing behind Elder Hinata, walked out. Where is that Hayashi-sama, who is always tough on weekdays? Hinata seemed to have a relaxed smile on his face, looking at the brother in front of him who had a different fate from himself since birth. Why are you so afraid today? This matter is very important. How can it be easy? Hayashi's eyes suddenly widened in the middle of speaking, and he suddenly covered his stomach and fell to the floor. It turned out that just now, taking advantage of the difference between his words, he suddenly shot and punched him in the stomach. Just let me go. Looking at Hayashi who fell from his hands, Hinata said calmly. This sudden change surprised everyone present, and I saw Hiza who fell to the ground and said with difficulty, what are you talking about? You still have Ninkai's son. How can you choose death for the sake of the Zong family? Not so. Hinata glanced at everyone present and said to himself, to be honest, until today, I have always hated the Zong family. But I did this today not to protect the Zong family, but to protect my brother and the village I love. For me, this is the first time I have the freedom to choose, even if it is to choose death. Hinata continued quietly, since I was born, my destiny has not been able to choose by myself, and what Ning Si has always seen is an incompetent me. So I figured it out, and I hope that after I die, please tell Ninji on my behalf that his father did not choose to die voluntarily to protect the Zongji, but to protect Ninji, his brother and relatives, and the whole Konoha. Hearing Hinata's words, everyone present was moved, and the three generations also fell silent. No, I disagree. At this time, a clear voice broke the silence of the scene, and everyone looked up. It was the moment when they were standing on the edge. Slowly walked in front of everyone, looked at Hinata in an instant and spoke, Uncle Hinata, is such a sad family really worth your doing? What do you say? The words of the moment instantly aroused the anger of all the Hyuga clansmen present, especially the elder Hyuga stared at the moment and shouted, 3 generations of Hokage-sama. Ignoring the reaction of the Hyuga clan, he turned his gaze to the 3 generations in an instant. Is Konoha so incompetent and cowardly that he can only rely on sacrificing innocent ninjas in his village in exchange for so-called peace? Stinky boy. When is it your turn to speak to Naruto-sama like this? Before the 3 generations could speak, Elder Hinata was already angrily shouting angrily. In the face of Elder Hinata's angry drink, he didn't even raise his eyelids for a moment, still staring directly at the 3 generations. Instantly, you don't know something. Hearing the questioning of the moment, the 3 generations did not get angry, but explained to him softly, although we repelled the Cloud Country this time, the consumption accumulated from the Third Ninja World War, and the incident that happened 3 years ago, our village really can't withstand the impact of another war. One can't accept such an approach. If we can't even protect our own villagers for the sake of so-called peace, then what were we born and died on the battlefield for? What is the point of such peace? Instantly looked directly at the 3 generations and said, the mood was already a little excited. You stinky boy. It seems that you have some talent, and the little credit on the battlefield before has already made you get carried away. Seeing that this kid who split up the family completely ignored himself, the elder of the Hyuga clan, Elder Hyuga, directly stopped in front of the moment. In an instant, don't be rude to Lord Naruto and Lord Elder. Seeing that Elder Hinata had stopped in front of instant, and even prepared the gesture of the Hyuga clan spell seal in his hand, Hinata anxiously shouted to instant. Am I wrong? Looking at Elder Hinata who stopped him, he looked directly at him in an instant and continued, and you, Hinata-sama, is your son, isn't Uncle Hinata your son? You actually let him die so easily. Hearing the words of the moment, a scowl appeared on Elder Hinata's rigid face. This is the decision of the high level of Konoha. Besides, Hinata is a member of the Split family, his mission is to protect the bloodline of the clan family. I let him replace Hinata, or will it be your turn to get a Split brat to interject? A mission to split up? In the meeting room, There was a deep laugh in an instant. What kind of shit system is this? It's ridiculous to divide the relatives of a clan into clan families and separate families. If you say that this is to protect Hinata's blood succession limit, then I ask you, what is the white eye that fell into the hands of Mist Yin? The attitude and words displayed in an instant made everyone present stunned. White eyes that fell into the hands of Mist Yin. That was during the last Ninja World War. How did he know? After listening to the content of the moment, a trace of essence flashed in the eyes of the three generations. If in such a system, white eyes will still fall into the hands of outsiders, it can only mean one thing. Looking at the shocked people present, he continued to say, it's just that such a ridiculous system has no need to exist. What does an ignorant junior know? Realizing the seriousness of what he said in an instant, Elder Hinata directly extended his gesture to control the spell seal. It was the unfavorable protection of the division of the last Ninja World War, which caused the white eyes of a clan to fall into the hands of Mist Yin. It seems that one need to let you recognize your mission. Don't be impulsive. As soon as the words fell, Elder Hinata directly formed a handprint on his hand, and the three generations of Hokage and Hinata around him were shocked when he saw the movement on his hand, and it was too late to stop it. However, what happened next happened that shocked them even more, and they saw that the moment they were controlled by the spell seal did not scream, but turned their upper body into ice cubes in place. This is the way to deal with the spell mark of the sect family long ago. The spell mark of the bird in the cage is imprinted in the brain of the members of the divided family, directly controlling the brain nerves of the brain of the divided family, manipulating the life and death of the divided family members. But the body of the moment has been transformed by the frozen fruit, and can turn its body and brain into ice at any time. How can the spell mark of the Zone family manipulate an ice cube? But in an instant, he knew that he could not maintain this elementalization all the time, and his brain was still the original brain after changing back to the body. So he spoke under the shocked eyes of everyone, I can freely turn my body into ice cubes at any time. Do you think your spell seal can get me? The scene was silent. How is that possible? Elder Hyaga did not believe in evil and controlled the spell mark again, and found that he was still unmoved. The spell seal that the Hyaga clan has been passing down since the Warring States period is actually useless to you. Has he reached this level? Hinata's spell can't control him? The moment he saw the ice cube, a light shone through the cloudy eyes of the three generations of old people. Looking at everyone's shocked gaze in Elder Hinata's ghostly eyes, he continued in an instant, how can the ants on the ground know the height of the eagle in the sky, and have always confined themselves to the narrow pattern of the Hyaga clan? No wonder they will always be inferior to Uchiha. You must know that the Uchiha clan is not divided into clans, and people are not still stronger and more brilliant than Hinata. Therefore, the ridiculous system of dividing the clan is just a pretense for the people of your clan to enslave your fellow citizens. Every word they said in an instant was nailed to their hearts like shurikens. This can't be, have we been wrong all this time for so many years? Looking at Elder Hinata who stood in place sluggishly and Hinata on the ground, he smiled helplessly for a moment. He knew that he couldn't make sense with this stubborn old man. He had been influenced by the family concept since he was a child, his eyes only saw rights and struggles, family honor was supreme, and there was no family affection at all. Is it true that the system circulating in the Hyaga clan is all wrong? In an instant, the words undoubtedly set off a wave of horror in Hayashi's heart, and I saw him fall to the ground and mumble to himself, enough! In an instant you don't have to say any more. Just one instant thought that he had convinced them, Hinata actually spoke up to stop moment. Dying in place of my brother is something I have decided. No matter what, I can't let the village fall into war again. In an instant, you are different from us, you are still so young, you are a true genius of our clan, and the ancestor Hinata Tenrin does not have such a talent as you. I believe that you will definitely be able to see Hinata's different future, and Ninji can have an older brother like you. I believe he will definitely be proud of you in the future, Elder. Let's do it. After saying that, Hinata walked up to Elder Hinata. In an instant, the whole person was like thunder. Why did he do this? Why did I obviously convince everyone? Why did he still choose to die? Suddenly he understood. He and Ninkai, Myling, and all the people he cares about are in this village. This man had to say such words. In Konoha village, his fate of mortality could not be changed. Even if he came out to stop it in an instant, it could not change the fact that this village had no place for him. At this moment, it is difficult to understand what kind of mood he is in at this time, and he can only deceive himself that this is his choice. Is it to protect his loved ones in the village? Day difference, still dead. Cut yourself off from others. Even if it was stopped, nothing changed. Seeing that Hyaga walked out of the meeting room as if he had lost his soul, the three generations pondered for a moment and issued an order to all the members of the Hyaga clan present. Hinata has been assigned an important task by me before the moment, and I will soon leave the village. I hope you will not arrange other work for him during this time. Momentary knew that the three generations were here to protect him, but Shana still walked out of the Hyaga family mansion without looking back. What about the strength of the shadow level? In the face of fate, it is just a stronger ant. You can't change anything. It rained in Konoha in the middle of the night, and there was no umbrella, and in an instant I seemed to walk the streets of Konoha like a wandering soul in the middle of the night. He did not dare to go to Hinata's house, did not dare to tell Myling and Ninkai the news, did not dare to see any expressions of despair and sadness on their faces. Do you have to compromise and sacrifice the interests of a small number of people to achieve the interests of the majority? A bitter smile appeared on his face in an instant, and the village in front of him seemed to make people feel very bored. Konoha 51 years. During this year, the peace agreement between the Fire Nation and the Cloud Country that had been at war for many years was signed, and the people of the two countries cheered, which meant that the war of many years was finally over, and the Third Shinobi War finally ended. But few people know that a man named Hinata is a small wave in the many sacrifices made in this hard-won peace. That night, the autumn leaves sprinkled the forest of the Fire Country, and in an instant they were already walking on a sheep's intestine path on the border of the Fire Country. Whether it was Yuyan, Mayare and Ninji, they didn't say goodbye to anyone in an instant, just said hello to the three generations, and left Konoha and set out on the road to find Tsunade. In fact, I have tried my best to change the matter of the day difference, but the result is still the same as in the original book. Driven by the interests of most people in Konoha, there are always a small number of people who are forced to sacrifice. The same is true of the day difference, and so is the white teeth. Even if he was desperate to strike directly at that time, and luckily killed Hinata Hayashi and Elder Hinata, it could not change the fact that Hinata would still be pushed out by Konoha to sacrifice, under the premise that the country of clouds was threatened by war. If Konoha wanted to compromise, he had to meet the conditions of the country of clouds, but by coincidence, Hinata happened to be the abandoned pawn. Unless your own strength is strong enough to break up the entire system, then things will change. Rotting Konoha? I hope that until I return with a stronger attitude, I will continue to maintain that hypocritical peace, otherwise it will be too boring. On the desolate border, there was a moment of wanton laughter, and the figure of a teenager gradually drifted away. Tonokuni, a small town called Atsuki, seems to have an unusual guest here today. A teenager in a white kimono came to the gate of the torii of the town, raised his head to reveal a handsome but slightly childish face, and his long black hair hung straight down his waist, looking at the place in front of him. Is this it? After looking for 2 months, I finally found the trace of Tsunade. Walking into the town, looking at the passing people, I instantly found that there were many people here. Tonokuni is a small country sandwiched between the land of fire and the land of Iwa, with weak national strength, no ninja village of its own, and the head of the country seems to be an idiot. After these days of inquiry, in addition to the news that Tsunade is haunted here, Shonen also heard Konoha's rebellion, and Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas, seduced the leader of the country and established the Oto ninja village here. But none of this has anything to do with the moment. His purpose here is to find Tsunade, and then from Tsunade's psychic beast slug, find a way to the wet bone forest, one of the 3 major immortal holy places, learn the immortal mode, that's all. From the surrounding crowds, I found that in addition to ordinary people, there were also many ninjas who occasionally passed by. Seeing the hotel open next to it, I decided to go in and rest for an afternoon meal, and by the way, I asked if there was any new news. After entering the door, he ordered a few small dishes casually, and sat on the seat in the hall, and then the conversation between 2 middle-aged men dressed as Ronin at the table next to him attracted the attention of the moment. Have you heard? There was an amazing guest in that casino. You mean that blonde fat sheep? I heard about it earlier. I heard that she had already lost 10 million there. Yes, I've never seen someone with such bad luck, but it's really beautiful. Saying that, the 2 Ronin showed a smile that a man understood, noticed what they said, and instantly thought that it would be such good luck. Could it be her? Hello, may I ask, how is the casino you just talked about going? Instantly walked over and asked the 2 of them directly. Why, are you going to play in the casino at such a young age? One of the Ronin looked at it for a moment, and subconsciously nodded to the other Ronin. I just want to go there and find someone. As if he hadn't noticed the meeting of the eyes of the 2 Ronin, he continued to speak in an instant. Then come with us and take you there. After explaining to the hotel owner, the 2 Ronin left the hotel with an instant. After following them through 2 streets, it was instantly discovered that the 2 guys had led themselves to an uninhabited alley. Boy, see that you are dressed well, and hand over everything that is valuable on your body. The 2 Ronin showed their true faces, and said to the moment with a sly smile, that's what you're for. Looking at the 2 Ronin who pulled out their weapons, he sighed instantly. Hearing the instant sigh, the 2 Ronin became even more proud. Boy, obediently hand over all the money. Maybe uncle, we are in a good mood. Take you to the casino to find. Before the words were finished, the 2 Ronin flew out, and both of them smashed the wall of the alley, and they didn't see how to move at all, and walked straight to the 2 people. If you know each other, take me to find someone now, otherwise, you 2 will die here. Hearing the moment smile and saying such cold words, and then thinking that he was sent flying out without even seeing his movements just now, the 2 Ronin quickly got up from the ground in fright. After following the 2 guys through another street, they came to a casino at the end of the street, and before they entered the door, they heard the noise coming from inside. Tsunade-sama, stop gambling, you've already lost more than 10 million in a row. A young girl's voice reached the ears of the moment. Haha, it's okay, what I have is money. Another nice voice also reached the ears of the moment, but the owner of the sound seemed to be drunk. Finally found it, this must be Tsunade and Shizun. Hearing the conversation between these two voices, he walked directly into the casino without hesitation, and after more than 2 months of searching, he finally found it. Just walked into the casino, looked around in an instant. In addition to a row of middle-aged uncle gamblers on the gaming table, there were 2 beautiful women who were attracting the attention of the audience. A beautiful woman with slightly golden hair who looked to be in her 20s, wearing a green gown with the word gambling written on her back, was lying on the gambling table a little drunk, and her amazing chest attracted the eyes of hungry wolves around her. Another black-haired girl in a black kimono, who looked about 18 or 9 years old, had a quiet temperament, and was holding a pet pig next to her to persuade the woman with huge breasts. After a slight look, it was indeed Tsunade and Shizun, who he had been looking for more than 2 months, and just wanted to go up to talk, but saw Tsunade suddenly stand up. "N.A., let's go, today's luck is really bad." Saying that, Tsunade walked out of the casino with a drunken eye in confusion, put one hand on Shizun's shoulder, and walked out of the casino under the greedy gaze of all kinds in the casino. Seeing Tsunade and Shizun walking out of the casino, they followed silently in an instant. After following Tsunade and Shizun across 2 streets, the 2 slim figures in front of them suddenly stopped. "Come out, starting with the casino, you followed us 2 streets." Tsunade turned his delicate face and looked behind him, his eyes still half drunk. It's really worthy of being one of the 3 shinobi Princess Tsunade. It turns out that she didn't get drunk at all. Seeing Tsunade, he immediately realized that he was following them, and in an instant he walked up directly from behind. "Are you looking back at the boy who had walked up to him?" He looked at the pair of pure white eyes on Jungzia's face. "You are from the Hyaga clan. Did the 3 generations of old men call you here?" From the symbol of the Hyaga clan, Tsunade's first reaction was that the 3 generations of Hokage had sent someone to find him. Yes and no. With a relaxed smile on his face, he stared straight into Tsunade's beautiful eyes. "I'm here to learn medical ninjutsu from you. Looking for me to worship a teacher?" Tsunade was not surprised. From her youth to the present, with the strength of Sanshin and the identity of Princess Kanaha, there were too many people who asked her to worship her, and she had never accepted anyone as a disciple except for Kato Shizun, the broken niece. Seeing that Tsunade seemed to want to refuse, he took out the letter of recommendation given to him by Mio directly and handed it to her. "Oh," taking the letter handed over in an instant and opening it and looking at it carefully, Tsunade raised his good-looking eyebrows in surprise. "The new 3 generations of old men seem to be very optimistic about you, saying that you are a very talented ninja. Your name is Hinata, is that? I seem to have heard this name somewhere." "Tsunade-sama." Shizun on the side heard the name of the moment, his face changed as if he remembered something, and he leaned into Tsunade's ear and said 2 words. "It turns out that you are the white-eyed demon we heard about in the Cloud Country before." Listening to the silent whisper, Tsunade looked at it with interest. "I didn't expect it to be a handsome teenager." The word "well" appeared on his forehead at the moment of hearing this. "Nima, that's Yun Shinobu's nickname for me, okay? What are you doing with you? Can you still chat?" "That's all rumors exaggerated by Yun Ren." At that moment, he still had a reluctant smile on his face and said modestly. Once he also thought about having a handsome title like Instant Water, calling it Eternal Moment or something, but the reality was so unsatisfactory. Only the wrong name is not called the wrong nickname, and on the battlefield he is not like a demon in the eyes of the enemy? It's really good to sell, although the old man's face is embarrassing not to give it, but it is not so easy to be a disciple of my Tsunade. I want to see if you are an excellent ninja as rumored. Tsunade put away the recommendation letters of the 3 generations, as if he wanted to test the handsome boy in front of him. "It seems that someone is going to interrupt our communication," he suddenly said, and then he noticed that the people on the street had gone, and a large group of people began to walk on the other side of the street. "Ah, it doesn't seem to be some little minions." Tsunade also noticed a group of people gathered around the street, and from the costumes on their bodies, it seemed that they were actually a group of ninjas. "Stinky boy. I know you're a ninja and dare to hit us. Don't you know that this is the place where the ninja of the Wind Demon clan govern?" 2 people jumped out of the crowd, and they turned out to be the 2 Ronin who had been taught a lesson in an instant. "So you got into trouble. What a troublesome imp." Listening to the words of the 2 Ronin, Tsunade couldn't help but pout. Tsunade's words did not fall, and another person jumped out of the crowd. It turned out to be the owner of the previous casino, who was angrily looking at Tsunade and said, "You abominable woman." It turned out to be a ninja, and it was really abominable that he used the transformation technique to spend so much in our casino just now. It turns out that Tsunade-sama just used the transformation technique to turn the doppelganger into gambling money and spend it in the casino. It's really bad. After listening to the casino owner's words, he glanced at Tsunade with some playfulness. "What a bad character. If you kid has a lot of mouth, you better think about how to get out." Tsunade became a little embarrassed when he was exposed about the gambling fraud, and glared hatefully for a moment. "It's a ninja of the Wind Demon clan, there are really a lot of people, so it's a bit troublesome now." After being glared at by Tsunade for a moment, he didn't care at all, and glanced around, although his mouth was talking about trouble, but the expression on his face was still so painless. Probably seeing the expression of the moment, Tsunade still kindly reminded, "I advise you not to be careless, the person they led is the superior shinobi of the Wind Demon clan. I don't want to see the people of the same village die in front of me. Without Tsunade's reminder, Momenta actually noticed that the ugly man standing at the front of the crowd was a strength of the Shangnan level, but after listening to Tsunade's words, Shonen still showed a sly smile. Can I take this as a matter of concern? It seems that Tsunade-sama has already recognized me as your disciple, bastard. I didn't promise to accept you as a disciple. Seeing the hateful smile of the moment, a huge tic-tac-toe appeared on Tsunade's forehead, but then he added, but if you can defeat this group of ninjas, then it is not impossible to accept you as my disciple. It just so happened that Tsunade also wanted to test the moment to see if this kid was really as genius as the three generations said. These ninjas were the best touchstones in the past. Anyway, if something happened, she could solve it at any time. Hey, the two stinky women over there and that stinky boy don't take us seriously, right? At this time, the ugly male ninja who took the lead saw that Shana and Tsunade were still talking as if no one was talking, and he was directly angry. Uncle Ben is the upper ninja of the Wind Demon clan, Wind Demon Keijino. Ignoring the furious Wind Demon Keijino, a happy expression appeared on his face after listening to Tsunade's words. Great, then I'll agree to you. Seeing the excited expression of the moment, the quiet mute next to him was a little anxious. This is too messy. Tsunade-sama, although there are such rumors on the battlefield, he is still a child after all. I'm in a very good mood today. I'll try not to kill you guys later. Saying that, he was already slowly walking towards the group of ninjas of the Wind Demon clan, and the look of leisurely strolling. People who didn't know would definitely think that this teenager was walking after dinner. What an arrogant, stinky boy. Let Uncle Ben first. Seeing the empty look of the moment, a ninja on the edge of the Wind Demon shadow field directly scolded and was about to rush up to teach this kid who didn't know the height of the sky. Boom! Unfortunately, he didn't finish speaking and instantly disappeared in place, and when he reappeared in the next second, he had already kicked a foot on his face, stepping back on what he didn't finish. So fast. Everyone present was shocked, including Tsunade and Shizun, especially the Wind Demon Keijino who was closest to the ninja, and when he immediately reacted and wanted to stop it, he had already rushed into the crowd to fight. No, it should be said that it is torture, one-sided torture. I saw that the moment of entering the crowd showed amazing physical skills, whether it was Hineda's soft fist or Konoha Ryu's rigid fist. The moment was hand-to-hand. After more than a year of battlefield experience, the moment has already perfectly integrated the soft fist and the rigid fist, casually punched and kicked, both the terrible surface destructive power of the rigid fist and the deadly chakra internal strength erosion of the soft fist. Dealing with this group of ninjas of the Wind Demon clan is simply overkill, as if a professional warrior is bullying a group of kindergarten children, only to see the figure shaking around in an instant, and constantly someone is beaten out in an instant, as if a scythe is mercilessly harvesting straw. In less than a minute, dozens of ninjas had all been beaten to the ground in an instant. How is it possible? Unable to catch up with the speed of the moment, watching the moment solve all the ninjas around him at once, the Wind Demon Keijino looked at the moment with wide eyes and horror. You, what the hell are you? Me? At this moment, he threw away the last ninja in his hand, opened his eyes and looked at the Wind Demon Keijino, with a devilish smile on his face. Guess who I am? Wind Demon Keijino saw the white eyes that opened in an instant and the smile on his face, and seemed to suddenly remember something. I see, you are that white-eyed demon. Your mouth is even more annoying than your human beings. The moment he was mentioned this nickname again, he smiled viciously. It seemed that the previous war between Konoha and Union still affected the attention of all parties in the ninja world. Well, that's awesome. Shizun on the side looked blankly at the back of the moment in front of him and muttered, so many ninjas, he actually solved it in 3 or 2 clicks. It's really a great brat. Seeing the strength displayed in the moment, Tsunade was also surprised, secretly worried that if he made his own move, he might not be able to solve it so quickly. It seems that the 3 generations of old men really recommended a good talent. What a white-eyed demon, it's just a little ghost. Seeing the indifferent smile on his face at that moment, Wind Demon Keijino's self-esteem seemed to be touched, and his hands quickly froze. I'm a superior ninja of the Wind Demon clan. Ninja Shadow Fly, Foam. A surprising scene appeared. Everyone present only saw that after the Wind Demon Shadow finished his seal, he turned into a handsome boy, and 4 cicada-like wings grew behind him, and the 4 wings quickly turned into liquid and shot towards the moment. Go back to heaven. Although I don't know what effect the liquid shot over has, I don't want to be touched by this unknown liquid in an instant, and decisively released chakra all over my body, and rotated at high speed in place to return to the sky. Hiss! 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 The liquid that the Wind Demon Keijino shot towards the moment was constantly bounced to the surrounding ground by Hui Tian, and Tsunade and Shizun only saw that the flat ground was quickly melted into pits, which was highly poisonous water. Damn, all 3 of you go to die together. Seeing that his poisonous water was all bounced off in an instant, Wind Demon Keijino's hands were imprinted again. Earth Escape Hell and Art. In an instant, the 3 of them only felt that the ground shook, and the soft body under their feet suddenly sank, and the ground of the entire street began to sink like quicksand, and they were about to be swallowed in. It's really troublesome. After all, it's a superior ninja, it's still a little level, and in an instant I feel that my body began to sink continuously, directly using the power of the frozen fruit. Frozen Abyss. In an instant, a burst of icy cold power broke out. The sinking ground around his body instantly froze, easily pulled out his legs and stepped on the ice, and walked over by the way to pull Tsunade and Shizun out, although they could come out themselves, but in front of the lady they still showed their demeanor as much as possible. Thank you, was pulled out of the ground and stood on the ice, silent, looking at all this in amazement. Is this the ice escape? It's amazing. Don't sigh first, I'll solve them first, let's have a good chat, mute, senior sister. Instantly, he glanced at Shizun with a smile, and then turned to look at the wind demon shadow. I haven't confiscated this disciple of yours. Who's calling senior sister? Tsunade on the side muttered, looking at the ice on the ground and secretly marveling in his heart. I can't kill you like this. Seeing that they were standing on the ice unharmed in an instant, Wind Demon Kageno seemed to have a little difficulty accepting this fact. So you dragon tricks are the most self-aware. In an instant, looking at the incredible expression of the Wind Demon Yingyi, he shook his head helplessly and complained, don't say kill us, even this young lady next to me can burst you in minutes. Seeing that he still looked disbelieving, he didn't bother to explain more to him for a moment. The chakra in his hand rotated, the water attribute chakra was injected madly, and in a blink of an eye, a high-pressure water gun that kept rotating and roaring was formed in the hand. That is, Silent Xiao's mouth opened slightly, looking at the hard vortex water blade in his hand in surprise. What an amazing change in the nature of the water. Seeing the hard vortex water blade in his hand in an instant, Tsunade's eyes flashed with a hint of wonder. Water blade hard vortex. Calmly spit out the name of this technique from his mouth, and in an instant his eyes opened slightly and his gaze firmly locked on the Wind Demon Shadow Field. Goodbye, the upper shinobi of the Wind Demon clan, I hope you can survive in this technique. In an instant, his white eyes stared at Wind Demon Yingyi's every move, ruling out any chance that he might use a substitute technique to escape, directly reaching out and swinging hard, and the high-speed rotating roaring hard vortex water blade threw it towards him. You, Wind Demon Kageno seemed to want to say something, but it was directly engulfed in a huge waterspout 20 or 30 meters high, and it was constantly torn and strangled into pieces inside. After the ninjutsu disappeared, Tsunade and Shizun were in front of the entire destroyed street, devastated. Swallowing his saliva with difficulty, he silently spoke, this ninjutsu is probably too powerful. Finally know why this kid was able to repel Union's human pillar power. Tsunade also looked at the destructive power of the hard vortex water blade with a straight face. This kid's combat ability is still above me. Although Tsunade is one of the legendary 3 ninjas, and is proficient in a strange power fist with amazing power, she is more involved in the medical field. In terms of medical ninjutsu and theoretical knowledge, no one in the entire ninja world can do so. How am I qualified to be your disciple? In an instant, he looked at the two who were stunned, and said with a smile, it seems that your strength is not bad. Tsunade couldn't help but snort coldly when he saw the expression of the hippie's smiling face in an instant. Then follow me for a while first, depending on whether you have the talent to learn medical ninjutsu. With that, Tsunade turned away with silence, and immediately followed when he saw this. It's really a bad personality, they are all 40 or 50 years old and so arrogant, muttered the moment that followed behind. What did you say? Who knew that the ears of Tsunade in front were surprisingly sharp, and it seemed that she heard the whisper of the moment, and immediately turned around and smashed a punch at the foot of the moment, and the moment stood unsteadily on the spot, and a huge crack and pothole was blasted out under her feet, and then she crossed her waist with one hand and looked angrily at the moment. Ha, it's nothing, Tsunade, who suddenly turned around, jumped for a moment, looking at Tsunade's demonic expression, and the outrageous strange power, he could only laugh dryly. Seeing Shunna's soft expression, Tsunade snorted coldly and turned back arrogantly, quietly pulled Lashina's clothes on the side, and whispered to him, SHH. Tsunade-sama doesn't mind when others talk about her age. If you don't want to die, don't talk about it. I don't want the junior brother I just met to die. After listening to Shizun's words, a huge bead of sweat hung on his forehead in an instant, and he looked at the gentle and quiet Shizun with some gratitude. Got it, thank you, senior sister Muzun, you are such a good person. After listening to the good guy card issued at the moment, Shizun just smiled gently at him, and the three of them walked out of the town slowly. Along the way, the time quickly arrived in the evening. In an instant, the three finally arrived in another town on the border of Tanakoku and stayed at the hotel. Little ghost, don't say I didn't teach you well. In the room of the moment, Tsunade threw a sorry on the table of the moment. The basis of medical ninjutsu is to mobilize the activity of the ninja chakra, and the smart medical ninja can stimulate cells through the chakra to achieve the purpose of healing the wound of the patient, and the effect of detoxification and attack can also be achieved through form changes. After spending more than 10 minutes, Tsunade roughly explained to Shunna the knowledge about the basics of medical ninjutsu, and then pointed to the sori on the table and said to Shunna, this sori was made into suspended animation by me using medical ninjutsu, when you can mobilize the activity of chakrari to wake it up, even if it is a beginner. After that, Tsunade went out with the pet pig called Porpoise, walked to the door and added, by the way, it takes at least half a year for ordinary people to reach the standard of entry into medical ninjutsu, and not everyone has the characteristics of being a medical ninja, so you can toss it slowly. After Tsunade went out, he sat alone in the room, looking at the sori on the table, lost in thought. Medical ninjutsu, instantly known to be a ninjutsu that uses active chakra to stimulate the target's cells to achieve the purpose of healing. Like the doubling technique of the Konoha seeker family to increase the mass of the flesh, it belongs to the category of Yangdun, although it cannot give life to objects like Yangdun, but it is also a very practical ninjutsu system that integrates healing and killing enemies. Thinking of this, Instant immediately stood in front of the table, closed his eyes and carefully mobilized the chakra in his body, controlling the flow of chakra to the palm of his hand. This step was easily completed with the strength of moment, but Instant tried for a while, but he was never able to mobilize the activity of chakra. Looking at the operation of chakra is still the blue of ordinary chakra, it has not turned into the green of medical ninjutsu, and he is not discouraged in an instant. Any cultivation cannot be achieved overnight. When he cultivated spiral pills and softboxing, he also slowly came step by step. The sun outside soon went down, and when the time came at night, he hid in the room all night to concentrate on cultivating and stimulating chakra's activity, and he didn't even go down halfway to call him downstairs for dinner. Finally, in the middle of the night, everyone in the town went to sleep, only the room was still slightly lit. Finally succeeded. Early the next morning, a knock knocked on the wooden door of Tsunade in Shizun's room. Who? Come knocking early in the morning. Let me know who disturbed my sleep. Tsunade got up in his pajamas and went to open the door, and when he saw a smile standing outside the door, he suddenly became angry. Stinky boy. Why knock on the door so early to harass me to sleep? Looking at Tsunade leaning against the door, wearing a thin pajamas, a light yellow long skirt, fluffy hair, and a lazy sleepiness on his arrogant face, he couldn't help but feel his heart beat violently at the age of 30. That, momentarily blushed, but soon remembered the business. One hand took out a live sorry from behind his back and handed it to Tsunade. Look, Tsunade-sensei, I succeeded. Nanny. Tsunade, who was looking hazy and sleepy, was suddenly shocked, and looked at the sari with its tail in his hand with wide eyes, and said in disbelief, "You kid won't buy another sari, right? How is it possible? Don't believe you see." Hearing the questioning in Tsunade's words, he pouted unhappily. It was the result of what he had worked hard for all night. Thinking like this, he instantly picked up the active chakra, gathered it in the palm of his hand, and shook the palm that emitted the green chakra light proudly in front of Tsunade. Tsunade looked at the green chakra in the palm of his hand in disbelief, almost thinking that he hadn't woken up yet, and couldn't help rubbing his eyes. No matter how good the Hyuga clan's chakra control ability is, you can't do it in one night. As a result, the palm with the green chakra blooming was still present in front of her eyes, and the face with a hateful smile in the moment. Then I won't disturb your sleep first. After showing his achievements with Tsunade, he took back chakra and turned around and walked towards his room. I slept too late last night, I also have to go back to my room to catch up on sleep. After walking back to the room in an instant, only Tsunade stood alone at the door of the hotel's room. This kid is really a genius. At noon, at the dining table in the hotel lobby. How is this possible? Shizun exclaimed and looked at the moment when he was eating in a big gulp, his mouth opened into an O shape. In an instant, he will be in one night, that's right. Looking at Shizun's shocked expression, Tsunade nodded helplessly. Why didn't he have this expression in the morning? This kid is definitely a freak. After speaking, Tsunade looked at the moment sitting opposite with a solemn expression, and said to him, "It seems that not a single word of praise for you in the letter of the 3 generations of old men is exaggerated. It is really a terrifying talent and learning ability. Oh, don't attribute all this to my talent, but I spent a night working hard last night," said in a vague voice, casually throwing a fried tempura into his mouth. Ignoring the momentary look, Tsunade said with a straight face, "You said lightly, do you know how long it takes for ordinary ninjas to activate chakra activity? At least half a year. Even Shizun, it took 4 months to successfully activate the active chakra when he first started." Tsunade said to himself, "It seems that the next thing is to teach you the healing technique, healing." Hearing that Tsunade was going to start teaching himself ninjutsu, the spirit suddenly came. The healing technique he had seen on the battlefield, it was the medical ninjutsu used by that Union boy Nozomi. "Well, let's finish eating first, and I'll start teaching you in the afternoon." Saying that, Tsunade and Shizun also began to eat the food on the table, and while eating Tsunade, he continued, "Speaking of which, the characteristics of your Hyuga clan are really very suitable for learning medical ninjutsu. The chakra control ability is better than anyone else, and the blood succession limit wide that can see through the meridians of the human body." "Well, that's what I thought." Momentarily nodded thoughtfully, he decided to come over and learn medical ninjutsu with Tsunade. On the one hand, it was to find an opportunity to learn the immortal mode, and on the other hand, the unique chakra control ability of the Hyuga family and the white eyes that can see through the human body, as well as the understanding of the human body in practicing jutsu, are indeed very suitable for learning medical ninjutsu. After lunch, they followed Tsunade and began to learn medical ninjutsu again. Tsunade and Orochimaru were undoubtedly much more reliable than Jiraiya, and they were all good teachers in general. 10 days later, a suburb in the territory of Iwanakuni. "Success is successful, teacher, look quickly." With an excited shout, the healing technique was successfully performed in the instant, and the wound torn by a dog bear on the ground was slowly healed. Got it, got it. Looking at the moment of shouting, Tsunade on the side seemed much calmer. 10 days to learn the healing technique. For the moment of this amazing talent, she said that she had already become numb. After more than 10 days of getting along, as Tsunade quietly walked around the world, his relationship with them grew deeper and deeper. In addition to teaching Sana the art of healing, Tsunade also taught Sana all kinds of knowledge about medical treatment, such as knowledge of the human body, cell research, and some knowledge of medical devices. It's amazing. Shizen watched the dog bear on the ground gradually heal his wounds, began to get up and walk slowly, and couldn't help but praise, "I learned the healing technique in 10 days, I think it won't be long before the medical ninjutsu will soon surpass me," where, senior sister Muzun is a senior I respect, said modestly, with a flattering smile on his face, "These days together, many times this gentle senior sister takes good care of him." In fact, I knew that Shizuki, who had been learning medical ninjutsu with Tsunade since she was a child, although it was far from the level of Tsunade, but it was impossible for her to catch up with her in a short time, and she must have said this out of her love for this genius junior brother. "Well, I learned the healing technique so quickly, it's good, it's worthy of being my Tsunade him's disciple." After Instant's successful healing spell, Tsunade unceremoniously attributed Instant's talent to his name. He, a famous master, is a high apprentice. Hearing this, he silently patted Tsunade's horse butt on the side. Looking at Tsunade's proud expression of raising his chin, he couldn't help but laugh. "Well, you kid is very discerning." Tsunade nodded thoughtfully, looking at the moment with an approving gaze. "Since you have learned the healing technique, it will take a long time to learn the palm cactus technique, and I will teach you the chakra scalpel and my strange power fist during this time." "Great." Hearing this, Momon's spirit was lifted, although it was not convenient to propose to Tsunade that she wanted to learn the immortal mode for the time being. After all, everyone had only known each other for more than 10 days, but Tsunade was able to teach her stunt strange power fist to instantaneous, which showed that she had trusted herself very much. A year later, under the huge waterfall of Kawanakuni, the water vapor is pervasive, and the sound of the waterfall is like thunder. In the mist, I saw a young man with long black hair and a handsome face, easily facing a wild psychic beast more than 10 meters tall, a huge tiger, one person, and one tiger standing in front of the waterfall facing each other. Suddenly, the tendons of the young man's cheeks bulged, a pair of white eyes opened, and a 10-meter-long chakra blade bloomed in his hand, swinging towards the tiger that flew over. Roar! I saw the young man's hand rise and fall. The blue chakra blade slashed at the body of the giant tiger. The giant tiger let out a harsh roar, and did not see any wounds on its body, so it fell heavily in front of the waterfall, lying on the ground struggling and convulsing. The upgraded version of the chakra scalpel is really easy to use. He looked at the super long chakra scalpel in his hand and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. In the past year, they followed Tsunade in their penance to practice medical ninjutsu, and through their own diligent efforts and the help of the Honya system, they finally broke through the bottleneck not long ago and upgraded to the palm cactus and the extended version of the chakra scalpel. The chakra scalpel can cut the target body without any trauma, and the general medical ninja can only maintain a length of up to 1 meter from the palm of the hand, and under the upgrade of the instant shadow level chakra and Honya systems, the extended version of the chakra scalpel can be maintained to a length of 10 meters or even longer, similar to Suzuki's Chidori sharp gun, but the Chidori sharp gun will at least be blocked by objects, while the chakra scalpel can directly cut the human body through any obstacle such as clothing. It is undoubtedly a very terrifying ninjutsu to kill enemies. Next, instantly withdrawing the chakra scalpel, a green chakra light began to be released from his hand. "Try my palm cactus again." Walked over in an instant, aimed at the part where the giant tiger was cut by the chakra scalpel just now, gently put the palm up, and almost in the blink of an eye, the white eyes of the moment saw that the muscle tissue cut off by the chakra scalpel in the giant tiger's body healed quickly, as if it had not been injured. The healing effect and treatment speed are much higher than the healing technique. Satisfied, he withdrew the palm cactus, and saw the healed giant tiger looking at him in horror. Perhaps its simple head couldn't understand why the human in front of it hurt it and wanted to cure it. "It's time to go back, they're still waiting for me." Looking at the giant tiger who fled after recovering from his injuries, he smiled instantly. In this year, he gained not only these two ninjutsu, but also various medical methods and knowledge of Yin Seal and Tsunade, and after learning the monster fist, he was also perfectly integrated into his physical skills, and other original skills were also improving day by day. Finally, of course, there is the warm affection between them and Tsunade, which is the most rare gain. Thinking of this, the moment I walk back to the road, I can't help but show a warm smile. As soon as he returned to the hotel, before he walked in, he had already seen the drunken Tsunade in the hall at the door. "Really, Tsunade-sama, don't drink anymore." Shizen on the side tugged at Tsunade's sleeve and whispered to him. "What does it matter? I like to drink, and when I'm drunk, I don't have so many troubles," said the drunken Tsunade nonchalantly. Looking at Tsunade's drunken appearance, he felt uncomfortable for a moment. He knew that his dead brother Ropaki and his lover had caused her too many blows, and even caused her to suffer from hemophobia, which had to be said to be a great irony for her as a ninja and doctor. Tsunade has been in self-exile over the years, traveling to various countries in the ninja world, and in addition to some dissatisfaction with Kanaha's high level, the bigger reason is the pain in her heart that is difficult to heal. "Teacher, senior sister Mute, I'm back." After entering the door in an instant, he walked to the wine table and said hello to the two of them. "Stinky boy, you're back." The drunken and hazy Tsunade got up and boldly grabbed Moment's neck, burying Momon's face deeply in his huge twin peaks. Let me go. I didn't expect Tsunade to suddenly make such an amazing move, and in an instant he blushed and finally struggled out of Tsunade's arms, breathing heavily. Whew, I didn't expect that I would be fine when I went to the battlefield when I was young, but today I was almost suffocated in Tsunade's big breasts, thinking that I was a chest worshipper in my previous life, and the scene that made people blood gushing just now made me blush for a moment. Tsunade-sama, you really are. Seeing the embarrassed look of the moment, Shizen next to him couldn't stop covering his mouth and laughing, while blaming Tsunade. I didn't expect the smelly boy to blush too, haha. The drunken-eyed and confused Tsunade laughed at the moment and then asked, how are you studying the palm cactus? Well, it's completely mastered. In an instant, his white face flushed, and he answered truthfully, he really didn't expect that a man who was almost 30 years old in his 2 lifetimes would be molested like this now. Already fully mastered? You kid is such a freak. Hearing the instant's answer, Tsunade dissipated some of the wine and muttered, obviously you haven't taught you the art of palm cactus, but you can learn it without a teacher. Since the previous moment's healing technique reached a saturation bottleneck, the Hongyu system automatically upgraded it to the palm cactus, which is why Tsunade and they have been puzzled to understand why they directly and automatically learned the palm cactus technique. The talent of the moment really makes me ashamed. I didn't expect that in just 1 year, you have already surpassed my senior sister. Shizen looked at the moment with envy. She really found it hard to believe that she had been learning medical ninjutsu with Tsunade since she was a child, and she was surpassed by a teenager in a year. This kid's talent for casting magic really can't find a second person in the ninja world. The level of medical ninjutsu is about to catch up with my master, and what is lacking now is actual experience. Tsunade also admired next to her. She saw the performance in the past year. She estimated that even her grandfather and Uchiha did not have this talent in the past. This is all thanks to the teacher's teaching and the care of my senior sister, otherwise my progress would not have been so fast. Instantly, he said sincerely that he had seen Tsunade and Shizen take care of him this year, and he was truly grateful to Tsunade and Shizen. No need to be humble, it's all the result of your own talent and hard work. Saying that, Tsunade looked at Shina and reached out and pinched Shina's face, and said with a mocking smile, and we will definitely be a handsome guy when we grow up. I don't know how many girls will be fascinated by you. If you want to be fascinated, you will be fascinated first, and you will look at and tease your own Tsunade, and in an instant you will secretly slander in your heart. I don't have anything to teach you about medical ninjutsu, the rest has to be up to you. You can hold this scroll. Suddenly, Tsunade took out a scroll from his clothes and handed it to Moment. This is the ninjutsu scroll that my second grandfather left me, and it contains all his water ninjutsu. I remember that your chakra is water attribute and wind attribute, just right for you. Looking at the Moment of stun there, Tsunade continued, with your talent in ninjutsu, I believe that it will definitely not be insulted. Momentarily, she took the scroll handed over by Tsunade, and looking at this valuable gift she gave herself, her eyes couldn't help but feel a little red for a moment. In his past life and present life combined, few people in his memory would treat Tsunade so well to him, and even the relics of the second-generation Hokage that she had treasured for many years on her body were willing to give to herself. Tsunade's second grandfather, the second-generation Hokage Senjutsu Ayama, the younger brother of the first-generation Naruto's god Senjukuma, crowned the ninja world with the art of flying thunder god and water ninjutsu, and his ninjutsu scroll is undoubtedly extremely precious to any ninja. Sensei, looking at Tsunade's beautiful face, his tone was a little choked for a moment. Stinky boy, you won't be crying, will you? Ha ha. Seeing the Moment, Tsunade laughed and put an arm on his shoulder. No, you woman with a bad personality, instantly rubbed his nose and gradually calmed down his uncontrolled emotions. What a hard-mouthed smelly boy, calculate the time, you should be back to Konoha soon, right? Ignoring the Moment's words, Tsunade looked at him a little sadly. Yes, more than a year has passed quickly, and the time given to them by the 3 generations has arrived, and it is time for them to go back to their lives. Well, I'm going back to Konoha in a few days. Will you and senior sister Shizen go back with me? Looking at the two in front of him reluctantly, his mood couldn't help but become sad. No, that place in Konoha, I don't want to go back. Tsunade's thoughts seemed to drift far away, and a smile squeezed out of his face and said to Instant, if you kid has a conscience, you have time to come and see us. Hearing Tsunade say this, she knew in an instant that Tsunade still loved Konoha deeply in her heart, the village that her grandfathers had built, and although she hated the word Hokage, she still carried out the so-called will of fire in her. She will return to Konoha one day, the hometown that gave birth to her and raised her, but that day, I don't know if she will be there, I thought to myself. By the way, teacher, can I sign a psychic contract with your psychic beast Slug, so that I can find you at any time through them in the future? Instantly, he remembered that his most important purpose was not to learn medical ninjutsu, but to learn the immortal model. Psychic beasts, of course, this is fine, but you have to call them Lord Slugs, because each of them is a split body of the Slug Immortals in the wet bone forest of the Immortal Holy Land. For the request of the Moment, Tsunade readily agreed. It's not a big deal to sign a psychic contract with a slug, after all, there are so many doppelgangers of slugs, and Sakura also signed a psychic contract with slugs in the original book, such as Toad from Jiraiya Myoki Mountain also signed a contract with Naruto. Saying that, Tsunade walked out of the hotel and bit his finger and reached out to press on the ground. The spell unfolded on the ground, and a puff of smoke passed, and there was already an extra slug, as big as an instant, on the ground. Lord Slug, this is my disciple Hinata moment, he wants to sign a psychic contract with you, I hope you can agree. Tsunade said to the psychic slug. Tsunade, your disciple, no problem, sign a contract with me directly. Seeing that it was Tsunade's disciple, the slugs readily agreed, spitting out a huge scroll from his mouth. After the scroll lying on the ground was opened, Tsunade pointed to the densely packed characters on it and said to the moment, just press a handprint here, and the psychic contract will be completed. Okay. Facing a blank spot on the scroll, he immediately bit his finger and pressed a 5-finger handprint on it with bloodstains. Okay, our contract is complete. Small moment, you can use psychic magic to summon me in the future. After signing the psychic contract, the slugs directly said hello to Tsunade and Shizun, and disappeared with a bang. Finally got it, I really gained a lot from coming out to worship Tsunade this time, and I couldn't help but look at Tsunade gratefully when I thought about it. Don't stand silly, go back and clean up properly, you'll be leaving in a few days. After seeing that the psychic contract was completed in an instant, Tsunade walked into the hotel with a silent head and did not look back. You are all the most important people in this world, and I will protect you no matter what happens in the future. Looking at the back of Tsunade and Shizun entering, and secretly said to myself in an instant. 3 days later, on the border main road of Kawanakuni, he waved goodbye to Tsunade and Shizun in an instant. Stinky boy, you need to take care, don't die easily. Tsunade drank wine while waving goodbye to Instant, and a strange glint flashed in his eyes. In an instant, go back and cheer well, you will definitely become the most amazing ninja. Gentle and delicate, Shizun stood next to Tsunade and vigorously waved his snow-white arm towards the back that was departing in an instant. Hearing the goodbye sound from behind, he didn't look back for a moment. He was afraid that he would be reluctant to leave when he turned back, and he still had a lot of things to wait for him to complete. I believe that soon, we will meet again, walking on the main road to the land of fire, and meditating in our hearts for a moment. In winter, snowflakes fall in the sky, and even the endless forests of the land of fire are covered in a thick layer of silver. It's so cold. A guard at the gate of Konoha Ninja Village dusted off the snowflakes piled up on his body and inhaled unconsciously for a breath of cold air. Yes, Konoha hasn't snowed like this in years. The other Naka Shinobu exhaled a hot breath into the palm of his hand, and suddenly saw a figure slowly walking on the snow-covered road in the distance. Look, someone is coming. The figure in the distance got closer and closer, his face gradually became clear, wearing a white ninja suit, his dark hair was not stained with a trace of snowflakes, and his handsome face was dotted with a pair of pure white eyes. Ah, it's Hinata Shinobu in an instant. One of the gatekeepers shouted loudly. Yes, we've seen you, you're back from Naruto-sama's mission. The other Naka Shinobu also said hello to Instantaneous. Yes, hello, I just came back from a mission outside. The moment he walked to the gate, he nodded slightly towards the 2 Zongnin who were guarding the gate, and said hello, the time is so fast, it's been more than a year. After completing the passage formalities simply, I stepped into Konoha village in an instant, looking at the silver-clad village that was still bustling and noisy, and the street was still crowded, and there were many feelings in my heart in an instant. Konoha High Level, Hyuga Clan, I'm back again, I wonder what you will do this time. Thinking of the Hinata who was forced to death by Konoha and the Hyuga Clan a year ago, he couldn't help but clench his fists for a moment. Hey, let's go say hello to the 3 generations of old men first. Instantly, I knew that the 3 generations also participated in the matter of the day difference, but to be fair, the 3 generations have always loved themselves. The 3 generations of fire images sat at their desk as usual, flipping through the documents on the desk, and couldn't help frowning when they saw an abnormal information. 3 generations of old men, I'm back. At this time, a voice suddenly appeared, interrupting the thoughts of the 3 generations. The 3rd generation put down the documents in his hand, turned his head slightly and saw a young man sitting on the windowsill at some point, with a cynical smile on his face. Instantly, can't you just come in a normal way? Looking at the moment of sudden appearance, a smile could not help but tear out on the wrinkled face of the 3 generations, but it was quickly replaced by seriousness. Also, your title is really more and more disrespectful to me as a Hokage. Yes, it's not a big deal, you won't be angry anyway. Instantly raised his eyebrows in disbelief, but he pinched the temper of the 3 generations, and he would not think about such a trivial matter with him at all. It's really a stinky boy who is neither big nor small, why didn't I see that you were such a fool before? The 3rd generation remembered that he was still a well-behaved child when he first met, but now his personality is becoming more and more arbitrary. By the way, how are your affairs going? Ah, it's done. Instantly remembering what he had gained over the past year, he smiled. My current level of medical ninjutsu is almost catching up with Tsunade-sensei. Hurry up with Tsunade. After listening to the words of the moment, the 3rd generation Ra was mentally prepared or shocked. You really dare to say it? When did I brag? Just try it? Seeing the questioning expression of the three generations, he rolled his eyes helplessly. There is just a chance for you to try it right now. The third generation smiled back, took the document on the table, and said to the moment, not long ago, the ninjas of the Mist Ninja Village spied on intelligence in our village many times, and the ninjas we sent had many battles after contacting them, and now the Konoha Ninja Hospital is probably busy. Since you have returned from your studies, I just happened to take you to see it. Although it had only been more than a year since he said that his medical ninjutsu was about to catch up with Tsunade, the three generations did not doubt instantaneous words too much in their hearts. He knew the terrifying talent in instant, and he knew that he was not a person who took his word for granted. Konoha Ninja Hospital. It's just that I haven't been there yet. Seeing that the three generations stood up from behind the desk, took the Hokage cloak next to him and put it on, and instantly jumped down from the windowsill and followed. After following the three generations out of the Hokage's office, the dark ninjas who were guarding along the road were a little surprised in their hearts, and they had not seen anyone pass in front of them since just now, but they did not expect that the office of the third generation of Hokage had an extra person for no reason, and they couldn't help but secretly blame themselves and others for poor protection. Arrived in front of Konoha Ninja Hospital. Following the three generations of Rao, they passed the Hokage office building and walked a few avenues backwards, and in an instant they came to a white building. Come with me. After entering the building of the ninja hospital, they saw many wounded people recovering along the way, followed the footsteps of the three generations, and in an instant they came to a hall with Konoha's medical class written on it. Ah, Naruto-sama. Many medical ninjas coming and going in the hall, all wearing white coats and white hats on their heads, came up to salute and say hello after seeing the three generations of Hokage come in. No need to be polite, you can follow me into the medical room in a moment. Saying that, the three generations strode forward, pushed open the door of the medical room, and followed in an instant. After entering the door, all the eyes of the eye were white hospital beds, lying dozens of ninja wounded, more than a dozen medical ninjas with a slight green light on their hands, treating the injured with healing techniques. This is the medical room of the ninja hospital. They are all our medical ninjas in Konoha, and these injured ninjas are some of the wounded after many battles with Kirihite some time ago. After the three generations scanned the circle, they briefly introduced it to the moment. Hearing this, he nodded, walked to a medical ninja who was treating the injured, looked at the injured person lying on the hospital bed, and said in a low voice, "Let me try it." The medical ninja who was trying his best to treat the wounded was stunned when he heard this, and just wanted to stop it. He saw the expression of the third generation, and saw the third generation nodding slightly at him. Let him try. After the medical ninja let go, he opened his eyes in an instant, easily found the injured position of the wounded, gently put his hand up, and a soft green chakra wrapped the entire palm of the moment. Under the gaze of everyone, the wounds on the wounded body, on the hospital bed, quickly recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in the blink of an eye, the shocking wounds turned into flat skin, as if they had not been injured at all. With the treatment of the moment, the injured ninja's frown gradually relaxed, gradually regained consciousness, opened his eyes and muttered in confusion, "Where am I? Didn't I die?" Seeing this magical scene, the three generations showed a happy smile on their faces, and a group of medical ninjas dressed in white around showed surprised expressions. Who is this teenager? It's actually a palm cactus. That's advanced medical ninjutsu. What's going on? So serious injuries recovered in an instant. In an instant, he ignored the stunned expressions of a group of medical ninjas around him, and put his hands on his chest to form a crossed handprint. Boom, boom, boom. After a puff of smoke, there were more than a dozen shadow doppelgangers around him. Each shadow avatar walked up to the wounded lying on the hospital bed, and Shen released the palm cactus with his palm, and in an instant, the green chakra light shrouded the entire medical room. In a few breaths, all the ninja wounded lying on the hospital bed recovered one after another, and it was impossible for ordinary ninjas without shadow-level chakra to do it like this. A dozen shadow avatars used palm cactus to treat more than a dozen targets at the same time. It's so powerful, all the wounded have recovered at once. Naruto-sama, this is, seeing the super first-class medical ninjutsu displayed in an instant, all the medical ninjas in the medical room looked at the three generations curiously, hoping that the three generations of Hokage could introduce the identity of this teenager to everyone. Ahem, let me introduce you. Seeing the look in everyone's eyes, the three generations coughed lightly and introduced them. This is Hinata Shinobu, who has just returned from a mission outside the village, and is deeply familiar with Tsunade, Nanny. It's that rumored genius. He is the white-eyed demon who made Yunren terrified on the battlefield before. I didn't expect him to be a disciple of Tsunade-sama. No wonder there is such a superb medical ninjutsu. To have such a super first-class strength at such a young age is worthy of being a legendary genius. After hearing the identity of the three generations introduced the moment, the medical ninjas in the medical room began to boil again. But what the three generations said next surprised everyone present, including the moment they were stunned. As soon as the voice of the third generation fell, there was an uproar among not only the medical ninjas present, but even the moment was surprised. I didn't expect that the 3 generations of old men valued themselves so much and actually made themselves the squad leader of Konoha's medical class. This is not an ordinary position, just like the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku, is the captain of the Konoha police force, a position with huge real power, and he is definitely qualified to enter the highest decision-making level of Konoha in the future. Is this intended to train me and then support me to the top? But unfortunately I may not be able to become the way you want it to be. Instantly felt the good intentions of the 3 generations, and couldn't help but smile slightly bitterly in my heart. After the 3 generations announced the appointment, everyone in the medical class present still complained about the age of the moment. After all, letting such a young boy become his top boss would not be very happy in anyone's heart. But the super first class medical ninjutsu level that was shown just now, everyone looked at it, it was a height that they could not reach, and the situation was stronger than people, so there was no other objection. Why do you want to do this? After coming out of the ninja hospital, he broke the silence for a moment, and couldn't help but ask the question in his heart to the 3 generations. Are you talking about me appointing you as the head of the medical squad? Hearing the question of the moment, the 3rd generation smoked his pipe while walking slowly and said, first, because your medical ninjutsu level has reached the level of super first class, you are fully capable of holding this position. Second, since the sacrifice of the 4th generation, my 3 disciples have also left Konoha. The young ninjas left in the village are not enough to carry some of the burdens. In an instant you are the most talented of the new generation of ninjas. I also believe in your ability. You will definitely not let me down. Do you trust me so much? After silently listening to the words of the 3 generations, he was a little out of his mind for a moment, and thought in his heart, but I think I will leave this village sooner or later, and there are some things that I am afraid will have to live up to your expectations. Also, on the Zone family side, you don't have to worry too much. The 3 generations couldn't see what was in Moment's heart, and suddenly remembered to say to Moment, I have already said hello to them, and I will definitely not use the spell mark on you again without my permission. With your permission, maybe one day, you may desperately want to kill me, and smiled bitterly for a moment. The Hinata thing, seeing the bitter smile on his face, the 3rd generation thought that he was still thinking about the Hinata, patted him on the shoulder and said, there are some things, if one day let you sit in my position, you will understand that it is actually very helpless. Hinata sacrificed for the peace of the village. No matter what, he is the hero of the village. After listening to the words of the 3 generations, he was silent and walked all the way to the fork in the road, until he waved goodbye to the 3 generations. I hope you don't disappoint me and become like Orochimaru. Staring at the back that left in an instant, the thoughts of the 3 generations floated far, far away. After saying goodbye to the 3 generations, I walked on the snow with some worries, and on both sides of the snow-covered Konoha street, you can see some children throwing snowballs everywhere. Anyway, with the order of the 3 generations, at least for the time being, I am absolutely safe. As he walked, he counted the deep and shallow footprints on the snow. I have to quickly find a way to get the scroll to lift the spell seal from Tenzo during this time. Hey, you white-eyed Yukai, if you're the daughter of the Hyuga clan, just give us a roll. Unconsciously, I came to a small forest at the end of the street, and a few children on the snow under the forest attracted the attention of the Moment. 3 children about 5 or 6 years old were surrounding a little girl under the tree, making fun of the little girl's pure white eyes, only to see one of the chubby children laughing. Won't it? Then don't appear in front of us after that. Ha 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 ha, that's not Hinata? Seeing the little girl under the tree, I recognized her at a glance, and saw that Hinata's big eyes began to fill with mist, and just wanted to go up to stop these little ghosts, and suddenly saw a small figure on the swing next to him rushing over. Hey! Stop it! I saw a child with dazzling yellow hair and a sports sweatshirt rushing behind them with his fists clenched. Ha! What the, you guy? The 3 children turned around and saw a little ghost who looked a little younger than them. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I'm the Hokage of the future. The yellow-haired child shouted at 3 children who were a circle older than him. Future Hokage? Ha ha ha, are you an idiot? Hearing the words of the yellow-haired child, the child who bullied Hinata by the 3 children couldn't help but laugh. You are the idiots. The art of the shadow doppelganger. Who would have thought that the yellow-haired child would have a cross mark on his hands and use ninjutsu? Nanny! Seeing 2 clouds of white smoke, the 3 children were clearly frightened. As a result, the 2 shadow doppelgangers summoned by the yellow-haired child were only the size of one palm, and they still jumped up on the ground and shouted at them in a shrill voice, I'm going to beat you up. Ha 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 ha. Seeing the 2 small doubting summoned by the yellow-haired child, the 3 children's stomachs were about to laugh and hurt, and the yellow-haired child also awkwardly maintained the posture of the seal, and a drop of sweat hung on his head. Seeing this scene not far away, I couldn't help but laugh, and the tedious things were blown away a lot. It is worthy of being the protagonist of the future, the first ninja of accident, Naruto Uzumaki. It is estimated that Hinata began to have a longing for Naruto at this time. Naruto, this kid seems to have a trait that can infect others since he was a child, this sunny and cheerful character and the blood perseverance that never gives up, in this ninja world that does not see the light of day, it really seems so precious, thinking in his heart. Seeing that Naruto was about to be beaten by 3 children, he shook his head and walked over, and said, you guys stop. Hearing the sound of the moment, several children turned their heads, and saw that the moment was obviously 2 heads taller than them, obviously a little scared, looked at the forward protector on the moment and trembled. What for? The ninja also has to take care of our children's affairs. Brother instant. At this time, Hinata obviously recognized the moment. They had met at the Hyuga family mansion last year. What, you know him? Naruto, who was almost beaten, watched a handsome boy 5 or 6 years older than them come over, failed to show off in front of Hinata, and muttered a little unconvinced. Well, he's my cousin, a genius in our clan. Hinata, who was shy, explained to Naruto in a weak voice. A little funny looking at the 3 children in front of him like a great enemy. I really felt that these 3 children were simply a model of not fearing power. One was the heir of the clan of Konoha's famous Hyuga clan, and the other was the future protagonist of this world, the son of the 4th generation of Hokage, who was jokingly called the prince by readers, and now the 3 random passers-by and children in the village dared to bully them, and almost laughed out loud in an instant. Naruto was still a miserable orphan who did not know his origin at this time, and he was still rejected by the villagers, so naturally there was nothing to say, but Hinata was the eldest lady of the Hyuga clan, and with his instantaneous strength, he had already discovered the 2 Hyuga clan guards lurking around. Aren't you going yet? Seeing that the 3 children were still there, they raised a hand impatiently. Chakra moved slightly, and a spiral pill with a blue light appeared in the palm of his hand. Run! Seeing the spiral pill released in his hand at the moment, although the 3 little fart children didn't know what it was, they probably guessed how powerful this guy was, and immediately spread their legs and fled. Wow, that's awesome. Seeing that instant had chased away the 3 children, Naruto stared at the spiral pill in Momon's hand, as if that thing was naturally attracted to him. In an instant, he withdrew the spiral pill and looked at Naruto with some playfulness. The protagonist of the Hokage world, in the original book, he relied on the spiral pill to fight all over the world, but now it has become his own skill. After a few children made such a fuss, Instant, who had been a little troubled since returning to Konoha, seemed to be in a much better mood. Looking at Naruto and Hinata, who were only 4 years old, touched the cute heads of both of them in an instant, and smiled. It's not early, my stomach is a little hungry, Hinata, I'll invite you two to eat Ichiraku ramen. Really? That's great. Hearing that this Hinata's brother was going to treat him to Ichiraku ramen, Naruto immediately cheered, and everyone in the village rejected him for saying that he was a yokai, but he didn't expect this handsome big brother to be so good today. But Father-sama, Hinata on the side bowed his head and hesitated in a low voice. It's nothing, I'll explain it to him there. Instantly guessed Hinata's hesitation because of the strict door control of the Hyuga family, and she usually had to return home on time at this time. Saying that, he turned his head and glanced at the side seemingly unintentionally, and said to the open space where there was no one, you guys go back first, Hinata will send her back to the Zone family later. After speaking, Naruto looked up strangely at the moment. Who are you talking to? It's none of your business, let's go. Instantly, he reached out and pressed his hand on Naruto and Hinata's head, twisting them to walk down the street together. At this time, the 2 hidden Hyuga clan guards hesitated. One of them whispered something to the other, and the other left him to leave quickly. In an instant, he pulled the 2 little fart children through 2 streets, and soon came to Konoha's bustling center street. The 3 of them walked to the door of a shop with a 4-character sign with Ichiraku ramen, and Naruto, who had just arrived at the door, was already shouting inside, Uncle Ichiraku, give me a bowl of char siu ramen. Ask for a big bowl. Oh, it's Naruto. Seeing Naruto walk in, Uncle Ichiraku still had the same smile on his face. I also brought a friend over. Yes, the 2 of them are friends I know today. Today, this big brother has a treat. Naruto's smiling eyes narrowed into a line. The people in the village had never given him a good face since he was born, and his usual life was a full meal, but he didn't expect to meet 2 people who didn't hate him today. Give me a tonkotsu ramen, Hinata, what do you want to eat? Instantly, he also sat down in front of the stage and looked at Hinata next to him and asked, oh, I'm just like you, brother of the moment. Hinata, as the eldest lady of the Hyuga family, usually rarely has such an opportunity to sit out and eat with others. Well, then 2 portions of tonkotsu ramen, thank you. After glancing at the store, there was still no change from the original, but his growth and change in the past few years had changed too much, and Uncle Ichiraku couldn't recognize him. Oh, aren't you the little brother who came here a few years ago? At this time, a beautiful girl came out from behind the counter. It was Calamus, the daughter of Uncle Ichiraku. I haven't seen you for so long, and I really became a handsome guy. Calamus mischievously poked her head out from behind the counter, staring at her handsome face in the moment. Well, long time no see. Looking at the Calamus that suddenly appeared, it was also a little embarrassing for a moment, but I didn't expect that this girl still remembered herself after the past few years. Big brother is so popular with girls. Naruto next to him looked at the moment, muttering enviously. Eat your noodles, don't talk nonsense. As he spoke, a large bowl of steaming char siu ramen was already prepared and placed in front of Naruto. After a while, the ramen of the 3 people was all served, and in addition to the instant and Hinata's slow-eating ramen, Naruto's kid didn't eat it all and sucked the noodles, and the sound made people look sideways. Ha, it's so full. Naruto touched his stomach in satisfaction, burped and then slammed the table, and said loudly to the moment, "Thank you for inviting me to eat ramen today. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, remember my name, I will become Hokage in the future." Hokage? Looking at Naruto's confident look, he touched his head with a chuckle, stared into his sky-blue eyes and said, "If it's you, I'm sure it can." Hearing moments in different words, Naruto was stunned. He thought that when Instant heard him say that he was going to become Hokage, he would definitely laugh at him like everyone. After all, what a dream seemed to everyone, and as a result, Shina affirmed him so easily. Unconsciously, Naruto's eyes were filled with a hazy mist. He didn't know who his parents were since he was a child, and he had never been affirmed by anyone, but he didn't expect that the big brother he met today not only invited him to eat Ichiraku ramen, but also affirmed his dream. It is not that those who become Hokage will be recognized by everyone, but those who are recognized by everyone will become Hokage. Suddenly there was interest, and shamelessly plagiarized this famous phrase that the future Itachi god said to Naruto, "Naruto, if you want to be a Hokage, remember this sentence." Looking at Naruto, who was stunned by his own mouth, he listened to his own words and sat there with glowing eyes and repeated this sentence in his mouth, and in an instant indifferently beckoned to Hinata, "Let's go Hinata, I'll send you back." After paying the money and coming out of Ichiraku ramen, he took Hinata's hand and walked on the way back to the Hyuga clan, and he felt a sense of relief in his heart. It seems that the mouth is really a skill that does not need to be consumed and is amazingly powerful. Think about the original work, No More Chopping, I Love Luo, Pain, Uchiha with Soil. These powerful names, in a sense, are all ghosts under Naruto's mouth. Powerful as the 6 ways pain, he was directly killed by Naruto's mouth, sacrificing his life to resurrect the people of Konoha. For example, Uchiha took the soil, painstakingly planned for so long, and was persuaded by Naruto's mouth in the final ninja world battle, and the Konoha camp eventually died. The land of the Hyuga clan, the mansion of the clan family. Hinata hasn't come back yet? Hayashi, who was sitting in the main hall, asked the guards below. Lord Home, Hinata has already sent the eldest lady back in an instant, and she is on her way. The Hyuga clan guard below answered truthfully. Well, what did Hinata do with Hinata just now? Hayashi remembered that his subordinates had come back just now to report to him, saying that Hinata had left with him, and he was also a little uneasy in his heart. After all, Hinata was his own daughter, and Hinata had such a big conflict with his own family. Lord Go Home, just now Hinata took the eldest lady with him, went to eat ramen. The guards replied with some embarrassment. Ha, eating ramen? Hayashi was stunned. What was he thinking at this moment? Well, if it's okay, you can go down first, brother. In an instant, I've arrived. Arriving at the door of the Zangia mansion, Hinata stopped. Well, you go in, I won't go in. Instantly, he stopped and said to Hinata that what happened, and he didn't want to see Hinata again now. Well, thank you for taking me to eat ramen today, it's delicious, goodbye brother. Hinata politely thanked Instant, and walked in under the eyes of Moment. What happened today was so special to her life as the eldest lady of the clan family. Not only did she know the boy named Naruto Uzumaki, but she also met her brother again. After sending Hinata, he came out of the Hyuga family mansion, followed the path under the street lamp in an instant, and returned to his home. I didn't come back for more than a year, opened the door and walked into the house, and instantly found that the home was not as dusty as I thought, but it was delicate. The table was cleaned up, and the bed was neatly folded, as if someone often came to clean it. Stunned, who could it be? Aunt Myling? Hinata Beltone? Still is. Yu Zian? In an instant, there are only a few people who can imagine that they will help themselves clean their houses every day when they go out. Shaking his head slightly, he dispelled the distractions in his mind, closed the door in an instant, stretched out his right hand to bite his finger, and pressed it to the ground. Psychic. Boom! A cloud of smoke came out, and there was an extra slug, as big as the Moment, in the room. Little Moment, what's the matter of summoning me so late? The psychic slugs looked at their surroundings and asked. Lord Slug, I summoned you here because I wanted you to help me. In an instant, he opened the door to the slugs in front of him. Oh, what's going on? The slugs looked at it suspiciously for a moment. I want to ask Lord Slug to take me to the Wetbone Forest. I want to learn fairy arts. Momentarily stared at the slug and said firmly. Learn fairy arts? Did Tsunade tell you? The slugs were a little surprised and suddenly made a request. I didn't tell me that, I heard it from somewhere else. I know that the slug immortals in the Wetbone Forest have incredible powers like the toad immortals in Myoki Mountain and the snake immortals in the Dragon Earth Cave, so I would like to ask Lord Slug to take me to the Wetbone Forest so that I can learn fairy arts. Instantaneous continues to state his purpose. Toads and smelly snakes, it seems that you know us well. After listening to the words for a moment, the slugs nodded slightly and continued, well, I'll use reverse psychic to take you back to the Wetbone Forest, but immortal arts are not something that everyone can learn, and there are huge risks. I understand that learning fairy arts will definitely be risky, but I believe that I can definitely succeed. Please Lord Slugs lead the way. Momentarily continued. Well, since you are so insistent, then put your hand on me. Seeing that Moment was so persistent, the slugs let Moment put his hand on its body. stretched out his hand in an instant, followed the instructions of the slug, and put his hand on the slug's body. Boom. In the blink of an eye, a puff of smoke came out, and in an instant both the slugs disappeared into the room. For a moment, the moment felt as if I had shuttled through a strange space, and after a whirlwind, the moment immediately had a down-to-earth touch. After landing steadily, he turned his head and looked around, only to see that he and the slugs were now in a strange wood. Why is it a peculiar wood? Because in an instant it was found that this forest is endless. Even if you use white eyes, you can't see the edges, and these forests are not ordinary trees, but huge white substances that stand up to the sky, a bit like stalactites. No, it should be said that they are stalagmites. The sky is not the sky of the original world, it takes on a strange purple color, and a huge haze covers the head. The surrounding air also seemed particularly humid, and I didn't like this feeling for a moment. Here we are, it's the wet-boned forest. Seeing that he was looking around curiously, the slugs introduced him as he walked forward. The time here is the same as the ninja world, each psychic beast race has its own spatial world, and we slugs have lived in this wet-boned forest for generations. You come with me, and I'll take you to meet my ontological slug. Saying that, the slugs glanced back for a moment and motioned for him to follow it. After walking through the endless forest for about half an hour, the slug came to a place where a huge white stalagmite stood in an instant, and under the huge white stalagmite, on a seat made of white matter, a huge slug. The surrounding dense slugs surrounded this huge slug, and when he saw the creature in front of him that seemed to block the light in the sky, he was particularly surprised for a moment, and muttered, "Is this the slug? You're Tsunade's disciple, right?" The slug, whose body was larger than the nine-tailed figure in the momentary impression, spoke, and it seemed to be a voice transmitted from a long time ago. "My doppelganger told me that you came here to learn immortal arts, right?" "Yes, slug." Recovering from the shock, Moment nodded and replied, "Well, the immortal art of the wet-boned forest, no one has been able to cultivate successfully for many years. I feel a familiar power from you, maybe you can succeed." The old and erratic voice emanated from the slug's body. "My doppelganger, you take him to the wet-bone pool to try it." "Yes." The slug, who led the Moment over, turned around and said to the Moment, "Moment, come with me." After sparing the huge stalagmite towering in the sky, the slugs came to a bottomless pool with many stone statues of slugs placed around the waterhole. Ordinary chakra is a mixture of human physical energy and spiritual energy, while immortal chakra is a mixture of natural energy on the basis of physical ability and mental ability, and the power of ordinary chakra is several times or even dozens of times, depending on the degree of cultivation. On the edge of the waterhole, the slugs carefully explained the knowledge about fairy arts for the Moment. If you want to practice immortal arts, you must first have a huge amount of chakra, and then you need a strong will and control ability, perfect control of the three abilities to maintain balance, in order to successfully enter the immortal mode. The slug said, looking at the numerous stone statues of slugs on the edge of the waterhole. "You look at these stone statues, all of them are people who failed to cultivate immortal arts in the past, and if they can't control natural energy, they will turn into stones if they can't maintain balance. This is the huge risk of cultivating the immortal mode. Do you still want to try?" After the pain was severe, the slugs looked at the Moment. After listening to what the slug said, he silently pondered for a moment. In fact, he already knew about the immortal mode from the original work, but after the general explanation of the slug, he had a more intuitive feeling. "Well, I must cultivate the immortal mode. I believe I will definitely succeed." The Moment was still firm. "Well, I also hope that you can succeed. The wet-boned forest has not been able to successfully cultivate into immortal art for many years. Judging by the amount of chakra, you are almost up to par." The slugs glanced up and down for a moment, and through the feeling of the psychic contract, he could clearly feel that the amount of chakra in the Moment was also a lot in the shadow level. "How long has it been since the last time you successfully cultivated into the immortal mode?" Momentarily, he looked at these slugs and stone statues around him with some curiosity. These stone statues used to be living people, but now they have become motionless stone statues, and in an instant, he can completely feel how harsh the requirements for immortal mode cultivation are. The last time someone who successfully cultivated into the immortal mode from here was called the Thousand-Hand Pillar. It has been about a few decades since now. From the mouth of the slug, words that surprised the Moment were spit out. "Between the 1,000 hand pillars. I didn't expect it to be him." Momentarily, he was stunned when he heard this. His mouth opened slightly, and he was relieved when he thought about it. And yes, the original Hokage learned the immortal mode from the wet-boned forest, so the slugs of the wet-boned forest were passed on to Tsunade, which seemed to be reasonable. The immortal mode of Miyama Mountain has amazing recovery and perception ability, the immortal mode of Longdi Cave has extremely strong vitality and insight, and the immortal mode of our wet-boned forest has the ability to enhance magic and physical strength, each with its own characteristics. Ignoring the momentary surprise, the slugs continued to talk. "Does it enhance the ability to cast spells and physical strength?" "It seems to be, and I can't help but think of the original work when using Mudun Genshin between the 1,000 hand pillars, and indeed need to turn on the immortal mode to activate." "Then hurry up and start teaching me." Thinking of the ability to move mountains and fill the sea between the 1,000 hand pillars, he couldn't help but feel a heat in his chest for a moment, and eagerly said to the slug, "Well, don't worry, according to the method I taught you, sit down and carefully feel the natural energy, and then slowly control it to fuse with your own chakra." The slug sat down for a moment and explained to him the method of cultivating the immortal chakra. According to the method said by the slug, he slowly sat cross-kneeled next to the waterhole in an instant, closed his eyes and cultivated. But suddenly, the frozen fruit power in the body in an instant was a crazy riot, scrambling to continue to gush out, so shocked that he directly opened his eyes in an instant. "What's going on?" The natural energy in your body, feeling the power of the frozen fruit that surged madly from his body in an instant, the slug's mouth opened in surprise. How could it absorb the natural energy so quickly, and this amount? Hearing the slug's surprised words, a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind. Yes, it was true. As a natural devil fruit, after its transformation, the frozen fruit is absorbing the freezing power of natural energy all the time, and even unites with this natural force. For ordinary ninjas, it is the most difficult natural energy to control, but for oneself, a natural devil fruit ability, it is simply like waving an arm, and it is as simple to use as eating and drinking water. In other words, after his body was transformed by the natural devil fruit, it was equivalent to a receiver of natural energy. Thinking of this, he quickly controlled a stream of frozen fruit energy according to the method that the slugs had just taught, and then called out a larger amount of chakra from the body, slowly manipulating the two energies, and gradually fusing them together. At first, although chakra and frozen fruit energy did not repel each other, they did not fuse together, but remained independent like two strangers who did not interact with each other. But after a moment of slow running in, the two abilities seemed to gradually familiarize, slowly accepted each other, and gradually began to merge into one piece. Sitting on the edge of the pool, he worked hard to fuse for more than an hour, and finally a huge mass of new energy was born in the body, which seemed to maintain the respective characteristics of chakra and frozen fruit energy, but they seemed to be different, and they had a higher quality than the two energies. Moment carefully felt this new energy. From its smooth appearance, instant can fully appreciate the violent energy contained in it. Is this the fairy chakra? It is so troublesome to refine, and when I opened my eyes, my fair face was covered with red demon lines at this time, and red eye shadow appeared around my eyes. This is immortal mode. Sitting silently beside the slugs for a long time, he was completely shocked when he saw the red lines and eye shadow on his face, as well as the breath emanating from his body. You actually succeeded so quickly. It must have been a success. Standing up in an instant, he stretched his head to the surface of the water, and saw the abnormality on his face from the reflection reflected on the surface of the water, and muttered to himself secretly, "It's so ugly, but this pattern seems to be a bit similar to the original Hokage. How could it be possible to cultivate the immortal mode so quickly?" The people who practiced in the past were able to cultivate successfully after many years. Obviously, the slugs were still immersed in the shock of cultivating into the immortal mode so quickly, and muttered in disbelief. No wonder the Toad Immortal said that he has a familiar power in him. It seems that his physique is very special. In an instant, he clenched his fists and felt the surging power bursting out of his body, and his physical strength was obviously greatly improved than before. Let's try to see if ninjutsu has an amplifying effect. Thinking of this, he instantly used the newly refined immortal chakra, and condensed a spiral pill in the palm of his hand. Call, call, call. A gust of wind came from the palm of Moment's hand, and I saw a spiral the size of 2 basketballs appear in Moment's hand, and the breeze brought by the high-density rotating chakra blew Moment's long hair. Sure enough, it has been strengthened. Seeing the huge spiral pill in his hand, he was excited to inject wind to tribute nature changes into it in an instant. Buzz. Airplanes. Airplanes. A series of shrill sonic booms came out of the hand, and in an instant, a super-large shuriken that was twice the size of the usual spiral shuriken was raised in the hand. This technique, seeing the exaggerated movement in his hand at the moment, looking at the oversized shuriken he held above his head, the slug suddenly had a bad premonition. Are you going to rumble? The slugs just wanted to say something to stop it, and in an instant they had thrown the oversized spiral shuriken in their hands towards the forest in the distance. With a loud bang, a dazzling white light and shockwave shook the moment, and the slugs couldn't open their eyes. After the dust cleared, the moment and the slugs looked around, only to see that a whole forest in the distance had been razed to the ground, and there were still traces on the ground that seemed to have been attacked by bullets. Stinky boy, you actually destroyed the forest. Seeing a ruins in the distance, the slugs around him almost jumped. How can I explain to the ontology slugs immortals? After learning other people's immortal arts, he also destroyed people's forests, as if this thing was really not done very generously, and he lowered his head in shame in an instant, only to blame that he was too excited to successfully cultivate into immortal mode. I'm really angry with you. Seeing the good attitude of admitting his mistake, the slugs had to continue to mumble 2 sentences. Ding! The system detects that the host temporarily breaks through the bottleneck and successfully breaks the boundary, congratulating the host for obtaining the immortal mode. During the bonus period of this mode, the host's individual capabilities are temporarily improved. Please ask the host for more information about details. After listening to the content of the prompt, I couldn't help but complain. The system, I found that you were getting lazier and lazier, usually send me detailed information, today actually let me understand by myself. This system is only responsible for prompting the host, and helping the host break through the bottleneck, and refusing to make small talk at other times. The sound of the system is as cold as machinery. Hey, you weren't like this before, you used to chat with me, hey, you're talking. No matter how much he shouted in his heart in an instant, the Jade system in his mind was still silent. Strange, does the system also have a physiological period? In the past, it was clear that it would occasionally explain it for itself. How did it become this virtue today? I thought helplessly. Was wondering about the strange performance of the collapsed Jade system today, and in an instant he felt a fluctuation in his body, and the newly fused immortal chakras suddenly repelled each other, and then spread out again and reduced to chakra and frozen fruit energy. With the changes in the body, the strange red lines and red eye shadow on the face gradually faded until they disappeared. It seems that your immortal mode is not very proficient, and it can only last for a minute. Seeing that the immortal pattern characteristics on his body disappeared, the slug spoke. Well, it seems that it will take a long time to cultivate. Instantly, he said after exiting the immortal mode state. In the original work, Naruto can only last for a few minutes when he first begins to cultivate into immortal mode, and it takes a long time to absorb natural energy, and later absorbs natural energy through the shadow avatar to refine the immortal chakra for the main body in battle. Until the most ninja world war, he can rely on the 9 tails to absorb natural energy and continue to maintain immortal mode. The 1000-hand pillar is able to quickly turn on the immortal mode, and judging from the battle between him and Uchiha in the original book, his immortal mode seems to last for a long time. Their own immortal mode is still just the beginning, and to be able to successfully cultivate the immortal mode so easily, the starting point is already higher than all of them, and there are still many things to dig in the future. With the immortal chakra, even in the face of the 10-tailed human pillar force with Earth, the opponents who control the power of the 5 elements yin and yang and use the Dao Jade, at least they have the ability to resist. Thinking of this, they can't help but clench their fists in an instant. Lord Slug, thank you for bringing me here today and letting me learn the immortal mode, and the damage caused here, I'm really sorry. In an instant, he turned to the slugs and said with a slight ow. Forget it, anyway, these forests will grow sooner or later, and I think the slugs immortals will also be very happy to see that you can successfully learn the immortal mode so quickly. The slugs twisted their tails generously, and said to the moment. The time in the ninja world is estimated to have passed a long time, Lord Slug. I think I have to go back first. At this time, I remembered that it had been more than half a day since I came to the Wetbone Forest, and the ninja world was estimated to have dawned at this time. How to say that the 3rd generation also handed over the task of the squad leader of the ninja hospital medical class to himself, and he couldn't be late for the first day of office. Okay, if you have something, go back first, and I'll also go and report the progress of your immortal cultivation with the slugs immortals. Seeing that he said that he wanted to go back, the slugs also nodded and said, well, but I'll leave the shadow doppelganger here to continue cultivating, no problem. Saying that, his hands made a mark, and a series of smoke came out around him, and dozens of shadow doppelgangers suddenly appeared. Are so many shadow doppelgangers cultivating here, and when the time comes to take back the shadow doppelganger, can your body withstand so much information? Seeing so many shadow doppelgangers in an instant, the slugs kindly reminded. Don't worry, it's not the first time I've done this. Listening to the slug's words, he smiled slightly. When he was cultivating in Konoha Hyushin before, he had been using the shadow avatar to cultivate synchronously, and he still persevered for so long. After speaking, he bit his finger in an instant, lightly pressed on the ground, and with the extension of the black spell, the whole person disappeared in place after a puff of smoke. It seems that in the future ninja world, an unimaginable character will appear, on the edge of the waterhole, looking at a group of instantaneous shadow doppelgangers who were practicing the immortal pattern in the sky. The slugs muttered. Boom! After a cloud of smoke came out, he appeared in his room without warning. Looking at the sunlight shining in from outside, he realized that it was already morning, but to his immediate surprise, there was another person in his room. Instant. Looking at the moment when the room suddenly appeared, a beautiful girl with purple hair opened her cherry little mouth in surprise. Ha! Xian? In an instant, he was stunned, and the person who stayed in his room was the Yuiyu Xian who had not been seen for more than a year. Why are you in my room? Looking at the sunset that I haven't seen for more than a year, and the more bright and moving sunset that has fallen, I asked suspiciously. Naruto-sama said that you went out on a special mission and couldn't come back for a long time, and I sometimes didn't have to be on duty, so I came over to help you clean up the house. Looking at the young man who had not been seen for a long time in front of him, and his silhouette was more handsome, Xian's eyes became a little complicated. By the way, yesterday I saw the notice on the bulletin board. Congratulations. Well, you said that, it's nothing. Hearing Xian's congratulations in an instant, she was stunned for a moment, and then remembered that she should have said that she should be the leader of Konoha's medical class. By the way, you don't have my house key, how did you come in? What do you say? I'm a ninja in the dark part, isn't it easy to come into your house? Hearing the words of the moment, Xian gave him a somewhat resentful look. Also, don't tell me when you come back. Well, this. Didn't it take a lot to come back yesterday? I was going to find you early this morning. Ahaha, seeing the look Shiyan handed over, he was embarrassed for a moment. Shiyan is not unable to see his obvious affection for Shiyan, this beautiful young NV. He is not without ideas for a moment. When he was in the dark department before, the relationship between the two was extraordinary, although Shiyan was a few years older than him. But how could he care about these when he had an uncle's soul? The reason why he didn't break this relationship was partly because Instant was still young, and a larger part of it was because of the relationship of the spell mark on Moment's body, and because of the day difference. He didn't know when he would stand on the opposite side of Konoha, so he had no other thoughts about romance for the time being. After a strange glance, Shiyan asked curiously, "Did you use psychic art just now?" "Yes, I used psychic art to go to the space of psychic beasts to cultivate last night, and I just came back and ran into you at home." Moment smiled and said. Glancing at Shiyan, she was still wearing a dark dress, but she still outlined her beautiful figure, and nodded in an instant. "Go, thank you for helping me clean the house. I should also go to the ninja hospital. After all, it is the first day to take office." "Well, I'll come back to you after the mission, and you have to cheer well." Saying that, Shiyan showed a smile to Moment, put on a mask and waved at Instant, and disappeared into Instant's room. Watching Shiyan's departing figure, feeling that there was still her remaining temperature in the air, she shook her head with a light smile, sorted it out casually, and followed out. After arriving at the ninja hospital, nothing special happened. The seriously injured ninja had been all healed in an instant yesterday, and the lightly injured ninja was handed over to other medical ninjas below for treatment. Since it was not a time of war, there were not many wounded, and the first day in office was very leisurely. Such leisurely days passed day by day, except for the first moment to report to the ninja hospital, and then simply used the shadow avatar to deal with it, and the rest of the time was spent on cultivation. Of course, I occasionally go out with Xian and Suzun to go shopping and eat, and this time is also one of the few leisure times. On this day, while lying comfortably in the medical class office with Erlang's legs up, there was a knock outside the door. "Come in." "Hello Lord Moment, the third generation of Hokage-sama, please come over." A dark ninja came in outside the door and saluted slightly. 3 generations of old men? I didn't know what happened to me, but with a puzzled mood, I followed the dark ninja to Naruto's office in an instant. "Hee, you're here in a moment, sit down." After seeing Shina come in, the 3 generations smiled kindly, put down their pipes and said to Shina, "Thank you Naruto-sama." After entering the door, he found that in addition to the 3 generations, there were 4 other ninjas in the office, and there were outsiders present, and he was still very face-saving for the 3 generations, and after saying thank you, he sat on the sofa next to him. After sitting on the sofa in an instant, the eyes of all the ninjas present turned to him, and at the same time, he also looked at the ninjas present for a moment. The 4 ninjas, all dressed in green Konoha ninja vests, were all looking at the Moment with a curious gaze, as if they wanted to try to find the shadow of the white-eyed demon that was praised on the battlefield from the body of the boy in front of them. Suddenly, one of the teenagers who was also curiously watching him caught the attention of the Moment. His short black hair was slightly curly, the eyelashes at the corners of his eyes were slightly raised, and the green vest was covered with a black mission attire, and his body was about 13 or 14 years old, but his body exuded an aura far beyond the other people. "This guy is." Seeing this young ninja, a familiar name seemed to emerge in his heart for an instant. "Ahem, in an instant, I called you over today, there is a new task to be given to you." At this time, the 3 generations coughed lightly, attracting everyone's attention to the past. "New mission?" Momentarily, he looked at the 3 generations with some curiosity. "Well, this is an S-class classified mission." Saying that, the 3 generations pondered again, and explained the content of this mission to those present. "After the last Ninja World War, there were several incidents of ninjas from other countries stealing intelligence around our village, and we found out that it was the ninja of Mist Yin, and there were several battles with them during the period, and finally they were not allowed to take the information." After speaking, the 3 generations paused, and looked at the young ninja present. "Speaking of which, I have to praise you again, especially Shisui, you did a very good job." Sure enough, it's him. Listening to the name that came out of the mouth of the 3 generations, he instantly determined the identity of the young ninja in front of him, Uchiha Shisui. At present, the most popular genius ninja of the Uchiha family, his strength is extraordinary, he is good at illusion and teleportation, and is known as instantaneous water stopping and the strongest illusion ninja. The moment I read the original book, I knew that this guy in front of me was a descendant of the companion Uchiha Kagami of the 3 generations of Hokage, who was both the mentor of Uchiha Itachi and the best friend of Uchiha Itachi, and had the strongest illusion eye of the Uchiha family Batenjin, and had a pupil talent comparable to Uchiha Itachi when he was young. Although there are only a few appearances of Uchiha Shisui in the original work, his amazing strength and talent have deeply shocked every reader. The strongest illusion can directly invade the opponent's brain without the opponent noticing, and permanently and completely modify the opponent's will, so that everyone seen by the spellcaster turns into his puppet, which is definitely an illusion that is more terrifying than the moon reading. I don't know if he has opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye now. Looking at the young face in front of him, he secretly said in his heart for a moment, So, the next task I gave you is to infiltrate the land of water and obtain information on Mist Yin. Glancing at everyone present, the three generations turned their heads to instant and continued moment. Whether it is the insight of the white eye or the super first-class medical ninjutsu, I believe that with your ability, it is very suitable to help the water stop their squad to carry out this task together. It seems good to go to the land of water with Uchiha to spy on intelligence, but after listening to the words of the three generations, he suddenly remembered something, and his face showed an interested look. If nothing else, you'll leave in 2 days. Seeing the strong interest on Instant's face, the three generations smiled and said, instantaneous plus stopping water, with your strength, there will definitely be no problem with this mission. I am waiting for your good news. Yes. In an instant, he and the 5 members of the Uchiha Water Stop Squad who were present answered in unison. After listening to the action instructions of the third generation, the Instant and Uchiha Water Stop team walked out of the office of the third generation Hokage. On the corridor of the Hokage office building, the white-eyed demon Hinata who made Yun Shinobu frightened on the battlefield was younger than I thought. Uchiha Shueishui, who was walking with Moment, looked sideways at Shona and said, "That's all the love of my comrades in arms, and I have heard of the name of the water in an instant." Hearing this, he also turned his head and glanced at Uchiha to stop the water. Compared with the genius Uchiha Weasel who is in the growth stage, the current Uchiha Shueishui is already the mainstay of the Uchiha family, and it is obviously a grade stronger. After the award, I can see that the 3 generations of adults value you very much. The two walked side by side, and Uchiha smiled at the moment. Humph, what a white-eyed demon, it's just a little ghost. At this moment, a ninja from the Uchiha water stopping squad behind him said disdainfully, "Ha." Turning around in an instant, he found that the other 3 members of the Uchiha Water Stop Squad seemed to be members of the Uchiha clan, and the ninja who spoke provocatively had opened the scarlet chakra eyes, and the 2 Guya swirled in their eyes, as if they were extremely hostile to the moment. "Shut up, Yan, apologize quickly." Hearing the words of team member Uchiha Yan, Uchiha stopped his face and turned around and scolded. It was originally that, what is Konoha's strongest genius, Itaki is also a thing, those boring people actually put him on your head, Uchiha Yan still muttered dissatisfied. For the so-called strongest genius of Konoha who overwhelmed the young handsome of the Uchiha clan, these young ninjas of the Uchiha clan who flew away had long held a grudge against him. "We have put up with you for a long time, what shit is the strongest genius, only our Uchiha clan's instantaneous water stop is the strongest genius." At this time, 2 other ninjas of the Uchiha clan also stepped up, and one of them said with glasses, "Han, Inu, you guys." Uchiha looked at the 2 team members who stepped forward in surprise. "Please don't stop us, Captain Shueishui. Today we are going to let this kid see the power of our Uchiha clan." The remaining gray-haired Uchiha ninja stared at the moment and said to Uchiha Shuaizu, "Ha, just a few of you waste? The day after tomorrow, I will leave for the country of water to carry out a mission, and today I was provoked by 3 Uchiha ninjas who were rebelling, and I smiled a little playfully in an instant, but my eyes were cold. Dare to insult us? Shut up now." After listening to the words of the moment, that Uchiha Yan was the first to can't help but rush up and kick towards the moment. Boom! The other 2 Uchiha ninjas flickered their eyes, and saw Uchiha Yan fly out upside down, like a kite with a broken line, without even screaming, smashing heavily on the wall and fainting. So fast! Uchiha Han and Uchiha Inu did not see the slightest movement of the moment, but Uchiha stopped the water and had quietly opened the 3-hook jade riding wheel eye and successfully captured the physical technique of the moment. "Yan, damn, I'm going to kill you." Seeing that his companion was sent flying out in an instant, the other 2 Uchiha ninjas directly took out the Kunao attack. Seeing the 2 take out the ninja tools, there was no slightest fluctuation in the eyes in the moment, the hair flicked slightly, the body turned around sharply, and the ninja Uchiha Han in front of him bypassed, and the ghost generally appeared in front of another ninja Uchiha Inu. Boom! 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 I saw that in an instant, his hands turned into a virtual shadow, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of soft fists were punched on him, instantly blocking the key points of his whole body. And the ninja Uchiha Han, who was bypassed by him before, was still standing behind the moment and maintaining an attacking posture motionless, like a wooden man, but his face seemed to be in great pain. Uchiha's chakra eyes were far beyond ordinary people's insight, and when he saw the moment he shook his head just now, something extremely subtle seemed to shoot onto Uchiha Han. It was a rabbit hair needle, and the moment he shook his head just now, he wrapped several of his hair in chakra, turning into a fine needle and piercing into Uchiha Han's acupuncture channel, sealing his actions. This trick is easy to detect against enemies of the same level, but it is unsatisfactory to deal with opponents who are far inferior to themselves. What an annoying fly. Momentarily, he glanced at the 3 guys who couldn't move, and said indifferently, "Stop it." Uchiha Shueishui saw that instant had easily cleaned up his 3 clansmen, and a momentary suddenly appeared in front of Moment, grabbing Moment's wrist. What a fast instantaneous technique. Seeing the Uchiha water stop that suddenly appeared in front of him, his eyes froze in an instant, and he didn't even react to himself. He was worthy of being called a genius who stopped the water instantly. This is Naruto-sama's office building, it's not good for everyone to make too much noise. Grasping the wrist of the moment, Uchiha stopped the water and spoke. It's because of giving face to the 3 generations, that's why my subordinates show mercy, otherwise do you think the 3 of them are just like this? Without showing weakness, he stared at Uchiha Sharingan, and said indifferently in an instant, "And, do you think this is my strength?" Momentarily, he looked at Uchiha Shueishui holding his hand, and suddenly smiled disdainfully, "Take these 3 wastes back and prepare well, and see you when you set out to assemble the day after tomorrow." Boom! After saying these words, he instantly turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared into the air. Shadow Doppelganger. It turned out to be just his shadow doppelganger. At this moment, even Uchiha was completely shocked, looking at the 3 clansmen in the corridor who couldn't move, and they were stunned there. Wet-boned forest. After taking back the shadow doppelganger, he received the information transmitted by the shadow doppelganger, and instantly raised the corners of his mouth and smiled slightly. He couldn't think of going on a mission with Uchiha Shisui. Go to the land of water, or see if you can meet Shiro and Junmaro by the way. In front of him, in a boundless clearing, he instantly withdrew all the shadow doppelgangers who were cultivating, and in an instant, huge cultivation information suddenly poured into his body, and he couldn't help but kneel on the ground in pain. After resting for a while, wiping away the fine beads of sweat on his forehead, he instantly received the information of dozens of shadow doppelgangers who had been cultivating for so many days, felt the progress of cultivation, and was overjoyed. Very good, the immortal mode seems to be going very smoothly. After getting up, he closed his eyes and refined the immortal chakra. In the blink of an eye, an invisible aura emanated from the moment's body, and I saw that there was already a red immortal face on the moment's face, but unlike the last time, the red lines under the eyes and on the forehead of the moment had disappeared, and only a red eyeshadow appeared in the corner of his eyes. After entering the immortal mode, the body will be immortalized, and there will be different changes depending on the nature of the natural energy absorbed. According to the immortal face tree, the perfection of the user's immortal mode can be determined, and the fewer lines appear on the face, the more perfect the immortal mode. Standing in the open space and feeling it carefully, his current immortal mode can be entered at any time in almost one seal, and the duration has been extended to about 2 hours, and the power has increased a lot lifting the immortal mode, nodding with satisfaction in an instant. So many days out of the immortal mode, other cultivation did not fall in an instant. The cultivation of physical ninjutsu has always been carried out simultaneously, and Tsunade has already learned the ninjutsu on the 2nd generation Hokage scroll. Water Dragon Bite Burst, S grade, Water Break, Class S, Water Attack Heavy Rain, Grade A, Water Escape Water Instant, Grade A, Illusion/Dark Walking, Grade A. There are a total of more than a dozen ninjutsu recorded on the scroll, eliminating those ninjutsu that seem a little chicken to themselves, such as the B-level ninjutsu of Shuadun Water Formation Wall, and in an instant you can completely create an ice wall with stronger defense than it to replace it, so you learned a total of these 5 ninjutsu that are useful to yourself. Although there is no Flying Thunder God art in the scroll that has been coveted for a moment, it is also an unexpected gain to record a high-level illusion technique Dark Walking technique of the original Hokage. This illusion is similar to the Nirvana Sisha technique used by the Medicine Master on the Chunin exam, and it is an illusion technique released on the group from a medium distance, and the user creates a dark environment, blocks the opponent's vision, and takes away all the light. In a dark world like a dark satin descending on it, even the most powerful people will be forced to act and be restrained. The day after tomorrow will be ready to go, take a good rest in these 2 days. Thinking in his heart, he did not release the shadow doppelganger again to continue cultivating, but used psychic techniques to return to the ninja world. 2 days later, early in the morning, outside Konoha village. Early in the morning, the Uchiha water stopping team was already ready at the gate of the village, and then appeared at the gate of the village. In an instant, "You came, what happened last time? I apologize to you on their behalf." As soon as he saw it, Uchiha nodded slightly to him to apologize. Although the other 3 ninjas of the Uchiha clan did not speak, their eyes revealed the fear of the moment, indicating that they had relented. "Forget it, I won't think about it like an ant." For Uchiha's apology to stop the water, he was very indifferent. "I just hope that when I carry out the mission, don't block me again, otherwise I will turn them into 3 corpses. Did you 3 hear that?" Seeing that there was no further pursuit, Uchiha nodded, turned to the 3 team members and asked sharply, "Yes." The 3 Uchiha ninjas nodded in unison, and the strength that crushed them in the previous moment made the 3 of them dare not make another attempt. "Okay, let's go." Ignoring a few of them, he said lightly in an instant and set off, rushing out first. "Let's keep up." Seeing that the moment began to act, Uchiha stopped the water and immediately gave an order, and the 4 members of the squad quickly followed the pace of the moment. Rushing all the way for 3 consecutive days, the 4 people of Instant and the Water Stop team finally came to the border of the Land of Water. Except for a few breaks in the middle, Instant has always been at a speed that is not hurried, just keeping a distance from them, sprinting in front. Although the land of Mizu is surrounded by sea water on all sides, there are still many special terrain of mountain peaks. In addition, the surrounding islands are also deeply rooted in a variety of different customs, and there are many islanders who live according to them. Being far away from the continent and being separated by the ocean is the reason why the Land of Water rarely intervened in the previous Shinobi War. There's the Land of Water ahead. Everyone sat on the boat, driving smoothly on a calm sea, and Uchiha stopped the water and saw the border gate in the distance and said, "I'll solve the ninja who wait for the entry check, and everyone can follow me in." After making a little battle plan, Uchiha said. Soon, after half an hour of driving on the sea, in an instant their ship finally landed, stepped on the ground, and the first thing that everyone saw was the huge gate of the water country on the shore. "A few of you, immigration inspection, come and register." Seeing them go ashore in an instant, several ninjas with mist ninja village guards at the gate shouted, "Where did you guys come from? What does the Land of Water do?" Standing at the gate of the city, two misty ninja came up to check the group. "We are merchants from the Land of Waves, and we came to your country to purchase a batch of materials." Looking at the two mist shinobi who came up to investigate, Uchiha's eyes quietly transformed into scarlet chakra eyes. "This is our identity certificate, you see." Looking at the shui shui Sharinan, the two mist shinobi were first startled, and then their eyes became confused, and they took the identity certificate handed over by shui shui in a trance. Is it a merchant from the Land of Waves? Well, there is indeed no problem on the identity certificate, let it go." The two misty stunned turned around and let their companions open the door. Illusion? The white eyes of the moment just clearly saw the chakra on Uchiha's water-stop body for a while, and the chakra on the two fog ninjas' bodies was instantly chaotic, falling into the control of Uchiha water-stopping illusion. Sure enough, he is worthy of being the strongest illusion ninja. If it weren't for the white eyes, he wouldn't be able to detect the traces of his illusion at all. Seeing this scene, he silently raised his vigilance in his heart, and this has not yet performed a kaleidoscope-level pupil technique. Successfully passed the traffic inspection, and in an instant a group of 5 people stepped into the territory of the country of water, and the water vapor was filled along the way. The country of water is not only the country of water, it also has a name as the country of fog, which is also the origin of the name of the fog ninja. This country, almost all year round filled with fog, such as the fog ninja village. The whole is in a deep valley, the fog is pervasive. Once there is an enemy invasion, the fog ninja will open the enchantment, deep fog, invisible objects, not fog ninja village people. After breaking in, even how to die may not know. The village is located on a separate archipelago, and the only way to enter it is by boat, or as they are now, above the sea. The village shrouded in thick fog ahead as the fog is hidden. In an instant, the group stopped, stood on the sea, and looked at the island shrouded in a thick fog in the distance, and Uchiha stopped the water and spoke. "What should I do next, as I did just now, and enter from the front of the village?" Momentarily, he looked at Uchiha and asked, after all, the real executor of this mission is still the Uchiha Water Stop team, and he is just called by 3 generations to assist them in completing the task. "Well, this time, I will take them to sneak into the fog to collect intelligence, and you will be responsible for picking us up here in an instant." Uchiha quickly formulated a tactic and said in a deep voice, "Okay, then you guys be careful." Listening to Uchiha's arrangement to stop the water, he nodded instantly. Anyway, he came over to make a soy sauce. After the task was assigned, Uchiha took the 3 team members and rushed towards the foggy village shrouded in dense fog. In an instant, he sat leisurely on the water and meditated and rested. The village of Blood Mist. Open the white eyes and look at the Mist Ninja village 2 kilometers away. With the degree of information isolation between the fog and other villages in the ninja world now, it is speculated that the fog should now be in the stage of the 4th generation of Water Shadow Yakura being controlled by Uchiha Obito, implementing cruel rule, and persecuting the ninja of the blood succession limit. Alas, I don't want to be so much. With a reliable teammate like instantaneous water stopping, it is easy to perform the task. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but roll his eyes and sigh. Uchiha Shueishui is now sneaking into the Blood Mist village to desperately spy on intelligence, while he is sitting here leisurely napping, and a sense of superiority is born. The sunlight shone through the humid mist on the sea surface, shining on Moment's face, and the lazy feeling made Moment a little drowsy, and simply released his shadow doppelganger to guard himself, and he directly froze an ice bed on the sea surface and lay down. In a daze, I don't know how long time has passed, and in the blink of an eye, the sunset in the evening reflects the entire sea, and the Moment in sleep is woken up by a loud noise. Ontology, wake up quickly, they're back. The shadow doppelganger next to the Moment pushed the Moment, pointed to a black line on the sea level in the distance and said, "Well?" In an instant, he opened his sleepy eyes, retracted his shadow doppelganger, heard a noise in the distance, and looked around, only to see a black line on the sea level that was getting closer and closer. It turned out to be a dense ninja, who was chasing the 4 black dots in front of him with all his strength. It was the 4 members of the Uchiha Waterstop team. Instantly, retreat quickly. We were discovered by them. I saw Uchiha Shisui shouting loudly towards the Moment while desperately using the teleportation technique to rush to avoid the large number of shuriken shot from behind. Hurry up. Don't let them run. That guy stole important intelligence from our village. Kill them. It's a ninja of the Konoha Uchiha clan. Definitely can't let them go back. A large number of mist shinobi who chased after Uchiha stopped the water and roared madly, and a large number of shurikens were thrown out as if they didn't want money. The 4 members of the water-stopping squad dodged the wave of attacks from behind, shouting that this made instant go quickly. What a Pit Daddy's teammate! Seeing that they brought a large group of Foggy to their side, the first reaction at the moment was to turn around and run with them. As a result, as soon as he turned around, he saw a large number of ninjas surrounding the sea in the distance behind, and after thinking about it in an instant, it was estimated that it should be that a few ninjas guarding the gate of the country of water just now found that their companions were controlled by illusion and notified the other Miss Ninja to chase over. I leaned, my face turned green when I saw this scene. Uchiha stopped the water and your other heavenly gods? Why use ordinary illusions? Now all of them will be surrounded. When the few of them ran to the side of the moment, the fog that was wrapped up in front and behind had already surrounded the 5 of them, and the surrounding circle was densely packed with ninjas, and the water could not leak. Did you get the stuff? In an instant, his face was livid and he looked at Uchiha Shueishui, a pig-like teammate, and squeezed these words out from between his teeth. Well, got it. Panting and saying, Uchiha Shisui also gave a reassuring smile to the moment. Seeing the smiling face in front of him, he was so angry that his breath stagnated. This guy should not be Naruto's kid changed, right? The instantaneous water-stopping nature in the impression is calm and reliable, but it does not carry such a pit. Now what do we do? Glancing at the surrounding circle of turtle-catching mist ninja, Uchiha asked. Ask me what to do? I want to ask you too. In an instant, he opened his eyes and observed the fog ninja surrounded by the front and back, left and right, and smiled bitterly. It seems that a tough battle cannot be avoided today. You are the ninja of Konoha. Why did you come to our village to steal intelligence? At this time, the pile of ninjas in the mist automatically gave way and walked out of what seemed to be a teenager, with a long suture wound under his left eye, and a hook scepter taller than others in his hand. The 4th generation of Water Shadow Yakura. It seems that his estimation is correct. Now the 5th generation of Water Shadow Terumi has not yet taken the position, and the current mist hidden is still in the hands of Uchiha Obito. In an instant, his eyes narrowed slightly into a line, and he carefully focused on the 4th generation of Water Shadow Yakura in front of him, which is now the 3-tailed human pillar force. Obviously, you first sent ninjas to spy on the intelligence of our village, and then we came to find out your purpose. Uchiha Yan and the Water Stop squad shouted at Yakura. Lord Mizukage, don't talk nonsense with them, let's catch them first, right will eyes and white eyes. Haha, I can't imagine that the old head of the 3rd generation of Hokage faints, and actually gave us such a big gift. A middle-aged Kiri Shinobu with 2 braids on his chin beside Yakura said, carrying a square-shaped knife covered with the spell mark of the detonation charm. Explosive knife droplets, from this peculiar knife, instantly judged the identity of this middle-aged ninja, Wooly Jinhachi, one of the 7 people of the ninja knife. In an instant, we will find a way to kill it together. Uchiha stopped the water and surrounded the moment in the middle, forming a formation back to back. Ha ha ha, still want to escape? I advise you to vote now. There were many people in the crowd, and just mocked the others, and suddenly exhaled with a headache in the middle of the words. At the same time, the other dozen misty ninja around him also rolled on the ground with their heads in their hands, their eyes widened as if they saw something extremely terrifying. Seeing this sudden situation, he subconsciously glanced at Uchiha Shueishui, and saw that a 4-corner windmill shape had formed in his scarlet chakra eyes. Don't be a god. In an instant, it was clear in my heart, and finally saw this legendary strongest illusion. It seems that Uchiha is now using the pupil technique of the right eye that manipulates the will of multiple targets for a short time, and this pupil technique has a short cooldown time, which is the eye that was taken away by Danzo in the original book. And his left eye is the kind of pupil technique that can permanently change the will of others, and the cooldown time is as long as 10 years, which is the eye given to Uchiha in the original book. With the pupil technique of this eye, Uchiha Itaki escaped the control of the dirt reincarnation in the 4th Ninja World War after his death, successfully overturned to solve the Yakushi pocket, unlocked the dirt rebirth, and changed the entire battle situation. Everyone, be careful. That's the magic of the Uchiha clan to right chakra eyes. Wooly Jinhachi, you and I deal with him. At this time, a young Miss Ninja with a blindfold in his right eye shouted, and after saying that, he and Wuri Shinyachi rushed over with a large number of ninja overheads. Ching? Seeing this shouting Miss Shinobu, the white eyes of the moment clearly saw a white eye under his blindfold, which was the loot that fell into the hands of Miss Shinobu in the 3rd Ninja World War. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at the 4th generation of Water Shadow Yakura with white eyes, and at a glance, he found that although the chakra flowing on the body of the 4th generation of Water Shadow seemed calm, but if he looked closely with his white eyes, he would find that there was still a trace of disorder in his chakra flow, which was undoubtedly a very clever illusion manipulating him. Is this really the case, Uchiha with soil? Seeing this, he smiled instantly, watching Ching and Wuri Shinyachi rush up with a large number of ninjas, turned his head and said to Uchiha Shuaizu, it seems that there will be a big battle today, they will hand it over to the 4 of you, and the fourth generation of water shadows will be handed over to me. After listening to the words of the moment, Uchiha also nodded, and said in a deep voice with his kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes, "If you can't kill it today, you must also bring the information back to the village in an instant." Listening to Uchiha's firm and decisive words, he couldn't help but look at him appreciatively. It seems that this guy is indeed, like others commented, as the number one master of Uchiha. As long as it is for the Uchiha family, he will definitely take the lead and perform any task. "Don't worry, none of us will die today." Saying that, he showed a confident smile to Uchiha Shueishui, and his hands quickly froze. Illusion Dark Technique. Suddenly, almost all the fog ninja present were black in front of their eyes, and a large dark environment invisible to the naked eye shrouded them, and the fog ninja present in an instant temporarily lost their vision, and their actions could not help but panic. "It's magic! I can't see anything!" The surrounding fog shouted in a hurry, and in the battle, his eyes suddenly lost vision. It was pitch black, he couldn't see anything, and it was inevitable that he would be in a hurry. "Don't panic, everyone. Close to your companions, inject chakra into each other, disrupting the control of illusion. It is worthy of being one of the 5 major ninja villages," and someone immediately proposed a way to crack it. But Instant's movements were faster, and when they were cracking the illusion, another ninjutsu seal on Instant's hand had already been sealed. Water break. After taking a deep breath, a beam of high-pressure water column as thin as 20 or 30 meters shot out from the mouth of the moment, and the head swung slightly, and about 20 people in the fog ninja crowd, before they had time to get out of the illusion and dodge, were suddenly cut into two by the high-pressure water column. Blood, staining the misty sea. "It's abominable, he killed so many people. What a powerful illusion and water escape." Seeing that the ninjas in his village were killed so many in an instant, the remaining mist shinobi, who had already escaped the illusion, was shocked and angry. "Awesome!" Seeing the use of 2 superb ninjutsu to kill so many enemies in an instant, Uchiha couldn't help but spit out 2 words in his mouth, and the other 3 Uchiha ninjas in his squad were already stunned there. "Don't be careless." Ignoring their expressions, he kindly reminded in an instant, because his white eyes had already seen that the chakra of the 4th generation of Mizukage Yakura was flowing violently. Shuodan Isoji Great Waterfall. Yakura pressed down with both hands, centering on himself, and the 3-tailed chakra suddenly erupted, and the surrounding sea suddenly set off a layer of earth-shattering waves, which was like a tsunami coming towards them in an instant. Is it the power of the tailed beast again? It's really troublesome. Seeing this catastrophic tsunami impact, I couldn't help but pout for a moment. And seeing this scene, Uchiha Yan and they stayed in place at a loss. This ninjutsu was beyond their tolerance. Death Frost. Taking a deep breath, the extremely cold freezing power gathered wildly in the body in an instant. A mouthful of white mist spewed out, quickly formed a huge ice fog wall and hit the shocking waves set off by Yakura. I saw that the huge waves released by Yakura were instantly frozen on the sea surface, and the crystal light became a remarkable scene. This level of ice escape, and his white eyes. He is the white-eyed demon on the battlefield of Konoha and Kumahai. The rest of the Mist Ninja looked at the attack of Shonen and Yakura in amazement, and someone had already recognized Instant's identity and shouted in a lost voice, "The white-eyed demon." He neighed a moment, "That's it." Instantaneous and Yakura's gaze looked at each other through a crystal-clear giant wave ice sculpture, and from Yakura, no, it should be said that it was Uchiha Obito's mouth that muttered gloomily. Without saying his identity, he stepped lightly on the surface of the water in an instant, jumped over the frozen wave in the air, and directly whipped his leg towards Yakura. In the face of this powerful kick in an instant, before his legs and feet arrived, the strong wind that swept on his face was already painful, and with the physique of human pillar power, Yakura did not choose to dodge, but directly raised the hook scepter in his hand to resist. Rumble! Including Yakura himself, in the astonished eyes of everyone present, the 4th generation of Water Shadow Yakura was directly smashed into the water with a leg in an instant, and exaggerated waves exploded around it. Others don't know, but in an instant, he knows very well what kind of power the physical technique he has exerted with all his strength, and if he really wants to talk about it, the power of the physical technique that he has been painstakingly cultivating for so many years is definitely on top of the powerful ninjutsu he has performed. In his seemingly simple leg, he not only has the destructive power of Gang Fist, the chakra inner strength of Soft Fist, but also the huge strange power of Tsunade Monster Fist. Yakura tried to use physical skills to resist without knowing what to do, and was slammed into the water with an instant kick on the spot. Ahem, after surfacing from the water, he stood on the surface of the water again, and saw that Yakura's hands had begun to twist unnaturally, and the hook scepter that he was barely holding had also been bent by a strange kick of the moment. How can a body of your age have such physical skills? Yakura stared at the moment in disbelief. Obviously he looked only about 10 years old, and the physical skill he used could not even resist a single blow. There are so many things in the world that you can't understand. With merciless mockery on his lips, his body gradually accelerated and began to move around Yakura at a frantic pace, causing a circle of splashes. What a fast action! Yakura stared hard at the direction of the moment, trying to see the figure of the moment, but found that it was completely futile. He could only barely see the shadows flying quickly in front of him. Coral Stick 4 Combo. Yakura, who didn't want to sit still, raised the hook scepter in his hand, that is, the coral stick, thinking that several stick shadows were shot around his body. Such an obvious flaw. A cold voice came from his ears, and Yakura was startled in his heart, and just wanted to resist with a coral stick, when he saw a moment suddenly emerge from under him. Konoha Great Whirlwind. Grabbing the flaws exposed on Yakura's body, he directly raised his leg and hit Yakura's jaw with a powerful kick, kicking his whole person out of the water. Gossip 256 palms. An invisible gossip field instantly trapped the two, on the body of the door wide open in Yakura. 256 palms were punched in the blink of an eye, and the extremely fast fist shadows directly rubbed out hot flames in the air, and the power was almost comparable to the peacock that Akai opened the 6 doors, and there was also a soft fist chakra inner strength on it. Burst! Yakura suddenly spewed out a large mouthful of blood, and the whole person flew out like a kite with a broken line, slicing a long ripple on the surface of the water. If it weren't for the three-tailed chakra in his body rushing through the cave that he was completely blocked in an instant, he would have sunk into the sea long ago. Mizukage-sama. On the other side of the frozen wave, Uchiha stopped the water, and their mist ninja saw this scene and exclaimed, "You still care about yourselves. Uchiha Ryu Ken-yu-yan." The mist shinobu in front of him was drawn by the battle situation on the other side of the moment, and when he saw that the power of the moment struck the water shadow, Uchiha stopped the water and was not to be outdone, and instantly Yu-yan spit out a mouthful of flame wrapped around the tie knife in his hand. Uchiha Ryu Hinata. Holding the flame knife in his hand, Uchiha stopped the water in a rapid instant, appeared in front of a group of mist ninja in the blink of an eye, and swung it violently, and a huge flame shockwave suddenly rushed into the ninja in front of him, and the scene was spectacular. If at this time, the short-lived ghost of Moonlight Wind saw Uchiha's sword technique and instantaneous body technique here, he would immediately cry and faint in the toilet, and the power was simply incomparable. Abominable. Ching, you pay attention to his illusions. Everyone come with me. Seeing Uchiha stop water raging madly in front of them, Wuri Shiachi rushed up again with a group of mist shinobi in anger, and fought with Uchiha stop water's flame Taideo. I have to say that your strength surprised me, but that's the end of it. On the other side, Yakura, who was shot out in an instant, stood up again, and a large number of tailed beast chakra burst out of his body, quickly forming a chakra coat on his body, with 3 chakra tails towering behind him. Tail beastization. Seeing Yakura burst out of the tailed beast form, he didn't feel the slightest panic for a moment, but smiled indifferently. In the battlefield with Yunin before, he had dealt with the 8-tailed man pillar Leaky Rabbi too many times, and Kiribi was much more powerful than the Yakura in front of him, and he was not still beaten by him. Moreover, Yakura's strength is in the shadow level, which can be regarded as the bottom kind, plus being controlled by Uchiha with soil with illusion, the strength that can be exerted is at most 6 or 7%. But he has a situation that is more special, that is, the general human pillar force will not be affected by illusion, because once the human pillar force is hit by illusion, the tailed beast in the body will release chakra to awaken the human pillar force, so that the human pillar force is out of illusion. However, after Yakura was defeated and knocked unconscious by Uchiha Obito, he himself and the 3 tails in his body were controlled by the illusion of Obito Sharingan, so the 3 tails controlled by the Sharingan themselves could not awaken Yakura's controlled body. Go and die. Coral Palm. Yakura roared, wrapped in the palm of the giant tailed beast chakra, and slapped towards the moment. This move is a special move to restrain physical ninjas. Once the body part of the enemy hit by his palm will grow coral, and the action is directly restrained. Childish mouth. Facing the claw of the tailed beast shot by Yakura, it was also a punch that did not dodge in an instant, and the surging freezing power gushed out wildly, forming a huge ice bird and bombarding out. Boom! In an instant, the huge ice bird that burst out quickly collided with Yakura, who was holding the claw of the tailed beast, and the huge ice bird directly exploded into ice chips with a bang, and Yakura's body was directly frozen with a thick layer of ice armor. Feeling the cold chi on his body quickly penetrate into his body, Yakura's mouth couldn't help but let out a beastly roar. Gradually, the tailed beast chakra on his body began to bubble up, and 3 huge tails appeared behind his back and smashed on the water, slowly growing in size, and turning into a huge gray mud turtle-like monster in a blink of an eye. Roar! After revealing the body of the tailed beast, the 3 tails roared, and a sound wave visible to the naked eye spread out on the surface of the sea. Mio Iso, looking at the roaring monster in front of him, a huge sound wave blew away the long hair on his forehead, and he still muttered indifferently. That was tailed beast. Uchiha Shisui, who was fighting with Mist Shinobi, stopped the battle in his hand, looked at the huge monster that suddenly appeared on the sea, and said stunnedly, "To be honest, the real tailed beast was also the first time he saw it today. It's the essence of the 4th generation of Mizukage-sama." Seeing that Lord Shuiying of his own camp released the body of the tailed beast, the huge monster image suddenly increased the morale of the Mist Ninja on the field. Yes, what could be more morale than the appearance of a monster as a giant monster as a tailed beast on the battlefield to help you attack your enemies? Really? The white eyes of the moment keenly noticed the 3-hook jade writing wheel eye mark in the eyes of the 3 tails, and couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. Was it really controlled by Obito? The three tails grew their mouths and began to frantically condense the chakra, and a huge black chakra ball began to gradually form. Is it tailed beast Jade again? I said that you people can't change some fresh tricks? If you can't beat it, you will burst the tail beast. If the tail beast can't beat it, you will burst the complete body, and as soon as the complete body comes up, you will first put a tail beast Jade to say hello. Looking at the three tails that condensed the tailed beast Jade, he couldn't help but complain for a moment. Everyone, get out of the way. Seeing that the three-tailed beast Jade was about to be completed, Miss Jinqing also shouted madly at the other Miss Shinobi. After all, this move was an indiscriminate attack. Captain, stop. At this time, the three of them also came to Uchiha Shueishui's side, and asked worriedly, and after a fierce battle, they were already covered with large and small wounds. No way, now I can only trust him. Uchiha stopped the water and looked at the indifferent expression not far away, and the hanging heart somehow unconsciously let go. Airplanes! 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 Just when the three tails were still condensing the tailed beast Jade, the two hands of the moment had each completed a wind spiral shuriken, holding two huge spiral shurikens, and the violent sonic boom attracted the attention of all the ninjas present. What kind of ninjutsu is that? All the ninjas had a question mark in their hearts. That degree of wind attribute nature change. Looking at the two huge spiral shurikens in his hand in an instant, the Gyuan Uchiha's eyes rotated wildly, but found that even his own chakra eyes could not see the frequency of the attacks. Seeing that the tailed beast Jade of the three tails was almost finished, one left and one right instantly threw the spiral shuriken in his hand towards the mouth of the three tails. Boom! Boom! Two dull loud noises came out in a row, and the two spiral shurikens collided with the tailed beast Jade that had just been condensed by the three tails, and there was a calm at first. Rumble! Immediately afterwards, a huge shock wave came out from the tailed beast Jade, and the entire tailed beast Jade exploded violently, and the dazzling white light covered the sight of everyone present, as if an atomic bomb bombed on the mouth of the three tails. Roar! Such a close distance was blown up by the tailed beast Jade and the two wind spiral shurikens, and the three tails directly let out a roar that resounded through the clouds, and then the mark of the chakra eye in his eyes gradually dispersed, and slowly his body gradually shrunk, and finally became Yakura lying on the surface of the water. Mizukage-sama, how is it possible? The three tails turned out. A large group of Miss Ninjas next to them saw the huge tailed beasts transformed by the invincible Water Shadow Lord in their minds, and they were suddenly beaten back and screamed one by one. Is this the white-eyed demon? Seeing this scene, the three of them also smiled bitterly. The three of them even spoke out to provoke this white-eyed demon a few days ago, and now it is ridiculous to think about it. Looking at the majestic moment, Uchiha also fell into silence for a while, and the scarlet chakra eyes flickered and did not know what he was thinking. Abominable. It actually made the three tails fall into a deep sleep. Yakura, who could barely get up, said with difficulty, the biggest blow that the three tails had suffered just now directly caused the three tails in his body to fall into a deep sleep. How? Do you want to continue fighting with me? Looking at the embarrassed Yakura, he raised his eyebrows in an instant, and said with some contempt, I'm going to kill you. As if he hadn't heard what he said at all, Yakura's eyes were full of madness. Water escape iron cannonball. The hand quickly froze, and the three tails fell into a deep sleep, causing him to temporarily lose the blessing of the tailed beast chakra, and frantically ran all the remaining chakras in his body, and Yakura released a huge water ball cannonball in an instant. Alas! Seeing Yakura making the final struggle, he sighed helplessly for a moment. The strength of this three-tailed human pillar force simply disappointed him, and it simply could not reach the standard of the true five shadow level. Seeing the huge water ball cannonball attack, in an instant, the surging freezing power in the body rioted wildly, a large amount of cold chi condensed in the palm of the hand, and the footsteps jumped into the air, directly bombarding the highly condensed frozen energy on the hand at the foot of Yakura. Ice Age! With a click, centered on Yakura's feet, the power of freezing spread rapidly, and the entire sea surface instantly froze into an ice field in a blink of an eye. In an instant, except for the 5 people of Instant and Uchiha Water Stop team, all the Mist Shinobi turned into lifelike ice sculptures, reflecting an inexplicable brilliance under the light of the evening sunset. The cold wind blew through, and the remaining 5 people on the ice field were silent. What kind of power is this? Uchiha muttered as he watched the sea in front of him turn into an endless ice field. It actually directly changed the environment here. Uchiha Yan and the 3 of them let their eyes empty, their brains directly fell into a state of crash, and the impact in front of them made them temporarily lose the ability to think. After straightening up and bending his body, he instantly looked at Yakura, who was frozen into an ice sculpture and lifeless in front of him, stretched out his finger and lightly tapped on his forehead, and Yakura's upper body directly broke open and fell to the ground and shattered into ice cubes. In a strange space, there are cuboid buildings everywhere. Damn, a man in black with a spiral mold on his face cursed in a low voice after losing his sense of the force of the three-tailed human pillar. Immediately, he laughed gloomy again. Hinata, is that interesting? Ha 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 ha. A burst of eerie laughter echoed in this strange space. On the huge ice field around the Mist Ninja village, the group was walking slowly on the way back. After an instant of superb medical ninjutsu treatment, the injuries suffered by the water-stopping squad after the great battle just now had almost completely healed. Under the observation of the white eyes, he actually knew that there were still one or two people who still had the breath of life in his ice age, and if someone came to the rescue in time, there was still a chance to survive. But whether they survive or not is no longer his business. The only thing he wants to do now is to quickly find Shiro and Junmaro, and then return to Konoha early to find a way to seize from Danzo the scroll that unlocks the caged bird spell seal. Seeing that the group was about to walk out of this huge ice field and set foot on the land of water, a group of ninjas caught up behind them. Stop! A sound like a Buddha's bone-destroying soul came from behind him, and he couldn't help but turn his head in an instant. I saw a sexy and charming beauty wearing an off-the-shoulder ninja suit, with long brown hair covering one eye, and a dozen missed ninjas behind her stopped them for a moment. Teramai? Looking back at this beautiful ninja, he instantly recognized her identity, the future 5th generation of Water Shadow, the only known two-blooded succession ninja in the original work. How? Something? Seeing that it was Zhao, the beautiful Water Shadow that he admired quite a lot in the original work, he turned around and said with a flirtatious smile in an instant, "You are the ninja of Konoha. It seems that you are Konoha's white-eyed demon Hinata, who actually killed so many of us ninjas, and also killed Mizukage-sama." Terumi said the identity of the moment, staring at the group with unkind eyes. "This beautiful sister, you Water Shadow, have created so many blood cases and high-pressure policies in your village. Shouldn't you be happy that I helped you kill him?" Instantaneous chuckled and said, he knew that after being controlled by Obito as the 4th generation of Water Shadows, he had consistently exercised a bloody system and high-pressure policy in the village of Mist, suppressing all the ninjas of the blood succession limit, and Terumi and her family in front of him were definitely not the same people as Yakura. "It's nonsense. No matter what, you killed Mizukage-sama and so many of our ninjas. You Konoha must give us an explanation today." At this time, behind Terumi, a family ninja stood up and said, "Oh, so you mean you want to keep us?" Instantly opening his eyes, Morihan's eyes glanced at the ninja, turned his head slightly to Uchiha behind him and said, "You guys go back to revenge with Naruto-sama first. I still have some things to deal with when I stay. You left alone?" Hearing the words of the moment, Uchiha's heart jumped, and he immediately objected. "How about that? Of course, go back with us. Don't say it, I've already decided." Seeing Shuishui's objection, he just shook his head firmly and said, "You just wanted to say something more." To the firm eyes of the moment, remembering his powerful power just now, Shuishui had to compromise. "Okay, let's go back to regain your life first. You must come back alive." "Well, you guys go back first." Saying that, he watched Uchiha stop the water, and the 4 of them jumped and gradually disappeared into the confused night of the water country. However, after turning back quietly in an instant, seeing Zhao and their group watching Uchiha stop the water and they left, they actually did not stop it, and said with an indifferent smile, "It seems that you have no intention of chasing down us murderers who killed Water Shadow." Hearing the words of the moment, Terumi smiled charmingly, but a deep jealousy flashed in her eyes. Not long ago, our ninja noticed that the 4th generation of Water Shadows seemed to have fallen into someone else's illusion, and we guessed that someone behind the scenes might be controlling him to exert all kinds of tyranny in the village. Even if you don't kill him, we will deal with him at that time. Wouldn't that be nice? What else are you holding me back from doing? Instantly, he raised his eyebrows, shrugged his shoulders and said, "Next, we will declare to the village and to the outside world that the 4th generation of Mesui Cage was controlled by the illusion of a mysterious figure, and was accidentally killed by Hinata, who infiltrated the mist to spy on intelligence." Zayome's eyes flowed with anticipation, and she paused and continued, "But we will still issue a chase order to hunt down you, the murderer of the 4th generation of Water Shadow, so here I remind you." "Oh? That's really thank you for reminding me." Hearing what Terumi said, he smiled disapprovingly and said, "But I advise you to send fewer ninjas to make a look. After all, I don't want you to lose too much as one of the 5 major villages." Hearing the meaning of Moment's words, Momenta and Zayome smiled tacitly, and at the same time, both of them were also afraid of each other's strength. After all, after hearing such a big movement outside in the village, they saw that the entire sea area outside Wien village was frozen into an ice field, and saw that so many fog ninja, including Water Shadows, were frozen into ice sculptures, and Zhao Miyu and their group had long been shocked. And Instant is also on guard against Zhao Mei at all times. After all, her 2 blood succession limit dissolution and boiling escape have a certain degree of restraint on her freezing power, although Instant still hides a lot of whole cards, but if he can, he still doesn't want to show so many whole cards too early. Speaking of which, suddenly stared at Zhao Mia for a moment, and let out a coquettish smile. "Brother Zhang is still a very handsome man. If you grow up a little more, sister, I may give you an unforgettable kiss." Looking at the enchanting stunner in front of her, she subconsciously moved her gaze to her sexy vermilion lips in an instant, remembering that her mouth could spit out the melting of everything and the boiling of high temperature at any time, and she couldn't help but shiver. "I'm sure we'll see each other again in the future, and your fragrant kiss will be given to me when the time comes." After saying that, he laughed, waved his hand and turned away, and then disappeared into the misty night in an instant. "Hinata, what an interesting person," muttered Terumi as she watched as she disappeared into the night on the endless ice field outside the village of Mist. 3 days later, on a small town on the border of the Land of Water. On this day, the country of water again fell like goose feathers, shimmering silver, and a thick layer of snow accumulated on the road. After dusting off the snowflakes that fell on his clothes, he walked into a tavern next to him in an instant, took off the cloak on his head, and revealed his long black hair and handsome face. "Boss, please bring me a ball and a sea bream yakisaki." After taking a seat in the lobby of the tavern, he opened his mouth and ordered a few meals casually with the boss. In the past 3 days, the news of killing the 4 generations of water shadows in an instant spread like a plague in the country of water, and the news was also circulating everywhere in the ninja world. But the strange thing is that although the chase order issued by the village of Mist Hidden is very serious, in fact, the number of ninjas searched and hunted in the country of water in the past few days has not increased, but the village of Mist Hidden is busy with drastic reforms. "I've been looking for 3 days in a row, but I still don't have a clue." The moment he was sitting in the tavern at this time, he couldn't help sighing. He had been looking around the territory of the land of water for the past few days, but he had found nothing. Sure enough, in a huge country, if you want to meet someone you are looking for on the street casually, this is a plot that only appears in the story. Fortunately, after a long period of civil war consumption, the country of water is now dead and the fog is also busy implementing reforms, otherwise his murderer is still running around the streets of the country of water, and he has long known how many times he has been chased and killed, thinking in his heart, "Did you hear about the other day?" "Of course I heard. The land of water has issued a wanted warrant. I didn't expect Lord Mizukage to be killed outside the village. Yes, I heard that the white-eyed demon of Konoha Hidden Village did it." "Who is that white-eyed demon?" While eating the food that was delivered, listening to the ordinary drinkers next to him talking about killing Mizukage, this matter has been widely spread in the ninja world, and even ordinary people are competing to talk about it. "Boss, check out." After eating, he put the money on the wine table and hurried out of the tavern. The characteristics of his white eyes were too obvious, and it was inevitable that he would encounter unnecessary trouble if he continued to stay. "Forget it, I can't find it." After coming out of the tavern, the cold wind blew unconsciously strolled to the bridge of the town. Looking down from above, the pedestrians on the road wrapped up their warm clothes in a hurry, and the lively shops on both sides of the street added a touch of activity to this lifeless snowy day. Just as he was about to leave this town, suddenly a long-haired child squatting by the bridge caught the attention of the moment, and muttered to himself in his heart, "It won't be so coincidental." Walking to the child noticed that someone was coming, raised his head and looked at the moment with a pair of delicate and clear eyes. "Brother, do you have anything to eat?" Looking at the child in front of him, dressed in rags, with bare feet, and his long black hair was messy as at the moment, revealing a beautiful face, making people unable to tell whether this was a boy or a girl in front of them. "What's your name?" The child in front of him was very much in line with the image in his memory, but he still asked. "My name is Shiro." The child's big eyes looked lonely at the handsome brother in front of him, with a hint of expectation in his eyes. "Brother, your eyes are different from mine, so beautiful. Shiro, finally found you." In an instant, he looked at the child in front of him who was as white and transparent as snow. The country of water is different from the country of fire. The blood succession limit is a noble symbol beyond ordinary people in the country of fire, and under the high-pressure policy of the 4 generations of water shadows in the country of water, those who have the blood succession limit are cursed beings and are regarded as ominous people. Shiro was originally a descendant of the Yuki clan of Mizuno Kuni, born in a village where it always snowed, and the people of the village were afraid of war and hated the blood succession limit. Shiro's mother possessed the blood succession limit and hid this secret for a long time. Shiro's family lived a poor but peaceful life until Shiro was also found to have inherited this ability. Shiro's father discovers the secret and leads a team of villagers to kill Shiro's mother first, and when he is about to poison Shiro, the terrified Shiro uses the blood boundary and kills everyone present with an ice pick. Shiro, who became an orphan overnight, lives on the streets of the land of water begging. Because she is a beautiful boy with a delicate appearance like a woman and long black hair, she is kind and calm in nature, so she is often mistaken for a girl. There are also many fan authors who deliberately turn Bai YY into a girl for their harem. In fact, Bai's self-statement and official information have always shown that Bai is a man. Are there fewer pseudonyms in the two-dimensional world? Bai saw that there was silence for a moment, and also lowered his head sadly. "Sure enough, no one in this world needs me." Who knew that at this time, a warm hand was placed on his head, and the handsome brother in front of him said softly, "Bai, come with me, from today onwards, I will be your family." Bai's eyes widened, looking at the moment in disbelief, and a hazy brilliance crossed his lonely eyes. "Do you need me?" "Family." Bai chewed these 2 words silently in his heart. Since his mother was killed by his father, it was a memory that he had not touched for a long time. "Well, I need you." Seeing the brilliance in Bai's eyes, a good-looking smile appeared on his face in an instant, and he stretched out his other hand to Bai. "Get up and follow me." Seeing the hand handed over by the moment, Bai desperately squeezed out the tears that were about to drip from his eyes, nodded and showed a happy smile, and grabbed the hand of the moment, as if he had caught a world that he could not reach. Pulled Shiro up from the ground, and in an instant carefully looked at Bai, who had only reached his shoulders, looking almost 6 years old, looking a little thin because of long-term lack of nutrition, took off the wind and snow jacket he was wearing, and draped it over Bai's body. "Let's go." instantly pushed the cloak in front of his forehead, and walked off the bridge on Shiro's shoulders. Shiro tightly grasped the jacket that was draped over his body, feeling the warmth coming from above, and a happy smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. That imp is my favorite tool, do you want to take him away just like that? As soon as he got off the bridge, a deep voice came into Shiro Habai's ears. Slightly turning his head to glance at the owner of the voice, he saw a tall ninja with a bandage on his face, a mist-hidden forehead tied obliquely on his head, and a huge decapitation knife behind his back. One of the 7 people of the ninja sword, the ghost man of the mist, will Mamakai not be cut again? In an instant, he gradually turned around from Shiro's side, raised the cloak on his head, and revealed his white eyes to look at the ninja in front of him. Have you heard of Uncle Ben's name? Said without cutting back, his eyes suddenly widened, because he saw the moment he turned around to reveal a pair of white eyes. You. Are you? It seems that you also recognize my identity. In an instant, he gradually took off the cloak on his head, but he didn't expect that it would be the same as in the original book, and he would encounter it in this snowy town. Tools? Hearing this, he lowered his eyes and glanced at Bai beside him, and continued, no, he is already my favorite companion. Moreover, even if it is a tool, he is not something you don't deserve to have. Moment's heart silently added. Shiro's talent is put into the entire Hokage, and it is also the most outstanding one, no worse than Uchiha Ataki. In the original book, Shiro awakened the blood succession limit realm at a very young age and had the ability to manipulate water and ice and snow, and later was taken away by no longer chopping away and wandered for a few years, and appeared with almost the strength of the shinobi level. This kind of talent is used by ninjas who do not kill this level, and in an instant, it is simply a violent thing. You seem to want to do it with me? Seeing the decapitation knife behind his back, his eyes couldn't help but burst out with a strong murderous aura. Feeling the momentum emanating from his body in an instant, he didn't stiffen his body, swallowed his saliva with difficulty, and finally slowly released his right hand holding the handle of the knife. If it's you, forget it, I don't think we need to fight. Under the momentum of the moment, no matter how much he chose to compromise, although the boy in front of him was so young, but after all, he was a powerful ninja who killed Mizukage. He was a cold-blooded killer but not a fool. The self-knowledge he still had. A very wise choice. Without paying any more attention to the no more slashing in front of him, he turned away with Bai in an instant. You saved this life for yourself, said silently in your heart. Looking at the back that left with Bai in an instant, he couldn't help but clench the fist in his hand, and finally let go. Brother, what's your name? Along the way, Baidu looked at the moment curiously, crossed the long mountain road, and came to a village. My name. Hinata for a moment. Instantly smiled and glanced down at Shiro and said his name. Hinata moment, whispered softly, and Shiro memorized the name firmly in his heart over and over again. Arrived. With Bai all the way, after entering the village, he instantly found a random hotel, went in and opened a room for Bai to take a bath, and he went out to buy some change of clothes for Bai, and ordered something to eat by the way. In the living room of the hotel, he held his chin and quietly looked at the falling snowflakes outside the window, and after taking a bath and changing clothes next to him, he looked even more beautiful and white, and was gobbling up the food called over in an instant. Since he wandered on the street, he has not eaten a decent meal normally. Swallowing the last bite of food, Shiro said with some hesitation, I'd better call you Lord Moment. Call it whatever you want, call it an adult, call it a brother, whatever you call it, you just need to remember that you are my companion and we are a family. He said without replying for a moment, continuing to look at the snowflakes outside the window. Partner, family. Softly reading these 2 words, Shiro finally felt the meaning of his existence in this world, but soon his face was filled with uneasy hesitation. But I have a cursed blood succession limit on me. The cursed blood succession limit. Hearing Bai's words, he finally turned his head to look at him in an instant, and silently opened his eyes. You look at my eyes, I also have the blood succession limit. In other countries, this is a superb ability beyond ordinary people. You shouldn't feel sorry for this. Do you also have a blood succession limit? Bai looked at the tendon veins that erupted around his eyes after opening his eyes in an instant. It turns out that this is not a cursed ability. After listening to the explanation for a moment, Bai remembered his father again, who ruthlessly killed his mother because of the blood succession limit and wanted to kill him, and an originally warm family was shattered like this. Alas! Seeing Shiro remembering his past again, he couldn't help but sigh for a moment. Obito, everyone has their own pain and unrelenting past, but just because of Rin's death, you single-handedly set off the blood mist policy of the water country, destroyed the lives of so many people. Do not do to others what you don't want. It seems that you need to teach you the truth of being a human being in the future. Don't think about those unhappy pasts. I will take care of you next and teach you to learn various ninjutsu. Put away his thoughts, and looked at Bai seriously for a moment and said, Ninjutsu? Shiro looked at the moment suspiciously. He knew that ninjutsu was the technique of those ninjas to kill, that is, the kind of ability he had to kill his father. Yes, don't you want to have great power? Staring at the boy who was as white and pure as snow in front of him, he instantly induced him, don't you want to protect your important people? Protect your important people? Bai listened to what he said in a daze, and he did not have much desire and pursuit for strength because of his good nature. Yes, if you don't have strength, you can't protect your important people. Strength. Suddenly a strong thought flashed in Bai's mind. Yes, I want to protect important people. I want to protect the moment Sama. Instant Sama, I want to learn ninjutsu. Immediately, Shiro's eyes became extremely firm, and he never wanted to see this kind of loss of his important person again. Very good, starting tomorrow, I will start teaching you the skills of ninjas. Seeing that he had finally planted a seed of pursuit of strength in Shiro's heart, a satisfied smile appeared on his face in an instant. The wind and snow outside are getting less, and maybe tomorrow, the first sun of the winter will come. Early in the morning in the forest next to the village of Mizunoku. No, it's not like this. Try again. Shiro fell from the tree again. Because Bai has been gifted since he was a child, he saw that Bai now has a lot of chakra on his body, but no one has taught him to use the skills, so yesterday he taught Bai the cultivation method of using chakra to climb trees and tread water, and took advantage of the day when the snow melted and the sun came out today, so that Bai came to the forest on the side to cultivate. No, this time must succeed. Shiro, who climbed up and fell down again, gritted his teeth and continued to condense chakra to the soles of his feet, and walked up against the tree. Shiro doesn't like to fight, but he must persevere for the sake of the needs of the adults and to protect his important people. Concentrate on condensing chakra cultivation and climbing trees again and again at the bottom of the big tree, and unconsciously fine sweat is covered by Wu's face. And Bai, who was concentrating on cultivation, did not notice that at this moment, under a large tree opposite the stream, a white-haired boy about his age was sitting there quietly looking at him. What a beautiful person! The boy exclaimed. What is he trying so hard for? What is the meaning of being alive? Looking at Bai, who fell and got up again and again, the white-haired boy looked down silently and thought, "Ha!" Finally, he noticed that there was someone watching him on the other side of the stream, and Bai looked back. With white hair, a pair of emerald green eyes, slightly pale skin, 2 vermilion marks on his forehead, handsome, but his eyes were a little dull looking at white. "Oh, I'm sorry." The boy's voice was a little cramped, and he seemed to disturb the cultivation of the beautiful young man opposite. "It's nothing." Shiro smiled and shook her head, looking at him with some doubt. Why is a person here? Alone, the boy murmured, silently bowing his head. A pair of ice green eyes seemed to lurk an unknown past, and his tone was a little erratic. "Yes, I've always been alone, and I don't know why I'm here." "Don't know?" Bai was stunned. This white-haired boy's eyes seemed to be in the past. If he hadn't met the adult yesterday, would he also have such lonely and empty eyes? "Your eyes are the same as before." Looking at the boy opposite, the corners of Shiro's mouth outlined a beautiful curve. "You before?" The boy looked at Shiro, and from Shiro's eyes, he could see that there was something living inside that he had never had. "Yes, but now that I've met Lord Moment," said this, a happy smile appeared on Shiro's face. "It won't be unneeded anymore, it will not be needed again." The white-haired boy silently read this somewhat awkward sentence, and there seemed to be some envy and expectation in Bai's eyes. Looking at Bai's smiling face gradually expanding, dazzling and beautiful under the sunlight, the white-haired boy was a little out of his mind. Is the beautiful smile because of that momentary adult? So, would anyone smile like that to me? Suddenly, the color of the white-haired boy's eyes became more and more intense. "I hope you will also meet people who need you in the future." Bai turned his head and continued his cultivation just now. "Need my people?" The boy thought stunnedly, disgusted by the clansman, feared by the clansman, locked up in a cage like a beast, like a combat tool, only released when fighting. He couldn't imagine what the meaning of his existence in this world was, and who would really need him. What 2 cute children, a low, husky and somewhat evil voice suddenly remembered, and the white-haired boy turned his head in amazement, and saw a long-haired man with a pale face, a pair of narrow snake eyes, a slender figure, and a gray robe, who was already standing on the surface of the stream. "Are you?" This man exudes an evil temperament and kills who galloped across the battlefield. The breath of killing, the pressed white is about to suffocate. "It's you." The white-haired boy recognized the identity of the man in front of him, who had seen this man on the way when he had been sent by the clansman to fight in the fog before, and had said some strange things to him. "Ha!" Feeling the pressure on Shiro, the boy suddenly pulled out a white bone knife from his palm and jumped across his chest to Shiro's body. "Oh?" The long-haired man was a little surprised, chuckled, and spit out a scarlet tongue from his mouth and licked his lips and said, "It's worthy of being a child of the Kagaya clan, awakening the blood succession limit at such a young age, and fighting has become your instinct. There is no fear at all, only excitement, Kagaya Kanmari. That's your name, right?" The long-haired man gently said the white-haired boy's name. "Boy, no." Junmaro heard the man on the opposite side spit out his name, his eyes tightened, and he looked at each other more vigilantly. "Huh." Feeling Junmaro's hostility, the long-haired man was unmoved, and his eyes turned to Shiro. "So, another cute child, can you tell me your name?" Shocked by the powerful momentum exuded by the long-haired man, Bai was shocked and speechless. Finding 2 children with outstanding qualifications at once, the long-haired man licked his lips with some excitement, and slowly stretched out his hand, as if he wanted to touch the faces of the 2 children. "His name is Shiro." Suddenly, a voice that should not have belonged to this forest suddenly appeared, and the long-haired man's movement stopped abruptly. Even I didn't notice his appearance. The long-haired man frowned, turned his head just in time to see a black-haired and white-eyed boy walking towards them. I said, "His name is Shiro, what's the problem?" After approaching, this handsome-looking and personable young man stood in front of them and said the identity of the long-haired man. Legend has it that one of the three ninjas, the elder of the great snake pill, the Hyuga clan, looking at the moment of sudden appearance, the long-haired man Orikimura seemed to suddenly remember something, and an evil smile appeared on his face. It turned out to be a disciple of Tsunade, a genius ninja who killed the fourth generation of Mizukage. Few days ago, Momon-kun, recognizing the identity of the moment, the ambition in the eyes of the big snake pill became even stronger. I can't imagine that I actually met so many wonderful children in one day today. Is this person the reason why he is needed, and the meaning of existence? Facing the handsome young man who suddenly appeared in front of him, Junmaro looked at him a little stunned. Hee, this world is really small. I didn't expect to meet Orikimura-senpai, one of the three ninjas, in the small villages of the water country, said with a chuckle. That cloudy and breezy expression seemed to be talking to a close friend, and those who didn't know thought that what kind of good Renwang was standing in front of him, not the big snake pill that made people smell the wind. Well, it's good that I came in time, otherwise I was almost dug into the wall by the big snake pill. As everyone knows, the moment of smiling on the surface, the heart has already blossomed. Junmaro, in an instant, also noticed Shiro's side. The white-haired boy who was watching him, was about to set off with Shiro to find him, but did not expect to meet here. How's that, Momon-kun, are you interested in coming to my village and sitting down? Covet. Greedily looking at the white-eyed boy in front of him, thinking of all kinds of rumors about him in the ninja world, he couldn't help but stretch out of the long tongue. Head. It seems that he also hit my idea. Seeing the greed that Orikimura showed towards him, the greedy eyes, the smile on his face remained unchanged for a moment, but his gaze became cold. I'm sorry, Orikimura Sr., I still have to go back to the village to regain my life with the 3 generations of Hokage, is it? Hearing the 3 generations mentioned in an instant, this seemed to arouse the memories of the big snake pill for a long time, and the evil face was slightly fascinated. That's a shame, then I can only knock you out and bring you back to my village as a guest. Returning to his senses, Orikimura's face showed an evil smile, and his eyes were cold. Hidden Shadow Snake Hand. Suddenly, the big snake pill made a move, and I saw that with a wave of one hand, a thick python suddenly came out of his sleeve and bit into the moment. Gossip Mountain Break. Seeing that the big snake pill suddenly made a move on himself, he was unceremonious, instantly opened his eyes, struck out with a palm, and an invisible chakra shockwave spewed out, directly bursting the big snake that rushed over. The battle between the two is on the verge of breaking out. Water break. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, his hands quickly froze, and after taking a deep breath, a slender column of high-pressure water shot out of his mouth, and with a gentle sweep, the big snake pill and the surrounding circle of large trees were all cut into 2 pieces. The falling tree raised a cloud of dust, and the 2 teenagers, Shiro and Junmaro, stared blankly at the ninja battle that suddenly occurred in front of them. You two come behind me, said to the 2 teenagers in a deep voice, and through the white of his eyes, he could clearly see that the big snake pill in the dust was not injured. Ha! It is worthy of being the strongest genius in Konoha now, and it turned out to be the S-class water escape of the 2nd generation Hokage. In a cloud of dust, there was a low laugh from the big snake pill. This should have been taught to you by Tsunade, right? It seems that she likes this disciple of yours very much. After the dust settled, I saw that the body of the big snake pill was cut into 2 parts, but the expression on his face was safe and sound, and he was talking to himself. Looking at this terrifying scene, Shiro couldn't help but exclaim, and Junmaro on the side also widened his eyes. It seems that your body is no longer a human body at all. Seeing the big snake pill crawling out of the wound cut in 2, countless snakes crawled out, and the body was newly connected together. The white eyes of the moment keenly saw that his body structure was completely different from ordinary people, and even the meridians and acupoints of the flowing chakra were completely different from ordinary people. My body has undergone many soft body transformations by me, and nothing in this world can kill me. The big snake pill that had regained its original condition spat out his long tongue. Head said, "Nothing can kill you?" I don't think so. After listening to the words of the big snake pill, he said non-committally for a moment. He did not dare to say such a thing as a natural devil fruit ability who could be elementalized. Ha! It seems that killing that little ghost of the 4th generation of Water Shadow makes you very arrogant, Momon-kun. Seeing that Hineda's little ghost in front of him seemed to be a little contemptuous of himself, a dangerous light shot out from the narrow snake eyes of the big snake pill. Let you see the huge gap between the shadow level and the shadow level. 10,000 serpent array. Big snake pill mouth. BA1 stretched out a strange angle, and then countless pythons frantically poured out of his mouth, and in a blink of an eye, the number of exaggerated snakes formed a huge wave, carrying the overwhelming momentum quickly towards the moment they rushed over, and each python's mouth spit out a sharp sword. This amount is really worthy of being one of the legendary 3 ninjas, Tsunade Sensei's former companion. Much more difficult than that person in Yakura. Looking at the snake tide surging like a huge wave in front of him, he couldn't help but sigh in an instant. Death Frost. In an instant, with a sharp breath, the freezing power in the body burst out, and a white cold breath quickly spit out from the mouth, forming a wall of ice mist of about 30 meters, freezing the entire snake tide into a huge ice sculpture on the spot. Seeing this spectacular scene, Bai and Junmaru, who had never experienced the battle of the strong, stood behind them and opened their mouths blankly. This had a great impact on their vision. This power. Seeing the freezing power exerted in an instant, the big snake pill narrowed his eyes. Is this the kind of strange ice escape that is rumored? Before he could recover from the powerful power of the instant frozen fruit, the opposite instant had already formed a seal on his hand. Water Dragon Bites Burst. The S-class powerful water escape suddenly launched. In an instant, a water vortex of nearly 10 meters appeared under the feet of the big snake pill, constantly ejecting a rapid stream of water upward, and the big snake pill was directly ejected into the air by the turbulent water current. This kind of water escape, not good. The large snake pill that was sprayed into the air resisted the continuous flow of water on the ground, and a sense of crisis flashed in his heart. Roar! I saw that the water jet that shot into the air, in addition to attacking the big snake pill, quickly gathered into a huge water dragon in the higher sky, roared and swallowed him down, and hit the ground with a bang. Is this the battle of ninjas? Looking at this gorgeous water ninjutsu, as well as the dizzying ninjutsu duel between Shiro and Orochimaru, the eyes of the two teenagers, Shiro and Junmaru, shone brightly, as if they saw a different world. Whew! The big snake pill who got up again from the ground gasped softly, and hit this powerful water escape, which more or less caused him to suffer some minor injuries. It's really a powerful water escape. Before he finished speaking, the big snake pill's pupils shrank, and a fist in front of him had been infinitely enlarged. Boom! A punch accurately hit the face of the big snake pill, and I saw that the face of the big snake pill was distorted into an incredible shape on the spot, and the whole person flew out like a cannonball, breaking 5 or 6 big trees along the way. Water Instantaneous. The instantaneous technique used in the water environment can instantly appear in various positions in the water to glide on the surface of the water, twice the speed of ordinary instantaneous body. Faintly looking at the direction where the big snake pill was shot out, he chased after him with a step in an instant, and the two stunned teenagers behind him swallowed saliva and followed. After following and seeing the big snake pill, I saw that his head had been completely changed in shape with a punch in an instant, and his neck was stretched like a snake. Go out, elderly. Disgusting! A sound of vomiting came out, and the big snake pill twisted on the ground, stretched his mouth wide. Unexpectedly, a large snake pill crawled out of his mouth again, which seemed to be intact and did not look injured at all. It's disgusting. Seeing this scene, I couldn't help but wrinkle his mouth. Is the great snake pill flow avatar? Looking at the brand new big snake pill in front of him, it was instantly clear in his heart that this was a near-perfect high-level substitute technique, using the external body as a stand-in, transferring itself from the mouth, and the practicality was far beyond other substitute techniques. Tsunade's strange power fist, the brand new big snake pill said with an evil smile. Suddenly his eyes opened, a trace of blood overflowed from his mouth, and said in surprise, "No, there is even Hineda's soft fist chakra inner strength. What a genius! Your soft modified body, general physical skills, and even strange power fists. I don't think it will have much effect on you, so you actually fused the monster fist with Hineda Ryu's soft fist. What a genius idea," said the big snake pill, and his eyes burst into a blazing brilliance as he looked at the moment. There is also the destructive power of the gang fist, but you don't feel it, and silently added a sentence in your heart. The Hyuga clan's soft fist chakra can directly attack the internal organs of the body through the human body, and it just happens to be your nemesis of soft body transformation. And although your avatar technique is very powerful, I think it should be very Fate chakra, said Instantaneous while staring at the big snake pill with white eyes. Although the chakra in the body of the big snake pill is still very large, it can be clearly seen in an instant that the big snake pill flow substitute technique just now has consumed a lot of his chakra at once. I almost forgot, your white eyes can see the chakra inside me. Staring at the eyes for a moment, the big snake pill couldn't help but stick out his long tongue. His forbidden immortal rebirth will soon be completed, and it seems that using Hineda's body in front of him as a container is also a good choice. Perfect appearance, young body, superb talent, amazing potential, white-eye blood succession limit, and the rumored mysterious ice escape. All of this aroused the strong interest of the big snake pill. Come on, in an instant, be my prepared container. Low roar, big snake pill mouth. A snowy sword light flashed instantly, and before everyone could react, the body in an instant was pierced by a long sword. Kusanagi sword, Kusanagi no Tachi. Momentary lord. Seeing that he was pierced by the big snake pill's Kusanagi sword in an instant, Shiro opened his mouth wide in horror. I finally found the meaning of survival. Is this moment going to be lost again? No, such a thing is absolutely not allowed to happen. An emotion called despair gushed out from the bottom of Shiro's heart, and for the first time he hated himself so much for not having power. In a trance, the chakra in Bai's body rioted wildly, and dozens of ice thorns suddenly condensed around his body, quickly shooting towards the big snake pill. This is the blood succession limit? Noticing Bai's change, the big snake pill quickly froze, and a violent wind blew out from his mouth, directly blowing off all the ice thorns released by Bai, and even Bai himself was blown to the ground by this violent wind. Sea-level ninjutsu, wind escape, great breakthrough. Ha! It seems that Jun Najin is a very important person for you. The big snake pill looked at the white who broke out of the blood and followed the limit, and laughed evilly. What a child with good qualifications. Bai, you stand down, he can't hurt me. At this moment, an indifferent voice reached their ears. Momentary Lord. Shiro, who fell to the ground, heard this voice and looked over in surprise. I saw that the chest that was penetrated by the great snake pill grass sword in an instant. I don't know when it had turned into ice cubes. It was the elementalization of the natural demon fruit. Is it similar to the ability of the fog-hidden ghost lantern family's hydration technique? Looking at the moment when he was pierced in the chest by his own grass sword, he licked his mouth. It seems that Jun still hides a lot of hole cards. Although your Kusanagi sword is indestructible, all physical attacks are ineffective to me. Pulling away the Kusanagi sword on his chest, he looked at the big snake pill and raised his eyebrows, and smiled indifferently. Do you still want to fight me? Are physical attacks ineffective? Orikimura slowly withdrew the Kusanagi sword, looking at it a little trickily for a moment. Didn't this mean that he had abolished most of his ninjutsu? What a troublesome ability. No way. Just use the technique, have fun with you, and let you see my strongest ninjutsu. Ha ha ha, the big snake pill suddenly laughed madly, and the white eyes of the moment saw that a huge chakra was consumed on his body at once. Could it be? In an instant, a dangerous alarm suddenly arose in my heart. Rumble! I saw that a huge white snake body quickly appeared on the body of the big snake pill, one after another, and in the blink of an eye, the whole person of the big snake pill had turned into a huge white snake with 8 heads and 8 tails, and countless trees in the entire forest were directly crushed into powder. It turned out to be the strongest ninjutsu of the great snake pill, the art of Yakishi. Do you want to fight like this? In an instant, he looked at the Yachi big snake in front of him, which was almost bigger than the Yaoi who had fought before, and Shiro and Junmera next to him looked at the huge monster that suddenly appeared and was already speechless in shock. The huge snake head in the middle of the big snake opened its mouth and appeared the body of the big snake pill, and laughed maniacally at the 3 people below. This is my 8-chi technique. You are the first to see it. Airplanes! 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 Ignoring the big snake pill who laughed madly, a wind spiral shuriken condensed directly in his hand in an instant, and threw it hard against the snake head of the big snake pill's body. Rumble! After hitting the snake head in the middle, the spiral shuriken directly exploded a huge ball, and the snake head in the middle, together with the snake head next to it, exploded into a rain of blood on the spot. Roar! The remaining 6 giant snakes next to them let out a roar of pain. Damn, I didn't expect you to have such a wind escape ninjutsu. It's really not to be underestimated. After the 2 snake heads in the middle were blown off, the big snake pill actually came out of the mouth of a snake next to it, but it's useless. My 8-dimensional technique can't be killed. They can continue to regenerate. What a troublesome ninjutsu. In an instant, he did see that the 2 snake heads in the middle had begun to slowly recover, and he did not have an artifact like a 10-fist sword like the weasel in the original book, which could seal the Baki great snake at once. Childish mouth. A punch blasted out, the freezing power burst out, and a huge ice bird hit the Baki great snake and burst 2 more snake heads, but the previous 2 snake heads have been completely recovered. What a stubborn little ghost, go and die. The attack of the moment seemed to anger the big snake pill, and I saw that he controlled the remaining 5 snakeheads to frantically bite them down. Rumble! 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 In an instant, pulling Shiro with one hand and Junmera with the other, he quickly ran in the forest to avoid the attack of the big snake of the 8 divisions, and the ground was constantly smashed out of one giant pit after another by the big snake, and the splashing rocks stung the faces of Bai and Junmeru. See where you can hide. Ha ha, the big snake pill laughed maniacally, and continued to control the Yachi great snake to chase them for a moment, and the 2 snakeheads that were regenerated also quickly joined the battle. This is not the way, and in an instant he rushed, his brain racing to think of countermeasures. Didn't expect the peak. The great snake pill at the peak period is much stronger than expected. This strength is already close to the super shadow level. There is no way but to use that move. He suddenly stopped, and in an instant he released his grip on Bai and Junmeru, and closed his eyes motionless in the face of the attack of the Yachi great snake. Ha! Give up, little ghost. Looking at the abnormal behavior of the moment, the big snake pill was a little stunned, but still controlled the huge white snake and bombarded him violently. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in an instant, and an invisible aura came out from him, and a red-eye shadow appeared around the corner of his eyes. This is the big snake pill, who had also practiced in the Dragon Earth Cave, the holy land of immortal art, immediately noticed the changes that had occurred in his body in an instant. Immortal mode. Heaven and the world, only me. A voice came out, like a light drink, and like a low whisper. Boom! A terrifying freezing force poured out madly from the body in an instant. The endless ice thorns on the ground protruded, the entire forest instantly froze, dozens of huge icebergs formed on the ground, and the Baki great snake, which was still raging just now, became one of the icebergs in a blink of an eye. The entire huge forest has turned into an endless world of ice. Chakra, which is fused with natural energy, is also known as senjutsu chakra, and the power of ninjutsu will be doubled. Also fused with the natural energy of chakra, the ability to launch the natural demon fruit also doubled, and after turning on the immortal mode, the frozen fruit ability of the moment directly crossed the stage of the general, temporarily raising a new height, and it was able to reach the stage of the awakening of the demon fruit. If the ice frozen by the freezing power before the moment was 100 years of solid ice, then what was frozen now was 1,000 years of Shen ice. Even if it is exposed to the scorching sun for half a year, there will be no change, unless it is a flame like Amaterasu, which can melt the 1,000-year-old Shen ice. Looking at the Baki great snake that had lost its vitality, he gently spit out a cold breath from his mouth in an instant. This style is currently the strongest trick he can take out of the whole card, and it suddenly consumes a large amount of immortal chakra in his body. In an instant, he gradually put away the immortal mode, and this sudden surge in power, he was still a little uncomfortable. Turned around and saw Shiro and Junmeru, these two handsome Shota teenagers, who were now imageless like a demented patient, with their mouths wide open. BA stared blankly at the entire frozen forest in front of him, dozens of huge and vast icebergs rising peacefully. Momentary lord, is this also the power of ninjas? Shiro stammered and said the question in his heart, which was also Junmeru's question. What to say? Not every ninja has such great powers. I'll explain this to you later. He scratched his head a little helplessly. It seemed that he had a chance to explain to them the hierarchy of ninjas. Let's leave quickly. Although the big snake in front of him seemed to be a sign of losing his life, the means on the big snake pill were endless, and in an instant he couldn't determine whether he really killed him. If just now the big snake pill changed out white, the form of the phosphorus snake, the ability of that neurotoxin to volatilize with the air, I am afraid that in addition to himself, Bai and Junmeru will both die here today. Thinking of this, he quickly left the forest with the two of them. Afterwards, this perennial frozen forest and the huge iceberg that appeared out of thin air were often worshipped by the local indigenous people as a symbol of the gods. The big snake pill should not be so easy to hang up. He has so many means to regenerate and save his life, and there are so many whole cards that he has not seen come out. I thought about it all the way. On the way back, I saw Bai and Junmeru both looking at themselves with a look of adoration, and the corners of their mouths raised slightly, looking at Junmeru and saying, "Yo young man, do you know the meaning of existence?" The meaning of existence? Hearing this, Junmeru withdrew his gaze and shook his head a little confused. Seeing Junmeru's expression, he secretly shook his head in an instant. This chaotic ninja world is full of problem children, and a talented teenager like Junmeru is often at a loss about the meaning of his existence, so he was so easily brainwashed by the mouth of the big snake pill in the original book. Everyone born in this world must have their own meaning of existence. You don't have to persist in finding a reason, you can live for yourself, for your important people. While walking, he opened his mouth in an instant. To live for yourself. Live for your important people, Junmeru said a little blankly, looking at Shiro beside him. Looking at the happy smile on Shiro's face, his ice green eyes gradually glowed with a firm color. It seems that he still has a lot of development prospects in his mouth, and when he saw Junmeru, he seemed to have found the answer, and the corners of his mouth opened up even more in an instant. Junmeru, if you feel lonely alone, then come with us and become our companion. Yes, it's like family, said Shiro next to him with a smile. Companions, family. Junmeru secretly recited these two unfamiliar terms in his heart, looked up at the expectant expression of the moment in Bai's kind smile, and nodded vigorously. Bai on the side suddenly cheered, great. One more companion. Looking at them in an instant, I also laughed, being able to change the fate of these two children who died young in the original plot. This feeling is really good, at least, it will not feel as powerless as the fate of the day difference. Taking Shiro and Junmeru back to the inn where they were staying, they packed up their clothes and salutes, and in an instant they set out on their way back to the land of fire. Because he was not in a hurry, he took two little ghosts in an instant, and he also played while walking along the way, and the three people all appreciated the different cultural scenery of several countries along the way, just like a trip. Of course, along the way, while teaching the two ninja basics, with the extraordinary talents of the two teenagers, they quickly learned the basic skills of climbing trees and treading water using chakra. For Shiro, in addition to the Ninja Foundation, Instant also taught him some simple water ninjutsu on the second-generation Hokage water scroll, because Shiro is the same as his chakra attribute is the attribute of water and wind, and Instant also referred to how to develop his blood succession limit with Shiro. And Junmeru, in an instant, taught him physical skills. After all, with the powerful blood succession limit of the corpse bone vein, Junmeru's combat talent in close combat surpassed almost everyone, and in the development of the blood succession limit, it also provided Junmeru with a lot of inspiration and direction. Arrived. After arriving in the land of fire for 2 days, he finally took Shiro and Junmeru to a town that said Short Book Street, the town where Naruto and Jiraiya found Tsunade in the original book, which is located in the Fire Nation's prosperous economic and trade area, and is a historical cultural heritage, and the town is full of merchants, pedestrians, and ninjas. There are so many people. After walking into the street, looking at the endless crowd around him, I couldn't help but exclaim excitedly, And Junmaru, the white-haired Shota, still maintained a cool expression and posture, but there was also a flash of excitement in his eyes. After all, he was still a 5 or 6-year-old child. Okay, let's have some fun here today. Looking at the happy appearance of the two little ghosts, I couldn't help but be amazed for a moment. In one day, Bai and Junmaru, two children who originally had tragic fates, experienced a lot of new things. In addition to a lot of delicious food, there are many interesting things that they never had in the dark life of their past. Lord Moment, shall we stay here today? Shiro, who wore a grimace-faced mask on his head, looked up at the moment and said, well, you guys need to stay here for a long time. I still have something to do to go back to the village. I will separate my shadow doppelganger to stay here to accompany you two to practice. Instantly touched the heads of the two children and said, ah. In an instant, does the adult want to return to Konoha? When Yanbei sighed with some disappointment. Is it the village where the adults grew up? Junmaru also raised his curious head. Yes. I will have the opportunity to take you two there in the future. The thoughts of the moment seemed to float far away, a little out of his mind, came back to his senses and pinched the faces of the two teenagers and smiled. So my shadow avatar will guide you in your practice here, and when I come back, I will test your cultivation progress. Don't be lazy. Well, you need to come back soon. After finding an open inn, paying rent for more than a year, and resting in the hotel with two imps for the night, he summoned a shadow doppelganger to stay here early the next morning, and he set out on his way back to Konoha. The journey from Short Book Street to Konoha took only a day to reach Konoha in an instant. It's back, Konoha. Looking up at the sign on the gate of Konoha through the first melting sunlight of the winter snow, I found that every time I returned to this place, my mood was different. As usual, I simply went through the passage formalities, entered the gate in an instant, and before I reached the street, I could already see the noisy crowd inside. Just as he wanted to take a step, a breeze blew the long hair on his cheeks in an instant, and two ninjas with cat-faced masks had appeared in front of him. Momon-sama, Naruto-sama asked you to meet him as soon as you return. One of the dark ninjas said. Hee, so anxious. Momentarily, he took a step lightly, and stopped abruptly, because the slightly thin dark ninja in front of him gave him a familiar feeling. Weasel. The white eyes of the moment saw that the chakra on his body was the chakra of Uchiha Itaki. I can't think of it being recognized like this. It's really worthy of you. The dark ninja slowly took off the cat face mask on his face, revealing the handsome face behind him, a pair of scarlet chakra eyes. It was really Uchiha Itaki. It's really you. How did you become a ninja in the dark department? I was a little surprised at the moment. In the original book, it was after the age of 10 when the ferret joined the dark department, but I didn't expect that because of his appearance. It was a few years earlier. Your steps are getting faster and faster, but I won't be easily thrown away by you. Well, seeing that he was a little surprised for a moment, a smile appeared on Itaka's face. Let's go, Naruto-sama is still waiting for you. Well, this is not the place to talk either. We'll talk again when we have time. Instantaneous nodded slightly, following the footsteps of the two of them. It seems that the weasel is growing faster than in the original book. In his mind, he remembered the three-hook jade writing wheel eye in the weasel's eyes just now, and secretly thought in his heart for a moment, silently quickening his pace. 3 generations of Hokage office. In an instant, what the hell is going on? The 3 generations in the office looked questioningly for a moment. What else can be going on? Momentarily leaned lazily against the wall, looking at the nails on his hand indifferently. Isn't the task successfully completed? Don't gag with me. The 3rd generation seemed to raise his tone a little angrily, staring at the teenager in front of him who made him a little incomprehensible. You know what I mean. I sent you out to assist them to stop the water and obtain intelligence. You actually poked me such a big basket. You don't know the situation at that time. In the face of the 3 generations questioning, he also raised a tone of voice, calmly looked directly into the eyes of the 3 generations. The theft of intelligence was discovered, and so many Miss Ninja were dispatched to surround us. Did we all die there? At hearing the rebuttal of the moment, the 3rd generation was also speechless. Then you can't kill the 4th generation of Water Shadow. Do you know how much pressure we are under in this matter? We inside has asked us to hand you over more than once. Although the Ninja World War is over, the strength accumulated in the village is still very scarce, and Miss Yin, who has never intervened in the war, suddenly this time, the 3rd generation continued to say that it heard instantly, but was directly interrupted by Moment. You, staring into the eyes of the 3 generations, a disdainful smile appeared on his face in an instant. Oh, you're referring to your Konoha high level, right? Then grant their request. Hand me over, I'm okay. He smiled and said with a slight mockery, it's not the first time you've done this anyway, isn't it? You, the 3 generations widened their eyes and looked at the moment with a complicated expression, as if they were frightened and regretted, and finally turned into a helpless sigh. Alas! The sharp words seemed to remind him of the incident that happened last year. Sacrificing the interests of the few to fulfill the interests of the many, in exchange for the so-called peace. Suddenly he roared with some excitement. Isn't this the usual style of your high-level officials? Looking at the expression of the moment, the impression of the 3 generations is that the teenager in front of him is always so dusty, and it is rare to see him have such a gaffe. Let's stop here. Looking at the 3 generations in front of him, he suddenly noticed his face that seemed to be a little older. Remembering that this old man had been maintaining himself, and his heart was a little unbearable. No matter what, you decide for yourself. After that, he walked out of the Hokage office without looking back. It seems that incident left an indelible gap in his heart. Looking at the back of the moment leaving, the faces of the 3 generations of old people showed a struggling expression. For the sake of the village, do you really have to do this? Is it right or wrong? After coming out of the Hokage's office, walking on the street of Konoha, he felt a tightness in his chest for a moment, and the endless flow of people on both sides made him feel as if he was in an independent world. The mind was chaotic, walking aimlessly, and before I knew it, the pedestrians on the road gradually decreased, and in an instant I came to an empty practice ground, and under the light of the setting sun, only the empty swing was shaking alone. Swish! Swish! 2 masked ninjas dressed in black appeared in front of Moment, blocking his way and saying, "Lord Moment, Lord Danzo has a request." However, the 2 eyes were a little out of the eye, and they almost ignored it, as if they hadn't heard half of it, and continued to walk forward with their own care. Seeing that they didn't pay any attention to the 2 of them, the 2 root organization ninjas took a step back and continued. Danzo-sama asked us to remind you that the previously agreed time has been. Momentarily, his eyes were still blank, and he continued to walk forward, but he gently spit out a word in his mouth. Seeing that the moment in front of him was so unceremonious, the ninjas of the 2 root organizations seemed to be slightly angry, and continued to stop in front of the moment with a flash. "Please be sure to stay, Lord Danzo has an order." Scold. A long green light flashed in front of the eyes of the 2 root organization ninjas, and when they saw a slight movement, the muscles on the 2 root organization ninjas were tense, and they just wanted to react. I saw that with a slight, but swift speed, he quickly swung the long green chakra light knife in front of them a few times. In an instant, he withdrew the chakra in his hand and continued to walk forward, but the ninja of the 2 root organizations behind him were still motionless, and suddenly fell silently to the ground and lost his breath, without a trace of scars on the surface of his body. The extended version of the chakra scalpel, in the blink of an eye, in an instant had just used the extended version of the chakra scalpel to quickly cut off the carotid artery in their neck and the heart blood vessels in their body. I said, "Let you guys go, why don't you listen?" he whispered softly in his mouth, and in an instant continued to walk aimlessly in the direction of the edge of the village. Along the way, I knew that the red glow of the evening reflected the entire sky, stepped on the mottled dead branches and leaves on the ground, and in an instant I found myself in a forest that I had never been to. There was a river in the distance, and a slender waterfall washed down the cliff upstream. Ding! Bite! Bite! Not far away, there seemed to be the sound of a shuriken. Following the direction of the voice, he stepped deeper into the woods in an instant, and saw a small voice seriously cultivating shuriken and kunao against the 4 targets. Abominable. Obviously his brother's movements are exactly the same, why can't he always hit? In the middle of the woods, a cute black-haired Shota sat on the ground, panting slightly, and the ground was sprinkled with a few handfuls of bitterness. The small figure sat on the ground and shut up and thought carefully for a while, stood up and walked to the edge of the river, and slowly formed 6 handprints on his hands. Fire escape how fireball technique. Ahem just took a sharp breath, wanted to release the how fireball technique, but unexpectedly failed. A small handful of flames came out of the mouth, but caused the child to cough violently. Sasuke Uchiha instantly recognized the figure of the child, just like Naruto, another protagonist in this world. The chakra in your body is not mobilized in the right way. Looking at him from afar, after seeing his practice method in an instant, he reminded him faintly. Who? Sasuke turned his head in surprise and saw a handsome boy in white standing high in the woods, a pair of pure white eyes looking at him. "You are the ninja of the Hyuga clan, Yuritaka's brother, right?" Ignoring his surprised expression, he continued to speak lightly. "This is the clan land of the Uchiha clan. Why are you a ninja of the Hyuga clan here?" Sasuke didn't answer Moment's words, but instead looked at Moments with some vigilance. It turns out that this is the territory of the Uchiha clan. At that moment, he was a little stunned. No wonder he didn't see anyone along the way. It turned out that this was the territory of the Uchiha clan. Looking at the river in front of me, and the waterfall on the cliff, I was in a moment. It seems that this is the Nanga River, the place where the water is thrown into the river in the original book. I'm your brother's friend, and his former classmate looked at Sasuke Koshoto with some playfulness in front of him, holding Kumu and some vigilance, and instantly opened his mouth to dispel his doubts. Brother's friend? Classmate? Sasuke stared at the Moment in front of him with some suspicion, muttering in his mouth. My name is Hinata Moment. I don't know if your brother mentioned me to you. Instant smiled and introduced his name to Sasuke. Hinata Moment. Suddenly Sasuke's eyes widened. He remembered the name, which he often heard in the clan, even in his brother's mouth. You're the strongest genius of Konoha. Sasuke seemed interested, but looked at the Moment with some hostility. Konoha's strongest genius? What shit to call. Anyway, Hinata is my name, that's right. Hearing Sasuke spit out the title that the people in the village usually poured into him, he said with some disapproval. I don't know how casual he behaved, how smelly he was in Suzuki's eyes, and I saw Suzuki puffing out his mouth a little unconvinced. What is the strongest genius? My brother is the strongest genius, and with me, I'll leave you all behind in the future. Have you been so arrogant since you were a child? Looking at Suzuki's puffy expression in an instant, you can't help but look left and right, and ask, hasn't your brother come back yet? He went on a mission to. You just said that the way I release ninjutsu is not right, why is it wrong? Suzuki said, looking at the moment with some curiosity. This so-called strongest genius of Konoha said that the way he unleashed ninjutsu was not right, but wanted to hear his opinion. Oh, although I won't be fired, but the chakra in your body after you finish the seal is not mobilized in the right way. There is no chakra that controls the fire attribute. Instantly explained slowly. This is indeed the truth, although he will not fire, but with his eyes, he can easily see Suzuki's shortcomings. Is that so? After listening to Suzuki, he was a little stunned. No wonder the ninjutsu how fireball art has never been able to perform successfully, so what should be done? Suzuki thought and made another mudra, this time carefully controlling the chakra in his body, and spitting at the river below. Ahem, after a small flame spit out, Suzuki was still choked and coughed, almost burning his mouth, still can't. Alas! Seeing Suzuki, who failed again, he was a little helpless for a moment, and hooked his finger at him. You can tell by watching me release ninjutsu once in an instant. He slowly stretched out his hands, and in a snap of his fingers, he finished more than a dozen handprints. So fast! Suzuki looked at the momentary seal with some envy. You see, after finishing the seal, first slowly control the chakra in the abdominal cavity, as if shouting a breath. After finishing the seal, he slowly explained to Suzuki, and then like this. Release the chakra in your stomach in one breath. Water escape, water attack, heavy rain. In an instant, his mouth opened slightly, and a thick water column quickly erupted from his mouth, aiming at the sky and soaring into the sky. After the thick water column rushed to the sky, in the blink of an eye, the originally calm high altitude instantly lowered the dense water needle. The intensity of the density is like a sudden rainstorm. The forest with a radius of more than 10 meters is unavoidable, and each rapidly falling water needle punches the ground into a 2-finger-thick but bottomless pit. Burst! 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 After the continuous and uninterrupted rain of water needles, the trees and ground within a diameter of more than 10 meters were all beaten and devastated. Good! So spectacular! Suzuki looked at this gorgeous killing ninjutsu stunned, surprised and speechless. Is this a genius more powerful than his brother? Don't be in a daze. Did you write down the way to transfer chakra? Looking at the stunned Suzuki, he reached out and shook his hand in front of his eyes with some impatience. Well, of course I wrote it down. After being pulled back by the shaking palm in front of him, that Sundara Suzuki's face flushed, and he said with some shyness, fire escape, how fireball technique. Renodding the handprint, Suzuki's brain flashed the breath that mobilized chakra just now, and the chakra in his stomach suddenly moved, and he vomited vigorously, and a 2-meter large fireball erupted from his mouth. It worked. Looking at the fireball he spewed out with some disbelief, Suzuki immediately jumped with joy. Looking at the elated Suzuki in front of him, a smile rose at the corner of his mouth in an instant, and the boring air seemed to be blown away a lot. It's worthy of being the protagonist. A little confused about what he meant by that, Suzuki was attracted by another voice. The protagonist? What do you mean? Suzuki looked at the moment a little puzzled, not understanding the meaning of his words. Maybe you'll naturally understand it later. Looked at Suzuki, who was still a little ignorant in front of him, but glanced to the other side in an instant. You're back. Weasel. Brother. Suzuki was stunned, and turned his head to look at the line of sight for a moment, only to see Itaki wearing a dark costume, and I don't know when he was standing quietly under a tree. Itaki after his shift, momentarily looking at the weasel under the tree, he suddenly thought that this extraordinary boy in front of him seemed to soon carry the heavy burden of exterminating the clan and guarding Konoha. Well, I haven't seen you for a long time. You are always so surprising. You actually come to the territory of our clan. Staring at the young man in front of him, who always walked in front of him, the weasel's eyes were a little complicated. I had some unpleasant disputes with Naruto-sama, so I wasn't in a good mood, and I came here without noticing, said a little uncaringly, but today is also my first time here. An argument with Naruto-sama. Just as Itake was slightly contemplative, Suzuki interrupted his thoughts. Brother. Suzuki ran to Itaki excitedly, raised his head and said, I finally learned ninjutsu today. Yes, smiled and nodded. Itake seemed to always be so gentle and kind to Suzuki's younger brother. What a maniac. It's the same with you, it's the same with Uchiha Madara, and it's the same with Senjukuma. At that moment, there was a slight complaint in my heart. You guys go on, I'll go up and walk around casually. Pointing to the cliff above the waterfall, he motioned for him to wander casually, leaving them this warm brotherly time that had not lasted long. After saying goodbye to Itaki and Suzuki, he walked alone to the cliff of the waterfall in the upper reaches of the Nanga River, and from this top, he could even see the bustling village of Konoha in the distance, which made people feel particularly comfortable. Kanaha, Kanaha. Listening to the sound of the huge waterfall at your feet, looking at Kanaha village in the distance, which has lived for 9 years after crossing over, I couldn't help but feel a little emotion. Instant. A familiar voice behind him came out, pulling back the thoughts that emanated in the moment, and suddenly looked back, only to see a scarlet young ninja with scarlet eyes standing behind him, wearing a green ninja vest. Stop the water. After being slightly stunned, he reacted immediately, this time and place, and the ferret has just returned from duty. I didn't expect you to be here. Seeing the moment, Shui Shui seemed a little happy, put away the equipment on his body, and also stepped forward to sit on the side of the moment. It's good to see that you're okay and come back safely. Oh, it's nothing. I said that those fogs can't help me. Seeing Shisui's sincere eyes and concerned tone, he was a little ashamed for a moment. Just now he was still making up the picture of his relationship with Itaki. Yes, too. You are a genius in our village, Shisui chuckled, sitting on the side of the moment, and turned his gaze to Kanaha in the distance. His expression seemed a little startled. You said, if one day, Kanaha and the family had to choose one, which will you choose? Do Kanaha and the clan have to choose one? Hearing the words of Shui Shui, his heart moved slightly. It seems that the contradiction between Kanaha and the Uchiha clan is becoming more and more acute. I wonder if the Uchiha clan is already planning a rebellion now. Kanaha and the family? Retracting his gaze, he instantly looked at the more distant and vast firmament in the sky. It depends on your heart, family, and partners. Which is more important, family and partners? After listening to the words for a moment, Shui Shui whispered softly, family and partners are the most important things in my life. It's hard to decide. Isn't there a way to have the best of both worlds in the world? Yang Tian sighed, and Shui Shui's face couldn't help but reveal helplessness, and suddenly turned his head to Moment, if it's you, what would you choose? Me? Seeing Shui Shui staring at himself, he smiled indifferently for a moment, and his eyes looking at the sky from a distance were slightly distracted. I don't have to be as complicated as you, there are so many stumbling. My principle of being a person is very simple. Who is good to me, I will always remember in my heart. Who is not good to me, I will not forget. I just need to care about the people I care about, and that's fine with the others. It's all about me, said softly, and instantly turned his head to look at Shui Shui, and saw the contradictory thoughts in his heart. He and Itake were sandwiched between the village and the family. Of course, he didn't want to hurt either party. No wonder he wanted to use other gods to resolve the contradiction between the two sides later. It's just a pity. Later, it was single-handedly destroyed by Tuan Zhang, an unscrupulous old fox. Thinking of this, he unconsciously touched the spell mark on his forehead with his hand. Do you just need to care about the people you care about? I really envy you. Looking at the moment's action, Shui Shui sighed. If I had a choice, I would rather choose to be like you, born in a separate family, at least not sandwiched in the middle like now. Hearing this, he was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Uchiha Shui Shui would actually have such an idea. Also, Zaifei knows the joy of fish. People outside the besieged city want to come in, and people in the besieged city want to go out, maybe in the eyes of the water, like themselves. At least there are not too many worries and bonds on their bodies. It's not early. I should go back too. After a moment's trance, he got up and patted the dust on his body, and said to Shui Shui, it seems that you have more words than usual today. Are you going back? Shui Shui also retracted his thoughts, stood up and said to the moment with a smile, and the scarlet chakra eyes flashed with an inexplicable look, then see you next time. I'm glad to have you as a friend, friends. Looking at Shui Shui's honest eyes, he smiled instantly, turned away, and waved his hand, then goodbye. Also, you have to be careful about this person, Tuan Zhang. Hearing what Shiene said, Shi Shui was stunned, a little didn't understand why Shiene suddenly said this, just wanted to ask something, but found that Shiene's back was long gone. Next time, I don't know if I will have a chance to see you again. Uchiha stopped the water. I thought silently along the way. Soon Uchiha staged a coup d'etat, and he was about to be exterminated by the Konoha high level and Uchiha Itake, and himself. In an instant, I touched the spell mark on my forehead, and I didn't know how long I would stay. Spring and autumn come and go, and after a cold winter, more than a year passes quickly. In addition to letting the shadow doppelganger go on duty at the ninja hospital and practice uninterruptedly every day, the rest of the time is occasionally going out for leisure and entertainment with the two girls Xian and Suzun, and the relationship with Xian has gradually warmed up, but neither of them has yet broken the veil. Since the last dispute, the 3 generations there, in an instant, rarely go in this year, but sometimes go there to hand over the task, and no one mentioned the last time when the two had a tacit understanding. Wet-boned forest. Ding! The system detects that the host Konoha whirlwind has reached the bottleneck and successfully breaks the boundary, congratulating the host for obtaining the ascending dragon strike. Ding! The system detects that the host's gossip mountain breaking attack has reached the bottleneck, and the boundary is successfully broken. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the divine airstrike. Ding! The system detects that the host Bagwazang Huoshin has reached the bottleneck and successfully broke the boundary. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Bagwazang Vacuum Huoshin. In this year, the chakra and frozen fruit abilities of the moment have not reached the critical point for the time being, but these 3 body techniques have broken through to a higher level. After the Konoha whirlwind of the Just Fist flow reached the bottleneck, it evolved into the Ascending Dragon Strike according to the subconscious idea of the moment, and the powerful kick kicked out a dragon-shaped chi in the air, and the power was upgraded several notches, and the name of the Ascending Dragon Strike was also given by the subconscious of the moment. With a powerful kick, the air is compressed first and then diffused in one breath. The shape of the air cannon is like a dragon. If the immortal mode is turned on in an instant, the power can even be comparable to the day tiger that opened the 7 doors in the original book. If according to the expectations of the moment, there is a chance to evolve to the next stage in the future, it is the Doomsday Ascending Dragon Strike, and if you use it with all your strength, you don't know if you can reach the power of Yekai. Bagua Mountain Breaking Strike evolved into a Divine Air Strike, and if it evolves to the next stage, it will become the ultimate physical technique of Datumu Kagaya 80 God Air Strike, Blood Succession Snare Level Physical Technique. The power is naturally self-evident, absolutely devastating. And Bagwazang Huoshin, after reaching the bottleneck of breakthrough, also evolved into Bagwazang Vacuum Huoshin according to the subconscious of the moment, and the whole body released chakra to rotate at high speed, forming a vacuum wall on the surface, and the defense power was several times that of Huoshin. Finally, there is the Immortal Mode, which finally became a succession and reached the most perfect stage under the hard work of dozens of shadow doppelgangers day and night. Immortal Mode. In an instant, an invisible aura emanated from his body, and a huge immortal chakra quickly formed in his body, but the difference was that there was no trace of the immortal face on his face, as if nothing had happened, but there was an extremely gorgeous white imperial god robe on his body. The royal god robe with a black edge on a white background is worn on the body of the moment, and the long black hair is windless and automatic. At first glance, it seems that the gods are under the ordinary, and then it looks like a mortal soaring, which is simply breathtaking. This looks too handsome. Looked at the white imperial god robe that had been conjured out of thin air on his body in surprise, and muttered in an instant. When he used to look at Hokage, he wondered why Naruto Kaijin mode, 9 tails mode and 6 paths mode would conjure a suit out of thin air, but he didn't expect that this kind of thing would happen to him today. Immortal Law Water Attack Heavy Rain. The hand quickly formed a seal, took a deep breath and mobilized the immortal chakra in the body, slightly opened his mouth, a thick high-speed water stream shot into the air rapidly, and suddenly a dense water needle continued to fall in the air, covering a range of about 50 meters in the clearing, and each water needle smashed the ground out of a deep pit larger than a fist. It's an exaggeration, the power of ninjutsu has probably been increased by 3 times. After seeing this power, I thought with some shock, and then tried the physical technique. Ascending Dragon Strike. Dozens of fallen towering stalagmites raised the dust in the sky, and looked at their bodies blankly for a moment. This kind of power, physical skills have almost been increased tenfold. Even when Akai opened the 7 doors in his heyday, he had the confidence to teach him to be a man every minute by his physical skills alone. And the most terrifying thing is that the perfect immortal mode can be turned on instantly, and then until his immortal chakra is consumed, that is to say, compared to the staying power, he can completely throw out the 8 doors of Dunjia a few streets. The reason why he didn't cultivate the 8-gate Dunjia in an instant was firstly because he didn't get a cultivation method, and second, the damage to the body of the 8-gate Dunjia was too great, and it was a forbidden technique that overdrew his life. Although the immortal mode's increase in physical skills can never reach the same level as the 8-door full opening, that is, the 8-door Dunjia array, victory is victorious in safety and durability, and it has an all-round bonus to ninjutsu, physical illusion, and perception. And the immortal mode also has a feature, that is, compared with ordinary chakra, people who use ordinary chakra will become more and more tired, and when using fairy chakra, people will become more and more spiritual, which is simply the only way to cheat. Immortal mode is worthy of being a plugin specially opened for the protagonist Naruto. Seeing the power of immortal mode, he nodded with satisfaction in an instant. In the original work, the protagonist Naruto can instantly increase his strength from a little rookie who is nothing by cultivating an incomplete immortal mode, and once able to resist the 6 pain, and the immortal mode is indeed extraordinary. Stinky boy, you ruined our wet-boned forest again. An angry voice came from behind, and in an instant his body froze, and when he turned around, he saw the slugs rushing over in anger. I'm sorry, Lord Slug. Next time I'll come back to make amends to you. I still have to go beforehand. In an instant, the immortal mode was lifted, and he pressed his hand to the ground with a bite of his finger, and the spell extended on the ground, and he directly turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared in place. This stinky boy, I really don't know if it's right or wrong to bring him to the wet-bone forest. After seeing the moment disappear, the slug standing in place muttered, I can't imagine that he has cultivated into a perfect immortal pattern that no one has been able to cultivate for thousands of years. Boom. After a puff of smoke, he suddenly appeared in the Hyaga clan's own room. Almost ready. It's time to go to Tenzo and get the scroll to lift the spell seal. Looking at the sky outside the window, the birds flew, and the sharp gaze seemed to pierce the entire sky. Hokage Office Building. In one office, the 3 generations, Danzo, Koharu, Mito Minion, and 4 Konoha high-ranking officials are discussing the contents of the meeting. Ape Fly. In the past year, the ninja mortality rate in Konoha Ninja Hospital has actually been 0. Xiaochun was flipping through a piece of data in his hand, and his old lips trembled slightly. Yes, and this information shows that the death rate of Konoha's ninjas in the course of their missions has also decreased by nearly 60 percentage points compared to previous years, which is really surprising data. Another Konoha elder, Mito Minion, also stared at the data report in his hand and marveled. The third generation shook the pipe in his hand, poured all the ashes inside into the ashtray on the table, and said with a smile, "This is all the data of the kid in Hinata, who became the head of the medical shift last year. Moreover, the medical talisman he developed last year is indeed a major achievement that can change the current configuration pattern of the ninja team and the ninja world." Danzo, who was sitting on the very side, also said coldly, thinking that last year's moment was actually renewed, and even the two subordinates he sent over were killed. His face couldn't help but sink. "Since you are a talent that cannot be used by me, then don't blame me for destroying you with my own hands, or it's better than you running to help Ape Fei." Thinking of this, Tuanzang couldn't help but clench the crutches in his hand. The medical talisman is also one of the biggest gains and achievements of Moment in the past year, which is a portable medical ninja device that Instant spent half a year developing. The same principle as the detonation charm, through a special technique to instantly inject its own palm cactus into the talisman medical chakra, although the medical effect is not as good as the palm cactus, but the advantage is that it can be carried around, as long as the ninja is injured when performing tasks outside. Immediately take out the medical talisman developed and equipped at the moment, paste it on the body, and immediately achieve the effect of rapid healing. Through this medical talisman, the casualty rate of ninjas who went out on missions in Konoha plummeted during the year, and the contribution to the village was undoubtedly huge. In layman's terms, one more ninja survives on our side, the more our overall combat strength will be. One more task for our side, one less task for the enemy, and the help to the overall strength of a village is undoubtedly immeasurable. Moreover, everyone in the ninja squad can be equipped with this convenient medical talisman. In addition to greatly reducing the casualty rate, it can also reduce the configuration of the team's medical ninja and increase the configuration of the main ninja, which is also a huge improvement in the overall strength of the ninja squad and the ability to complete the task. It's no wonder that Danzo would evaluate it like this. Indeed, with this medical talisman, in the general 4-person ninja squad, this medical talisman is equivalent to an invisible fifth ninja, an extra medical ninja. The three generations rarely agreed with Tuanzang's point of view, nodded with deep understanding. None of the people present were fools, and everyone could see the great value behind this medical talisman. This Hinata is indeed a rare genius, although it caused us a big trouble last year, but overall, it still brings us immeasurable value. Kohara next to him shook the wrinkles on his face, and his gaze turned to the three generations. "So the purpose of you summoning us here today is..." The three generations took a deep breath of their cigarette and pondered for a while, before finally speaking. "I want to include Hinata in the list of candidates for Hokage." "What? Absolutely not." Hearing the words of the three generations, the other three people present were shocked in their hearts, and Tuanzang directly objected. "That kid is too young, how can he be a candidate for Hokage? Age is not a problem, and it is not right away to make him a Hokage, so it is a candidate." Listening to Danzo's objections, the third generation continued to say lightly, "Well, Sarutobi's consideration is not unreasonable." Mito Minion on the side seemed to have an agreeing opinion. "In terms of mind and strength, this kid is indeed qualified. In terms of identity, he is Tsunade's disciple. In terms of merit, he is the biggest contributor in the last war with Yunin, and his role as the leader of the medical squad and the development of this medical talisman have indeed brought great benefits to Konoha. But don't forget that he's Hinata's splitter." Danzo said coldly on the side, reminding everyone present, "Do you think that the position of Hokage can be handed over to a split family controlled by Hinata?" After listening to Tuanzang, the other three people present also seemed to calm down, and the field fell into a moment of silence, and finally the three generations broke this silence. "The identity of the Hyuga family is not too much of a problem." The third generation put down the pipe in his hand, and a sharp light flashed in his old eyes. "I can use the identity of the Hokage to ask the Hyuga clan to lift the control of the spell seal on the Hyuga moment. I believe that with Hinata, they should still sell me this face." At this time, the other two Konoha high-ranking elders seemed to be persuaded by the statement of the third generation. "According to Ape Fei, it seems that it is still feasible to say so. It seems that it is time for Konoha to hand over to the young man as well." Tuanzang saw that the other two people also agreed, and suddenly became a little anxious. "If that's fine, that's it." Directly skipping Danzo's opinion, the three generations directly clapped and came to a decision. "Then I will immediately draw up the list of Hokage candidates and include Hinata in it." Seeing that the three of them had already decided on this motion, Tuanzang's face pulled up, and he directly flicked his sleeves and got up. "I hope you won't regret the decision you made in the future." After walking out of Naruto's office, Danzo's face was almost like it could drip water. Hokage's position had always been his coveted target, and Hinata was a ninja who could not be used by him, and it seemed that he could only use some extraordinary means. However, all this happened in the Hokage's office, and he didn't know it at all. He is now on a tree-lined path behind Konoha Ninja Hospital, the same path where Suzuki said goodbye to Sakura when he defected in the original book. "Here you are, Zien." Sitting on the seat next to the trail, I instantly felt the sound of the wind from behind, and said without turning my head, "You actually took the initiative to ask me out today. what do you want to do? Xian, who has always shown people with a cold and gorgeous image, is like a blind girl in love at this moment, with a hint of coquettishness in her tone. And she was supposed to be on duty today, but she was not wearing a dark dress, but a light-colored kimono, and it can be seen that she went home and dressed up. I called you out today, I have something I want to tell you. Seeing the dress that Xian specially dressed for herself today, she seemed to smile a little reluctantly. Ha, have something to tell me? Xian looked at Moment's serious expression, and seemed to be a little puzzled. When he was with her, Moment's expression rarely had such a serious expression. I'm leaving. Instantly stared at Xian's eyes and said softly, You're leaving? Where to go? Hearing the words of the Moment, Xian was stunned, and the sudden inexplicable words made her a little unresponsive, but seeing the serious expression of the Moment, she suddenly had a bad premonition in her heart. Are you going out on a mission again? It's okay, I can wait for you. Xian looked at the Moment and said with a smile. I mean leaving Konoha, probably in the way of defecting to a ninja. Looking at Xian's smiling face, he suddenly felt that he was cruel like this. Leave. Defection, repeating the two words given in an instant, Xian suddenly became excited. Are you crazy? Why is that? You're kidding, right? You are Shangnan, you are now the squad leader of Konoha's medical class, you still have such a broad future in Konoha. Xian suddenly laughed a little nervously, staring at his eyes with cold eyebrows, as if he wanted to find out the answer from them. So you must be joking with me, right? You calm down. Looking at Xian's performance, he suddenly felt some inexplicable pain in his heart. I will come back, I will definitely come back. It's just that it's probably a few years before anyone can stop me when I come back. But why are you doing this? Hearing that he would come back, Xian finally calmed down a little, but the tears in her eyes still seemed to be ready to fall at any time. On the one hand, it's because of the relationship between the spell mark on my forehead, and there are other reasons that I can't explain to you for the time being. Instantly pointed to the spell mark on Xian's forehead, and suddenly hugged her. In short, you believe me, I will definitely come back, okay? The moment she was hugged by the Moment, Xian's whole person suddenly froze, trembling hands also hugged the Moment, and tears finally couldn't help but fall. You must come back, you have to promise me. I promise you. Xian in her arms tightened her arms and whispered in her ear, moreover, when I return, let's have a formal relationship. All right? Xian in his arms trembled slightly, released his embrace, looked at the face of the Moment and said softly but loudly, then I will wait for you, you must come back. Gently wiped the tears from Xian's face, and instantly gently printed his lips on her forehead. At this moment, it seems to become an eternity. Root Organization Base. After saying goodbye to Xian and Suzun, he instantly recalled all the shadow doppelgangers and came to the door of the organization base in the woods alone. Slowly opened the hexagonal gate on the ground, revealing the dark passage inside, and the pitch-black hole looked like a monster that chose to eat people. What man? Seeing someone approaching the entrance of the organization's base, two ninjas of the Root Organization flashed directly out of the woods. Hinata, you go and tell Danzo that I came to the previous agreement. Seeing the ninjas of the two Root Organizations emerge, they said flatly in an instant. Please wait, I'll inform Danzo-sama. With that, a ninja dodged into the dimly lit aisle. After watching him enter, he and the other ninja stayed quietly in place, their faces expressionless, and they didn't know what they were thinking about in their indifferent eyes. After a while, the ninja who went in returned, and said politely to the Moment, please follow me. The ninja led the way in front, and after following him into the aisle in an instant, he passed through two long aisles, and dim wall lamps hung on the walls on both sides, pulling the shadows of the two people to the elder. There are a lot of ninjas. Along the way, I observed that every other distance, there would be two ninjas guarding the aisle, not counting the ninjas on the lower floors. Spiraling down the stairs one after another, crossing the vast half of the underground world, the ninja in front finally brought the Moment to Danzo, still the hall where he had been last time, still sitting on a huge stone chair. I didn't expect that you would take the initiative to come over today, what an honor. The gloomy laughter of Tuan Zhang came from the stone chair. Not long after returning from the Hokage office, he didn't expect that Shana would actually take the initiative to come and ask to see him. I'm here to fulfill my previous agreement. Ignoring Tuan Zhang's nonsense, he stood there and looked at him calmly and said, Oh, it seems that you are indeed a smart person, finally figured it out? When Tuan Zhang heard the words of the Moment, there was a light of anticipation in his eyes, and it was finally going to fall into his hand? As long as you master him, push him to the position of Hokage by the way, so that you can control Konoha more fully while staying behind the scenes. Remembering the content of the meeting discussed in Hokage's office before, Danzo couldn't help but think, I won't say more nonsense, where are the things? There was no time to pay attention to the thoughts in Tuan Zhang's heart, and he looked directly into his eyes and said, young people just don't have patience. Tuan Zhang smiled, waved his hand to summon a subordinate, and brought his head to his ear, go and get that thing, Instantly calm, his face raised an eyebrow, looked at Tuan Zhang with interest, and motioned for him to continue. Root is an underground organization. After organizing the language a little, Tenzo looked at the Moment and continued, Sarutobi is the Hokage, he must stand in front of everyone with that positive and powerful image, but this world has two sides, there is light and darkness, and with a Hokage like Sarutobi guarding Konoha in the front, there must be an organization like our root who sacrifices in secret. Only in this way can Konoha maintain a delicate balance and peace endure. So, listening to Tuanzang's tirade, he pretended to not understand it for a moment. So we are supporting the roots of the big tree of Konoha, and only with our efforts, the big tree of Konoha will grow luxuriantly, and we are secretly guarding the shadow of Konoha. So, can you understand? After that, Tuanzang stared at the expression on his face to see how he would react. If you haven't read the original book, I don't know what kind of unscrupulous and insidious character your Tuanzang is. Maybe today I will really be deceived by your rhetoric. Acts of secretly killing compatriots and persecuting and threatening the innocent can also be raised to the level of protecting Konoha by what he said. What a disgusting politician's face. Instantly, he sneered in his heart. There is also the Uchiha incident that will happen soon, and it is true that the Uchiha clan does have the idea of wanting to rebel, but Danzo has never thought of solving it in any other way. He wants to eliminate the Uchiha clan from the beginning, and from the beginning he is planning to get the power of the Sharingan. It is clear that in the original work, Uchiha Shisui can use his other heavenly gods to change the idea that the clansmen want to rebel, but he was blocked by Danzo's hand, and also conspired to deprive him of one of the Sharingan eyes that stopped the water, which directly led to the irretrievable extermination of the Uchiha clan later. Is this also for Konoha for peace? And the disgusting original Hokage cell on his body is also the result of countless evil human experiments in cooperation with the madman Orochimaru. After listening to Danzo's words, there was no fluctuation on his face for a moment, and he smiled faintly. I have never had much yearning for the bright and positive image of Naruto, and I can secretly protect my important things. I think this is the real ninja. Oh, it seems that your thoughts and mine's thoughts really coincide with my thoughts, surprisingly consistent. Seeing the performance of the moment, although I don't know if it is true or false, Tuanzang's face still showed a satisfied look. At your age, it is really very rare to be able to see through the essence of things like this. There have been many geniuses in the past, but they are all different from you. After all, young geniuses always yearn for light. Danzo's face seemed to have a trace of remembrance, and said in a regretful tone, just like the fourth generation of Hokage, he can't accept the practice of secretly guarding Konoha like us, so he chose to stand head-on in front of everyone like Sarutobi. Maybe it's because of this that he died so early, just when he was worried that he would soon vomit if he listened to it again. At this time, Danzo's subordinates finally returned, not only holding 2 scrolls in their hands, but also dozens of ninjas around them, and under the observation of the moment, they found that each of them was an elite ninja selected after cruel training. It seems that this old fox is still very defensive against me. Seeing this scene, I thought secretly in my heart, the things have already been taken. Taking the 2 scrolls handed over by his subordinates, Tuanzang's gaze fell on the face of the moment. So, are you ready to accept my spell in an instant? At this moment, the things that the 2 people of Shi and Tuanzang each wanted were close at hand, and it seemed to be within reach, and for a while, the breathing of the 2 people could not help but become rapid, and the scene fell silent. Can you let me check the scrolls first? Instantly calmed down and spoke, looking left and right at the ninjas of the root organization around him, as if signaling Danzo, there are so many people here, are you still afraid that I will run away? I don't want anything to go wrong. Seeing the performance of the moment, Tuanzang stared at the moment's every move, repel the 8-tailed human pillar force and kill the 4th generation of water shadows. I don't underestimate your power. Sure enough, there is still no way to make this old fox let his guard down. Alas! Seeing Danzo's vigilant movements, as well as a circle of ninjas on the side, he couldn't help sighing for a moment. It seems that today I can only take it myself. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the entire hall suddenly changed, and dozens of ninjas around suddenly flashed in front of the group hideout, blocking any angle that might attack the group hiding in an instant. It's a shame. The pleasant exchange can only go so far. Tuanzang, who was guarded by his subordinates, slowly lifted the bandage of his right hand. It seems that you are not ready to obediently trade according to our agreement. Today you actually took the initiative to send it to the door. I am very happy. Unlocking the scroll of the Hyuga family spell seal, I will definitely give it to you. However, that is after controlling you. With that, Tuanzang finally revealed his pale right hand, which was also inlaid with 2 scarlet chakra eyes. The cells of the original Hokage. Could it be that the Great Snake Pill had already handed over this research result to him? Seeing Tuanzang's exposed right arm, he was shocked in an instant. Sharingan. What surprised him even more was the 2 Sharinans in his hand. At this time, the Uchiha annihilation plan had not yet begun. Where did he get the 2 Sharinans? Where did you get the Sharingan? Momentarily asked with some surprise. It seems that you are shocked. Taking in the expression of surprise in the moment, Danzo seemed to show an expression of victory. It doesn't hurt to tell you. This is the old man's teammate when he was young. Uchiha Kagamai's eyes. Uchiha Kagamai should be Uchiha's grandfather, the 3 generations of Hokage and Danzo their young friends, the Uchiha clan who carries out the will of fire. So that's the case, even the eyes of your companions have to be touched. Hearing Danzo's explanation, he was instantly relieved, and then said with some mockery, is this what you call secretly guarding Konoha? It's disgusting. I wonder if the Uchiha mirror has opened the kaleidoscope chakra eye. Seeing that he installed the Sharingan eye on his arm, it should be no. His mouth mercilessly mocked Tuanzang, but his heart was rapidly analyzing the situation in front of him. Until now, I won't fight with you more. Hearing the mockery and the tone of the moment, Tuanzang did not have the slightest expression of anger on his face. He had been pressed under the bottom by the 3 generations, and years of forbearance had already worn away these superfluous emotions for him, but instead looked at the moment with his eyes unabashedly revealing the brilliance of possession and desire. Anyway, after today, you will become the most powerful tool in my hands. As soon as Tuanzang's words fell, the dozens of ninjas of the root organization guarding him immediately took out the weapons in their hands and prepared for action. Do you think hiding behind these wastes is useful? In an instant, he stood indifferently alone, and his tone was relaxed, as if what he was facing was not dozens of well-trained and murderous root organization ninjas, but dozens of puppets that could not speak. As he spoke, a powerful air flow burst out from the body of the moment, and in the blink of an eye, there was an extremely gorgeous white imperial god robe on the body in an instant, and it turned out to directly open the perfect immortal mode. This feeling, is it immortal mode? Tuanzang is worthy of his rich experience. From Zai Liya and Bofeng Shimen, he has seen the immortal model, and after a period of research, he also has a certain understanding. I can't imagine that you actually learned this trick. Seeing the gorgeous coat on his body in an instant, and the powerful momentum that was inadvertently revealed, Tuanzang had a faint bad premonition in his heart, and always felt that the immortal pattern in front of him seemed to be a little different from what he knew, but he couldn't say it. It seems that you know a lot. Feeling the powerful power in his body and the surging immortal chakra in his body, he was not worried that Tenzo would have room to resist for a moment, and indifferently looked at the more and more ninjas of the root organization gathered in front of him. No matter how much resistance you make, it's futile, or obediently come and be my tool. Although he saw that the momentum displayed on his body was very amazing, Tuanzang looked at the more and more subordinates gathered around, but he was not too worried. Even if 2 shadow-level powerhouses came over, relying on so many subordinates he could subdue them one by one. Are you relying on these ants gathered around you? In an instant, he also realized that the more he dragged on, the more unfavorable it would be, and he quickly began to seal his hands. It's the seal of Shui Duan. Everyone get ready. It is worthy of being an old fox who has participated in countless battles, and he actually detected at a glance the ninjutsu that was about to be released in an instant from the rapid sealing speed on his hand. Immortal Law Water Break. In an instant, he took a deep breath, and when he opened his mouth, a slender stream of high-pressure water shot out rapidly, and the high-pressure water column between the electric flints had swept in front of them. Tudun Tuliu Wall. After the command of Tuanzang, 6 or 7 well-trained earth dunas under his command directly formed hand seals and released layers of earth walls that quickly rose from the ground together, and now that everyone is in the root organization base underground, it is more advantageous to release earth dun. However, to everyone's surprise, with a series of screams, the slender water column that spewed out in an instant actually cut the earth dun released by the 6 or 7 ninjas like tofu, cutting the 10 or so ninjas behind who could not dodge into 2 pieces. The remnants did not abate, and the long water column directly cut the entire root organization building laterally, almost cutting the entire base in half. How is it possible? The remaining ninjas who escaped were shocked. Why was it that so many earth ninjutsu that restrained Shui Dun were suddenly broken by him? It seems that you still don't know much about the characteristics of immortal arts. Ignoring their surprised expressions, he mocked indifferently in an instant. Do you think you can stop me with this group of waste? Wind escape, vacuum ripple. Taking advantage of the moment to speak, the experienced Tuanzang seized the opportunity and immediately formed a seal under the cover of a group of subordinates, and a series of wind blades that cut through the air slashed sharply towards the moment. The ninja present only saw that he did not dodge for a moment, and let the wind blade released by the group slash on his body. Except for a little ice chips, he did not suffer any damage in the moment, and even the clothes on his body were intact. Nanny! At this moment, not only all the ninjas present, but even Danzo, who was hiding behind the crowd, was shocked, unharmed. I'll clean you up after I kill this garbage. In an instant, he did not intend to give them a chance to react, and his figure flashed directly, and suddenly disappeared in place. Bang! 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 When everyone spotted Moment's figure again, Instant had already killed more than a dozen ninjas in their crowd. Too fast. Under the increase of the physical skills of the immortal mode, no one can capture his movements, but every move in an instant, several ninjas will be blasted out. In addition to the bones on the body shattered, the internal organs are also shattered, fell to the ground and never got up again. Ascending Dragon Strike. When a light sound came out, no one could see the action of the moment clearly, but suddenly a huge dragon-shaped wind, like a powerful air cannon, roared in the air and directly blasted out a dozen ninjas. This kind of physical skill, how could anyone have such a power? Tuanzang muttered in disbelief as he looked at everything in front of him, and the physical skills of the moment seemed to have exceeded Tuanzang's cognition. In a blink of an eye, seeing the elite ninjas under his command constantly dying in an instant, Danzo's heart seemed to be cut by a knife. You must know that these ninjas are not big cabbages, and they are all elites of the middle ninja and special upper ninja level when they are put outside, and each of them has been cultivated by him for many years. Master Tenzo, let's come. At this time, a ninja with a half-section mask on his face next to Danzo stood up, and his figure turned out to be about the same age as the moment. The technique of taking the root happens to be the nemesis of the physical technique, but Hineda's speed is too fast, and my heart-turning technique can't aim at him, said another long-haired ninja with orange hair beside Danzo. It was the mountain stroke that the ninja school had been in the same class as Shona, and he was absorbed into the root organization by Danzo as soon as he graduated from the ninja school. Then let me on, Wind, you are next to assist me. The boy wearing a half-section mask on his face bit the black gloves on his two hands with his teeth, and after taking them off, he saw that his two hands were suddenly covered with a layer of dark purple substance. Not only that, but his neck and face, and his whole body were covered with this substance. The oil girl takes the root, while frantically slaughtering the ninjas under Danzo with physical skills. He kept paying attention to every move on Danzo's side with a 360-degree perspective of his white eyes. Does the oil woman of the oil woman take the root and the mountain stroke of the mountain family? Seeing the two young ninjas standing up beside Danzo, he instantly recognized their identities. In particular, the nano-level poisonous insect covered by the oil woman's root phosphorus worm suddenly aroused the vigilance of the moment. Although his medical ninjutsu was already comparable to Tsunade, but he would not want to try that kind of thing easily. Once it was glued to a point, it was completely possible to be directly fatal. Ice Emperor Dragon. In an instant, a punch was punched, and a domineering ice-cold force quickly erupted, and the freezing power quickly condensed a frost dragon in the air, and after a roar, it swallowed it towards Tuanzang. Not good. Protect Danzo-sama. Seeing the frost dragon rushing towards him, before he touched himself, the mountain wind and the oil girl Taichin already felt that their breath was stagnant, and they immediately dodged to block the group hiding. Boom! However, the speed of the frost dragon was too fast, and the mountain wind and the oil girl who were trying to block in front of Tuanzang only felt that their bodies were cold, and half of their bodies had been frozen into ice cubes. Seeing that the target of the frost dragon's attack was himself, Tuanzang, who had no time to dodge, immediately pulled directly over a subordinate next to him and blocked in front of him. The ninja who was pulled by Danzo to block the shield was instantly hit by the frost dragon and frozen into an ice sculpture and shattered on the ground. Seeing this, Tuanzang quickly retreated to the side, avoiding the remaining freezing power of the frost dragon, and the undiminished freezing power hit the stone chair and conference table where he was sitting just now, freezing into a huge ice block in an instant. This guy actually made a meat shield with his subordinates. Seeing this scene, I couldn't help but chill my eyes. Oh, that's what you call guarding Konoha, isn't it? In an instant, he stopped the movement of his hand, and looked at the group of ninjas who regarded the front of the group's hiding body, with a mockery on his face, using the lives of his subordinates as a shield like this. It's nothing. In the face of the momentary taunt, Danzo looked expressionlessly at a group of ninjas guarding around him. All the sacrifices they made to protect this piece are worth it. They are all unsung heroes in Konoha's shadows. There must be a limit to high sounding. Hearing Tuanzang's shameless words, he smiled angrily. Since they are here to protect Konoha and protect peace, then why don't you die? Why don't you want to be this unsung hero? Whatever you say, because I am the leader of the Roots, I am the one who has the potential to change Konoha and change the ninja world, so their sacrifices are worthwhile. Danzo did not get angry in the slightest, but continued to hide behind the group of subordinates, and said to the moment. The group of ninjas in front of them seemed to be like numb machines and tools. As long as Tenzo gives an order, even if Tenzo makes them commit suicide immediately, it is estimated that they will definitely not frown. For a moment, he couldn't help but look at the people of the organization in front of him, including Tuanzang. And now he finally understood the highest state of brainwashing, not just brainwashing others, but brainwashing himself first. I admit, although I have made a high enough evaluation of you, I find that I still underestimate your strength, Tuanzang said while staring at the moment with some solemnity, as if he had made a difficult decision. Physical skills that break common sense, ninjutsu with amazing power, and even super first-class medical ninjutsu, and that powerful eye-stunning ability. I have to say that you have grown into a powerful existence that cannot be controlled by any force. Speaking of this, Danzo paused, and a fierce murderous intent erupted in his eyes. Since I can't get you, in order not to let you become an obstacle to my control of Konoha, it seems that I can only kill you. Kill me. I really don't know where you get your confidence, with this waste? Or with that you who hid behind these wastes? Hearing Tuanzang say that he wanted to kill himself, he couldn't help but laugh for a moment. So far his subordinates had been killed by himself, and he didn't even hurt a single hair, and the only thing that threatened him was the suicidal sealing technique, the Ri4 elephant seal. Wait a minute, Ri4 elephant seal? In an instant, he seemed to suddenly think of something, and noticed the actions of dozens of ninjas of the Root organization in front of him, and his face finally changed. Because he saw dozens of ninjas in front of him, he began to gradually take off his clothes, revealing the 4 elephant spell marks carved on his body. You don't want to, said in a deep voice with a somewhat heavy face. He couldn't imagine that Danzo had hidden such a killer move against himself. Dozens of ninjas suicide launched the 4 elephant seal, and it was really difficult for him to predict what would happen. I didn't expect you to know this technique. Danzo was a little surprised when he saw that he seemed to recognize this sealing technique, but he quickly calmed down. But it's all over. So many people launched the Ri4 elephant seal together, even the original Hokage and Uchiha regeneration will not escape death. the speed of instant's growth and the power displayed have already made Danzo feel a serious threat, since Moment's side will not be on his side, that Danzo must kill Momenta today, and it is absolutely impossible to give Moment's chance to become a Hokage in the future, or stand on the side of the third generation. Taking a few steps back, Danzo issued instructions to dozens of ninjas under his command in a deep voice, "Up! Kill him!" Hearing Tenzo's instructions, dozens of ninjas around immediately performed the teleportation technique, and the mobs rushed directly towards the Moment like a fire, so as to launch the 4-elephant seal and kill with one blow as soon as they got closer. Seeing the dozens of ninjas scattered around him, densely pasting towards him, seeing that they were about to launch the 4-elephant seal, under the certain death, a mocking smile appeared on his face in an instant. Capturing this smile on his face at that moment, Tuanzang suddenly felt a strong crisis in his heart for some reason. Having experienced countless life and death battles in his life, he relied on this biological instinct to perceive danger, and he didn't know how many times he had recovered his life, and almost subconsciously, a chakra eye on Tuanzang's hand began to turn. Moko bol matmo. Facing the ninja who was about to die with him in the sky, the corners of his mouth only raised slightly, and he gently spit out 5 words. Suddenly, the temperature in the air suddenly changed, and a freezing force that could not be described in words suddenly erupted from the instantly freezing the entire hall. With the Moment as the center, the surrounding space and time were actually frozen by this powerful freezing force. Seeing that except for himself, all the people in the entire hall stopped there, still maintaining their previous expressions and postures. Looking at the dozens of ninjas who were pausing in mid-air, he smiled awe-inspiringly, and a chakra scalpel of nearly 20 meters erupted in his hand, and quickly swung several knives on them. After that, the footsteps did not stop, and he appeared next to Tuanzang directly, and the chakra scalpel wiped his neck, and then reached out from the arms of his clothes, and suddenly took out a scroll. After doing all this in a second, the freezing power in the surrounding time and space dissipated, and time suddenly began to resume its passage, and dozens of ninjas and Danzo who jumped up in mid-air to attack and kill in mid-air fell directly to the ground. Hey, the consumption is really not small. Instantly sensing the immortal chakra that had almost consumed half of his body, he couldn't help but smile bitterly on his face. Makoba Tamo is a moment reference chop. The move developed by Esdras in the world of the Crimson Pupil bursts out with the strongest freezing power, freezing the entire time and space around the body at an absolute zero temperature. In this time and space, only Moment himself can move freely, which is one of the ultimate moves that can only be launched after opening the immortal mode at Moment. The Moment can only be used once a day, although he can only freeze time and space for a second or two now, but 1 or 2 seconds is enough time for him to do a lot of things. What happened? Danzo-sama. After the time-space freeze was lifted, I saw dozens of companions around them, as well as their Danzo-sama, all fell to the ground, and the remaining ninjas of the Root organization screamed in disbelief and looked at everything that happened in front of them. After all, the time and space around them just now were frozen in an instant, and everyone's thought activities except for the Moment also stopped at that moment. In their consciousness, they just saw dozens of companions jumping up to kill the Moment, and when they were about to launch the 4-elephant seal, the Moment suddenly disappeared, and then in the blink of an eye, all the companions fell, and even Lord Tuanzang fell to the ground. Ignoring the ninjas who had fallen to the ground around them, they couldn't help but laugh wildly as they stood in front of Danzo's corpse, looking at the scroll in their hands. He had been waiting for this moment for too long, and since he had crossed into this world until now, the matter of the caged bird spell mark had always been like a sharp sword hanging above his head, grabbing his heart all the time. From now on, he finally got this scroll to unlock the caged bird spell seal. As soon as he unlocked the spell seal, he was an eagle soaring into the sky, and he no longer had to worry about being restrained by anyone. Seeing the ninjas around him taking pictures of his divine power, they all gathered around Danzo's corpse and did not dare to move, and in an instant he smiled contemptuously, and slowly opened the scroll in his hand. The scroll was indeed real, and after carefully reading the contents of the scroll, he clearly understood the method of opening the spell seal, immediately bit his finger to paint his own blood on the scroll, and then his hands began to seal the seal. Zi, Yin, Wu, Shen, Dun, Yu. Solution. After more than a dozen complicated handprints came down, he drank lightly, and suddenly felt like a breeze blowing in his mind, as if a stain that had been deposited in his brain was gradually erased, and even the ability of the white eyes was enhanced to a certain extent, and the original vision of only 359 degrees around was finally completed into a real sense of 360 degrees without dead ends. Moment gently took off the forehead protector on the head, removed the white bandage, and everyone present only saw the swastika mark on the forehead of the Moment, gradually fading until it disappeared, revealing the originally white and smooth forehead of the Moment. At the same time, the Hyuga clan mansion. The patriarch of the sect, who was sitting in the meditation room with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and said in horror, "Someone has actually unlocked Hineda's spell seal. Come man, go and gather the clan ninja now. Someone has unlocked the spell of separation. Catch him at all costs." Elder Hineda shouted sharply. Someone had unlocked the spell that Hyuga had passed down for thousands of years, and he immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. This means, the system of splitting the Hyuga clan, which has been passed down for thousands of years, has been seriously threatened. Ha. In an instant, he laughed wildly again. His expression was even a little crazy. No one knew how long he had waited for this moment, and no one knew how much he longed for this true freedom now. From this moment on, he will never be shackled again, he will no longer be a caged bird subject to people, and he has broken the cage of the fate of the Hyuga family. Since then, the sky is high and birds fly, the sea is wide with fish leaping, and the trapped dragon ascends to the sky. I can't imagine that you still unlocked the spell seal. At this moment, Tuanzang's voice actually sounded again, and everyone looked back and found that the body of Tuanzang on the ground had disappeared somehow. Danzo-sama, are you alright? Looking at Danzo who suddenly appeared next to him, the remaining ninjas of the root organization on the field exclaimed one after another. Ha! Izanagi, seeing Danzo suddenly reappearing, although he was a little surprised for a moment, he was not surprised, and his head did not turn back and said indifferently, the Uchiha clan sacrifice light in exchange for the ultimate pupil technique of freely manipulating illusion and reality in a short period of time, which can turn the reality that is unfavorable to them into a dream, and can also turn the attack that is beneficial to themselves into reality. I can't imagine that you even know Izanagi? It seems that Uchiha Itaki and Uchiha Shisui told you. Hearing that he knew Izanagi, the ultimate pupil technique of the Uchiha clan, Danzo was a little surprised, and looking at the Sharingan eye that had been closed on his hand, his face began to become ugly. What just happened? Is it time and space ninjutsu? Danzo thought of the Moko Bowl Tima that had been cast just now, and he couldn't help but feel deep jealousy in his heart. The ability to instantly kill dozens of ninjas, including himself, made him feel the fear of death. If it weren't for the fact that he opened his Izanagi according to his instinct to perceive danger just now, presumably he would have become a real corpse by now. Danzo thought about it. No, it's not time and space ninjutsu, which can instantly kill dozens of ninjas, including me, and even take the scroll directly from me, this ability. It should still be above the time and space ninjutsu, which is an unknown taboo ability. Sure enough, you are an extremely dangerous character. Tuanzang looked vigilantly at the moment when he stood proudly in the field, his eyes constantly trembling. The ability to kill him instantaneously just now, but he couldn't even react, and he couldn't be sure if he could use it again now. You guys keep going. Kill him at any cost. Danzo said decisively to the remaining ninjas in the field, and he turned back for a moment and fled outside. After the battle just now, the taboo means have emerged one after another, and the strength has completely exceeded his budget, and the Danzo, who escaped death by sacrificing a chakra eye to launch his Izanagi, no longer has the confidence to win this victory. Oh, let his subordinates come up and send them to death, but they are greedy and afraid of death and escape. Seeing Tuanzang's actions, he smiled disdainfully, and just wanted to go up to chase and kill him, but the remaining root organization ninjas received Tuanzang's order, and directly rushed up without fear of death, holding the idea of dying together only to attack but not defend, but successfully dragged the footsteps of the moment for a moment. Rumble! 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 Senfa Spiral Shuriken. In an instant, he kicked away several ninjas who lit the detonation charm on their bodies and rushed up to fight with his close body technique, and then quickly condensed a huge spiral shuriken in his hand, directly killing all the remaining ninjas on the field. Is this the root? Looking at the ninjas around him who were constantly trying to attack themselves without fear of death, he found that he couldn't understand it at all. Danzo's performance is undoubtedly to treat them as tools that can be sacrificed and abandoned at any time, but these ninjas still seem to have no thoughts. Could it be that Gen's brainwashing was so successful? Hiding in the dark every day and doing some shady things, did they really agree with Danzo's claim of becoming the shadow that guards Konoha? The moment was puzzled, but the movement of the hand did not stop at all. No matter what thoughts and burdens these ninjas had, as long as they blocked in front of him, it could only be death. As if destroying the decay, but with a few breaths, the remaining root organization ninja on the field had been solved in an instant, looked at the direction when Danzo fled, and quickened his pace to follow. When I was about to reach the exit of the root organization base, the white eyes of the moment suddenly observed that the two sides of the exit passage were already covered with hundreds of explosive charms, and the corners of his mouth raised an arc of disdain, laying traps here, blocking my steps on the one hand, trying to kill me on the other hand, really naive. Facing the hundreds of explosive charms at the mouth of the passage, he did not dodge in an instant, but accelerated his speed and rushed directly up. Boom boom. Hundreds of detonation charms detonated at the same time, and the sound of sky-shaking explosions continued to be heard, and the entrance of the passage of the root organization base quickly collapsed, stirring up a pervasive smoke. What an out-and-out scum. In the dust, a figure slowly walked out. For the slightest chance that might kill me and I can escape, I didn't hesitate to bury alive so many surviving subordinates in my base. I saw that the moment he walked out of the dust, the ice on his body faded and gradually returned to his original body, and the temperature generated by the explosion of the detonation charm could not cause any damage to his elementalization. But in an instant, his eyes froze, and he found that there were more than 100 ninjas gathered around the woods, and under the observation of white eyes, he found that more ninjas were rushing towards this side. Did you go to move the soldiers? He snorted coldly. He knew that through the signal of the group and the huge explosion just now, countless ninjas in Konoha had been attracted to rush here. Several kuwu broke the void sounded, and in the open space behind the huge Konohayan rock, it stopped at a rapid speed. 3 generations of old men. The moment he stopped, he looked at the few kunao pieces stuck on the ground under his feet, and the old man who appeared in front of him, and the group of Konoha ninjas he brought. Instant, the 3 generations stood in front of the moment. At this time he was dressed in battle, his eyes flashed with incomparably complex colors, there was shock, sadness, and loss. Danzo said that you stole the Hyuga clan spell scroll, unlocked the spell seal privately, and attacked the Konoha elder for no reason, killing more than 100 Konoha ninjas. Did he say that? Instantly, he chuckled, and a pair of white eyes looked at the group of Konoha ninjas brought by the 3 generations without scruples, including upper shinobi, middle shinobi, and lower shinobi. If you count the large group of ninjas who are arriving along the way, then almost half of Konoha's ninjas will gather here. Tell me, is this true? The 3rd generation said in a deep voice, and suddenly he noticed the smooth forehead in an instant, and the spell mark representing the identity of Hineda's separation had disappeared. You actually unlocked the spell mark of Hineda's separation. Hearing this, he caressed his forehead, and smiled shallowly. You said this. This is a gift from Tenzo, the content of the transaction between him and me. Looking at the indifferent smile on his face in an instant, the 3rd generation suddenly felt that he never seemed to have really seen the teenager in front of him, and said in a deep voice, Deal? What's the deal between you? Well, quite simply, he wanted me to do things for him and remove all obstacles to him sitting in Hokage's position, and in return, he unlocked the scroll of Hineda's spell for me, and that's it. He said lightly, and even looked at the group of Konoha ninjas around him with interest, as if looking at something interesting. It's just, I have no interest in doing things under a sinister and unscrupulous old fox who will do anything to achieve his ends, so I snatched his scroll, and this is how things roughly developed. In an instant, staring at the faces of the 3 generations of old people, he said flatly, no one knew what he was thinking in his heart at this moment. Danzo, listening to the words of the moment, the 3 generations gently chanted the name of the group, about everything that the Danzo did in secret, although the 3 generations could not be said to know everything, but at least they knew a little about it, thinking that it was his childhood companion and his starting point was also for Konoha's sake. The 3 generations had always indulged his behavior, but I didn't expect today. Oh, another protagonist of this matter has arrived today. Suddenly a little funny shouted, his white eyes had already seen that Danzo behind him also arrived here with a group of ninjas. Hineda moment. You have committed an indelible crime. Don't you tie up right away? After arriving, the moment he saw being surrounded by Konoha ninjas, Danzo immediately shouted loudly, tied up? I've always been empty-handed. Hearing Tuan Zhang's words, he smiled instantly, turned to Tuan Zhang and spread his hands, shrugged. Hineda, what's going on? At this time, the other 2 high-ranking members of Konoha, Koharu and Mizuto Minion, also arrived here, followed by a large group of ninjas of the Hyuga clan. Hineda moment. Sure enough, it's you. You actually broke Hineda's spell without permission. Elder Hineda, who led the Hyuga clan ninja, was the first to shout. In an instant, do you know what you're doing? How can you have a way to unlock the spell seal? Hineda Hayashi also looked at the moment in shock and said eagerly, haha, instantly laughed and stroked his forehead, looking at Elder Hyuga and Hineda Hayashi in front of him and said, I remember I once told you that the clan separation system of the Hyuga clan is a foolish and backward existence, and it is just an excuse for the clan to want to enslave the division a long time ago. Oh yes, the method of unlocking the spell seal was given to me by Tenzo. After listening to the words of the moment, who couldn't refute him, Hineda Hayashi directly turned his head and questioned Danzo. Danzo-sama, please explain why you have a way to unlock the spell mark of the Hyuga clan on your hands. This, in the face of Hineda Hayashi's question, Danzo was speechless for a while, and he hadn't thought of how to explain why he had a way to unlock the Hyuga clan's spell in his hand. Seeing Danzo's hesitant look, the ninjas of all the large and small families present couldn't help but feel at their own peril, and immediately realized the purpose of Danzo wanting to infiltrate the various families of Konoha, and suddenly the eyes looking at Danzo began to become unkind. No matter what, Hineda killed more than 100 Konoha ninjas of the Root organization in an instant. This is an unchangeable fact. You immediately give up resistance and go back with us to be investigated. At this time, Konoha's high-level elder turned to Sleep Koharu and said in a shrill voice, under investigation? Ha! Hearing Zio-kun's words, the corners of his mouth showed an arc of disdain in an instant. I think you may have made 2 mistakes. First, I don't think I need to be investigated, and second, I can kill you at any time I want now, so please stop talking to me in this tone. While speaking, he instantly reopened the immortal mode that had just been lifted, and an invisible momentum burst out from the instant, and for a moment, sand and stones flew on the ground. This is, seeing the aura emanating from his body in an instant, and a gorgeous white imperial god robe that suddenly appeared on his body, the 3 generations immediately recognized what it was, and looked at the moment in shock. When did you practice the immortal mode? Protect Naruto-sama. Seeing the powerful momentum suddenly emanating from his body in an instant, and the change in appearance, the surrounding Konoha ninjas immediately tensed up, and the guards were ready to attack in front of the 3 generations. Instantly. What are you doing? Don't be rude to Lord Hokage and the elders. This is Kakashi and Yamato, these teammates who were in the dark department before. Stop it. Moment. Akai and Sunset Red and Sarutobi Shinnishuk, comrades who had spent time on the same battlefield as Shonen before, also spoke out to stop moment. It's really sad. In the face of their dissuasion, Shina just shook his head lightly and sighed. Ever since Hinata was sent out by Konoha's high level as a sacrificial pawn, I have seen through that I will only blindly satisfy the interests of the majority and trample on the interests of the few. Beneath the seemingly prosperous village of Konoha, who knows how much evil is lurking? It's like the body of the original Hokage cell on Danzo's body, and Yamato's Mewtwo. Do you know how many innocent people have struggled countless times in a lab bed? Momentarily continued to say to himself, looking at the group of Konoha ninjas around him, a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. You don't know at all, because you are the majority of people standing here with the blood of a small number of people. Don't. Hearing Tenzo's sudden private order, the three generations immediately reacted and immediately stopped it. But it was too late. Hearing Danzo's order, the ninjas that Danzo usually planted in Konoha Akira shot out directly like off string arrows towards the moment. Ha! Don't measure yourself. Seeing a few ninjas rushing towards him, an icy smile appeared on his face in an instant, and the green chakra on his hand flashed. After the increase in immortal mode, the nearly 20-meter extended version of the chakra scalpel easily swung a few times, and the ninjas who rushed up fell directly and silently to the ground. SHHH. Seeing that in the blink of an eye, several ninjas with good skills were killed in an instant, as if harvesting straw, the other ninjas present couldn't help but gasp. Wind escape vacuum Deu. At this time, Tuan Zhang also took the lead, and after the hand quickly froze, when he opened his mouth, countless air bullets shot towards the moment, and he couldn't let the moment continue to live, which would only reveal more of his shady secrets. Seeing the wind ninjutsu released by Tuan Zhang, he glanced at it in an instant, lightly touched his feet, and disappeared in place in an instant. Boom! When he appeared in front of everyone's eyes again in the next second, he had already jumped high on Tuan Zhang's head and suddenly smashed down with a punch. It bombarded Tuan Zhang directly with lightning speed, and suddenly Tuan Zhang's whole person was smashed to the ground, and the whole ground was smashed out of a large pit, and the crack cracked all the way to the feet of the surrounding ninjas. What a fast move! At this time, a Kakashi with a Sharingan eye was revealed, and the Guyu in his eyes was spinning wildly, and he was shocked to find that the movement just now was not captured by his Sharingan. What kind of power is this? The other ninjas who did not have super dynamic vision around were obviously even more shocked by the huge power of the physical technique in an instant, and actually blasted the ground like this with one blow. Hey, is it a shadow doppelganger? It seems that I knew that I would burst it early on, so I secretly used the shadow avatar to release ninjutsu. Seeing that the Danzo that was exploded by himself turned into a cloud of smoke, he said a little unpleasantly, Hinata, you can't go on like this. Take him down first and interrogate him properly. Xiaochun, who had been hit by Instant's words before, saw that Instant's punch burst Danzo, and began to eagerly say to Sandei, she didn't want to wait for herself to be punched like this. While the three generations were considering how to deal with it, Mito Minion next to him had already ordered in a loud voice, everyone go up. Take down this disrespectful megalomaniac for me. Mayo's eyes widened, but he didn't expect Mito Minion and Kohara to directly order their own ninjas to rush straight up. Seeing a group of ninjas rushing towards him behind him, a grim smile appeared on his face in an instant, and he gently stretched out his palm, and a huge chakra shuriken quickly took shape in his hand. Senfa Spiral Shuriken. Airplanes! 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 In an instant, the continuous high-decibel sonic boom on his hand stimulated the eardrums of all the ninjas present. Seeing the ninjutsu formed on his hand in an instant, the pupils of the three generations shrank, and he immediately quickly sealed his hand. Tudun Tuliu's city wall. A tall earthen wall quickly formed in front of the three generations, and the huge scale was far greater than the earth flow wall that several ninjas had combined in the base of the root organization before. Rumble! After throwing the spiral shuriken in his hand at the ninja who rushed over, he directly turned on the elementalization and stood in place in an instant, and with a bang, a burst of dazzling white light shot out into the sky, and all the ninjas present closed their eyes. After the dust passed, the group of ninjas hiding behind the three generations of earthen walls saw that several tall earthen walls had been destroyed, and the land on the other side of the moment had long ceased to exist, replaced by a huge crater of nearly 100 meters. Except for Zena, who was standing unharmed by the giant pit, all that remained were the corpses of the group of ninjas who rushed to the moment just now, lying lifeless in the giant pit. This kind of power, the surrounding Konoha ninja looked at the giant pit in front of them sluggishly, suddenly extremely glad that it was not himself who rushed up just now. Stop me in an instant. Seeing the scene, behind the ruined earthen wall, the three generations shouted in a somewhat angry voice. On the one hand, he was angry that he had killed so many ninjas of Konoha. On the other hand, he was also angry that the two elders did not listen to his advice and sent ninjas to deal with Moment, and on the other hand, he was also surprised at the power of Shina's ninjutsu. Stop? In an instant, he looked at the three generations and laughed a little mockingly. The old man of the third generation, what you said is so unreasonable. It was they who took the initiative to attack me first before I killed them. Strong words. If it wasn't for you lifting the spell mark of Hinata separation without authorization, and offending Elder Konoha, How could they take the initiative to attack you? Looking at the expression of the moment, the third generation suddenly felt extremely painful. This feeling was the same as when he discovered the big snake pill to study human experiments a few years ago. Well said. That's the point. Seeing the faces of the 3 generations of old people, there was an indescribable taste in his heart for a moment. If it weren't for the stupid system of the Hyuga clan, the clan family gave me a spell seal. How could I need to go to Danzo to seize the scroll to unlock the spell seal? And how could I kill so many ninjas? Can you figure out the cause and effect of this? In the face of the almost roaring question, the 3 generations were silent, a trace of struggle flashed in their eyes, and finally said in a deep voice, "The matter has come to this, I can't let you go further and further down the wrong path." In an instant, stop it. Seeing the momentum of the 3 generations change, their eyes seemed to become sharper, and a wry smile gradually appeared on their handsome faces. 3 generations of old men, do you plan to make a move with me too? Forget it, you're one of the few people in Konoha who is really nice to me. To be honest, I remember your usual care for me, and I really don't want to do anything with you if I can. Hearing the words of the moment, the 3 generations' eyes flashed, and they seemed to be a little touched, but then their faces were stunned. I have always known your talent, and I also know that with your current strength, maybe I am not an opponent. However, I am the Hokage of Konoha. Every ninja in Konoha here is my guardian family. I can't let you hurt them. Family, whispered softly, could it be that even a person like Tuanzang, the 3rd generation of old men, still stubbornly regarded him as your own family? At this moment, it was suddenly discovered that the 3 generations had truly inherited the will of fire that the original Hokage had said, and he truly regarded everyone in the village as his family, including the Uchiha family, who had always been at odds with the Hokage. Danzo, on the other hand, inherited the will of the 2nd generation Hokage, acted extremely, implemented the Dark Ninja Tetsuki, and extremely rejected the Uchiha clan, and the two people were like two extremes of one black and one white. He glanced at the Konoha ninjas around him with his white eyes again, and did not find Yuin's figure from it, and he couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief in an instant. Well, let you see my true strength and let the strength speak. After retracting his thoughts, his eyes suddenly bloomed with a harsh light. After seeing the eyes of the moment, the 3 generations chuckled in their hearts, realizing that the moment seemed to be about to strike, and directly threw out a few shurikens in their hands, and the marks began to be formed on their hands. Ninjutsu Shuriken Shadow Doppelganger Art. I saw the shuriken flying towards the moment, and began to separate at a very fast speed. 1 changed into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8, and by the time it really flew in front of the moment, it was already a dense shuriken. Worthy of being a professor of ninjutsu, the quality of this casting and the speed of the seal, he praised in his heart, because when he saw the shuriken flying in front of him, he noticed that the 3 generations over there had already formed more than a dozen complex hand seals. Fire Dragon Bomb. 2 Dun Earth Dragon Bomb. Combination Ninjutsu Fire Flame Bomb. After the 3 generations finished the complicated handprint, they unexpectedly released 2 ninjutsu at the same time, fire and earth, and formed a new composite ninjutsu. Seeing the shattered shuriken that was about to shoot him, and the huge earth dragon released by the 3 generations, he spit out huge earth flame bombs from the mouth of the earth dragon, and in an instant, his mind moved, and chakra erupted from the various acupuncture channels of the pores on his body. Bagwazang vacuum back to the sky. The chakra that drove the surface of the body began to rotate at high speed, and quickly turned into a round ball of more than 10 meters, and the surface of the ball was also covered with a vacuum barrier. In addition to bouncing off all the shurikens, the earth dragon flame bullet released by the 3 generations could not cause any damage to this vacuum ball. What a high defense! Seeing that the 2 ninjutsu he unleashed were easily blocked in an instant, the 3 generations couldn't help but marvel. Is that still going back to heaven? Looking at the huge chakra ball released in an instant, even the advanced combination ninjutsu personally performed by the 3 generations could easily bounce off, and several ninjas of the Hyuga clan were simply amazed. Let's go together. Take him down. After seeing the 3 generations make a move, all the Konoha ninjas on the side began to rush towards the moment. Good to go. The moment he stopped after bouncing off all the ninjutsu of the 3 generations, he saw the Konoha ninja rushing towards him, and an evil smile appeared at the corner of his mouth in an instant. Not good. Catching the smile on his face at the moment, the 3 generations felt cold in their hearts, and immediately realized that it was not good, and decisively channeled the psychic beast ape demon, and then let the ape demon change into a King Kong Rui stick, holding it in his hand and joining the battle. Bang! 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 With a snap of his fingers, all the ninjas present suddenly lost their figures in front of their eyes, and then slammed into several violent collisions, and 7 or 8 ninjas were instantly shot out. In an instant, he unfolded his physical skills with all his strength and killed into the army of Konoha ninjas, and a series of screams came out, and I saw that it was like a tiger entering the flock, and ninjas were constantly shot out. It's moving so fast. My shadow mimicry can't catch up with him at all. Outside the crowd, Nara Shikasa was holding a handprint in his hand, and was struggling to use shadow imitation to track the shadow in the crowd, his head covered in sweat. I can't imagine that his physical skills have reached this level, seeing that among the ninjas who were constantly being shot out, some of them were ninjas of the Hyuga clan, and Hinata said in amazement. Abominable, holding the ape demon transformed King Kong Rui stick to kill the crowd, the third generation found that he couldn't deal with the moment at all, the speed of the moment was too fast, every time he made a move, the moment spared his side, directly attacking the other ninjas. For a moment, the huge number of Konoha people turned out to be an obstacle for the three generations to tie their hands and feet. Let me come. 8 doors Dunjia 6th gate Jingmen, open. On the contrary, this is the stunned Akai, directly rushed up, suddenly burst out of the whole body of Chakra, opened the 6th of the 8 doors. I didn't expect that there was such a powerful physical skill in an instant. What a blood-boiling youth. Every move that was performed in an instant seemed to make Akai, who was obsessed with specializing in physical arts, see a different path, and immediately aroused the strong fighting intent of his physical art expert. Seeing Akai who rushed up with a strange cry after opening the 6 doors, although Akai had not yet reached the peak physical skills at this time, but with the bonus of the 6th door of the 8 doors of Dunjia, things became troublesome when he dragged his hands and feet. Ascending Dragon Strike. In an instant, the White Eyes keenly observed that his movements were obviously much faster than other ninjas, and he did not hesitate to directly kick out a violent dragon-shaped wind with a whip. Akai, who had just rushed up to release the peacock, was immediately blasted out by the air cannon like ascending dragon in an instant, fell to the ground, rolled his eyes, and chanted in his mouth before passing out. What kind of physical technique is this, Akai? Kakashi, who saw that Kyo was blasted out at once, with a powerful thunder warrick blooming in his hand, stared at a Sharingan and was at a loss. The movement of the moment was too fast, even if sometimes his Sharingan could catch it, his body could not react at all. It can't go on like this. The three generations who couldn't keep up with the rhythm of the battle at all, understood that the moment was already mercy of his subordinates, otherwise he would have taken time in the crowd to use his powerful Muji ninjutsu and ice escape, and the Konoha ninja would have already died and injured heavily. Everyone, stop. All spread out. Seeing more and more ninjas being shot out in an instant, and the ninjas who fell to the ground were piled up into a pile, the three generations were also anxious in their hearts, and couldn't help but roar. After hearing the order of the three generations, the Konoha ninjas around him also stopped their hand movements, and after seeing him stop, they gradually stopped and squinted at them. It seems that you have realized the gap in strength. Damn, the strength is not in the same dimension as him at all. Although all the ninjas present were not convinced, they all had an idea in their hearts, that is, their current strength had completely exceeded their level. Ape fly. Can't just let him go. At this time, Tuanzang, who didn't know where to hide, appeared again, and shouted loudly to the three generations. Shut up. Your affairs will give me an explanation after this matter is over. The three generations directly interrupted him. Judging from what happened today, there were too many doubts and problems in Tuanzang's body that needed to be interrogated and interrogated by them. Tuanzang just wanted to say something more, but after seeing the sharp gaze of the three generations, he could only swallow the words from his mouth back into his stomach with hatred. If there is any dispute between you, seeing the look between them, he narrowed his eyes for a moment, feeling the half-recovered immortal chakra, and his body brewed, I think it's better for you to face the real difference between us. Heaven and the world, only me. In an instant, he gently waved his hand behind him, and a domineering freezing force erupted, and suddenly countless ice thorns on the ground protruded, extending to the distant temple of fire. Endless icebergs rose flat, and the entire forest in the middle was covered by the endless icebergs of the icebergs, exuding an amazing cold air. Grunt. This is the sound of some Konoha ninjas swallowing their saliva with difficulty, looking at the endless icebergs frozen out of thin air in front of them, their brains temporarily losing the ability to think. Is this his true strength? It's like a god. At this time, a Konoha ninja muttered with dull eyes, not even noticing that the kunao in his hand fell to the ground. It turns out that he has been showing mercy to his subordinates just now. Kakashi looked at the continuous world of ice in front of him, and dreamlike words came out from under his mask. Unconsciously, has your strength grown to this point? The cloudy eyes of the three generations flashed with a strange brilliance, and no one knew what was going on in his mind at the moment. This kind of power, unlike the three generations, seeing this miraculous strength in an instant, all that Tuanzang had in his heart was endless greed. If he were to kill me, glancing at the already stunned people, he jumped lightly to the huge iceberg in an instant, looking down at the people of Konoha below, the gorgeous coat of the immortal pattern slowly fluttered, and the long black hair was windless and automatic, at this moment, like an immortal. It's all a village ninja, and I don't want to be too desperate, but I have long been tired of this decaying village. The towering iceberg indifferently looked at the people at his feet, and slowly took out a scroll from his body. 3 generations of old men. This scroll, which records the method of making medical talismans, can be regarded as my repayment for this village that gave birth to me, and you have always taken care of my kindness. And this forward, said as he took out another Konoha forward from his body and threw it down with the scroll, also return it to you. From now on, Konoha and I don't owe each other. Dumbly caught the two things thrown over in an instant, and the eyes of the three generations looking at the moment became extremely lonely. Moment, you are, whatever you think of me as a judgment escape, or traveling away from the village, I don't care, said and turned his body and turned his back. To everyone, but I advise you not to chase me. otherwise I will really kill you all. Hearing these words, everyone in Konoha below felt like an ice cellar, as if a cold wind blew through their hearts, and a trace of coldness involuntarily rose. Oh, I almost forgot, at the moment when he was about to leave, he suddenly turned his head and glanced at Tuanzang below, and a hint of mockery appeared at the corner of his mouth. And you, Tuanzang, your life, I will save it for the time being until our next meeting. I hope that next time you can transplant more Sharingan, so that you can use his Anachi a few more times to fight for a few more minutes for the rest of your life. Ha ha. After speaking, he felt that the immortal chakra in his body had almost been consumed, and in an instant, he jumped slightly, his figure fluttered a few times, and finally disappeared into the boundless iceberg in front of him. The rest of Konoha stood dazed in front of this endless iceberg. You look at me and I see that you are at a loss, and can only wait for Naruto-sama and the elders to speak. Ape fly. In vain, you still struggle to support him to sit on the Hokage. Humph, now look at what kind of dangerous person he is? Danzo began to taunt the three generations lukewarmly, and the last words he said to him when he left just now made him almost fall into a difficult situation, especially the few Uchiha clans present, staring at him with a bad face and vigilance. Shut up! The three generations glanced at him coldly, as well as the two elder advisors who could only play with power tricks. Everyone dispersed. Let's end today's matter. After saying this, the three generations seemed to be a few years older, and the departing back seemed to be a little bit older. What did Hyuga do with that? Looking at the back of the three generations departing, Mito Minion asked loudly. The back of the three generations departing paused for a moment, and then continued to move forward without looking back. Whatever you want, you can deal with it as you want. I'm tired. A group of Konoha ninjas were left, and several elder advisors looked at each other, and no one could make up their minds, so they had to give up, each with different thoughts, and dispersed one after another. If a wanted person is issued and Hinata is declared a fugitive ninja, even if he is tracked, who can deal with him? It's just an increase in casualties. In the 53rd year of Konoha, Hinata left the village in an instant, and the heroes of Konoha tied their hands, leaving only the endless icebergs of Konoha's back mountain that have not changed for many years, and the legends circulating in the ninja world. A few days later, the land of water. Terume, who had just become a fifth-generation water shadow, listened to the report of her subordinates, and her eyes were slightly stunned. Muttered, Hinata actually left Konoha in an instant. Land of thunder. Ha 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 ha. Konoha's bunch of idiots. I really can't keep good goods. The wild laughter of the four generations of Thunder's shadow came from the office. The difficult opponent of the white-eyed demon actually left Konoha. It seems that the old immortals of Konoha have done a good thing for us. Oto Ninja Village. A certain mysterious base underneath, the big snake pill also received the news circulating in the ninja world today, and couldn't help but add a long tongue. Head said gloomily, I can't imagine that the terrible guy also left Konoha, and almost died at his hands last time. Fortunately, it was resurrected through the spell seal. This is more favorable to my plan. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. The one standing next to Orochimaru was the medicine master pocket he had met in the route before, and I saw him push the glasses on the bridge of his nose, and the lenses were refracted. There is a brilliance that no one can see. In a mysterious space, a mysterious man with a swirling mask was sitting on a cuboid of matter, and a scarlet chakra eye was revealed on the mask, and he let out a dull laugh. I didn't think that Hinata fell out with Konoha in an instant. Ha ha ha. It's funny, things get interesting. Kawanakuni. In a large casino, Tsunade, who had just lost all his money, was drunk and listened to the news from Shizun, and a worried look gradually appeared on his brows. How did that kid fall out with Konoha? It's really unsettling, Tsunade-sama. Don't worry too much. Anyway, with the strength of the moment, you won't suffer a loss anywhere. Shizun on the side comforted Tsunade softly. It's rather. But after so long, the stinky boy didn't come to see me. The next time I see him, I want him to look good. Peach. Small. A constant muttering of dissatisfaction came out of his mouth. However, this storm that quietly occurred in the ninja world was not affected in the slightest for a moment. At this moment, he was leisurely lying in an unknown forest near the short book street of the Fire Country, watching his shadow doppelganger not far away frantically practicing Shiro and Junmaro, enjoying this warm afternoon. No, Junmaru, your movements are not flexible enough. Such physical skills can be seen through by others at a glance. Shiro, what about your blood succession limit realm and the water ninjutsu I taught you? Make it all out. How can a character like you survive in the ninja world? The shadow doppelganger of the moment quickly interlaced with the two small figures in front of him, while mercilessly pointing out the shortcomings in their bodies. Corpse bone vein sabeki no mai. Junmaro drank lightly and smoked. The bones out of the body quickly attacked towards the shadow doppelganger of the moment, and every movement brought a sharp wind, simple and powerful. I have to say that Junmaro's combat talent is indeed rare, and at such a young age, the strength he has displayed does not dare to say that even ordinary Zongnin can deal with him. Water escape secret technique, 1000 kills water Xiang. Seeing Junmaro step forward and fight with the shadow doppelganger of the moment, Bai Shen, the left hand quickly made a print, and it turned out to be a one-handed seal. Suddenly, a burst of water droplets stirred up around the shadow doppelganger, and in a blink of an eye, they turned into a large number of ice thousand books to shoot at the shadow avatar of the moment without dead ends. It's really amazing talent. The moment when he lay leisurely under the tree not far away, seeing the battle between them and his shadow doppelganger, he secretly exclaimed in his heart, "It is worthy of being the most talented genius ninja in the original work. If the two of them are not dead in the original work, the shadow level will definitely not be the end of their strength." Bagwazang vacuum back to the sky. I saw that the shadow doppelganger rotated at high speed in an instant, and a chakra ball wrapped in a transparent true air cover quickly bounced off the countless ice senbon made by Shiro, and also bounced Junmaru's bone piercing to the side. "No, you can't break through his defenses at all." Junmaru, who was bounced to the side and fell to the ground, gritted his teeth and said, "The force of the rebound just now hit him not lightly." "How? Want to give up? You too?" The shadow doppelganger clasped his hands to his chest and looked at them for a long time, with a hint of mockery on his face. "There's no way, I can only try the most powerful ninjutsu in front of you," thinking in his heart. Shiro and Junmaru looked at each other, and the two nodded at the same time. Water Dragon Technique. Bai's hands began to turn into a phantom, and the long seal quickly took shape on his hand, and I have to say that Bai's talent in ninjutsu and seals was really amazing. Roar! In the small river next to it, a thick water dragon suddenly appeared, and quickly pounced on the shadow doppelganger with amazing momentum. Corpse Bone Vein Willow Dance. Junmara jumped up from the ground abruptly, a large number of sharp bones burst out of each joint on his body, and he ran quickly with a roaring water dragon. His small face was tense, and his eyes burst with amazing light, killing the shadow doppelganger in an instant with an indomitable momentum. It's really a good momentum. The shadow doppelganger of the moment continued to stand in the middle with his hands on his chest, with a playful smile on his face. Indeed, Bai and Junmara did a very good job of cooperating this time. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the thick water dragon directly slammed into the shadow twin of the moment, and Junmara's large number of bone spurs were also killed like a meat grinder, quickly tearing the shadow avatar of the moment to pieces. Ha! Junmaru, who was attacking in his hand, was suddenly stunned, because he saw that the shadow doppelganger in front of him turned into an ice cube under the attack of him and Shiro, and no attack could cause damage to him. Moment, my lord, you cheat! Seeing this scene, Bai next to him immediately turned his head angrily, and said angrily at the body that was lying leisurely under the tree at the moment. Ha ha ha! Seeing the depressed expressions of the two little ghosts, the moment under the tree slowly got up and lifted the shadow doppelganger, looking at Bai and Junmara with satisfaction. Today's actual combat training is here. You two are doing well, and it seems that neither of your practice has fallen in the days of my absence. Junmara's physical technique combined with the blood succession limit is very ideal, but you need to strengthen effective long-range strikes, and you can't give your opponent the opportunity to use the avatar technique during the time you are close. Otherwise, no matter how powerful the attack cannot hurt the opponent's body, it is only in vain, but it consumes its own energy in vain. Saying that, he looked at Bai with a straight face, and the biggest problem is you. White. Me? At this time, Shiro, who was walking beside Junmara with Moment, looked at Momentary with some puzzlement. Your shot is not ruthless and decisive. Looking at the beautiful boy in front of him who was like the first snow, his eyes became a little complicated in an instant. It's not wrong to be kind, but in this ninja world, being too kind and kind is the original sin. I remember that in the original book, Shiro was too soft-hearted, obviously having the strength to crush Naruto Suzuki as soon as he appeared, but he refused to kill him, and forced it until the end, before he did the shield. That was not cut again, and died under Kakashi's raish. In the ninja world, fighting is inevitable. In this environment where you die or I die, I just don't want the person who dies to be you, that's all. I hope you remember. After a moment of calmly looking at Bai, Wuffla's face seemed to be a little understanding. He turned his gaze to Junmara on the other side. If one day you lose your life because you were too soft-hearted, I believe Junmara will also be sad because of this, right? Hearing the words of the moment, a determined look appeared on Junmara's cold little face, and he looked solemnly at Bai. That's right, Shiro, you must not die at the hands of others because of your soft heart, otherwise I will definitely kill everyone who hurt you. Junmaru, hearing Junmara's firm words, Bai's eyes couldn't help but fog into a hazy vapor of emotion. After this year's time together, a deep bond had already arisen between two troubled teenagers. Alas, did you start to have a foundation at such a young age? Seeing the two teenagers looking at each other, they instantly complained with some malice in their hearts. However, looking at Bai, who still had clear eyes on the side, he began to have a little headache in an instant. It seems that Bai's ideological work still has to continue for a long time, and the task is heavy and long. On the whole, the strength of the two teenagers Bai and Junmaru, counting their own blood succession limit, has reached the level of middle patience, and this kind of progress makes Jun-Na feel very satisfied. Konoha's matter has come to an end. Next, momentarily looking up, his sharp gaze seemed to pierce the distant sky. It's time to look for clues to the reincarnation eye in the upcoming plot, whether it is the various anti-heaven pupil techniques of writing the wheel eye, or the power of the reincarnation eye. It will be a huge obstacle on the way forward in an instant. If you don't want to evolve the white eye into a reincarnated eye, I believe that it will become very passive in the coming days. In an instant, he did not forget that when he activated the Honya system, the only task that the system gave him was to ask him to dominate the Naruto world in front of him, although he didn't know what punishment would be for not completing it, but he didn't want to easily try and fail. Ouch. How the hell should I find it so big? In a forest more than 10 kilometers away from Konoha village, the Land of Fire instantly made a long grumbling. Since leaving the short book street, he and Shiro and Junmaro and the three of them have been looking in the forest around Konoha for 3 or 4 days. When watching the Naruto theatrical version of Thelast in a previous life, the mysterious cave suspected to be the site of the Atsuki clan was located not far from Konoha village in the Land of Fire, and I was still very impressed at the moment, surrounded by dense forests, and there was a huge river and waterfall in the middle. I remember that it's obviously around here, why can't I find it no matter how I find it? Opened his eyes and searched around, and instantly he couldn't help but have an urge to look up to the sky and sigh. Is it because it is a theatrical version, so it has nothing to do with the Hokage world of this main plot? It doesn't make sense, although I don't know what you are looking for, Lord Moment. We have been wandering around this forest for a few days. I still had a kind smile on his face, walking unhurriedly next to Moment. I remember in the theatrical version of the plot, Hinata and Naruto sat on the eagle drawn by Sai's super pseudo-beast, and they found it in this vicinity at once. Momentarily, he searched around with wide eyes. After all, looking on the ground was not as convenient as looking at high altitude, but there was no way, he had neither the ability to fly nor a psychic beast capable of flying. Lord Moment, there seems to be the sound of a waterfall ahead. At this time, Junmaro on the side pulled the corner of Lashina's clothes, pointed in the direction of the faint roar in front of him and said suddenly, walking to the huge waterfall that flowed down, he shouted with some excitement for a moment, and through his white eyes, he saw a dark cave behind the waterfall. Let's go inside. In an instant, he was the first to plunge into the waterfall, and Junmaro glanced at each other and followed without hesitation. After entering the cave behind the waterfall, I gradually adapted to the dark light inside, and instantly noticed that there was a huge space in the cave in front of me. There is indeed a cave inside. There seems to be something there. After feeling Shiro and Junmaro also come in behind, the white eyes of the Moment observed that there seemed to be a pool of glowing things on the ground deep in the cave. Come with me, instantly beckoned to Shiro and Junmaro behind him, and slowly walked towards the depths of the cave. That's right, this is it. After walking to the depths of the cave, he instantly saw a pool of green light on the ground, which completely matched the picture in his memory. What amazing water! It doesn't even get wet. I squatted on the ground and picked up a handful of water in the pool with his hand, and was surprised to find that the water in his hand did not wet his hands and sleeves. It seems that this is it. Let's go inside. In an instant, I looked under the waterhole with my white eyes, and found that the sight of the white eyes could not see through this layer of waterhole, and when I looked at the bottom of the pool, my vision was distorted. Poof, in an instant, he jumped directly into the water, and Shiro and Junmaro next to him also jumped in. It seems that in this water, you can speak. As he swam towards the depths of the pool, he turned back to the two of them and found that the sound transmission in this water was not affected at all. Yes, both Shiro and Junmaro were swimming in the water with some curiosity, looking at the bubbles as big as a person in the water, and couldn't help but stretch out their hands to touch them. Be careful. Don't touch those bubbles, you'll be magical. Instantly stopped their behavior, and he had some impressions of these bubbles, which seemed to be foam spit out by a huge crab psychic beast, which was a trap that would make people fall into illusionary memories when touched. The two imps retracted their newly outstretched hands ruefully. After going underwater for about a minute, they suddenly came out of the water and found that there was still a dark cave around, but in this cave, there were suspended balls everywhere, and quartz-like rocks everywhere. What a magical place! Momentary Lord, is this what you are looking for? Shiro looked at the surrounding suspended spheres, like small planets. No, you have to go down there, said Juan, who also looked around and pointed to another waterhole in front of him. Do you want to enter a waterhole again? Junmaro also saw the waterhole in front of him, and his cold little face was grim, and he muttered in his mouth, "Stop talking, hurry in." Thinking that it was immediately the old ruins of the Datumo family, and it was possible to find the clues of the reincarnation eye, the whole person couldn't help but be a little excited. Diving into the water again, the situation in the water was basically the same as the first pool that had just swam, smoothly avoiding the foam, just out of the second pool, and in an instant they found that there seemed to be a special enemy waiting for them outside. Click. Bai and Junmaro, who had just jumped out of the water, immediately noticed a huge crab lying on the shore, seemingly staring at them. What a big crab! The two imps looked at the huge crab on the shore, and their faces showed surprise. Boom! Seeing that they jumped out at the moment, the huge crab was slightly startled, and then reacted, seemed to find 3 delicious foods, and immediately took 8 abdominal feet towards them, crashing a pile of stones along the way. Seeing the huge crab waving the strong giant claw in its hand, rushing towards them, they were about to clamp down for a moment. I saw that there was not the slightest panic on his face in an instant, and he actually raised his hands and seemed to easily block this behemoth. The strength is not small. Instantly, he cast a strange force technique, and he carried the giant claw smashed by the huge crab with his bare hands, and instantly felt the force coming from above, and said lightly in his mouth, Seeing the small human in front of him actually carrying his big kila with his bare hands, the huge crab did not have time to be surprised, only felt a vast and incomparable divine power coming, and the body involuntarily spun around, and was actually lifted up and smashed on the ground in an instant, setting off a pervasive dust. Well, what a lot of strength, seeing that in an instant, he actually raised his bare hands to knock down the huge monster in front of him, and Junmera suddenly sighed a little sluggishly. Click, click. The crabs that were knocked down and smashed on the ground in an instant seemed to be extremely angry that they were actually knocked down by a small human, turned over and wielded two large claws, opened their mouthparts and aimed at them, and they spit out a small waterfall like white foam in an instant. Ha! It seems that the bubbles under the water that make people fall into illusion are all made by this big guy. Seeing the series of foam spit out by the crab, his eyes lit up in an instant, and after jumping through the foam, he immediately stretched out a palm and aimed it at it. Ice coffin. The icy power in the air quickly condensed, and the crab in front of him was frozen in a huge transparent ice coffin in the blink of an eye. Except for a large chela exposed, the whole body was wrapped in an ice coffin comparable to the density of diamonds, and could not move. It's so beautiful. Looking at the crystal clear huge ice coffin in front of him, his mouth exclaimed, if only my blood succession limit could also release such a beautiful trick. If you develop your blood succession limit well, it may not be impossible in the future. Seeing the envious expression on Bai's face, he smiled slightly, turned his head to stare at the huge crab that was frozen, and said thoughtfully, it seems that this psychic beast has not signed a psychic contract with someone. If this is the case, how about Bai sign a psychic contract with him? Said to Bai in an instant. This big crab's defense and strength seem to be good, and more importantly, its bubble that will make people fall into illusion once touched is very powerful. If you can sign a psychic contract with you, then it will undoubtedly add a powerful helper and killer for you. When Yanbei nodded, although this crab is a little out of line with Bai's aesthetics, its ability is still very powerful. How? Big crab, seeing Bai agree, he turned his head to look at the huge crab frozen in the ice coffin. If you agree, move your big crab. Click, click. This big crab can also be regarded as a spiritual psychic beast, although it has lived in this uninhabited cave for a long time, but it can understand people's words, and the power displayed in the moment has also made it succumb, and when it heard the moment's question, it decisively clamped its only exposed large claw. Very good. Seeing that the big crab was very aware of succumbing to his own obscenity, he nodded with satisfaction in an instant, waved his hand to disperse the huge ice coffin, took out a scroll from the ninja bag, and asked Shiro to sign a psychic contract with it. It turns out that your name is Kaiko Amaru. After signing the psychic contract, Shiro immediately learned the name of the big crab, and immediately said happily, he finally had the first psychic beast in his life. Junmaro on the side looked at Bai Xingxing's appearance, and a trace of envy and yearning appeared on his cold little face. Gangbai successfully signed a psychic contract with this huge crab, and in an instant he had time to look at the surrounding environment. It is still the same as the cave just now, surrounded by quartz-like stones, but unlike just now, there is a skylight-like exit at the top of this cave, and it is amazing that a sun can be seen above, forming a subtle angle with the cave entrance, just like a person's eyes. Let's go up. In an instant, he pointed to the exit above the cave, stepped on the soleace of his feet and walked up the rock wall, and the two imps also followed. In the previous year's practice, they had already become familiar with the ninja foundation of treading water and climbing trees. After drilling out of the cave entrance, they stood on the cliff at the entrance of the cave in an instant, as if they had come to a new world, especially the two little ghosts Bai and Junmaro, who were looking at everything in front of them in disbelief. There is a rippling blue sea, a continent in the distance, and the most amazing thing is that there is a continent floating in the sky. How can there be a sun in the cave? Muttered Shiro as he looked at the somewhat dazzling sun in the sky. And that island in the sky. Junmaro's cold little face also opened his mouth in surprise at this time. This sun should be an artificial sun formed by ninjutsu. The island in the sky is a mirage formed by the refraction of the sea surface, which is actually the opposite continent. Seeing this magical landscape in front of him, Ra was mentally prepared for a moment, but he was still deeply shocked. Just when they drilled out of the hole and came to this magical world, in an unknown palace on the distant moon. Someone has trespassed into our former clan land on Earth? In the palace, a silver-haired middle-aged man seemed to have received a tip from his subordinates, sitting on a luxurious chair and muttering to himself. Forget it, don't worry about it. The middle-aged man gently leaned his hand on the armrest of the seat. Anyway, there is nothing of value there. Find an opportunity to kill them all, just don't let them out of there, father. At this moment a silver-haired child came from the depths of the palace, raised his head and said to the man, what happened? What is frightening is that this child's eyes are a pair of dark and empty eye sockets, but there are no eyeballs that normal people should have. It's not a big deal, Shiren. The man felt his son coming, and a reassuring smile appeared on his face. It's just a few little mice running into our former clan land. Is it Earth? Didn't father say that sooner or later we will destroy there? The child asked his father a little confused. Yes, sooner or later. The world created by the 6 Dao immortals is a failure. The man's voice became more and more empty and cold in this cold palace. Beyond this majestic and magnificent palace, there are hanging islands floating everywhere, one of which is an island with a huge statue of the god, and a huge reincarnation eye is enshrined in the temple, and the mysterious and vast brilliance slowly flows in it. After spending half a day crossing the sea, the group of three rushed into the vast forest. It's so big here. I really can't imagine how there can be such a big forest and ocean in the cave, Junmera said suspiciously while quickly rushing between the big trees. If I didn't guess correctly, this should be the former clan land of the former Datuma clan, said in an instant, constantly jumping in front, and through the white eyes, he had faintly seen a village more than 20 kilometers ahead. The Atsuki clan? Shiro was a little puzzled. He was hearing this unfamiliar word for the first time. Well, the Atsuki clan was handed down before the Warring States period, and it was the family of the 6 Dao immortal Atsuki Yui. Instantly, he opened his mouth and explained to the two of them, because it was the relationship of the Traverser, no one knew the secret knowledge better than him. The family of the 6 Dao immortals. Jun Mariah next to him opened his mouth slightly. "BA, what kind of concept is the family of the 6 Dao immortals? He can't react to it." Speaking of, this may also be inextricably related to Junmeru. Continuing to rush forward, he glanced at Junmera behind him in an instant, with an inexplicable meaning in his eyes. Something to do with me? Junmera looked at the moment in surprise, and Shiro next to him looked over curiously. Maybe you'll understand later. With a mysterious smile, the pace of the steps accelerated, the village in front was getting closer and closer, and even if you didn't need to roll your eyes, you could see it from afar. With their own thoughts, the three of them ran for about 10 minutes in an instant, and finally came to a high building. Before the towering mountainous terrain, villages were built on the mountainous terrain in front of you. It seems to really be a ninja's village. Walking into the streets of the village, Shiro built a dilapidated kunao from the ground, which looked like it should have been a long time ago. There is no one in the entire village. Junmeru also glanced around, but no one noticed it. Keep walking, look for anything you find. Instantly, he took the lead and continued to walk forward, looking at the two sides of the street were some dirty color of the building. The village was huge, and they searched for a long time, all of which were dilapidated, some destroyed by war, others by fire. Momentary Lord. White. Come and see, shouted Junmeru, who was not far away, attracting the attention of Shonen and Shiro. After Shiro and Shiro walked over, they found that this seemed to be a temple ancestral hall, and saw Junmera pointing to a statue of a god several people tall, dressed in a cassock. The image was simple, and the face of the statue had been destroyed, and in an instant it was impossible to tell whether it was a feather or a statue of Hamira. Let's go inside the inner hall and take a look. In an instant, he crossed the statue and entered the inner hall of the temple, and found that it was pitch black and there was no light at all. Let Junmera light a torch over, and in an instant they saw the environment inside, and the first thing that came into view was the mark of an 8-pointed star, and instantly recognized that this was the family emblem of the Atsuki clan. Look, there are still some words on it, but I can't understand it. Shiro illuminated the row of words under the badge with a torch, and looked at it with some doubt. It seems to be an ancient text. Oath of the ages. People are broken. The eye of rebirth is resurrected. Destroy humanity with the fist of the moon. When I was in the ninja school a moment ago, I learned a little bit of the ancient words of this ninja world, and I could probably only distinguish such a few contents. Just as he was struggling to identify the ancient words on it in an instant, his heart suddenly shook, and a hollow and distant voice suddenly entered his ears. White-eyed boy. What pure white eyes! This abrupt sound was like an old man suddenly in his ears at that moment. Muttering, the hairs all over his body stood up in an instant. Who? Come out! What? What happened to the adults in an instant? Bai and Junmera were startled when they suddenly saw such a big reaction, and they raised their posture in confusion and looked around. Didn't you hear? Seeing that the two of them didn't seem to hear the sound just now, it felt even more strange. Rumble. At this moment, suddenly the floor under their feet automatically opened a dark compartment, revealing the dark and deep passage below. It was as if there was an invisible hand manipulating all this. Cautiously, in an instant, he took Bai and Junmera into the dark underground passage, and he really wanted to burst out, and his strength was super shadow. At the peak level, he is really not afraid of some conspiracy and secret tricks. It's just that in the dark, he always felt that a pair of people already seemed to be staring at him. After descending the stairs of the underground passage, the three of them found that there were countless graves in front of them. Is this the cemetery of this village? After all, it was two small children, and Shiro and Junmero hid behind the moment with some fear. It should be, looking at the scene in front of him that he had seen in his impression, what was still swirling in his mind was still the voice that suddenly sounded in his ears just now. Holding a torch and shining forward, they suddenly found that from the dark cemetery in front of them, a person came out, and the scene was terrifying. It's white eyes. I feel the roll of my eyes. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. What pure white eyes! In an instant, a strange middle-aged uncle was walking towards them with a pair of dark eyes without eyeballs. White-eyed boy, gauging, just as Shiro and Junmero were about to go up to attack him, this strange middle-aged uncle suddenly seemed to vomit, mouth. BA opened to an incredible extent, spitting out a ball of light that was so big. This is, just as I was trying to tell what it was, the ball of light quickly began to expand and shine directly. There was a blinding white light. From this dazzling white light, I suddenly saw an ancient battlefield, the two armies were fighting, and countless flags printed with the emblem of the Datuma clan were flying. At first, the two camps were evenly matched, and finally suddenly one of them began to sacrifice a huge white ball of light, and quickly shot from the huge white ball of light. A golden laser appeared, instantly destroying the camp of the other side. Coming back from the illusion, he instantly found that the scene in front of him was still the scene just now. Bai and Junmaro looked at him worriedly, and the strange middle-aged uncle in front of him began to speak again. Please stop Hamura's descendants. The world of the 6 Dao immortals can't destroy. After saying it intermittently, just when he wanted to step forward to ask what happened, the strange middle-aged uncle in front of him suddenly collapsed on the ground, and a disgusting pus flowed out. Well, it seems that he specially showed me a vision just now. Carefully analyzing the information he had just seen, his mind began to become active rapidly. What I saw just now should be the war between the Datuma clan and the Zong family. After the death of Itsuki Hamura, the clan and the branch family of the Itsuki clan who were handed down seem to have differences about Hamura's legacy. Thinking seriously, the sect seems to think that the earth created by the 6 Dao immortals should be destroyed, and this world that has been in turmoil since ancient times should be destroyed, but the Zong family has the opposite opinion. Therefore, when all the members of the divided family went to war with the sect family, they all gave their white eyes and fused into a huge reincarnation eye, instantly destroying all the members of the sect family. It seems that this strange uncle is the head of the Datuma clan handed down from Hamura. After thinking for a while, he instantly sorted out the current situation. I can't imagine that I was involved in the future incident of the descendants of the Otoki clan on the moon to destroy the earth. In my memory, I remembered that it should be Naruto Hinata and they were only involved after the end of the 4th Ninja War, and I couldn't imagine that because of his arrival, this event was triggered in advance. Shiro, Junmaro, you two will go and look for anything else. Instantly, the two of them went together to search the cemetery below to see if there were any other items. Yes. When Bai and Junmaro heard the words of the moment, they immediately separated a torch and probed into the depths of the cemetery. And the moment he stood in place, he had an idea about the corpse of the patriarch of the Big Tube Wood clan on the ground. Since they are also descendants of the Itsuki Feather Village, the future Itsuki people can awaken the reincarnation eye by fusing their own bloodline and white eyes. Then I will take the corpse of this Itsuki clan back to study to see if I can extract the complete genes of the Itsuki clan. With this in mind, he instantly took out a white scroll, which was the psychic scroll he used to store ninja tools and items. After a puff of smoke, the corpse on the ground disappeared and was sealed into the scroll in the hand of the moment. In an instant, my lord, there is a grave on the ground, and nothing else. At this time, Bai and Junmaro also returned after searching inside, saying that they had found nothing special. Didn't you? It's okay, I think I've harvested the most useful thing. Momentarily, he carefully put the scroll in his hand and beckoned to the two of them. Let's go. After coming out of the dark cemetery, feeling the dim sunlight outside, the three of them couldn't help but feel like they were separated from the world. It stands to reason that according to this time, the outside world is already late at night, but in this large Tubewood tribe's ancestral land, there is an artificial sun overhead, giving them the illusion that it is still evening. Let's go back. After taking one last look at this magical land, he took Shiro and Junmaro with him and began to shuttle through the forest again. After shuttling through the forest for more than 10 minutes, Junmaro suddenly noticed that something was wrong with the surrounding atmosphere. Momentary lord, I know. Instantly, he glanced at Junmaro appreciatively. This keen fighting instinct was simply a natural ninja. Through the white eyes, he had already seen that in the surrounding forest, about 100 or so dark shadows were rapidly approaching them. Puppets. The white eyes of the moment quickly saw the black shadow approaching. The structure of the body was very different from the human body, and it was judged that they should be some controlled puppets. It seems that the descendants of the Datuma clan on the moon found that we entered here. Momentarily, he glanced up at the sun and the sky and immediately thought of this possibility. What now, Lord Moment? Shiro asked, as he saw that the three of them were surrounded by a dense crowd of black-clad ninjas. It's okay, let me come, instantly waved his hand, motioning for the two of them to stand behind him. After carefully glancing at the black-clothed ninjas around him, everyone was exactly the same outfit, and their faces were wrapped around this white bandage. All the facial features are enclosed inside. Sure enough, it's the puppets controlled on the moon. Looking at the puppets that had rushed up quickly, his strength had been judged from their movements in an instant. Is each of them almost the strength of the middle ninja level? It's too underestimated me. Even this scum is released to try to solve us. Ice Age. There was no need to even turn on the immortal mode, and in an instant, he stepped forward directly and drank lightly, and a strong freezing force erupted from his hand to bombard the ground. With the moment as the center, the snow-white energy on the ground spread rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, the entire forest was covered with a thick layer of ice and snow, and the entire forest was frozen into snow-white ice except for the three of them. No matter how many times you see it, this ability is so pleasing to the eye. Junmaro couldn't help but marvel as he saw that the forest in front of him had become a world of ice and snow. I don't know when my ice stun will reach the level of an instant. I looked at the hundreds of puppets around him, all turned into ice sculptures, and his eyes couldn't help but show envious light. Wyu instantly spit out a mouthful of white cold breath and glanced at the surrounding puppets with disdain. Let's go, don't look. After speaking in an instant, the group of three began to shuttle quickly in this icy forest. Just for a moment he raised his head and glanced deeply at the sun and the sky. This time, Atsuki is still a little fart as Naruto and them, it shouldn't be him. But no matter who you are, don't worry, one day I will go to the moon to meet you. Meanwhile, far above the moon, in an empty and cold palace. Failed? It doesn't seem to be a little mouse. The man on the luxurious seat seemed a little surprised, but then laughed. But it doesn't matter, anyway, as long as the reincarnation eye is in my hand, the destruction of the earth is only a thought of me. Ha 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 ha. The low laughter spread throughout the empty palace. Finally out, after passing through the waterholes on both sides of the cave, I returned to the outside world, and now it was midnight, the vast night sky, and the stars. It's a world away. After rushing out of the waterfall, standing in the forest, I took a deep breath of fresh air in an instant, and the dull atmosphere brought out from the ruins of the Datumo family was swept away. Next, we should find a place to study the corpse of the patriarch of the Datumo clan. Instantly, he tightened the scroll he was holding in his arms and thought to himself. But studying cells to extract genes requires sophisticated medical instruments and equipment. Where to find this? It's a little difficult to think about it. In the past, there were these medical equipment in the ninja hospital in Konoha, but now it is absolutely impossible to go back by myself. The other 4 ninja villages? Nor does it work. Or, Oto Ninja Village? Thinking of this, the moment suddenly brightened. Yes, just go there. There must be a lot of medical equipment and equipment in the big snake pill. This research mad demon, I just don't know if this guy was killed by himself last time. Moment, where are we going now? At this time, Shiro beside him asked him suspiciously. Let's go to Tenokuni. I made up my mind to pay attention, and a smile appeared at the corner of my mouth in an instant. Even if the guy from the big snake pill died, at least that guy should still be in Yin Ninja Village, no matter what, as long as the medical equipment is still there. After deciding on the next trip, he took the 2 imps out of the dense forest and stepped into a vast green grass. As soon as he came out of the forest, his eyes noticed that there was an extra person in front of him, a person he didn't expect. Stop the water. In an instant, long time no see. The visitor wore a dark blue power suit, and in addition to carrying a short knife on his back, he also had the logo of the Konoha Uchiha family fan. The person who appeared in front of him turned out to be Uchiha Shueishui, and he appeared in front of the 3 of them without warning, and he didn't even notice that someone was approaching with his eyes. I haven't seen it for a long time. I can't imagine that your instantaneous technique has reached this point. Momentarily, he stared at the sudden appearance of Uchiha in front of him with some surprise, not understanding why he came here. Ever since you left Konoha last time, I've been looking for an opportunity to talk to you again, said Shisui with a smile, a pair of scarlet chakra eyes still covered with short hair that was slightly curly. Oh? Although we are friends, if you come to persuade me to go back, I think it is better to avoid it. The white eyes of the moment kept staring at the shape of the water stopper, guessing his intentions in his heart. I really can't hide from you. Seeing that his intention was broken in an instant, a slight wry smile appeared on Shisui's face. I wasn't there when you left Konoha last time, otherwise I must persuade you well. It's useless, even if you were there at that time, it couldn't change my decision. What I decided, no one can change. Momentarily shook his head slightly, calmly looking at the water stop in front of him, with a little curiosity in his tone. Instead, I want to know more. How did you find me? With the range of my white eye, it is impossible for someone to appear in my field of vision and I have not found it. Oh, it's a secret. Seeing the resolute attitude of the moment, Shisui's whole person also looked particularly helpless. With your prospects in Konoha, it really doesn't have to be like this. About Mr. Hineda's incident, everyone doesn't want it to happen, and now everyone who knows that he is a hero who died for Konoha. A hero who died for Konoha? I think the chess pieces that were discarded casually for compromise. Hearing Shisui mention Hineda, he couldn't help but aggravate his tone unconsciously. Don't mention this matter again. In short, if you came today to tell me this, then you can go back now. You're one of my few friends in Konoha, and I don't want to hurt our feelings. After listening to the words of the moment, and his somewhat fluctuating emotions, the water stopped and fell silent, and on the grass outside the forest, the atmosphere fell silent for a while. Actually, a moment later, Shueishui broke the silence again, only to see him say, the 3 generations have always paid great attention to you, and you are his most optimistic junior in the village. Hearing that Shueishui mentioned the 3 generations, he did not interrupt his words for a moment, but just listened quietly in silence, and his thoughts began to recall the care that the past 3 generations of old men had given him bit by bit. Moreover, when I was on a guard mission before, I heard them mention that the 3 generations of adults have included you in the list of Hokage candidates. Shueishui carefully organized the language, looked at the moment and said, included me as a candidate for Hokage? His eyes widened in surprise for a moment, and the information in the words made him feel shocked. 3 generations of old men. I didn't expect him to really value me so much. Thinking of the past picture, and the lost and sad eyes of the 3 generations when he left Konoha, he couldn't help but clench the fists on his hands in an instant. And, ignoring the touch in Moment's heart, Shisui continued to say to Moment, the matter of you going so hard to snatch the Hyaga spell scroll is actually completely unnecessary, because the 3 generations have planned to negotiate with the Hyaga clan to let them lift the control of your spell seal. If the water stops, it is undoubtedly equivalent to a bombshell, which slammed into the heart of the Moment. 3 generations of old man, he looked at the water in disbelief, and let the Buddha carefully consider the truth and falsity of his words. You don't have to doubt it, these are all things I heard when I was on the Hokage Guardian mission, and this is not a secret in the upper echelons of Konoha. If you don't believe it, you can verify whether what I said is true or false. Shui Shui looked straight and finished what he wanted to say in a calm tone. Is that really the case? Then I spent so much effort to snatch the scroll of the Tuanzang, wouldn't it be redundant, but it would live up to everyone's expectations of me in vain? Thinking of Yuyan Yuzuki, who was still in Konoha's village, Hinata Suzun. Think of the 3 generations who have always had high hopes for themselves like an ordinary grandfather. But then, in an instant, I remembered the Hinata family who had been taking care of themselves since childhood. Hinata was sacrificed for the benefit of the village, the young Ning Si lost his father for no reason, and Aunt Myling, who had always loved her, lost her husband, remembering their expectations of themselves in the past. In the end, all emotions were put aside in an instant, and his eyes turned into a firm and decisive color. Don't say any more. Momentarily, he tried to calm his mood, and replaced it with a flat tone and said to the water stop in front of him, stop the water, we are all ninjas, and ninjas should not regret the choices they made. I only know that everything I see with my eyes really exists in this world. Even if I go back in time and have to choose again, I will still choose to take this path. In an instant, his tone was sonorous, and he truly said what he thought in his heart. What I pursue, I will naturally get it in my own way. Instantly, Shui's eyes widened, and the resolute attitude of Shui was beyond his expectations, and his mind turned, so he had to sigh helplessly. It seems that you have decided, just use your mouth. BA can't convince you to go back to Konoha with me, I'm sorry, then I can only arrest you and go back. The eyes of the Scarlet Chakra flowered, and his face seemed to have made a decision in his heart. Although the village did not give you a chase order and did not list you as a traitor, but with your talent, you really shouldn't go down this road. Arrest me? In an instant, as if he saw something incredible, he had a surprised expression. Stop the water, you're not telling me a joke, are you? Although you are known as the current #1 master of Uchiha and the strongest illusion ninja. In an instant, he was not angry, but calmly told him a fact. But with your strength alone, you want to capture me back. This is an impossible thing. I know that your kaleidoscope ability to write chakra eyes is not small, but the pupil power of my white eyes is far stronger than that of ordinary Hyaga ninjas. My eyes are always watching the flow of chakra on you. Once you start using illusion or ninjutsu, the first time I will see it. Seeing that the expression of stopping the water was still firm, he immediately persuaded out of kindness, you don't have any chance, give up and stop the water, I won't go back with you. No, I know, with your current strength, I can't be your opponent. Shisui said as he slowly pulled out the short knife behind his back, but giving up without trying is not my ninja. Let's do it. Although we have never really fought each other, I have long wanted to feel the true strength of the white-eyed demon. As soon as the words fell, the middle finger of the left index finger of Shui Shui formed a handprint in front of Xiong, and suddenly the whole person disappeared in place. Scold! When the white eyes of the moment caught the figure of the water stop again, a touch of shock. The bright sword light had already bloomed in front of him. Too fast. Before even the consciousness of reaction was generated, the knife was already swung in front of him. Sure enough, worthy of the name of instantaneous water stopping, he felt a cold from the blade on the skin of his body, and he was amazed in his heart. This is the fastest ninja he has seen to use the teleportation technique so far, and there is no one. I don't know who has a faster instantaneous technique compared to the legendary golden flash wave Fang Shuman. The knife light that stopped the water approached, but the mind of the moment was swimming. Walk duh. The moment he was slashed by the sword light, he did not make any resistance, his body directly turned on the elementalization, stood in place and hardened the attack of the water stop, and saw that the body that was slashed by the water stop knife splashed ice chips on the ground. No use to stop the water, any physical attack is ineffective against me. In an instant, he stood in place for a while, and said indifferently as he looked at the water. Sure enough, as rumored, your body can turn into ice cubes, and no physical attack can hurt you. The face of the unsuccessful water stop did not fluctuate, as if he had already expected the result to be like this. Then let's try another way. Fire escape. How dragon fire art. Gently threw the small knife into the air, his hands instantly formed more than a dozen complex handprints, stopped the water and took a deep breath, opened his mouth and spewed out 3 huge balls of fire, forming a ball-like and quickly striking towards the moment with an amazing high temperature. The ceiling is really fast, no wonder the weasel who learns with the water can have such a fast printing speed in the later stage, and sighed in his heart for a moment. In the face of the attack of the 3 fire dragons, before he could get around, he could feel that the temperature contained in this advanced fire ninjutsu was much higher than that of ordinary fire done. Vacuum back to the sky. At the moment, he didn't dare to be careless, his body chakra overflowed, and his whole body rotated at high speed to release a huge chakra ball, and a vacuum barrier outside the ball was enough to isolate any external attack. Sure enough, the 3 dragon-shaped fireballs with amazing temperature bombarded the sky in an instant, without setting off the slightest fluctuation in the vacuum of returning to the sky, and the flames were directly dispersed and dissolved into invisible. Of course, I know that this high-level fire dun is not so easy to deal with you, seeing that the high-level fire dun he released was also easily dissolved in an instant. He was not discouraged, because he knew that it was impossible for him to be injured so easily, and he had already prepared a backhand. Take it, instantly. Uchiha Ryu Ken Yu Yan. One hand took the small tie knife that just fell in the air, and ran the fire attribute chakra in the body, and I saw the small tie knife on the sailor red light, covered with a layer of high-temperature flame. Uchiha Ryu Hinata. Holding the flame blade, Shui Shui instantly swung more than a dozen swords into the air, and more than a dozen flame sword chi crisscrossed the air, which at first glance looked like someone had cut the space with red lines. In an instant, just stopped the vacuum and returned to the sky. More than a dozen hot and sharp flame sword chi had broken through the air, and immediately turned around, and instantly dodged to the other side, and as a result, the dozen flame sword chi seemed to have spiritual intelligence, bending an arc and continuing to chase towards him, with an endless posture. Sword chi capable of tracking targets? At a moment, he looked at the dozen flame sword chi that was about to be slashed on his body with some surprise. Was this really the ability to track the target, or was it a manipulation made in advance by using the ability of the Sharingan Eye to predict in advance? He didn't have time to think carefully, and in an instant, a thick ice shield quickly condensed out of thin air, blocking in front of him, and resisting all the flame sword chi. It's really a wonderful sword technique. After blocking the flame sword chi, he looked at the ice shield that was almost cut off in an instant, and praised it in his mouth. It's heartening to have your appreciation. In the face of the momentary praise, Shui Shui had a non-committal look on his face. But I guess you haven't shown your real strength at all. As soon as the words fell, the voice almost stayed at the position where Shui Shui had just spoken, but in the blink of an eye, he saw that Shui Shui had appeared in front of his eyes in an instant, and the flame blade in his hand brought a sharp hot edge, slashing towards him. But the speed of the moment was not slow, and with a slight flash, he displayed the speed of the 256 palms of the soft fist method Bagua, fusing the power of Konoha Gang Fist and the strange power fist to shake the earth, and used the ultimate physical technique against the water stop. In the blink of an eye, the speed of the two is extremely fast, and they have exchanged dozens of times in an instant, and both of them are secretly marveling at each other's strength during the battle. To be able to use the instantaneous technique so continuously, even an ordinary shadow-level ninja can't do this, right? In the midst of the fierce battle, he was able to speak. It's really worthy of being a genius known as instantaneous stopping water. And in the process of fighting, if it weren't for the momentary white eyes always paying attention to the operation of chakra in the water-stopping body, ordinary people would have been unknowingly hit by the illusion of stopping the water in the middle of the battle, and were killed with a knife. At this time, while trying his best to resist the water stop that dodged the superb physical technique of the moment, he felt bitter in his heart after hearing the words of the moment. After fighting with Instant, he found that Instant's physical skills were not only extremely fast, the moves were unpredictable, and each move was carried with great power, and even with the Hyuga family's unique secret soft fist chakra inner strength, Shisui knew that if ordinary people were hit by this physical technique once, I believed that they would be killed on the spot immediately. Moreover, in an instant, he could still speak in this level of battle. Obviously he was still at ease. Just when the water stop mind was rapidly flowing, he instantly made a palm, and the underwater consciousness instantly dodged, and just after dodging away, his chakra eye saw a crazy riot in the huge chakra in the body of the moment. Not good. The heart of the water stop shook, and a strong sense of crisis surged into the heart. Ascending Dragon Strike. In an instant, the huge chakra in the body erupted madly, his right leg kicked out like an angry dragon towards the water, the air shook, and a huge dragon-shaped wind roared, like an air cannon slamming towards him. Before the dragon-shaped wind could reach his body, the powerful power had already made Shui Shui breathe sluggishly, and he could barely put up his hands to block in front of him. Rumble. Shui Shui only felt a sharp pain in his whole body, and a huge force that could not be resisted by manpower directly blasted him out. It's not over yet. I saw that the moment the water stop was just blasted out, he directly flashed and caught up with the figure of the water stop. Soft fist method Bagua 128 palms. In an instant, his right hand turned into a phantom, and in an instant, countless palms were instantly struck on the body of the water stop flying in the air. Looking at the way the clouds flowed, it turned out to be a one-handed blow out of Hinata Ryu's soft boxing method Bagua 128 palms. Boom! The water stop that was shot out fell violently and slid out more than 10 meters away on the grass, and a long ravine was cut out of the green grass. The 64 points in your body have all been blocked twice by me. Don't struggle to stop the water anymore. You don't need a single bit of chakra now. The moment after stopping, he stood indifferently in place, looking at the water stop that fell on the grass and said in detail, "It's really a terrifying physical skill, not at all like the movements that humans can do." The water stop who fell to the ground seemed to say with some difficulty, with a wry smile on his face, Ascending Dragon Strike, instantly born out of Konoha Ryagang Fist after breaking the boundary of the advanced upgraded physical killing move, with a powerful kick to first compress the air and then spread it in one breath. The shape of the air cannon is like a dragon. If the perfect immortal mode is turned on in an instant to play at full strength, the power can even be comparable to the day tiger that the original Ryakai opened the 7 doors. If you fight with physical skills, of course, you can't resist stopping the water. I can't imagine that you can still speak. The power of the physical technique he cast was naturally very clear at a moment, but looking at the water stop that fell to the ground, his expression suddenly changed. Wrong. Because of his white eyes, he saw that the water on the ground suddenly turned into a crow in the sky, and suddenly scattered. Magic? Or a crow stand-in? It can't be. My white eyes have been locked on his actions since just now. He can't have the opportunity to use illusion or avatar magic, and for a moment the situation in front of me seems to be beyond the expectations of the moment. In fact, from the moment the 3 of them walked out of this forest, the moment the water suddenly appeared in front of him, he faintly felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't say it all of a sudden. If it were a normal situation, maybe I would have already lost. The crow flying in the sky croaked, recondensing the water-stopping form in front of the moment. But here I am in control. What surprised Instant even more appeared, and Instant found that the surrounding environment actually began to change, the sky began to turn gray, and the surrounding lush forest began to disappear. Most importantly, he suddenly found that he didn't know when he started, and Bai and Junmaro behind him had long disappeared, as if the 2 of them had never existed. Momentarily, he looked at all the changes around him in disbelief. Golden brilliance began to appear in the gray and gloomy sky, and behind the sudden stop of the water, a huge round of scarlet riding wheel ice slowly appeared, and on it was a round of 4-cornered windmill-shaped Guyu. Could it be? Seeing all these changes, a thought appeared in his heart for a moment. This is the ultimate illusion. No power can compete with this illusion. Shui Shui opened his enchanting kaleidoscopic chakra eyes, staring at the moment with an indescribable expression on his face. There was some hesitation, some helplessness, but in the end it turned into a firm color. Turn into dust. Moment. With a light drink in Shui Shui's mouth, Instant saw that the brilliance in the sky began to bloom with thousands of rays of light, and endless golden light burst down, making Instant almost unable to open his eyes. Seeing this scene, I instinctively wanted to use elementalization, but I was shocked to find that I couldn't use elementalization. Even the body began to be immobile. In an instant, he watched the billions of golden rays burst out of the sky, bombarding his body, turning himself into powder along with the surrounding earth. Dozens of kilometers away from the land of fire, on the edge of the forest, on a turquoise meadow. Whew, call. Phew, in an instant, a painful hand covered his forehead, his mouth kept panting, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his face. Momentary lord. Are you okay? Bai and Junmaro, who were beside him, saw the pain in the moment, and immediately supported him left and right, and anxiously shouted out on the spot. What the hell is going on? The invincible adult in his mind suddenly became like this after the black-haired and red-eyed man suddenly appeared in front of him, and Bai didn't understand what was happening at all. There is no doubt that this guy should have done it. Kill him now. Junmaro, who had a grim face, with an icy look, was looking at the man who suddenly appeared in front of him with a guarded expression. You two don't be impulsive, I'm fine. After taking a few deep breaths of fresh air, the pain that began to spread from his mind to his whole body was temporarily suppressed. What is this? Stop the water. Instantly, his face turned pale, and he looked at the water stop in front of him with some disbelief. Don't be a god of light. Shui Shui slowly faded the quadrangular windmill hook jade in his eyes, and looked at the moment in front of him with a surprised face, the kaleidoscope chakra eye illusion that pulls the enemy's spirit into an illusion space completely controlled by himself and causes great damage to it. I didn't expect your spiritual power to be so strong. A normal ninja would have already passed out a long time ago. Shisui's face was also full of disbelief. Don't be Tenjin Rei? Really? From the moment he walked out of the forest just now, he had already been hit by his illusion, and everything that happened just now was an illusion. The words of stopping the water made the moment recall everything that he had just experienced in the illusion space, but he did not expect that the water stop had such a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye illusion that was not a monthly reading, but better than a monthly reading, which he had never seen in the plot of the original book. One more thing, I can't understand, how did you evade the detection of my white eyes and suddenly appear in front of me and use illusion on me? This is simply impossible. Instantly calmed down, and looked at the enigmatic man in front of him with some doubt. Could it be? An answer suddenly came to mind. That's right, don't be a god. The only thing that can do this kind of miraculous thing is the ultimate illusion, the strongest illusion be Tenjin. That's right, it's the other heavenly gods. Seeing the expression on his face in an instant, a wry smile appeared on Shuishui's face. You really have a thoughtful mind, this can't hide from you. If it weren't for the use of other heavenly gods on you a long time ago, I wouldn't have been able to hide your eyes and use illusions in front of you. Really? Unconsciously, he didn't know when he had been affected by other heavenly gods. It was really terrible, and he looked at the water stop in front of him vigilantly. Everything he had just experienced made him have to re-examine his definition of the strongest illusion ninja in front of him. When? Instantly, the last question on his mind was asked. Puzzled, he began to recall his past contact with Uchiha Shuizu, once in the Hokage office building, and once on a mission in the Land of Water. But in an instant, I asked myself that I have always been careful to prevent the illusion of water, and when I get along, I usually observe the flow of chakra on both sides with my eyes open. How can I still fall for the illusion of other heavenly gods? Don't. You remember, seeing the wary look on himself in an instant, Shisui couldn't help but smile wryly, and a little guilty. It was that time in the Uchiha clan, when the two of us were chatting while looking at Konoha on the waterfall of the Nanga River. While you were not paying attention, I secretly used the kaleidoscope of the right eye to write will I pupils to bid farewell to the gods, planting a subconscious in your brain. This subconscious is that the next time you see me, you will actively ignore my existence, so just now I can avoid the detection of your white eyes and approach you without being discovered by you, which creates conditions for me to use other techniques on you. You are very vigilant, so I did not modify your other wills and thoughts, because if there is too much deviation and discrepancy from your original will and thoughts, it will be easily detected by you. Nima, is that really the time? Isn't it a little emotional when you are in a melancholy mood? Let down your guard and chat with you for a while, and you seize the opportunity to use illusion? Can you still be friends? Why the hell are you doing this? After listening to Shuishui's explanation, he was shocked and angry in an instant. Shockingly, the other heavenly gods really deserve to be the most terrifying illusion in this world, and they can really modify other people's will and ideas without knowing it. That time in the Uchiha clan, he subconsciously ignored his subconscious instructions at the next meeting using the other heavenly gods, and it was such a faint and imperceptible spiritual seed that made him walk out of the forest today, but his white eyes did not notice his approach at all. Even Shiro and Junmera saw the appearance of the water stop, but they couldn't find it themselves. That is to say, stopping the water has temporarily become a blind spot in his vision and thoughts, so just now he was used by the water stop raid without any warning, using the illusion, Bishinshin light. The moment of anger is that Shisui is one of the few people in Konoha who can be regarded as a friend, and he has gone on a mission to the Land of Water before, and he has also been born into death. Why did he use illusion on himself like this for no reason? In the face of the momentary questioning, Shuishui lowered his head in silence. Shuishui is a decent young man with strong principles, a strong sense of justice, and a special value for friendship, and secretly uses such illusions on his friends and former comrades in arms, which makes him feel very guilty. Finally, he still spoke in an instant. I really hope that you can turn back. Konoha needs your strength to protect. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted in an instant. Don't talk to me about this nonsense again. We have already said these words clearly enough in the illusion space just now. I'll ask you one last time. Why the hell are you doing this? In an instant, he looked at the water stop in front of him, and his mind turned sharply. At that time, he didn't show any intention of wanting to get away from Konoha in front of Shisui. How could he use another god on himself for no reason? The current statement of stopping water obviously does not make sense. Looking at the moment when the voice had gradually cooled down, Shisui fell silent again, and finally spoke. Whether you believe it or not, my purpose is for Konoha, and protecting Konoha requires your strength. No matter what, I'm going to bring you back today, said, and in an instant he saw that the chakra in the water stop body began to run wildly again, and the serious scarlet chakra eye appeared again with a quadrangular windmill Guyu. What exactly is it that makes you so persistent to take me back? What is your purpose? Stop the water. You two go to the side. Seeing that Shuishui planned to start again, he said to the two imps beside him, Shiro and Junmeru. But the two imps looked anxious, just about to resist and say something. There is nothing to be. This is not a fight that you two can meddle in right now. But he was immediately interrupted by a sharp voice. Abominable, seeing the eyes that could not be refused, Bai and Junmeru had to retreat to the side ruefully, especially Junmeru. It was the first time that he hated himself so much today for not having great power. After watching the two imps retreat to the safety of the side, although their faces turned pale in an instant, their eyes still looked sharply at the water stop in front of them. You also saw it when we fought in your illusion space just now. In the real world, you will not be my opponent. Do you still have to be obsessed? You're the one who is obsessed. In an instant, why did you live up to the expectations of everyone in the village? The kaleidoscopic chakra eyes that stopped the water suddenly opened and muttered almost in a whisper. Why don't you protect your own people and protect your village when you have such a powerful force? Usually in the momentary impression, he was always a gentle and smiling stopper, but now he was almost hysterical and roaring at him loudly. It seems that he has been caught in the gap between the village and the people, and the huge pressure and dilemma have made him almost collapse. Looking at the water stop in front of him, which was completely different from the gentle and elegant skin bag in the usual day, he was a little stunned for a moment. Now you may feel that I am not your opponent. No way. I'll let you see the ultimate power of our Uchiha clan. When he heard this, his heart jumped, and through his white eyes, he saw that a burst of green chakra was frantically emerging from the surface of Shuishui's body, and in a blink of an eye, a green giant with chakra flames was formed outside his body. Susanoo, in an instant, these 4 words came out of his mouth word by word, although today was the first time to see it with his own eyes, but how could he not be familiar with this pupil technique? This is the power he once longed for and envied the most when he first crossed into this world, and it's still the form of a second-stage semi-mature body. The body surface of the skeleton giant has formed meridians in flesh and blood. The chakra giant, who seemed to be a god from heaven, murmured, "Come on, let me see all your power too." Among the green chakra giants, there was an indifferent voice. "It is called the power of God by the world, and as long as you see it once, you will inevitably die, right? Oh, I'd like to see if Susanoo is really that weed tolerant today." As soon as he thought of this, his hands were closed in front of him in an instant, and suddenly an invisible aura burst out of the surroundings, and the surrounding grass seemed to be overwhelmed by a strong hurricane, and in a blink of an eye, a gorgeous white imperial god robe appeared on his body, and his long black hair was windless, causing an inexplicable momentum. Immortal mode, launch. Is this the rumored immortal mode? Seeing that the originally pale face suddenly recovered a little after turning on the immortal mode, looking at the powerful momentum that exuded from his body, the water-stopping expression that was wrapped in Susanoo also began to become solemn. Finally able to really fight you, Shisui's calm face also burst into a strong fighting intent, and the green Susanoo suddenly took out a spiral long pole in his hand. Gun. Looking at the green chakra flame in front of him, as if he was summoned from heaven by stopping water, his face did not reveal the slightest fear for a moment. The footsteps were lightly shaken, and in an instant, the whole person disappeared in place. Ascending Dragon Strike. A light drink. When Shui Shui heard the sound, when his kaleidoscopic chakra eyes once again captured the figure of the moment had already appeared beside him. I saw it turn in the air in an instant, driving his body to kick out a leg towards him through the air, and the air around him was compressed by his leg in an instant, and then violently discharged, forming a huge air cannon in the shape of a dragon. Rumble. The two imps Shiro and Junmaro in the far distance next to him seemed to hear the sound of two comets colliding together. From a distance, the green chakra giant that looked like a god was actually kicked off the ground by this leg in an instant, crashing to the side, and the airflow brought by the dragon-shaped wind scattered all the way set off a hurricane in the forest. The speed is simply too fast. Shisui, who was wrapped in Susanoo, gritted his teeth and managed to restabilize his figure. He found that the speed and power of the physical technique after turning on the immortal mode in an instant was almost 10 times higher than when he fought in the illusion space before. Oh? It seems that Susanoo's defensive power is indeed amazing. After throwing an ascending dragon strike with all his strength, Susanoo, who saw the water stop, was not shattered, and the water stop inside did not seem to have suffered any serious damage. Then come again. The mind flowed, and in the next instant disappeared in place again. When the figure reappeared, it had already taken off and jumped above Susanoo, and a huge spiral shuriken in his hand was buzzing and bursting into a piercing air explosion. Senfa Spiral Shuriken. Under the increase of the immortal mode, the spiral shuriken of the moment was almost 3 times larger than usual, and it bombarded the head of the green Susanoo with devastating power. Damn, it's too passive to go on like this. I didn't expect to use Susanoo or, in the face of another attack in an instant, the water stopped teeth-bitted, and Susanoo swung the spiral gun that exuded green chakra flame in his hand, and directly shot out the Senfa Spiral Shuriken that bombarded down in an instant. Boom! 2 destructive forces collided together, suddenly setting off a huge air flow on the grass that covered the eyes. Is this the battle of ninjas? Reaching out to block the furious air that kept blowing into his eyes, Junmaro and Shiro could no longer see any expression on their faces other than shock. The airflow dissipated, and I saw that I was standing on the grass intact in an instant, and the spiral gun that Susanoo had poked out of the water had dissipated, along with his arm. Is this the power of immortal arts? Shisui watched in shock as his Susanoo chakra flame soared, slowly regaining his arms, and couldn't help but sigh at the great power of the immortal technique. It is worthy of being the most cost-effective skill in Hokage, integrating attack and defense, and invulnerable. Looking at the green chakra giant that gradually recovered in front of him, he sighed in an instant. If he advanced to the 4th stage of the complete body of Susanoo, I don't know how strong it will be. Inadvertently, in an instant, the mind of Uchiha appeared in the original book. The complete body of Susa can destroy the sky and the earth, and the power of slashing the entire mountain with a sword. Ha! Chance! Seeing the moment, it seemed to be a little out of his mind, and the water kaleidoscope writing wheel turned his eyes and grabbed it immediately. At this fleeting moment, Susanoo changed for a while, and a gap opened in Xiong's cavity. Susanoo 99. In an instant, the entire grass was covered with green brilliance, and countless green chakra arrows flew from the Xiong cavity opened by Susanoo. Came out, each one cut through the air and galloped towards the moment. Looking at the arrow that was shot at him overwhelmingly, his eyes bloomed with a terrifying brilliance in an instant, and he clenched his fist in his hand. Roar! In an instant, he raised his hand and punched out, and the freezing power of the frozen fruit burst out, and out of thin air, a frost dragon condensed, roaring angrily and bursting the water stopped Susanoo. The countless arrows that were shot out were all devoured. See yourself, Susanoo. All the chakra arrows that came out were swallowed by the frost dragon that burst out in an instant, and the surrounding grass was condensed into a piece of ice, stopping the water with a cold expression, and controlling Susanoo to swing the spiral gun in his hand, aiming at the moment and killing. Humph. Looking at the huge Susanoo rushing towards him, he was not vain in an instant, his eyes condensed, and he burst out his powerful physical skills, carrying the power of the frozen fruit, and directly greeted him head-on. Boom! 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 The two world-shattering forces collided again and again, emitting one deafening sound after another. Looking at the breathtaking battle ahead, Bai and Junmaro, two young men who had just become ninjas, burst out with layers of envy and yearning in their eyes. It's really resilient. He is worthy of being the strongest ninja of the Uchiha clan now. Stop the water. Watching Susanoo resist his attacks again and again, every time he was able to break Susanoo's defenses, he quickly recovered again. Whew, call, phew, and Shui Shui, standing in front of the moment, gasped in his mouth, as if breathing had become a very luxurious thing for him at this time. Can't Susa deal with him? The water stop was a little unbelievable. He only felt that every cell in his body was painful, and bright red blood and tears flowed from his eye sockets, and he had maintained Susanoo all the time, which was undoubtedly a heavy load for him who had not obtained the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. It's over. Stop the water. The white eyes firmly locked on the water stop in front of him that seemed to have been a little overwhelmed, and his face was calm in an instant, and he frantically mobilized the huge immortal chakra in Ti's body. Not good. The kaleidoscope chakra. I clearly saw the mysterious chakra that burst out at this moment, and Shui Shui was shocked in his heart, and immediately sent out a large amount of chakra and pupil power, and the Susanoo flame outside the body sword, forming an impregnable wall, firmly isolating him from the outside world. Heaven and the world, only I respect. A sound that seemed to be drinking violently, and as if a low murmur came out of his mouth in an instant, but it was as if someone roared in his ears at this moment, and these 8 words were firmly stuffed into his mind. Boom! An indescribable freezing force erupted, and in an instant, this freezing power that was cold beyond the hell and the underworld frantically surged out in all directions with the moment as the center. The only one who was not affected, Bai and Junmaro, couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, and in the blink of an eye, the vast and boundless forests and meadows around them turned into endless icebergs with undulating peaks. And the water stop, along with the huge Susanoo outside his body, was also frozen in the moment this height. Inside the towering iceberg. This is not over, because the white eyes of the moment clearly see the situation inside the iceberg, although the water stop is frozen in the ice and cannot move, but it is firmly surrounded by Susanoo, and the body does not receive much damage. Seeing this, the expression was solemn in an instant, the huge immortal chakra was launched again, the white eyes were violent, and suddenly a vast, ancient, ancestor breath was revealed on the body. God! Empty! Hit! The two little ghosts who were watching from afar, Bai and Junmaro, suddenly felt that the foreground changed in their eyes, and only black and white remained between heaven and earth. I didn't see any big move in the moment. A huge fist formed out of thin air in the air, this huge fist between the tangible and the invisible, all the air inside was actually expelled outside, and an absolute vacuum was formed inside the fist. Rumble! With unparalleled momentum, with the breath of Chakra Ancestor, in an instant, he blasted out this absolute vacuum punch towards the frozen Susanoo. Boom! Without making much noise, I saw that Susanoo, who was frozen in ice, shattered all of a sudden, as if it were an ordinary piece of glass. Poof! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and after Susanoo was shattered by a punch in the air, the whole person flew out on the spot and fell heavily on the frozen grass. The divine airstrike, sure enough, is worthy of being the blood entrapment of Chakra Ancestor Datumu Kagaya, the mysterious body technique of the 80 God airstrike. Under the increase of the perfect immortal mode, the power under one blow makes the moment also a little shocked. You lost. Stop the water. In an instant, he was dressed in a white imperial robe, his long black hair flowed, as if a breeze came to stop the water, and he looked at him condescendingly. I lost. Falling to the ground, it seemed that his whole body had lost all his strength to stop the water, and he said with some difficulty, a bitter smile on the corner of his mouth. Unexpectedly, he desperately used the legendary power of the Uchiha clan, and he was not his opponent. What was his strength? You shouldn't have come today at all. Momentarily, he looked at the embarrassed water in front of him with a somewhat complicated expression. Why did he do this? Ahem! Ignoring the expression of the moment, the water trembled and slowly supported his body and slowly stood up. I didn't expect that Susanoo was not your opponent. Shisui finally stood in front of him with difficulty, weakly as if a gust of wind blew through him and he could fall. I'm sorry for the moment, I can only use that technique. Be sure to bring you back to Konoha. It must be, in the fierce battle, 2 kaleidoscopic chakra mysterious level pupil techniques were used in a row, and the pupil power and physical strength that were seriously consumed made the voice of Shuishui's speech begin to become blurred. Are you crazy? You'll be blind like this. Uchiha Shui's a left eye, a god who forcibly and permanently modifies the will and thoughts of others without the need for others to look at him, turning the person he sees into a puppet. If you want to talk about the most changeable in the entire Hokage original, several abilities, Bishinshin, which can be called a bug-level ability, is completely ranked first, and the ranking is definitely above the monthly reading. You must not fall into this technique. This was the only thought in his heart at this moment, and the devil knew what kind of water stop would change his will and thoughts through other gods, so he must not be allowed to succeed. The quadrangular windmill Guyu and the kaleidoscopic writing wheel eye of the left eye of the water stop rotated wildly, seeing that the other heavenly gods were about to launch, under the pressure comparable to the threat of death. The immortal chakra of his whole body burst out in an instant. Moko bol matmo. An indescribable freezing power was suddenly released directly from the body in an instant, as if an invisible and intangible realm enveloped the surrounding space, and for a moment, everything stopped. Shui Shui, Shiro, Junmeru, and even the blades of grass that were rolled up by the airflow in midair all stopped, and the entire spacetime around the moment fell silent. Alas! At this time, the only moment that could move in this space, he stood quietly in front of Shui Shui, sighed, waved his hand and hit the soft fist Bagua Zhang, blocking all the 64 important points above and below Shui Shui's body twice. In the blink of an eye, time in the entire space returns to flow, and the world around it returns to its original state, as if nothing had changed. The only thing that changed was a look of disbelief standing in place, and the kaleidoscope of chakra eyes in his eyes also returned to ordinary black eyes. What the hell is going on? My Sherry Nan. My chakra. Shisui widened his eyes, looking incredulously at what was happening in front of him, and he found that he couldn't use even a little chakra, nor could he unleash any ninjutsu. I just froze the entire space-time here. In this time and space, I am the only one who can move freely. Seeing the expression of disbelief written on Shui Shui's face, he explained to him in a soft voice in an instant. Freeze time and space. After listening, Shui Shui's somewhat dull mouth muttered these words. What kind of concept is that? Have you reached this point now? Looking at the moment stunnedly, he found that he had never been able to see through the teenager in front of him. I won't kill you, I won't go back with you, don't appear in front of me again. Ignoring the sluggish water, he passed by him silently in an instant, leaving a silent atmosphere. This is the last time I will be a friend. Shiro, Junmaro, let's go. Lifting the immortal mode on his body, he felt a little tired spirit in an instant, called two teenagers who woke up like a dream, and walked away without looking back. Standing in place for a long time, Shui Shui was silent for a long time, and finally clenched his fists, as if he had made up a big decision, turned back with difficulty, and opened his mouth to say a word. In an instant, it's Tuan Zhang. He approached me before. On the one hand, he told me that Konoha needs your power to protect me, and on the other hand, he promised me that as long as I bring you back, he will take a stand with the 3 generations of Hokage-sama in this matter of the village in Uchiha. After finally saying the words that had been buried in his heart for a long time, Shui Shui let out a sigh. The contradictions between the family and the village have intensified in the past few years, and he has been caught in the gap and has done more and more things against his will to make himself guilty over the years. Now, after being defeated in an instant, he was secretly relieved in his heart. At least he had tried his best, and now he was defeated by absolute power, and he didn't need to see things happen against his will. Tuan Zhang, after hearing the words of stop water, he stopped his steps for a moment. Sure enough, it's this old thing. You actually want to use me by using the water stop. What a deep calculation. Suppressing the strong killing intent in his heart, he turned his head slightly in an instant, and finally took a deep look at the water stop behind him. This instantaneous water stop, the strongest illusion ninja, this ninja who was like a mystery in both the original book and the world in front of him. Farewell, Uchiha. Stop the water. Maybe after this side, we will never have the opportunity to meet again. Taking back all the thoughts in his heart, he turned his head in an instant, took the 2 teenagers Shiro and Junmeru, stepped out, and walked towards the road that no one could see clearly. The years flies, and before you know it, the 55th year of Konoha. In the past 2 years, except for the rumor 2 years ago that Konoha's genius ninja Hinata had a disagreement with the village and left Konoha, nothing major happened in the ninja world, and the undercurrent below was turbulent, but it was calm on the surface. Tanokuni, Oto Ninja Village. The dark and mysterious research institute that does not see the light of day. There were long, dark, dim corridors everywhere, and there was no light except for a little light on the walls on either side. On both sides of the aisle were iron cells, with lifeless prisoners on one side, and judging by the clothes and hands of some of them, the use of shurikens for a long time, and the cocoons that came out of their pain, they were all ninjas. In a laboratory in the middle of the corridor, a mournful wail filled the entire dark world, stinging the fragile nerves of the ninjas imprisoned in their cells over and over again. Subject 107, fail, replace the next. In the small room, there are precision instruments everywhere, bottles and cans of medical test tubes and other containers can be seen everywhere, and some even store some human organs, and the whole room is filled with pungent smells. And standing next to him is the medicine master who met at the Root Organization base a few years ago, and at this time, he is standing quietly beside the big snake pill, and his hand is constantly passing some experimental tools to the big snake pill, fully playing the role of assistant. It's just that the light that flashes from time to time on his glasses, no one knows what is really going on in his heart. Failed again. This is already the 8th experimental subject today, Lord Orochimaru. With a smile on his face, he whispered to the big snake pill next to him. Pocket, in the field of research and development of forbidden arts, the most important thing is not talent, but patience, Orochimaru said casually, but only halfway through the words, suddenly a strong crisis erupted in his heart. Rumble. Suddenly, the wall on the side of the room suddenly collapsed, and together with the wall on the aisle outside, it was pierced by someone. Through the collapsed ruins, the golden light of the evening outside spilled into the dim room, illuminating the entire walkway, and Orochimaru and Pocket saw three figures appear outside the pierced wall. Facing the oncoming sunset sun, the big snake Pill and Pocket could not see the appearance of the person at all. Who is Orochimaru, one of his three shinobi? The lives killed on the hands are not tens of thousands, but thousands. When have you been offended like this? As soon as he wanted to attack, a strong murderous aura appeared all over his body, but he was stopped by the voice of the person who suddenly spoke. So it's here. It's really hard for you to find here, Senior Orochimaru. A voice that seemed to be a little frivolous came into the ears of the big snake Pill and the Pocket. This voice, it seems that where has it been heard? Suddenly, looking at the figure that appeared in front of him, a person appeared in Orochimaru's mind, a person who had brought in death threats. It turned out to be Momon-kun. The expression on Orochimaru's face seemed a little shocked and a little flustered, but he finally changed to an evil smile. Last time the country of water hurriedly parted, this time I saw the senior of the big snake Pill. It seems that the demeanor is still the person who came snorted and walked in from outside the ruins of the broken wall. After walking out of the setting sun, Orochimaru and Pocket saw the figure of the three people in the group clearly. I saw that 2 years had passed, and in an instant, the three people in the group had grown a lot taller, and their silhouettes became more and more distinct. In an instant, he was still dressed in dark civilian clothes, his long black hair was like a waterfall, his eyes were pure white, and his face was rich and handsome. The white face is soft and quiet, compared to the face of the moment, it is less tough and more gentle. And Jun Malu's face was grim, his white hair and blue eyes, and Gupan had a decisive killing momentum. I didn't expect you to suddenly come to my Oto Ninja village as a guest today. What an honor, said Orochimaru in his unique husky and seductive voice, and suddenly he noticed the smooth forehead of the moment with some surprise. The spell mark on your head, it seems that the spell mark of the caged bird of the Hyuga clan can't trap you. The soaring eagle of the moment. Soon, Orochimaru reacted and restored the demeanor of one of his legendary three ninjas, an old shadow-level powerhouse. You said this. Hearing this, he smiled and caressed his forehead, and said non-committally, you are not an idle person, senior of the great snake Pill. Last time even I thought you were dead, but I didn't expect that you were still here safe and sound. Hearing the moment suddenly mention the last exchange, recalling the terrifying power that seemed to freeze the heaven and earth by raising his hand, the face of the big snake Pill couldn't help but flash an unnatural color, but quickly recovered and said, hee. There is no need to mention the past. I can't imagine that these two children have grown to this point. Saying that, the big snake Pill's gaze shifted to Bai and Junmaro, who were around in an instant, and with his vicious eyes, he could easily see that the strength of these two little ghosts had reached the peak of the middle ninja. Fang was about to step into the strength of the upper ninja level. In the 2 years since he came out of the ruins of the Atsuji clan and fought with Uchiha Shisui, he has been taking the two teenagers Shiro and Junmaro to travel between the countries of the ninja world, on the one hand, to improve the strength of himself and the two teenagers, and on the other hand, to take them to appreciate the completely different customs between the various countries of the ninja continent, increasing their experience. Along the way, they were assassinated by hired ninjas more than once, the most from Yunnan, followed by Danzo, and then some other unknown forces, for some unknown purposes. Of course, these assassinations were easily resolved in an instant, and some even used them as material for Bai and Junmaro's actual combat practice. After 2 years, he instantly felt that his current strength would soon touch a new bottleneck, and chakra and the frozen fruit were only one step away from officially entering the stage of the ultra shadow level and the awakening of the devil fruit. In the past 2 years, in addition to the rapid improvement in the strength of the three people, one of the things that made Jun Mariah most concerned was that the unknown blood disease in Junmaro's body finally broke out. Junmaro began to cough up blood intermittently, although the frequency was not very high, but this was enough to worry instant. This child who was cold on the outside but simple in heart, and at the same time had a bad fate, Junmaro had completely regarded him as his companion in his heart. After repeatedly examining him, even though the current level of medical ninjutsu had reached the level of no less than Tsunade, it still could not accurately cure the blood disease on Junmaro's body, and could only temporarily suppress and delay his symptoms. So after a month of searching, he finally took Shiro and Junmaro to Oto Ninja Village, the base where Orochimaru is now in Tenokuni. Medicine Master Pocket, retracting his thoughts, he instantly moved his gaze to the pocket next to the Great Snake Pill. I didn't expect you to appear here with the Great Snake Pill Senior. By the way, I don't know if there is something wrong with the sudden visit of June to my village today. At this time, the Big Snake Pill suddenly opened his mouth to pick up the topic. Looking at the moment in front of him, he didn't understand the meaning of this moment. Meaningfully glanced at the pocket next to the Big Snake Pill that hid himself behind multiple masks, and instantly explained the purpose of his coming here. I came to you today mainly to borrow your medical instruments and laboratories here. I hope you can agree. Medical equipment? Laboratory? Carefully pondering the meaning of Moment's words, the Big Snake Pill said with some doubts, it's okay, Momentjun, you just have to use it. I can't imagine that Momentjun you also have an interest in research. Without too much communication, he walked straight towards the room of medical instruments and equipment in the corridor. With his current strength, he couldn't turn over any waves with his big snake pill. Oh yes, there is a reluctant request. He suddenly stopped while walking, and looked back at the big snake pill. Senior Big Snake Pill, I see that you have so many subordinates here, I hope you can let them help Shiro and Junmaro hone their actual combat experience and skills. In an instant, he turned his mind like no one, and it was clear that he regarded Orochimaru, one of his legendary 3 ninjas, as a nanny. I saw a trace of blue chi flash on the face of the big snake pill, and his face sank, but soon he showed an evil smile. Hee, no problem. I also like these 2 children very much. Seeing that Orochimaru had no objections, he instantly let the 2 teenagers, Shiro and Junmaro, stay, while he walked to the room of the medical equipment research room. Go to the medical equipment research room and close the door of the room. Walking into the room in an instant, there was a circle of sophisticated medical equipment, as well as instruments and equipment similar to computers and computers. It's worthy of being a research mad demon and a snake uncle who masters core technology. There are all kinds of instruments and equipment in the base. After scanning the circle, he sighed in his mouth, and quickly took out a scroll from his clothes. Boom! After using psychic techniques, a corpse appeared in front of his eyes after a puff of smoke, which was the corpse of the patriarch of the Datuma clan who had been taken from the underground cemetery of the Datuma clan site before. First of all, extract the genes, and in the days when he used to learn medical ninjutsu with Tsunade, these medical knowledge and equipment and instrument operation skills had all been learned in an instant, otherwise he really couldn't operate these devices with such precision in front of him. Extracted, after some operation, he finally extracted the genes from the blood samples of himself, the patriarch of the Atsuki clan of the Hamura lineage, and Junmaro. Carefully comparing the genes of the 3 under the instrument, Ni-Duan was found in an instant. The gene chain of the head of the Datuma clan and his own gene chain coincide with each other and have a complementary tendency. Moreover, Junmaro's gene chain is even more strange, and it is actually consistent with some of the gene chains of himself and the head of the Atsuki clan, but not all of them. Is that really the case? Muttered as he looked at the genetic comparison sample in his hand. Sure enough, just like his original diagnosis, Junmaro's blood succession disease is because his gene chain is incomplete and partially incomplete, and there is no problem under normal circumstances, but the more he uses his blood succession limit, the corpse bone vein, the more serious the disease will be. What is the blood succession limit? To put it bluntly, it is a genetic disease. In the world of Hokage, everyone has the opportunity to awaken and obtain an atavistic phenomenon and ability, just like the people of the Uchiha clan have the opportunity to awaken the Sharingan, the ability of this ancestor Indra. The people of the Senju clan and the people of the Uzumaki clan have the opportunity to awaken the body of the immortal, the ability of this ancestor Ijura. Junmaro is also like this. The Kagaya family is the bloodline handed down from the original family of the ancient Atsuki Kagaya, and the atavistic genes that have been passed down to the bloodline of Junmaro's generation are already minimal. In this generation of Kagaya, except for Junmaro, who has well awakened the blood succession limit, corpse veins and inherited the characteristics of Kagayaheim's appearance, all Kagaya clans are black-haired and have no brains to only know how to fight, kill, and destroy. In contrast, Junmaro obviously has more room for rational thinking and is closer to Kagayaheim's appearance, which indicates that his atavism is more obvious. However, the broken bloodline gene chain and the premature awakening of the bloodline boundary led to the outbreak of his bloodline disease, which was the reason why it had not been detected until now. It seems that Junmaro's situation is much more complicated than mine. Putting down the genetic sample in his hand, he thought about it for a moment and made a conclusion in his heart. It seems that his blood inheritance disease can only collect the genes of the Hyuga family, the Atsuki clan on the moon, and restore the complete bloodline of the Atsuki Hamura. Then gather the Uchiha clan, the Senju clan, and the Uzumaki clan to restore the complete bloodline of Datuki Haji, and finally combine the two to restore Kagayaheim's bloodline. It is possible to complete his genetic chain defects. It sounds very complicated, but the moment he has sorted out his head, at least he has found the best way to cure Junmaro. Next, it's time to try to awaken the Eye of Rebirth. Looking at the genes of the lunar big tube wood family extracted from his hand, he couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart, and he could hardly help himself. Suppressing the swaying mood, he slowly poured the genes of the lunar big tube wood family into the needle-hole syringe in an instant. Boom! A shadow doppelganger was separated as a guard, and he held his breath a little depressed. System, you said that if I inject the genes of the Otomo clan on the moon into my body, can I fuse it into a complete bloodline of the Otuki family, so as to awaken the reincarnation eye? At this moment, he was calling for a long-lost system in his heart. I heard the sound of the system that I hadn't heard for a long time, but at this moment, my heart didn't feel calm at all. Injections. Get in. Seize this incredible opportunity. Haven't you been longing for the power of the reincarnation eye for a long time? Now that the opportunity is in front of you, do you still have to give up? Injection. Go inside and you'll instantly get the power to create and destroy, and no one will be your opponent until the final battle. Don't inject. You are already very strong now, there is no need to take this risk at all. According to the current strength progress step by step, the final big war will definitely have a place for you. As if at both ends of the scale, Two voices were arguing madly in the mind of the moment, both choices had their own reasons, and for a moment they fell into a dilemma. In a trance, he suddenly remembered the years he had just crossed over. There was no jade system, no demon fruit, nothing, and could only rely on his own ability to struggle in front of fate. If none of this had happened, what would have become of you now? Is it that he has now emerged by relying on his own ability to become the best among the many members of the Hyuga family, but he is at the mercy of the Zong family and obeys the orders of the Zong family? Or is it that, like Hinata, it has now become a victim of the interests of the sacrificed interests of the Konoha high level for the benefit of the majority? Or is the strength mediocre, and everyone is silent, like a dragon set? Maybe he died in which mission before the Fourth Ninja World War? No, that's not what I wanted. The mind returned to the reality in front of him, and the eyes of the moment gradually became firmer. Without even asking the system again, he directly stuck the syringe in his hand into his arm in an instant. There is no pain as imagined. There are no imaginary struggles. It was as if nothing had changed, and for a moment it felt like he had been given an infusion in the hospital when he was sick in his previous life. Suddenly, a nightmare descended. In an instant, I felt a sharp pain like a fire all over my body, as if the cells in the whole body were devouring each other, and it was as if there were billions of ants tearing and biting in the body. But he gritted his teeth in an instant, and did not exhale in pain. He was still able to hold on to this pain, but he didn't know what would happen next. Ding! The system detected that the host had obtained a complete bloodline of the Datuma clan, and the bloodline is currently fusing. Suddenly, the pain in the whole body began to increase violently, and I couldn't help but exhale in pain while gritting my teeth, and I felt as if my body was changing all over my body. If someone else saw it at this time, they would immediately find that the most obvious change in the body in an instant was the original long hair that was as black as a waterfall, which was changing into a gray color at a rapid speed. If you look closer and take a closer look, you will see that the originally pure white eyes at this moment are gradually changing into blue colors. However, no one could notice all this. On the one hand, the fierce wails that filled the research institute everywhere covered up the sound of the moment, and on the other hand, Orochimaru and Hood were now taking Shiro and Junmaro to select the imprisoned ninja out for actual combat training. In a daze, Moment felt as if he had fainted, and when he gradually regained consciousness, Instant slowly supported himself from the ground with his arms. Ding! The system detected that the host obtained the complete bloodline of the Otomo family, broke the boundary successfully, and congratulated the host for obtaining the reincarnation eye. Is this the Eye of Rebirth? The legendary Eye of God, which has the power of destruction and creation, the ultimate embodiment of Yin? For a moment, I was a little confused and looked at everything around me, as if everything around me was moving, and it seemed that nothing had moved. It seemed that everything had changed, and it seemed that everything had not changed. The body seems to be different. Stand up and stretch in an instant. Izuka clenched his fists with both hands, feeling that his body was significantly more powerful than before. Ding! The system detects that the host chakra amount has reached the bottleneck, breaks the boundary successfully, and congratulates the host's chakra amount to a higher level. A message suddenly sent by the system again made momentary frown. System, what the hell is going on? Because the body of the host your Hyuga clan has successfully fused the bloodline of the Otuki clan on the moon, your current body is closer to the Itsuki Feather Village than the Itsuki clan on the moon, although it is not as strong as the body of the immortals, but it is far more powerful than your original body, so your chakra breaks the boundaries and is promoted to a higher level. I see. Hyper Shadow level chakra? In an instant, I couldn't help but close my eyes and carefully feel the surging chakra from my body. And the host, if you just chose to compromise and made a wrong choice, then it means that your own denial has eliminated the possibility of becoming stronger, which means that your subconscious mind cannot see a stronger self, and from now on the Jade Collapse system will no longer have an effect on you. You have to remember that only the strong can obey. The strong, only diamonds can cut diamonds, and the Jade system will only help the strong. Listening to the sound of the system gradually dissipated in his mind, he muttered to himself in an instant, the Hongyu system will only obey. Duty to the strong. Immediately, the blue eyes flowed, as if he understood something, grasped a truth in his heart, and his expression became more determined. This power, I can feel it, at this moment of me, so strong that no one can beat me, at least not in this world right now. Feeling the seemingly endless pupil power coming from the new eyes, and the surging chakra in the inner body, the self-confidence at this moment swelled, swelling to unprecedented heights. Waving his hand to recall the shadow doppelganger, he casually erased all traces of existence, withdrew all the extracted genes with psychic magic, and opened the door of the laboratory and walked outside. Along the way, I walked through a long and dark walkway, and in an instant came to an open field outside. Boom! Boom! The two teenagers in the center of the venue, Shiro and Junmaro, were fighting with more than 40 ninjas, and the sound of Kunao and Format ninja crisscrossing everywhere. Orochimaru and Pocket were standing at the edge of the field, observing the battle that was outnumbered. At this moment, I found that the sky outside was still hot red in the evening, indicating that the time when I was in a coma inside just now was not long. Moment-kun, you out. The big snake pill watching the battle at the edge of the field first noticed that Instant came out of it, and just wanted to say hello but raised his eyes to see Moment's appearance, and the whole person froze. The way you look, shocked by the change in appearance and temperament in an instant, the big snake pill suddenly found a sharp gaze sweeping over, as if his whole body was pierced, as if he did not have the slightest secret that he could hide in front of this gaze. What an eye that is! The big snake pill looked up, only to see the silver-white long hair flowing in an instant. The aura was terrifying, a pair of azure blue eyes seemed to exude endless light, and the pupil was a snowflake-like shape, which looked beautiful. Beautiful, but extremely strong. It was as if the entire vast starry sky and the sky at night was instantly contained into his eyes, as if there was a powerful magnetic force that attracted everyone's gaze. Is that the eye of God? For some reason, such a thought flooded the bottom of the big snake pill's heart, and even he couldn't notice it, because before he got closer, he felt a great pressure from this pair of eyes. This is the gap in rank, just like the gods in the sky looking down on the ordinary people on the earth, all sentient beings. I just broke through some abilities and caused some changes in my body, he chuckled, as if a breeze came to the two people of Orochimaru and Pocket in shock. Awakened from the shock by the words of the moment, the big snake pill forcibly suppressed the doubts and surprises in his heart, and decided to go back and go through those ancient texts and materials again to see if he could find out what the origin of these mysterious eyes of the moment was. Occult magic mirror ice crystal, corpse bone vein, 10 fingers piercing bullet. At this time, the two teenagers in the middle of the field, Bai and Junmaru, just used their blood succession limit ability. I saw that Bai summoned dozens of huge mirrors made of ice and trapped a dozen ninjas inside, and Bai himself jumped into the mirror from the outside, and after a while, there was a painful wail from the mirror cage, and a trace of blood was constantly spilled. And Junmaru's face was grim, there was no mercy in his eyes, and he jumped into the air in the middle of his physical fight, and his whole body stretched out a beauty in the air. The wonderful arc quickly spun and used its own blood succession limit, the 10 finger bones created by the corpse bone vein. After going out, more than a dozen ninjas fell in response. Whew! Phew! In the middle of the field, the two teenagers Shiro and Junro leaned back to back, panting slightly. So many ninjas, they were all lower ninja and even middle ninja. The elite level, able to defeat so many ninjas at once. I have to say that in the past 2 years, they have also worked hard for them. Snap! Syllable! Snap! At this time, Orochimaru and Pocket were finally brought back to their attention by the wonderful victory of the two teenagers in the field, and I saw Orochimaru clapping and praising without hesitation. What a wonderful battle, really an extraordinary ninja talent. Sure enough, my original vision was not wrong. Saying this, Orochimaru couldn't help but recall that he had taken a fancy to these two teenagers in the land of water, but failed to take them away because of his strength. In an instant. Now see both of them in amazement. Yan's performance couldn't help but float a trace of greed in his heart. Greed and regret. Unfortunately, judging from the oppressive power transmitted by the current moment and the chakra that was far superior to the previous one, he would never have the opportunity to get Bai and Junmaru, two talented teenagers, from the hands of the moment. Momentary Lord. Momentary Lord. You, the two teenagers, Bai and Junmaru, who were drawn to the edge of the field by the voice of the big snake pill, saw the figure of the moment, and just wanted to say something with a look of surprise, but suddenly saw a major change in the body of the moment. The originally long black hair has become now silver white, and the originally pure white eyes have now become azure blue mysterious eyes, and the change is even greater in the transformation of the temperament on the body in an instant. If the original moment can also be described as rich and handsome, warm as jade, then now the temperament of the moment can only be described with flawless, fairy and dusty, which makes people inadvertently give birth to a sense of distance, as if the person in front of them is an unreachable dream. Don't ask yet, I'll explain it to you when I have time. Seeing the surprise in the eyes of the two of them, the words in an instant suppressed the doubts in their hearts, and turned to look at the big snake pill. Senior Big Snake Pill, I really thank you for borrowing your laboratory for me this time, it is indeed very helpful to me, but I think we'll probably have to bother you here for a while. Oh? Of course, that's very welcome. Orochimaru had an evil smile on his face, and his eyes did not hide his greed in his eyes when he looked at the three of them. Greedy desire. 1. I'll immediately ask my subordinates to clean the room and come out for you. Thank you. Instantly, he opened his mouth to express his gratitude, ignoring the greed of the big snake pill. Greedy gaze, under the absolute strength suppression, he can do nothing. By the way, Orochimaru seemed to suddenly remember something, and pulled out an envelope from his clothes. I received an interesting letter some time ago. It seems to be an organization called Xiao. Letter from the organization? Hearing the words of the big snake pill, he frowned in an instant. How? Are you interested? The big snake pill carefully observed Moment's face, and he found that Moment's face did not seem to be the first time he heard this name. No, it's the first time I've heard this name. Instantly, he shook his head slightly, not caring if Orochimaru believed his answer. How? What does the letter say? The letter said that their organization is something that I am very interested in. Let me go to the appointment in a few days. Orochimaru's eyes flickered, but he answered the information on the letter truthfully. Is it? So are you going to go to the appointment? Instantly, he looked at the big snake pill in front of him with interest, wanting to see his answer. Of course go, since there is something I am interested in, why don't I go? Orochimaru had an evil smile on his face. He was still very confident in himself during this period, except for the demigod Juzang who fought when he was young, and the freak in front of him. He had never lost a fight with anyone. Seeing the disapproving smile on Orochimaru's face, he shook his head lightly and smiled non-committally. When you went to see the power of the Eye of Reincarnation, I don't think you will believe in your own power as much as you do now. Aren't you going to check it out? Looking at the inexplicable smile on his face in an instant, the big snake pill was a little confused. No, I think there will be a chance in the future. A mysterious smile appeared on his face again, and he shook his head and walked inside with Shiro and Junmeru. Are there opportunities? Orochimaru looked at the back of the moment he left thoughtfully, but soon an evil smile appeared on his face. Hinata moment. Is there such a magical change in the white eye? I must uncover this mystery. Back in his own room in the base, he couldn't wait to feel the new ability brought by his awakening reincarnation eye, but then the voice of the system came from his mind again. The host forgot to remind you of two things. Speechless. Will the system still forget things? Momentarily, I was a little doubtful whether this jade system was artificial or intelligent. The first thing is that the Eye of Reincarnation, like the Eye of Reincarnation, is the embodiment of the ultimate of yin, creating matter from the invisible with imagination and spiritual power as the root, and in this respect it is a pupil of the mind that is far more powerful than the eye of the chakra. Therefore, the process of opening everyone's eyes is different, and the ability to produce will be similar. The eye of the soul? Everyone's eye-opening situation is different, and the ability to produce is also different? Being reminded by the system, I also recalled the original book in an instant, and the Uchiha Suzuki and Uchiha spots in the original work. The reincarnation eyes of the two people who opened their eyes did have a slight difference. One of Suzuki Uchiha's abilities is Tenchi Power, the ability to swap positions between caster and target within a specific range in a split second by aiming at the focus point of the Eye of Reincarnation. One of Uchiha's abilities is the Wheel Tomb Inside Hell, the ability to summon several shadows from the Wheel Tomb world that others cannot see and cannot be harmed by physical attacks, and the ability to integrate attack and defense. Thinking about it so carefully, it is true that everyone's eye ability will have their own special ability, and after listening to the reminder of the system, he nodded secretly in an instant. It seems that his reincarnation eye may also be slightly different from the reincarnation eye of the people in the Hokage theater version. Insight beyond the white eye. It can control gravity and repulsion, and the force can even pull the orbit of the planet. This is common to the Eye of Reincarnation, but the method of use and action point are different. You can turn on the Reincarnation Eye chakra mode, and the whole body is covered in green chakra, and you can use the Seeking Jade for attack and defense. You can use the Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion and the Silver Will Reincarnation Explosion, but it is also possible that this is the trick of the Atsuki people themselves. It has the ability to wirelessly manipulate puppets, control the mental will and actions of others, and obtain information in their brains. It can absorb chakra like the ability of Reincarnation Eye Hungry Ghost Deo, but chakra with white eyes cannot absorb it, and can also absorb ninjutsu and return it to the enemy. It has the ability to master space, and can set up illusion traps in different spaces to connect the passage of the earth to the moon. Puppet Reincarnation, summon a huge stone statue with combat power enough to suppress the 9 tails, and as long as the Reincarnation Eye is still running, the stone statue can be restored infinitely even if it is broken. The above 7 abilities are the impressions of the known abilities of the reincarnation eyes of the people in the big tube of wood houses in his memory, but I don't know if his ability to reincarnate eyes will be the same as him. With this in mind, he couldn't help but close his eyes and carefully feel the power contained in his eyes, trying to tap the known and unknown abilities in them, but the system interrupted his meditation again. Host, don't be happy too early, there is a second thing you haven't told you yet. Your current rebirth eye is not yet complete, and you still need to go through the 3 fetal movements of the rebirth eye before your rebirth eye will be fully formed. Otherwise, in your current state, if you use too much, your rebirth eye may degenerate back to the white eye. Fetal movement? Nima, you think this is giving birth? After listening to the second reminder of the system, I couldn't help but complain in an instant. But if you feel it carefully, you can really feel that your eyes seem to be beating faintly, as if they are like 2 living objects. So how long is the cycle of these 3 fetal movements? The moment opened his mouth and asked the system a crucial question. The timing of the 3 fetal movements of the reincarnation eye is not fixed, so you better fight less in the past 6 months, otherwise you will suddenly be affected by the severe pain of fetal movements during the battle, and I don't want my host to die. Nima is going to take so long. Then won't I have to shrink up during this time? The white horse crossed the gap, and 6 months passed in a hurry. Soon the time turned the page to the 56th year of Konoha, the beginning of spring. During this period of time, Instant has been staying at the base of Oto Ninja village of Orochimaru, and safely survived the second fetal movement of the reincarnation eye. In addition to guiding the cultivation of the 2 little ghosts Shiro and Junmeru every day, and their strength has increased rapidly, the most worthy thing to care about in an instant is the Great Snake Pill. About 4 or 5 months ago, the big snake pill finally went to the appointment according to the time on the letterhead of the Xiao organization, but after returning, he saw this old boy with a livid face, and never mentioned what he saw after he went, and what happened, but there was an extra white ring with the word empty on his hand. Laughing secretly in his heart, it is estimated that the big snake pill went to the place designated by the Xiao organization to go to the appointment, and 80% discovered the secret of Pain's reincarnation eye, and wanted to seize the reincarnation eye, but was abused by others. Then he was persuaded by Pain to learn that Xiao NEI had a large amount of research materials, and only then agreed to join the Xiao organization to help collect tailed beasts. This night, I instantly felt the crazy fluctuations of my eyeballs, and knew that I had finally ushered in the third fetal movement of the reincarnation eye. As long as you pass this last fetal movement smoothly, you can have the final complete rebirth eye. However, just when he was spending the last fetal movement of the reincarnation eye in the Oto Ninja village, something that was about to shock the entire ninja world was quietly happening. Konoha, the land of the Uchiha clan. I promise to help you take revenge on the Uchiha clan, but you must not do anything to Suzuki and the village. In the courtyard where no one was there at night, Uchiha Itachi, dressed in the costume of Konoha's dark part, with an expression that could not see any emotions on his face, looked at a mysterious man standing in front of him. Of course, after this matter passes, you will join my organization. The mysterious man in front of Uchiha Weasel wore a spiral-shaped mask on his face, from which he faintly revealed the eyes of the Sharingan. I hope you don't break your word. After saying this, the weasel's face was determined, and he turned around and immediately disappeared in place. Uchiha. This sad family. From today onwards, let's be removed from the ninja realm. After watching the ferret leave, the mysterious masked man stood in place and muttered, and soon the space twisted in a spiral, and he also disappeared in place, as if no one had ever appeared in this courtyard. Rivers of blood flowed and corpses were strewn all over the ground. Uchiha himself doesn't know exactly how many clansmen he has killed on his hands, he only knows that everything in front of his eyes is red, and everything in his heart is dark. After killing his parents with his own hands from his own home and planting a seed called revenge on his younger brother, Itachi reached out and put a dark mask on his face and a black cloak. At this time, Danzo was standing in the clan land of the Uchiha clan, frantically collecting the Sharingan under the envoy, and so many Sharinans made the greedy desire on his face almost come out. He made a moment. Ha ha, got so many chakra eyes. I will double back to you for the shame you have given me, thinking of the contemptuous and mocking expression and words when he left 2 or 3 years ago, putting himself in such an embarrassing situation in the village. All this seemed to linger in front of his eyes all the time, and Tenzo's old face was about to distort, and he didn't notice that there was an extra dark ninja beside him. You seem to be very happy to get so many chakra eyes. The dark ninja who was cold and could not be beside him made a strange and icy sound, pulling Danzo back from his emotions. Tuanzang just wanted to stop this unknown subordinate, but suddenly saw that behind the mask under the cloak of this dark ninja, a pair of Sharingan eyes were revealed, and soon the pair of Sharingan eyes quickly rotated and changed into a kaleidoscope Sharingan eye with 3 hooks of jade. If you make a move on Suzuki, I'll sell the village's intelligence to the enemy country. Itachi stared at Tuanzang deadly, and the kaleidoscope writing wheel had an extremely cold color in his eyes. Let's do it yourself. I will use these eyes. I've been staring at you. After saying this, the ferret turned around in a moment, blinked and disappeared in place. Uchiha Itachi, only Tuanzang, who was standing alone in place, muttered in a deep voice. Konoha 56 years. The most brilliant and prestigious clan in Konoha, the Uchiha clan, which has been known as the strongest fighting clan since the Sengoku period, was exterminated. According to the news released by Konoha, it is claimed that the murderer who destroyed the entire Uchiha clan is the former genius ninja of the Konoha Uchiha clan, the son of the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itachi. Now Konoha has announced that Uchiha Itachi is a Konoha hidden S-class rebel and is pursuing it with all his might. As soon as the news came out, the entire ninja world shook, and for a while, the entire ninja world was in turmoil. Even the moment he was now in the small place of Tenokuni-in Shinobi village, he received this shocking news for the first time. Itachi, have you come this far? Sitting in the dark room in an instant, his hands slowly removed the bandages wrapped around his eyes, slowly opened his eyes, a pair of azure blue eyes, exuding infinite pupil power, even in this dark room, still blooming with starry sky-like vast brilliance. The reincarnation I finally survived the last fetal movement. Now my pupil power has finally reached the most perfect stage, and after this period of running in, I am almost familiar with several abilities of the reincarnation eye. Next, let's go find Union to try the new power I just got. Sitting in the dark room and murmuring, feeling the power contained in his eyes now, he clenched his fists in an instant, and boundless pride and confidence surged in his heart. It was as if what he was going to face next was not an entire ninja village among the 5 major countries, but just a group of local chickens and dogs. Junmaru, Shiro, you two will stay here first and cultivate well. I'll go out on an errand and come back soon. Early the next morning, he stood in the middle of the practice field in Oto Ninja Village and ordered Shiro and Junmaru. Anyway, the big snake pill is a smart person. Knowing his current strength, it is impossible to do anything unwise. Moreover, Orochimaru is now an official member of the Xiao organization, and he has not been in his village for 3 days, and often has to run to meet with other members of the Xiao organization. Medicine Master, during this period of my absence, the two of them will be taken care of by you. I hope you won't do anything that makes me unsatisfied. The sight of the moment glanced at the pocket next to him thoughtlessly. The huge pressure brought by the reincarnation eye of the immortal eye, and the terrifying momentum on the body of the moment, made fine beads of sweat oozing from the hood standing next to him. Of course. Instantly, my lord, hearing this, the pocket on the side hurriedly agreed, stretched out his finger and pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose, and wiped the sweat beads on his forehead by the way, but no one in the reflective glasses could see through what was being thought in his heart. The strength of this Hinata moment is really getting more and more terrifying. Well, then I'll go, wait until I get back. After everything was ordered, they nodded with satisfaction in an instant, and in the horrified eyes of all of them, they actually floated out of thin air and flew high into the air. Except for one of the abilities of the instant's reincarnation eye awakening, the other abilities are basically the same as the reincarnation eye abilities of the Atsuki people in the Naruto theatrical version. For example, the current ability to manipulate gravity and repulsion uses the power of the reincarnation eye to reduce the gravitational force acting on one's body to a certain extent, and then controls this ability to float or fly. The country of Tien is located between the country of fire and the country of thunder, but Otonin village and Union village are located at the two extremes of the two countries, which is not far away. And it is really not too close. Even if he is flying at a high altitude in an instant, it took 2 days of hard work to come to the territory of the country of thunder. Fortunately, he was not in a hurry at the moment, and in the process of passing along the way, he was familiar with the power of the reincarnation eye that he had just obtained. For the death of Hinata, this matter has always been a thorn in the heart of the moment. In this matter, if Konoha and the Hyuga clan are a murder weapon that killed Hinata, then Union of the Land of Thunder is the root cause of this incident, and the culprit who really killed Hinata. Moreover, coupled with the hatred accumulated from the collision and killing with Yun Shinobu on the battlefield a few years ago, it led to Yun Shinobu sending people and hiring ninjas to assassinate him more than once during his previous 2 years of travels. As well as his biological parents in this life, they all died at the hands of Yun Ninja on the battlefield. Therefore, no matter from which angle you started, you couldn't help but have a great hatred for Union in an instant. Land of Thunder, Union Ninja Village. In the evening, the sky is full of red. As the 5 major powers of the ninja world and the country with the most developed military strength, Union Ninja Village has not only not reduced but still continues to expand its military power in this era when the 5 major powers of the ninja world have signed peace agreements. Therefore, Union Ninja Village has always pursued a militarized management style. Even if it is now the shift time for patrol ninjas, the ninjas coming and going on the streets of the village are still doing their immediate work in an orderly manner, and the strength and weather of one of the 5 major ninja villages are undoubtedly revealed. However, in the past, there was a calm and peaceful cloud hidden above, but there was a faint uneasy shock in the air. Ha! What is that? When the 2 Union who were on patrol on duty, when they looked up at the sky, they suddenly saw dozens of small black dots faintly on the edge of the setting sun in the distance, and they were gradually enlarging. In doubt, this Naka Shinobu pulled the telescope from his companion's neck, put it on his face and looked up at the sky, muttering in his mouth, "It seems to be a meteorite, and the direction seems to be on our side. No, I have to hurry up and repay Lord Lei Ying." After trotting all the way, this Union Zongnin quickly ran into a spherical building, which was the office building of the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow. "Report Lord Lei Ying. What's going on?" Seeing his ninja come in, the 4th generation of Lei Cage AI, who was sitting behind Thunder Cage's desk, put down the document in his hand that was discussing with the ninja assistant next to him. "There are dozens of meteorites in the sky in the distance, which seem to be flying towards our village," the Union Zhong hurriedly reported truthfully. Meteorite, dark and strong, with pale golden hair standing behind his head like thunder, the 4th generation of Thunder Shadows who were not angry frowned a little suspiciously. At this time, the assistant next to Lei Ying took the telescope handed over by the Naka Shinobi, looked through the glass towards the sky in the direction of the sun in the distance, and then he saw a scene that he will never forget. Is that the 6 Dao Immortals? I saw this ninja assistant next to Lei Ying, as if he saw the most incredible thing in the world, and opened his mouth in horror. "What 6 Dao Immortals? What are you talking nonsense?" Seeing his ninja assistant looking so gaff, the hot-tempered Thunder Shadow scolded displeased. "Lord Thunder Shadow, fall, above the meteorite. There are people on the meteorite." Unexpectedly, this gaff ninja assistant couldn't even care about Thunder Shadow's reprimand, and stammered, "Bring it to me." Lei Ying frowned, snatched the telescope from the assistant's hand, put it on his face, and looked around, and saw a scene that even he was surprised by. "I saw that in the direction of the sun in the distance, dozens of meteorites that were automatically burning in the friction with the air were flying towards this side of their village. Hurry up and gather the ninjas of the village. Quickly evacuate the villagers. Protective enchantment opens. And also, go get the chakra cannon. Go to Yunli Gorge and call Baya over. fast. Worthy of being a Thunder Shadow with rich combat experience, he immediately reacted that there was an enemy invasion, and immediately yelled at his subordinate ninjas, and issued 5 orders in one breath. Union Ninja Village is a perennial militarized ninja village, and both ninjas and villagers in the village have first-class combat quality. After a while, the emergency evacuation of the villagers was completed, and a huge chakra cannon had already been set up. I saw Lei Ying standing next to the chakra cannon, commanding the 8-tailed man Pillar Leaky Rabbi who had just come from the Cloud Thunder Gorge, quickly enter chakra in. Crush those meteorites. Meteorites must not be allowed to fall into the village. Hearing this, the 8-tailed man Zuliki Rubby directly released his huge 8-tailed beast chakra, and frantically sent it into the chakra cannon. With the input of Yao's huge chakra, the chakra cannon quickly filled up with energy. Launch! Under the order of the Thunder Shadow, the chakra cannon full of tailed beast chakra immediately burst out a powerful energy, turning into a blue and white thunderlight, and blasted towards the numerous meteorites in the sky. Past. Ha! Chakra cannon? I can't imagine that this kind of thing has appeared now, and Yunyan is worthy of being the village with the strongest military force among the 5 major villages. The meteorite that was getting closer and closer in the sky stood alone on the largest meteorite in the middle in an instant, and through the reincarnation eye whose insight ability far exceeded that of the white eye, he could see the situation on the ground in Union Village clearly at once. The reason why he was able to attack the Union Ninja Village in this shocking way was precisely because he relied on the power of controlling gravity in the eyes of rebirth, and directly dragged down these huge meteorites outside the sky by controlling the huge gravity. I saw the chakra energy cannon bombarded from the ground, spraying in the air. Halfway through, it suddenly dispersed into dozens of waves of small energy cannons, hitting the dozens of huge meteorites that were dragged over in an instant. Activating the ability of the reincarnation eye gravity, he easily controlled the huge meteorite under his feet to avoid the attack of the chakra energy cannon, but the other meteorites next to him were all hit by the chakra energy cannon, and they turned into rubble and fell to the ground. For a moment, he didn't care, but continued to control the meteorite under his feet to accelerate towards the direction of the center of Union. He dodged the chakra cannon's attack. Everyone, get out of the way. Seeing the huge meteorite under his feet approaching rapidly, the strong air pressure caused by the air made the clouds on the ground suffocate for a while. Rumble. As if the apocalypse had come, the defensive enchantment guarding Union Village was so fragile that it seemed to be like an eggshell, and a huge meteorite with a diameter of 60 or 70 meters smashed directly into the center of Union Ninja Village. The huge roar and impact directly crushed almost all the buildings in the center of the Union Ninja Village, including the Naruto office building. Abominable. The village was Bin, seeing that his beloved village was almost destroyed by meteorites, while reaching out to block the powerful airflow and smoke that swept in. Many ninjas in the Thunder Shadow and Cloud could not help but angrily clench their fists. This is Union. At this time, in the middle of the ruins, dust filled the air, and a blurry figure became clearer and clearer inside, and a cynical frivolous word was issued. This obviously stimulated the already fragile nerves of everyone in Union, and some ninjas were even tight. Gritting his teeth, his eyes were red. What the hell are you? Actually attacked us Union. Lei Ying was shocked and angry, and asked directly. It was shocking what kind of strength the people came to, and they actually dared to attack Union, one of the 5 major ninja villages in their ninja world, alone, and with such a huge momentum in battle. It was angry that the village that he had been trying his best to protect was suddenly destroyed into ruins by the person in front of him, and he also said such frivolous and provocative words. Who are you? Why attacked our village? Stupid bastard. Seeing that the village was destroyed like this, the 8-tailed man Zuliki Rabbi couldn't help but get angry, and directly questioned in a deep voice. How? Don't you know any old friends? At this time, the heavy smoke and dust finally dispersed, and from the ruins slowly came a young man wearing a black kimono, long silver hair draped, and a pair of azure eyes inlaid on his perfect handsome face. Judging from the appearance of the mysterious young man in front of him, all the Union people present were very sure that they had not seen him before. But after hearing the voice of the moment, Rabbi Zuliki of the 8-tailed man seemed to remember where he seemed to have heard this voice, both familiar and strange. Don't remember me? Speaking of which, the nickname of the white-eyed demon full of the breath of middle two is still given by you. After hearing the words of the moment, most of the Yunin present seemed to remember something at the same time, and their faces changed, especially Kirabi stood up directly forward on the spot, looking at the moment with a different expression. Hinata a moment. It's you, but the way you look, stop talking nonsense with him. Compare. No matter who this kid is, actually destroyed our village like this. We're absolutely going to kill him. The hot-tempered Lei Ying AI directly interrupted Kairabi's words, and suddenly burst out a powerful thunder chakra, and the body was suddenly surrounded by chakra and thunder and lightning, and it was the ninja technique of the cloud's secret transmission, the armor of thunder. Oh? It is rumored that Lei Ying's temper is the most fiery and irritable. It seems that this is indeed the case. Standing on the edge of the ruins in the center of the Union Ninja Village, he talked in an instant, ignoring the Yunin who were surrounded by more and more around. Since you are so anxious to start this good show, then let's start. Lei Ying and Kiribi, as well as the other high-level Yunin around them, noticed the move for the first time, and it was a little unclear. Boom! Suddenly, as if a natural disaster had occurred, a stream of flesh. The invisible repulsion suddenly erupted, and in an instant, the surrounding rows of ninjas that surrounded them flew out, and the surrounding streets were bent into a twisted shape by this huge repulsion. Reincarnation I repulsion fist. As if he hadn't noticed the horrified gazes of the surrounding Yunren, he indifferently spit out the name of this trick in an instant. This move is the ability to use the reincarnation eye to manipulate gravitational repulsion in an instant, referring to the gravity fruit killing move of the great General Fuji Tiger in the One Piece world, Gravity Knife Tiger. A huge lateral repulsion was unleashed towards the swinging track, crushing and destroying everything in front of it. Even if the target is not destroyed, it will be knocked out by the huge wind pressure generated by its repulsion. The only difference between the two is that the Vine Tiger uses the gravity of the gravity fruit, while the Moment uses the repulsion of his own reincarnation eye, and the reincarnation eye, like the eye of reincarnation, has a short cooldown time between the controlled gravity and repulsion. You bastard! Die, heavy torrent. Seeing that just a fist in an instant caused this natural disaster-like scene, causing so many ninjas in his village to kill, Lei Ying directly surged with Thunder Chakra, and the whole person exploded with an elbow at the moment. Shot out. In an instant, I only felt that as soon as I saw a flower in front of my eyes, the burly figure of Lei Ying had already appeared in front of my eyes, and my hands were wrapped around him. Around the furious Thunder Chakra, a powerful elbow slammed into the head of the Moment. Use the powerful Thunder Chakra to activate the body to the extreme. In a glance, the reincarnation eye in an instant clearly observed all the conditions in the body of the Thunder Shadow. I have to say that the speed and power shown by Thunder Shadow is indeed very amazing, and with his powerful instantaneous technique, it is no wonder that Suzuki Uchiha in the original book can't keep up with the speed of Thunder Shadow's ninjutsu, and can only drive Susanna to stand in place and be passively beaten. However, this speed for me. Reincarnation eyes, God come. Between the electric stone fire, a flash of brilliance flashed in the eyes of the reincarnation, and the Thunder Shadow found that he suddenly lost the trace of the Moment in front of him, and bombarded the ground with a punch, exploding a huge crater, and the thunder flashed. Big brother! Be careful! He's behind you! At this time, Kiribi, who was on the side, suddenly reminded loudly. Lei Ying was scanning the trace of the Moment in front of him, and when he heard Kiribi's reminder, he was shocked, and turned around to see the Moment standing behind him. This feeling, you can't go wrong. When I first fought with Golden Flash, this is how it felt. In an instant, this behavior of disappearing out of thin air and appearing behind him immediately reminded Lei Ying of this feeling when he once fought with Konoha's Golden Flash Wave Fang Shuman. Ha, don't be in such a hurry. I'll have fun with you guys when I open my state. With a relaxed smile on his face, he said as if he was talking to a good friend. Reincarnation eye, the ability to reach the target point by shuttling through space in an instant. This is also the only ability that the reincarnation eye awakens in an instant that is different from that of the Itsuki people, and he finds that his reincarnation eye does not awaken the ability of the Itsuki people to wirelessly control the puppet, control the spiritual will and actions of others, and obtain information in their brains, but awakens the ability of God's presence. In fact, Lei Ying's guess is not wrong. The ability of this move in an instant is indeed the category of time and space ninjutsu, which can be regarded as a combination of the Flying Thunder God art and Amaterasu. Like Amaterasu, the point of focus of the eye's gaze is the point, and then the Moment shuttles through it like the art of Flying Thunder. In addition to the disadvantages of cooling for a few seconds and pupil power consumption, it is actually a more practical time-space ability than the Flying Thunder God technique. The ability to teleport like the Flying Thunder God is the ability that I used to desire and envy the most, and now I can finally have it. Coupled with his powerful physical skills, it is simply an unsolvable existence. Boom! In all the clouds present, I saw that in an instant, my hands were together, and suddenly a strong airflow erupted, and bursts of dust rose around me. When he looked closely, he didn't know when there was already a gorgeous white Imperial God robe on his body, and it was the perfect immortal mode that was activated. The reason why he did not use the reincarnation eye chakra mode that he had just obtained was because the time to awaken the reincarnation eye in an instant was not very long, and the control of the reincarnation eye chakra mode was not very integrated. In this kind of situation, Instantius naturally chose to use the perfect immortal mode, which he was most skilled in and had the lowest consumption so far, and this also had a great increase in his ability to freeze fruits. Let's get started now. If you don't beat me, your entire village will be killed by me. After turning on the perfect immortal mode, in an instant, the silver hair was windless and automatic, his face was perfect but his expression was indifferent, and these cold words came out of his mouth. The sound of the Moment was still floating in the air, and in the next instant, the person had already flashed into the crowd of Yunin, and began a crazy slaughter. Under the inhuman physical skills in an instant, these so-called elite ninjas who slaughtered Yunin were like killing chickens and dogs, and in the blink of an eye, more than a dozen ninjas were shot out, smashed heavily on the ground and dragged out a long trajectory, with blood in their mouths and lost their breath. Abominable! You all disperse. Seeing his ninja being killed like this in an instant, he understood that in this level of battle, ordinary ninjas could only go up and deliver dishes to him. Thunder Shadow roared angrily, supporting most of the ninjas around him in an instant, and the thunder chakra on his body burst out, and instantly rushed up. Thunder Shadow's body flashed with lightning, and at an incredible speed, he jumped into the air and dived down, his hands wrapped around him. Around the amazing thunder chakra and violent force, he slashed down with all his strength against a forehand knife in an instant. Ascending Dragon Strike. The reincarnation. I saw the powerful attack of the Thunder Shadow, and in an instant, he directly turned around and slammed out from the bottom up, and the dragon-shaped chi that roared madly in the air was like an air cannon towards the hand knife of the Thunder Shadow. Rumble. In the distance, the ears of the surrounding Yunan's people seemed to hear the sound of a bomb exploding. Meet. The visible shock wave spread out from the impact of the two, and it was hard to believe that it was two people just in flesh. The effect of physical surgery. After the dust settled, all the people present only saw that they were still standing in place unharmed in an instant, while their lord Lei Ying was shot out 10 meters away, and it was clear which was better or worse. He actually used physical skills to repel Lord Lei Ying. All the Cloud Ninja people present only felt that everything in front of them was so unbelievable. What kind of physical skill level Lei Ying was, they naturally knew in their hearts, whether it was physical defense, strength, or speed, it was the existence of the entire ninja world at present. And the boy in front of him, who looked only 14 or 15 years old, actually repelled the invincible Lord Thunder Shadow in their minds with just his physical skills. No wonder the rumors about the white-eyed demon on the battlefield before had been circulating in the village. It turned out to be really so terrifying. The repelled Lei Ying was also quite uncalm at the moment, and judging from the feeling of paralysis coming from his arm, it was really unacceptable that the boy in front of him was even above his physical level. Thinking of this, Lei Ying's furious eyes erupted with a suffocating strong murderous aura, and he must be killed today, otherwise he will suffer endlessly. However, no one knew that the moment he stood leisurely at this moment, his heart was also very surprised. What kind of power was the ascending dragon strike he played by turning on the perfect immortal mode? It was the same air cannon as the 7 fully open day tigers, and the Thunder Shadow in front of him actually looked unharmed, but his arm was slightly damaged. No wonder in the 4th ninja battle in the original work, he was able to use this move to split the 3rd stage mature body of Uchiha spot. It seems that if you want to brush Union alone, this village with the most preserved combat power among the 5 major ninja villages in the ninja world is not as easy as you think. The reincarnation. I noticed that Kiribi, who had rushed up next to him to form a combined attack with the Thunder Shadow, couldn't help but change a solemn look on his face for a moment. Then, let's go together. This kid is not an ordinary ninja. Lei Ying stared at the moment with a solemn face. Through the fight just now, he already knew that it was impossible for him to take this opponent alone. Okay. Yujito is also on the way over. Combo dispatch. Yay, Kiribi was still that crappy rapper. Lei Dun Ji Niu Thunder Plow Hot Knife. Saying that, the two people locked the moment in the middle, and the whole body erupted with a powerful chakra, turning into an extremely fast streamer, and in less than a blink of an eye, it had already sprinted to the moment in front of the moment. The two of the secret legends of the Land of Thunder combined to attack ninjutsu. In the original work, the two of them used this trick to directly screw off the head of the ghost mackerel white stand-in, and they didn't even have time to react. And this is different from the Thunder Plow Heat Knife that Kiribi used on himself on the battlefield a few years ago, accompanied by the ninja technique of Thunder Shadow Fury Thunder Chakra. It is entirely possible to have an effect on his own elementalization. Seeing that the arms of the two were about to converge, they were about to twist off the heads of the moment, and the essence light in the rebirth eyes of the moment between life and death flowed, and instantly disappeared in place. Reincarnation. I God Presence, launch. In the next instant, when the figure of the moment flashed on Kiribi's sunglasses again, the moment had already appeared behind the Thunder Shadow, and there was already a spiral shuriken that constantly emitted a sonic boom in his hand. Senfa Spiral Shuriken. In Kiribi's terrified gaze, Thunder Shadow had just turned his head, and only had time to burst out a more powerful thunder armor on his body, and was hit by the huge spiral shuriken in his hand in an instant. Rumble. A violent hurricane swept through, and bursts of blinding light shone so hard that everyone present couldn't open their eyes. When the surrounding Yunin lowered his sleeves that covered his eyes, the scene that entered his eyes was a huge deep pit, and their Lord Lei Ying was lying in the middle of the giant pit in rags, covered in scars. Lord Thunder Shadow. Seeing this, the surrounding Cloud Ninja exclaimed one after another. Big brother. Kiribi next to the giant pit couldn't help but roar worriedly when he saw the appearance of the Thunder Shadow. It's really strong. What about the healthy physique? Accurately hit by my spiral shuriken, it's not dead. Standing in front of the pit in an instant, he said indifferently. His reincarnation eyes had long noticed that most of the spiral shuriken he shot was resisted by the thunder armor emitted by the Thunder Shadow. It stands to reason that Feng Dun is restrained from thunder, and his immortal law spiral shuriken uses immortal chakra. It seems that the strongest shield handed down from the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow really lives up to its name. If I guessed correctly, your move should be time and space ninjutsu, right? It's really a troublesome ability, said Thunder Shadow, who slowly stood up from the pit, staring at the moment. His body was covered with the scars of the spiral shuriken, which were constantly stinging his nerves, and your eyes don't seem to be ordinary eyes. Until now, the experienced Lei Ying certainly noticed the unusual thing about the instant reincarnation eye. Ha! Dead people don't need to know so much. Hearing Lei Ying's words, he seemed to turn a deaf ear for a moment, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. Less of me making a fuss here, brat. Seeing the mocking attitude of the moment, the hot-tempered Thunder Shadow was directly wrapped in the armor of thunder and turned into a thunderbolt and rushed up. It's just that I accidentally touched your time and space ninjutsu. Watching Lei Ying and Kirabi each burst out of violent chakra, rushing towards him with an amazing momentum, he was not afraid at all, and the fairy chakra on his body was running wildly, and he also directly greeted him. Boom, boom, boom. The three people constantly collide together, the fight between physical skills, flesh, body and flesh. Battles between bodies. The Yun ninja people, who could only stand in the distance and watch but could not intervene in this battle, had already lost the trace of the three people in front of them, and could only hear one collision sound after another, and saw the ground cracking from time to time next to them. It seems that Kirabi has not been idle in recent years. He is stronger than before. While colliding with the two of them quickly, he thought in his heart for a moment, abominable. What the hell did this kid eat and grow up? Under the joint efforts of me and Bai, it was actually in the physical combat collision again and again. Lei Ying felt more and more frightened, because he found that he and Kirabi joined forces to fight against each other, and they were faintly suppressed. This kid is progressing so fast. Compared to a few years ago, it was so much more powerful. A little hard to unload the side kick of the moment. Kirabi felt that the physical technique that hit the moment was not only extremely powerful, but also a burst of chakra internal strength penetrated into his body. If it were not for the fact that he was a human pillar force's body, it is estimated that he would have been injured and vomited blood. The three of them quickly fought each other and successfully caught in an instant. After a fleeting opportunity, he once again activated the ability of the reincarnation eye divine presence, teleported behind Kirabi, and kicked out with all his strength. Unable to crack the ability of the moment that was simply untraceable, Kirabi suddenly lost the trace of the moment in front of him, only felt a strong wind behind him, and immediately turned around to block in a hurry, but an irresistible huge force directly knocked him out. Boom! After smashing several broken walls and ruins along the way in the ruins, a sea of chakras erupted after the ruins, and it turned out that the injured and angry Kirabi was about to start tailing the animal. Lord Thunder Shadow. At the same time, among the Cloud Ninja outside the ruins, a female ninja who looked to be in her 20s rushed out, then combed a light golden braid, and had a cold and proud temperament. Humph, are you going to start tailing beasts again? And the second tail also rushed over. Then I should be serious. Reincarnation caught a glimpse of the situation outside, and muttered in his mouth while suppressing Thunder Shadow with physical skills. Hearing the muttering in his mouth, Thunder Shadow, who was trying his best to resist the tide-like offensive of moment, was shocked and angry. It seems that this kid didn't put us Union in his eyes at all. Roar! A deafening roar came out, and the huge Yao had already revealed its body, rushed out of the ruins, and rushed towards the moment, dragging a long trajectory along the way. Ice coffin. In an instant, the power of the frozen fruit was suddenly used, and the immortal chakra in the body ran, and the Thunder Shadow in front of him froze in an ice coffin between raising his hand. Ignoring the eight-tailed man who was frantically rushing towards him, and the two-tailed man who was sweeping towards him, he saw that his hands were quickly sealed, and the pupil power in the reincarnated eyes overflowed, and then he stretched out his hand to make a move to the sky. What's he doing? Seeing Moment's action, everyone present was stunned, and they knew that Moment's move would not make such a meaningless move for no reason. After a few breaths, all the people present noticed that the sky seemed to be much darker than just now, and subconsciously raised their heads to look up at the sky. I only saw a huge meteorite falling vertically to their location, and due to its large size, the airflow in the sky blew away all the flowing clouds. Is it a meteorite again? This time is even bigger than just now. Everyone, run! I don't know who started shouting first, and all the Yunren began to run to the side. Don't hide! Let me! At this time, the rushing eight-tailed stopped his steps, and after spitting out words, he immediately opened his giant mouth and began to frantically condense chakra, and soon a pitch-black-tailed beast jade had formed. Boom! Just as the huge meteorite was getting closer and closer to the ground, the eight-tailed condensed-tailed beast jade violently blasted out, directly bombarding the middle position of the meteorite, and the huge meteorite suddenly shattered and scattered. It's solved. Just when all the Yunin on the ground thought that the matter had been settled, at this time, Lei Ying, who had finally spent a lot of chakra and finally got out of the ice coffin in embarrassment, suddenly roared anxiously at the Yao next to him. Be careful. Compare. Yao looked at Lei Ying a little blankly, but did not notice a mocking smile that appeared at the corner of his mouth at this moment. Puppet reincarnation. I saw a huge meteorite in midair that was shattered by the eight-tailed beast jade, and the scattered fragments gradually began to converge again, forming a huge stone statue. Rumble! The huge stone statue finally landed on the ground, and the strong vibration generated by the collision with the ground made several clouds on the side endure. The strand sat down on the ground. Roar! After landing, the huge stone statue let out a violent roar, as if it was an object with life and wisdom. Boom, boom, boom. Each step caused the ground to shake violently, and the huge stone statue moved in front of Yao step by step, holding down the same huge yaoi and starting a fierce attack. Roar! Yao, who was attacked by the stone statue, also burst out into an angry roar, and immediately launched a return fire, and the two behemoths suddenly fought together. Is this also ninjutsu? Seeing the meteorite that instantly summoned from the sky, and then transformed into a huge stone statue, fighting with Yao, everyone present, including Lei Ying, was shocked and a little dizzy. Sage Tail Ball Jade. Just when everyone's attention was attracted by the battle between the two behemoths, the two-tailed human pillar force Yukato, who quietly joined the battle, suddenly cast ninjutsu and released dozens of fireballs towards the moment, and the fireballs burned with blue flames, which were not ordinary flames at first glance. The reincarnation eye easily caught Yujito's sneak attack, and in an instant, a disdainful smile rose at the corner of his mouth, and Shenlin suddenly launched. Lei Ying, who was not far away, saw the mocking smile that crossed his face in an instant, and his heart was secretly bad, and his body immediately soared, once again mobilizing the activation of the body to the extreme. When the next moment appeared again, he appeared behind Yujito unconsciously, and launched the power of his whole body to punch out. This punch not only carries the power of the rigid fist and strange power, but also the internal destructive power of the soft fist chakra, and even unleashes the freezing power of the frozen fruit, in order to kill Union's two-tailed human pillar force with one blow. After all, Yujito's own strength was only at the level of Shangnan before he had not activated the power of the tailed beast, and he only felt that he suddenly lost the trace of the moment in front of him, and he did not realize that the moment had instantly shuttled through space to her back. A violent punch was thrown out in an instant, but he found that there was suddenly another figure in front of him. This figure was shining with thunder, pushed Yujito away, raised his left hand and tried to block the killing punch of the moment. Boom! With a bang, I saw that the left hand of the thunder shadow that was blocking between the wooden man and the moment raised the block, and instantly turned into an ice sculpture, and was smashed to the ground by the instant punch. Lord Thunder's shadow. At this time, Yujito, who was pushed away, had already reacted, but found that Lei Ying's arm was shattered by a punch in an instant in order to save herself, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "It's okay. Be careful. This guy is no ordinary ninja." Lei Ying directly interrupted Yukito's next words, and after his arm was broken in an instant, he didn't even frown, but continued to stare solemnly at the moment in front of him to prevent him from raiding again. Seeing Lei Ying's actions, he was a little surprised for a moment. "I can't see that you still have the responsibility of being Lei Ying, humph. Human pillar power is an important strategic weapon of our union, and I will definitely not let you come nonsense." Facing the surprised expression of the moment, Lei Ying snorted coldly without hesitation. "An important weapon? Then I'll see what you can do to stop me." As soon as the words fell, in an instant, long silver-white hair flowed, and the whole person turned into a white light and rushed towards the Yunin people who were trying to arrange the seal in the distance. Not good. Seeing that in an instant he killed the ordinary Yun Ren again, Lei Ying's heart also burst out a burst of thunderlight and rushed over. And at this time, the Yuji man next to him saw the 8 tails in front, and under the attack and oppression of the huge stone statue summoned in an instant, he had already retreated step by step. Even if the tailed beast jade was used to crush the stone statue could be quickly restored immediately. So Yukito also directly liberated all of Neo's chakra, revealing his body and turning into a huge cat demon, and went up to help Yaoi fight with the stone statue. Ice Emperor Dragon. The moment this side had not rushed in front of everyone in Yun Ninja, he had already mobilized the power of freezing halfway, and when he raised his hand, a frost dragon roared and swallowed the people of Yun Ninja. I saw that everywhere the frost dragon went, except for a few elite cloud ninja who dodged in time, dozens of cloud ninja were all frozen into ice sculptures, and fell to the ground and became ice slag powder. This was not over, and then in an instant slaughtered into the remaining Yunin people, releasing an extended version of the chakra scalpel with a lingering green light in his hand, killing wildly in the crowd. Whether it is speed, strength, or skill, the moment has surpassed these ninjas too many levels. Everywhere he went, people who were often gently swept by the extended version of the chakra scalpel in his hand fell silently to the ground, without any scars on the surface, but lost their breath between their mouth and nose. Damn it! When Thunder's shadow came to the crowd, he had already harvested the lives of dozens of ninjas like straw. Moreover, the silent way of killing people was almost crushed by all the ninjas present, and the entire situation on the field shrouded the cloud ninjas in an oppressive and terrifying atmosphere. Righteous Thunder Wrath Thunder Axe. In anger, the thunder chakra on Lei Ying's body shone brightly, and he violently slashed out a leg towards the moment of fighting in the crowd. Seeing that it was about to hit the moment, who knew that the blue eyes of the moment were running, and they didn't pay attention to the thunder shadow at all, and directly launched the divine presence, and in the blink of an eye, they appeared in front of several Yun Ren who were fleeing, and lightly shot and killed several people. Abominable. Ninjutsu class. Ceiling class. Attack him. Seeing that he was about to hit the moment, he didn't expect that he used his damn time and space ninjutsu again, running to chase and kill other cloud ninjas, and flames appeared in Lei Ying's angry eyes, and he directly gave an attack order to the ninjutsu class ceiling class ninja who rushed around. Water formation. Water formation. A dark-skinned man came out of the crowd. The black-haired and gray young man was none other than Darui, who had shown on the battlefield several times before, and I saw that under his leadership, 20 or 30 cloud ninjas surrounded the middle of the moment from afar, and they all used this B-grade water ninjutsu. In an instant, I saw that there were walls of water rushing up everywhere around me, and there were constantly flowing water rushing to my feet, and the scene was spectacular. Lay done gratitude wave. Immediately after, Darui took a few cloud ninjas to use thunder ninjutsu against the water formation wall. So many ninjas used Shui Dun and Lei Dun together to form a huge water cage, trying to paralyze me and trap me inside. So, let's relieve it again. The corner of his mouth raised a subtle arc, mobilizing the surging immortal chakra in his body. Heaven and the world, only I respect. A light drink, as if the voice from the nether of the underworld reached the ears of everyone present. A domineering and boundless freezing force centered on the moment, as if it was like a plague that spread wildly around. At this time, a huge iceberg broke through the crack, and the huge tentacles of the 8 tails drilled out from it, and the thunder shadow on the side also desperately burst out all the thunder chakra, breaking the iceberg and jumping out. One after another, several other slightly stronger Yunren finally escaped from this endless iceberg, and barely got out of it, greedily breathing the outside air. Everyone. The village, after coming out, when they saw the scene outside, they all stood in place in shock, and there were ups and downs of icebergs everywhere in their eyes, and all the companions who were present just now were frozen inside. At this time, the other Yin shinobi, who had evacuated the villagers to the refuge outside the village, returned, saw that their village had turned into an endless iceberg, and all of them froze, and then rushed up like they had woken up from a dream and went crazy to knock on the towering iceberg, trying to save their companions from it. He needed a moment. Lei Ying looked at his own village around him, as well as so many ninjas under him, all of them were frozen in this iceberg, and the severed arms on his body, and he almost crushed his teeth with hatred. It's this power again. And it's even more terrifying than before, and Kiribi had changed back to human form at some point, standing next to Thunder Shadow looking at the surrounding world in confusion, while muttering. At this moment, standing in the middle of the endless iceberg, the blue reincarnation eyes flowed, manipulating gravity to slowly raise itself to the sky. There are still a lot of people alive. It seems that my pupil power has also consumed a lot. Feeling that he had consumed a lot of reincarnation pupil power after continuous fighting today, he looked indifferently at the Union Ninja village below. Well, I'll give you another gift at the end. Speaking of which, I haven't used this ability since I awakened the reincarnation. After speaking, the moment floating in the sky lifted the immortal mode and began to seal his hands, and suddenly his eyes burst open, and the whole person entered a mysterious state. Green chakras began to appear on his body, long silver-white hair flew up behind his head, and a white robe appeared on his body, and there were several Guya symbols on his upright collar. The most amazing thing was that 9 floating pitch-black orbs appeared out of thin air beside him, which were the only ancient texts in this world that would only be recorded in the ancient texts. Look! What's he doing? At this time, the surviving Yunren below also noticed the moment in the sky, and exclaimed one after another. You can actually fly. Lei Ying looked at the sky for a moment, and a bad premonition suddenly arose in his heart. Not good. Everyone, get out of the way. Sensing that something was wrong, Lei Ying quickly roared loudly at all the surviving Yunin around him. Silver wheel reincarnation explosion. There was a burst of shouts in the air, and I saw the moment stretching. With his right hand, he gently flicked the Dao Jade floating beside him, and the 9 Dao Jade immediately began to rotate violently, and the speed became faster and faster, and in the blink of an eye, a hurricane that seemed to connect heaven and earth was formed, and bombarded the Union Ninja village below. No one can describe the power of this hurricane, and the Cloud Ninja who fled on the ground only felt a disaster that seemed to be the end of the world, and a hurricane connecting heaven and earth swallowed the entire Union Ninja village, which was already frozen in ice, and stirred it into pieces. To this extent, it should be almost looking at the Union Ninja village under his feet, which was originally a cluster of houses and lined up one after another. It had almost turned into a desert at this time, and muttered to himself in an instant. Immediately, without looking below, he flew directly towards the firmament where night fell in the distance. A few days later, after the shock of the extinction time of the Konoha Uchiha clan, the ninja world once again ushered in an even more violent storm. One of the 5 major ninja villages, and it is the Union Ninja village with the strongest military strength and the most complete combat power at present, it was completely destroyed a few days ago. And there is only one person in the murderer, that is, Hinata, who was famous in the ninja world before and has now left Konoha, the strongest genius of Konoha. After this news came out, countries shook, and the entire ninja world seemed to have broken out a plague, and ninjas were talking about it everywhere. Not to mention the reaction of the other 4 ninja villages. At this moment, in the territory of Yuyan, in a dark cave, several mysterious figures are gathering in it, pitch black with no end in sight. In front of a huge and terrifying golem, several black shadows covered with colored light only revealed their eyes. Never yet. Rippled eyes glanced at all the members, but did not find anything, and Pain, as the leader, spoke first. He said he had important intelligence to deal with, so he didn't come to this meeting. Hearing Pain's question, Xiao Nan next to him explained aloud. Pain nodded slightly when he heard this, and continued, in addition to Ju, the big snake pill did not come. It seems that this guy really betrayed us. Saying that, Pain glanced meaningfully at the newly joined member Uchiha Itake, thoughtfully. That guy from the big snake pill. At this time, the ghost mackerel on the side also said suspiciously, it's true that I haven't seen him for several days. Did something happen? Kakuto saw that Pain seemed to be paying attention to the new member next to him, Uchiha Itake, and asked aloud. Orochimaru attacked Itake for no reason a few days ago, but after being defeated by Itake, he disappeared like this, and he still has a lot of information about us on his hands. Hearing Kakuto's words, Pain explained in a deep voice. Orochimaru was defeated? Defeated by this hairy boy who looked to be only 13 or 14 years old in front of him? In addition to Pain himself, several other members also felt incredulous. By the way, I don't know if you have heard the news in the past few days. Suddenly, Kakuto spoke again about that Hinata moment. Are you saying that Union, the matter that was destroyed by that Hinata alone? At this time, the scorpion, who had been silent, suddenly opened his mouth and took over the topic. Of course I heard it. This matter has been talked about everywhere these days. I really want to make him my human puppet. I think that must be the most perfect work. The scorpion hiding inside the puppet Crimson Stream made a dull and hoarse voice. Only eternal things will not be destroyed, and can achieve immortality. If Deodara had joined the Xiao organization at this time, hearing Scorpion's words, he would definitely argue with him for half a day on the topic of whether art is instant or eternal. Boring. At this time, Kakuto said sarcastically, I like his head more than his body. Do you know how much it is worth? The bounty of the Land of Thunder alone is worth 100 million. You're such a money junkie, the scorpion said sneeringly, not to be outdone. By the way, at this time, Pain, who had been listening to the discussion of all the members present, suddenly spoke again, and turned his gaze to Uchiha Itake, who was standing silent on the side. Itake, you and Hinata used to be ninjas of Konoha. I don't know if you know about him. Hearing Pain's sudden question, all the members of the battlefield were a little surprised, knowing that the leader generally never took the initiative to ask about topics that had nothing to do with the internal affairs of the organization. Uchiha was stunned when he heard this, and he didn't expect to suddenly ask about this topic, and glanced at Pain, who was standing in the middle, thinking thoughtfully. He's strong, he's always been strong. In the silence, Itake seemed to recall some things from the past, and finally spoke. When I was in Konoha, he and I were the same ninjas, but he always walked ahead of me. Every time I see him, he will be far stronger than in the past. The progress of his strength seems to never have a bottom line. Finally, after speaking, the invincible shadow and the impression seemed to appear again and again in the mind of the Pharaoh. I thought that if I got these cursed eyes, I would be able to surpass you quickly, and it seems that you are walking faster than before. Strength seems to never have a bottom line. With some mutters in his mouth, chewing the words spoken by the weasel, Pain remembered what the mysterious man who always wore a mask said to him some time ago. It seems that it is necessary to absorb this power into our organization. After all, our organization still needs to grow. Oh, and I Mackerel, next you and Itake form a team, go and contact Hinata, and if you can, absorb him into our organization. Pain sorted out his thoughts, and after hesitating, he continued at Scorpion, you go together. By the way, find a new teammate for yourself. I've already chosen the target for you. There is a good ninja over there in the land of Earth. You can convince him to join when you go. And the big snake pill, the best words to kill him. He knows a lot of our secrets, but don't be too deliberate. After all, this guy has many means to hide and save his life. And now his village can attract the attention of the ninja world for me, which is very beneficial to our actions. Pain narrated delicately. After arranging all the tasks, the members of the Xiao organization in the cave disappeared into the cave one after another with different thoughts. Inside the cave. What about the teammates that Zero gave me? What an expectation. Before leaving, Scorpion looked at Itake playfully, and that Hinata, although he is an old friend from your village in the past, you should not mind me making him into my collection. The ferret also took over the topic of the result. Scorpion, a pair of scarlet chakra eyes in silence. No one knew what was going on in his heart at the moment. Looking at the seemingly never-ending rain outside the cave, he sighed and eventually disappeared into the darkness. Tanokuni, Oto Ninja Village. However, everything that happened outside seemed to have nothing to do with the moment, and at this moment he was engaged in lifting his own hands, legs, on a long sofa, lying on the edge of the driving range, enjoying this rare bright weather. Junmaru, the movements are too slow, and the physical skills are not efficient enough. Shiro, why are you still using such a useless thing as Senbon? Don't you want to die in the hands of others if you don't make a killing move? While watching the two figures who were sweating and fighting dozens of ninjas in the middle of the field, they struck them from time to time, and they looked like they were not flat. And speaking of the big snake pill, since he came back after destroying Union that day, he saw that he had broken a wrist, looked at the broken hand every day in a daze, and asked about the chakra eye from time to time. And in the past few days, he has not seen anyone every day, and it is estimated that he has been locked up in the research room and tossed and tinkered with his newly completed forbidden technique, not corpse rebirth. It seems that for losing to such a junior as Itake, the blow to him is really not small. He glanced at the entrance of the research room and thought thoughtfully. It seems that it was because of this incident that he embarked on the road of no return, addicted to the Sharingan in the future. Just when Shiro and Junmaro in the middle of the field were about to finish their actual combat training, the reincarnation eye of the moment suddenly noticed that a few hundred meters away from him, three powerful chakras were constantly approaching, and the speed was amazing. Boom! After a few breaths, the gate of the fence of the driving ground rattled and was cut into several segments, collapsing with a bang, raising a cloud of dust. "Ah, is this the Oto Ninja Village?" said a husky voice in the mist. "Yes, speaking of which, it's my first time here," said a man who looked tall in his silhouette and seemed to be carrying a large knife behind his back. "Ha! It seems that the intelligence given is really right." Hinata was here in an instant. The dust cleared, and the appearance of the person who came gradually became clear, only to see the scorpion hiding in the crimson amber lying on the ground, and said in a hoarse voice, "Indeed, it's exactly the same as the wanted warrant issued by Yun Shinobu, but strangely it doesn't look the same as Kanaha's Hinata family." Coming out of the dust, the ONI stared at the moment when he was still lying on the sofa basking in the sun, and the white eye that he had once seen in the mist was definitely not the same as the moment in front of him. The famous sand-hidden genius puppet stylist Red Sand Scorpion, and the mist-hidden freak dry persimmon ghostfish, looked at the person who came and said with some amusement, "You actually recognized our identities at a glance. It seems that you have special intelligence channels." Hearing the words of the moment, the identities of the two of them were revealed, and both the scorpion and the ghost mackerel looked a little surprised. Then he ignored the conversation between the two people of the ghost mackerel and the scorpion, and in an instant, the eyes that radiated azure blue brilliance directly met the scarlet eyes of the third of them, and said with some emotion, "And, long time no see, Weasel. Long time no see." Instantly, "Your appearance," the weasel that finally came out of the dust, wearing a red cloud and a big gun, stared at the moment with a little surprise. "Ha, aren't you changing a lot?" While getting up from the sofa, he glanced at the scarlet Sharingan eyes for a moment, as if he meant something. The Sharingan seemed to feel the strong pressure transmitted from the instant reincarnation eye, and the words that meant the moment seemed to poke the secret of the weasel's heart, and the weasel was silent for a while. "Itake, weasel, you've come this far. The village is the object of your protection, but are the families and relatives not the objects of your protection? Do you think Suzuki is innocent, and it is difficult that so many children of the Uchiha clan are not innocent? Killing so many clansmen with your own hands, can you bear such a heavy burden? It's not time to catch up, ferrets." At this time, the scorpion broke the silence with a hoarse voice, and slowly walked in front of the two. His eyes fell to the moment. "Hinata moment, the purpose of our coming here today, the first is to find the big snake pill, and the second is to invite you to join our organization. Do you want me to be invited?" Hearing that the red sand scorpion opened the door and understood its intentions, he raised his eyebrows with some surprise for a moment, but after thinking about it carefully, he was immediately relieved. That's right, the combat power members of the Xiao organization at this time are not yet full, and they are still expanding and absorbing new people, and the big snake pill has just affected and withdrawn. There is really no reason to let go of such a powerful combat power of himself. Moreover, he broke away from the original ninja village, although he is not yet a defector ninja, but judging from the two incidents of destroying Union that caused a sensation in the ninja world a few days ago, and killing the fourth generation of Mizukage in the past few years, the current attitude of the 5 major ninja villages towards themselves cannot be regarded as friendly, but bad. If you think about it this way, I have indeed become the fragrant food in the eyes of the Xiao organization now. With a turn of thought, he had already analyzed the situation in front of him in an instant. "Invite me to join your organization." After clearing his head, he smiled indifferently. "I'm sorry, I'm not interested in it for the time being, but I think I may have a chance in the future." Seeing that they refused their invitation without even thinking about it, the whole scene fell into an awkward silence for a while. "It's a shame. Then it seems that I can only make you my puppet." Inadvertently, the scorpion showed a murderous aura, and the crimson amber's poisonous tail stretched and shrunk, seemingly waiting for an opportunity. "I can't imagine that today my Oto Ninja village has so many guests at once. It's really lively." At this time, a voice full of evil aura suddenly broke the solemn atmosphere on the field. In an instant, without looking back, he saw that the big snake pill was already standing at the entrance of the institute, looking at everyone present with an evil smile on their faces. Amazingly, after only a few days of not seeing the big snake pill, the whole person actually completely changed his appearance. If he guessed correctly in an instant, this should be a woman's body. "Big snake pill, it seems that your forbidden technique has been fully developed." As a scorpion who had a cooperative relationship with the great snake pill, he had a certain degree of understanding of the matter of the great snake pill. "Don't talk nonsense. Orochimaru, one of the purposes of our coming today." At this time, the ONI mackerel interjected and interrupted the conversation between the scorpion and the big snake pill. "It's Zero who let us come and bring a message to you. Although you have left the organization now, but the existence of you and your Oto Ninja village still has used value for our organization. I hope there are some secrets that you better bury in your heart, otherwise." The meaning of the threat in the ghost mackerel's words was self-evident, and the big snake pill also narrowed his dangerous eyes, and for a moment the atmosphere in the field was heavier than just now. The powerful momentum and oppression released by the 5 S-class ninjas present made all the ninjas in the practice hall escape, except for the two imps Shiro and Junmaro, who also withstood the pressure and stayed in place trying to protect them. The atmosphere on the field became more and more solemn. The ghost mackerel had slowly unloaded the big knife muscle behind it and held it in his hand, and the scorpion's puppet Crimson Stream was also constantly swallowing its highly poisonous tail. A vicious battle seems inevitable to break out. Itaki, secretly using illusion like this is not your old style. Suddenly, a playful voice broke the brief silence on the field, but this sound made the three masters of the Xiao organization, Weasel, Ghost Mackerel and Scorpion, deeply shocked and scared out of a cold sweat. For nothing else, because in an instant this voice came from their ears. When the Ghost Mackerel and the Scorpion turned around in horror, they were watching them 6 or 7 meters away from them just now, and now they had appeared behind them at some point, and they were grabbing the Weasel's wrist with one hand. This is definitely not an ordinary eye. The Weasel stared at the blue eyes with his chakra eyes in shock, only to see the brilliance flowing, and the snowflake-like shape seemed to be included in the entire starry sky. Even from these eyes, he felt a sense of oppression that was not inferior to the reincarnation eye of the leader pain. Your insight is even more terrifying than before. And this way of appearing without warning, the Weasel's face was solemn, and he stared solemnly at the moment in front of him, the trajectory of action that even my chakra eyes can't capture at all. That's definitely not an instantaneous technique. It seems that the ninja who can destroy Union alone really can't be underestimated. At this time, the Ghost Mackerel and Scorpion had completely changed their posture, a posture of 100% vigilance and serious caution. This incredible speed, if he had just attacked me. Thinking of this, both the Scorpion and the Ghost Mackerel did not dare to think about it at the same time. Water burst, water rush. Suddenly, the Ghost Mackerel clasped his hands together, and after sucking hard, he opened his mouth and kept spitting out a large one. A piece of water flowed, and at this time, the Scorpion just happened to stand between the moment and the Ghost Mackerel, and stabbed the moment with the poisonous tail of the Crimson Stream. Good cooperation, worthy of the Red Sand Scorpion and Mist Weirdo. And taking advantage of the Scorpion and the Ghost Mackerel to separate the gap between the moment's attention for a moment, they were caught by the moment before. The Weasel that held his wrist suddenly turned into a crow flying in the sky. The technique of stopping the water. Seeing the ferret escaping from his hands, he couldn't help but narrow his reincarnation eyes for a moment. Seeing the Scorpion's puppet's crimson poisonous tail stabbing at him, he still stood in place without dodging or evading in an instant, silently using elementalization to directly resist this attack. Nanny, it was the first time he saw the Scorpion with the ability to elementalize instantly, and he was shocked to see that the moment was stabbed by himself and turned into ice cubes. Is the physical attack ineffective? Do lakes that use water to create a lot of water environment? It's really amazing chakra. Ignoring the surprised Scorpion, the reincarnation, I noticed the huge chakra in the Ghost Mackerel's body, and was slightly surprised. But your trick will only make you suffer for me. It is worthy of being a dry persimmon Ghost Mackerel known as the Tailless Beast, but you can't underestimate him. This guy's strength is also a very strong ninja in the Xiao organization. Ice Age. In the face of the huge lake created by the Ghost Mackerel in an instant, the ability of frozen fruits directly burst out in an instant, and his feet stepped on the surface of the water and pressed his hands into the water. In the blink of an eye, the lake that had just been created to flood most of the Odo Ninja village was instantly frozen in an instant, and the Ghost Mackerel that cast water escape, and the Scorpion that attacked the moment, were all frozen into ice sculptures. Hydration. Hiding quite quickly, standing on the endless ice field, the reincarnation eye in an instant suddenly saw that the Ghost Mackerel that was frozen by himself was just a stand-in. And you, Weasel. In an instant, you will not relax your vigilance against the Weasel. The reincarnation eye far exceeds the inside of the white eye, and the vision without dead ends is always locked on the Weasel's every move. Reincarnation eye repulsion fist. I saw that in an instant. I turned around, and the pupils in the reincarnation's eyes were overflowing, and he lightly punched out against a wall more than 10 meters away. Rumble. The powerful repulsion gushed out with the direction of the fist swing of the moment, and everything on the entire ice surface was instantly pressed out of a long trajectory by the repulsion of the instant punch, and all the houses, ice, and trees were all washed and destroyed by this powerful repulsion. This kind of power, the big snake pill who was standing behind instant hesitating whether to make a move, saw this power displayed by moment, and suddenly widened his narrow snake eyes, revealing a shocked light. Fire escape. How fireball technique. The Weasel, who was hiding behind the wall and was almost blasted out by the instant repulsive fist, used the teleportation technique to burst out from behind the wall. His hands turned into a phantom, and when he opened his mouth, a fireball the size of a house vomited. Vacuum multi-layer ice wall. Looking at the huge fireball burning a long trajectory on the ice, his face did not change in the slightest in an instant, and he easily raised his hand to create a huge ice wall in front of him, and the powerful fireball technique released by the Weasel slammed on it without even a mark. This vacuum multi-layer ice wall is the moment to create the ice wall. Specially control the freezing force to separate the original side of the ice wall from multiple sides. Each side of the ice wall gap is separated a vacuum barrier, with super high temperature resistance and anti-impact ability. Seeing that the weasel that turned into a black shadow and rushed over, it had quietly opened the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye, and the scorpion body that broke away from the crimson flow also walked out, using the water body to avoid the frozen ghost mackerel in an instant and carrying the mackerel muscle to appear again, and directly closed his hands in an instant. Boom! A powerful air rush swept out of the body in an instant, and the perfect immortal mode was instantly turned on. For a moment, the reincarnation eye and the powerful momentum brought by the perfect immortal mode made everyone present have solemn expressions on their faces. Amaterasu. I saw that the kaleidoscope of the weasel's chakra eyes opened hard, and a black flame suddenly burned on his body in an instant. No, that's just an afterimage of a moment of high-speed movement. When the moment appeared again, it had already appeared in front of the ghost mackerel, and in the face of the unfathomable speed that suddenly appeared in front of him, the ghost mackerel was also the best among the 7 people of the Mystien Ninja Deo, and immediately reacted and carried the mackerel muscle and barely slashed out. Muscles, kick up, boom! With a bang, he directly kicked away the muscles that the ghost mackerel had shaved, and quickly swung the other leg of his body and directly kicked it. Go out. Poof! Hit by a kick by the inhuman physical technique in an instant, the ghost mackerel directly spit out a mouthful of blood, and the whole person flew out on the spot, smashed a wall, and dragged more than 10 meters on the ice. Flame hell. Extreme erosion flow. The scorpion's body instantly took out 2 scrolls from behind his back, and as soon as he opened it, his 2 arms after transformation immediately changed, and a high-temperature fire erupted from the palm of one hand. The pillar, the palm of the other hand spewed out a highly toxic stream of water, cutting quickly on the ice. It's useless, in the face of absolute power, all this is nothing. Reincarnation eyes, God come. Seeing the scorpion unleashing a sharp attack towards him, his blue eyes turned in an instant, and he directly launched divine presence, and instantly disappeared in place. When the next instant appeared again, the moment had already come to the front of the scorpion, and a punch directly blasted the scorpion's ontological puppet into pieces. Not his opponent. We retreat. Seeing a few breaths, the ghost mackerel was blown away with a kick, and the scorpion was shattered with a punch. The weasel's face changed, the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye ran wildly, and the immortal fire of Amaterasu burned a wide wall of fire directly in front of the moment. Blocked by the Amaterasu hot flames, the reincarnation eye swept again, and found that the core of the scorpion that had just been shattered by his own punch had long disappeared. The ghost mackerel, which was knocked out by his own kick, had already run away with the mackerel. Ha! You can't run beyond the range of my reincarnation eye. Seeing that although the 3 of them had escaped far away, they were still within the vast visual range of their reincarnation eyes. In an instant, a contemptuous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he felt that Shenlin had not cooled down well for the time being, so he flew out directly in an instant. In an instant, he chased directly into the woods outside the village of Odanin village, looking at the 3 people of Xiao organization in the field of vision of his reincarnation eyes, and the light in his eyes flowed in an instant. Just wanted to launch divine presence, but suddenly, the strong perception brought to him by the immortal mode made him feel a strong sense of crisis from the bottom of his heart. Through the reincarnation eye, he clearly saw a spiral twist in the space behind him, and a person came out and reached out to grab his back. Humph! In an instant, he snorted coldly, and in a critical situation, Shenlin launched, and a teleportation appeared directly on the back of the incoming person, and a punch hit his head. Who knew that this punch actually penetrated his head directly and penetrated through his body, as if the person who appeared in front of him was just an illusory shadow. Sure enough, it's you, Uchiha Obito. After the unsuccessful blow, Instant did not feel particularly surprised, but just looked at the mysterious person who appeared out of thin air in front of him indifferently. Dressed in a black coat, he looked a head taller than the moment, and wore a spiral-shaped mask on his face. He is worthy of being Konoha's strongest genius ninja. This insight is really keen. The mysterious masked man stood in front of him for a moment, looking at the handsome young man in front of him. His tone was very surprised. This feeling, it's exactly the same as the teacher's flying thunder god technique. Thinking of this, the mysterious masked man remembered his brief encounter with his teacher Golden Flash Wei Feng Shui Gate in Konoha, and it seemed that there was a faint feeling of pain on his arm. Looking at the young face before, the long silver-white hair, and the mysterious eyes that brought him a sense of oppression, the masked man found that his mood was a little difficult to calm down. Who are you? Looking at the sudden appearance of Uchiha Obito who sneaked up on him in front of him, the tone of the moment was very indifferent, although he had seen through his identity, but the moment was not broken. I'm here to invite you to join our organization. Obito sent an invitation to Instant, seemingly sincerely. Oh, so you just